in Kaijingshan village who would go into the river to catch fish in the winter. They might end up freezing instead. How much for this black fish? Sister Chin remembered that Lu's family enjoyed the fish they had at dinner. She thought her son had been studying too hard and wanted to buy a black fish to make soup for him, believing it was very nutritious. The senior high school students were also pitiful, having to return to school on the third day of the new year. Sister Chin worried about tiring her son out. Eating well to recover was always a good idea. The black fish is 1.5 yuan. This is very nutritious. How about this one? The fish seller picked up a large black fish, which looked to weigh about 4 or 5 pounds. Sister Chin thought it was quite expensive. Normally, black fish sold for only 1 yuan. On the first day of the new year, the price had jumped by 50 cents. She decided to buy it anyway, as this was the only fish seller at the fair. Sister Chin spent 6.5 yuan on a fish and asked the seller to mark it so it wouldn't get mixed up. I want to weigh it before I take it. It has to be this one. Xia Xiaolan asked Lu Yong what kind of fish he wanted. They usually ate braised carp at home, but Lu Yong thought of something else. Big fish. My family doesn't know how to cook it. The last time they had eaten big fish at a restaurant, it was quite good. Xia Xiaolan thought for a moment. It's not that hard. Let's buy it and try. Considering there were 4 adults and 1 child at home, the 2 cousins chose a big fish weighing nearly 17 pounds. The big fish was a bit cheaper than the black fish, at 1.2 yuan per pound, making it just shy of 20 yuan. Li Fengmei winced as she paid. You two are wasting money. Spending 20 yuan on a fish? The price of fish was almost as high as pork. Li Fengmei had never spent money like this before. She kept complaining about Lu Yong and how they wasted money, but when it came time to pay, she didn't hesitate. Sister Chin also thought it was expensive. How much money could Lu Yong's family have made in just a few months? Spending 20 yuan on a fish? Even if they had money, that's not how to spend it. Sister Chin was worried, fearing that Xia Xiaolan would become careless with money after staying with the Lu family for too long. The Chin family was doing well in the village, but if they bought 2 fish like that each month, what would the family eat the rest of the time? Xia Xiaolan had no idea what Sister Chin was thinking, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. It was rare for her to visit a temple fair, so she took Lu Zitao and bought whatever they saw, whether it was food or toys. It didn't matter if it was useful, as long as Lu Zitao liked it. Xia Xiaolan was happy to spend the money. Small toys like spinning tops and picture books weren't worth much, but to Sister Chin, it seemed like Xia Xiaolan was spending money like water. Amipa, which girl can spend money like this? At Baishi Temple, the crowd was overwhelming. Wang Jianhua held onto Xia Ziyu's hand, worried she might get lost in the crowd. It wasn't really appropriate for 2 college students to be in a place related to superstitions, but Anqing County was underdeveloped. There wasn't even a cinema, let alone a skating rink like the young people in the capital enjoyed. There were no more artistic places for a date like a library. Grandma Xia said the temple was very blessed and asked Xia Ziyu to light a stick of incense for her, while also taking Wang Jianhua for a stroll. Xia Hongxia wanted to join, but Grandma Xia was clever and wouldn't let her interfere with Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua's relationship. Wang Jianhua had been a young worker in Dahu village for a few years, but had never been to Baishi Temple. When he found out there was a temple fair, he walked around with Xia Ziyu. Xia Ziyu was very considerate and didn't let Wang Jianhua spend money on unnecessary things. Luckily, the small items at the fair were cheap. A cotton candy could make Xia Ziyu smile. Wang Jianhua held Xia Ziyu's hand and said they looked like a newlywed couple. Xia Ziyu blushed, pulled her hand away and walked up the hillside, saying, "Grandma asked me to help light some incense." Wang Jianhua smiled and quickly followed her. He didn't believe in these things, so he waited at the temple entrance while Xia Ziyu lit the incense. When she came out, she smiled at him and said, "I know you don't believe in this, but I prefer to believe there's something to it. It's just a difference in our upbringing. You shouldn't dislike me for it. I respect your customs. I just lit a stick of incense for my grandmother, and also for myself, hoping that my uncle and the others will be cleared of their wrongs soon, so they won't have to suffer like this anymore." Wang Jianhua remained silent. The issues of the Wang family couldn't be solved by just lighting incense and praying. However, he appreciated Xia Ziyu's intentions. After dating for 6 months, she truly was a perfect girlfriend. Before the Wang family's misfortune, he might have been picky and sought someone more to his liking, but given the current situation, Xia Ziyu didn't turn her back on him, leaving him with no grounds to be critical. In Wang Jianhua's mind, Xia Ziyu came from a less fortunate background, but she had worked hard to rise above her rural roots. Compared to the city girls he had known before, Xia Ziyu's resilience and kindness made her even more admirable. An impulse surged within Wang Jianhua, and he almost blurted out, "Let's get married after we graduate." Just as he called out Ziyu, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure entered his view. Xiaolan. It was cold, and she wore a puffy down jacket that didn't make her look bulky at all. Instead, it highlighted her long neck and slim waist. Her long legs were wrapped in jeans, and she moved with a lightness that was captivating. With her delicate face and expressive eyes, she looked vibrant, but Wang Jianhua couldn't forget the way those eyes had once accused him. He knew Xiaolan wasn't involved with Zhang Erlai from the neighboring village. It was Zhang who had been pestering her. Wang Jianhua had even rescued Xiaolan once, which had led to their interactions. But at that time, he had to use it to his advantage to make Xiaolan lose interest in him. What could Wang Jianhua do? One impulsive night led to a situation where Xia Ziyu was lying beside him when he woke up, the room filled with the smell of alcohol, and both of them were without clothes. He had to take responsibility for Xia Ziyu. To make matters worse, Xia Ziyu was actually Xiaolan's cousin. He had been secretly dating her sister, planning to announce it after college, but now his public relationship had unexpectedly shifted to the sister. Xiaolan certainly couldn't handle that blow. Wang Jianhua felt helpless. To cut through the chaos quickly, he had said hurtful things. After that day, he and Xia Ziyu left for school early, and he hadn't seen Xiaolan for 6 months. Now, they had unexpectedly reunited without warning. After half a year apart, Xiaolan seemed to have moved past her earlier anger. She was accompanied by a thin, energetic young man. Wang Jianhua's heart was in turmoil. He instinctively took a step forward, but a hand tightly grabbed him. Xia Ziyu looked pale and said, "Jianhua, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. My chest feels tight. Can we rest at the temple for a bit?" At that moment, Wang Jianhua couldn't think clearly. He didn't notice the flaw in Xia Ziyu's words. If her chest was tight, why would they go to the temple, where there would be even more visitors? Wang Jianhua was startled awake by Xia Ziyu's voice. He didn't know how to face Xiaolan. If Xiaolan saw him with Ziyu, she would surely make a scene, especially on such a festive day at the temple fair. He didn't want to be accused of being unfaithful. "Come on, I'll help you inside and ask the temple master for a glass of water." Ziyu probably didn't see Xiaolan, right? They couldn't go down the mountain now. Xiaolan was coming up the steps toward Baishi Temple, and since he was taller than Xia Ziyu, he was the first to spot Xiaolan. Wang Jianhua felt a bit relieved that Ziyu's discomfort came at such a convenient time, allowing him to calm down and think about how to handle the situation to minimize any negative impact. Xia Ziyu lowered her head. If she hadn't grabbed Wang Jianhua, he might have walked straight to Xiaolan as if in a trance. What was he planning to do? Ziyu recognized Xiaolan and also saw Lu Fun and a few others clearly. The young man with dark skin next to Xiaolan was unfamiliar to her, but she could tell from his gaze that he liked Xiaolan. This wasn't surprising. Ziyu was used to seeing men look at Xiaolan that way. Xiaolan naturally had a face that attracted men. It felt unfair to Ziyu. She had to work hard for what she had, while Xiaolan could easily get attention with just a smile. However, after getting into university and being with Wang Jianhua, and with her parents opening a snack shop, her life was improving, and her feelings of unfairness began to fade. But Xiaolan didn't seem to be struggling in life as Ziyu had expected. She could easily change her circumstances whenever she wanted. Does one person working hard for 100 points not compare to another only needing to work for 60 points, just because of looks? Xiaolan could easily gain help from others because of her appearance. Not only did Wang Jianhua tutor her, but after entering County No. 1 high school, others also helped Xiaolan, allowing her to finally understand despite her lack of interest in studying. No, she just doesn't want to admit that Xiaolan is actually quite smart. Back in elementary school, Xiaolan's grades were even better than hers. She can't let Jianhua and Xiaolan get too close. The young man with dark skin around Xiaolan isn't as tall or handsome as Jianhua. How could Xiaolan not get attached? Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua are truly a pair. Both have their own thoughts but made the same choice. Xiaolan, are you thirsty? Xiaolan stared ahead, lost in thought. Lu Fan thought she was tired. I'm not thirsty, not thirsty. Once we finish burning the incense, we'll head back, right? There were so many people in front of Baishi Temple, it felt like sardines packed in a can. Xiaolan noticed two familiar figures that looked a bit like her excellent cousin Xia Ziyu and her future brother-in-law Wang Jianhua. Could it be them? Xiaolan knew she would eventually face these two, but she didn't expect to reunite so soon. However, when they saw her, they shouldn't have run away like that. It felt a bit like they were escaping. It must be her illusion. Perhaps young couples only see each other and didn't even notice her. Are you going to apologize to me? As she squeezed into the temple, Xia Ziyu's racing heart gradually calmed down. In a fleeting glance, Xiaolan seemed even more beautiful, not just her fresh outfit, but there was an indescribable charm about her. Wasn't it said that Xiaolan had a hole in her forehead from hitting a wall? But just now it looked smooth and full, without a single mark. Ziyu, let me get you a bowl of water. You can rest here. Wang Jianhua looked troubled, which made Xia Ziyu feel uneasy. Once she calmed down, she realized she had made a serious mistake. She shouldn't have avoided Xiaolan. A person's character doesn't change overnight. She should have taken Wang Jianhua's hand and confidently greeted Xiaolan. Xiaolan is sensitive and has a big temper. Just a little provocation could make her explode. Every time Xiaolan acted out, Wang Jianhua would think less of her, while if she showed the opposite, kindness and generosity, Wang Jianhua would see the difference between her and Xiaolan. She had always done this, and it worked well. Just earlier, when they finished burning incense, Xia Ziyu even had the illusion that Wang Jianhua was about to propose to her. If only Xiaolan hadn't shown up. Even if she had to appear, it shouldn't have been at this moment or in such a stunning way. Xia Ziyu bit her lip. Now, meeting Xiaolan by chance felt like losing momentum. Did Xiaolan see her with Wang Jianhua just now? There were so many worshippers that perhaps Xiaolan didn't notice. Xiaolan shouldn't be carefree outside the Xia family. If she is not part of the family, they have no control over her. With Xiaolan's grades, her chances of getting into college in July are almost guaranteed, unless something unexpected happens. For example, if she performs poorly on the exam, or if she can't take the exam at all. Anyone can succeed, but Xiaolan's success makes her uneasy. What she has now is taken from Xiaolan. If she hadn't interfered, Wang Jianhua would definitely be with Xiaolan. Xia Ziyu can be forgiving to others, but is harsh on her cousin. She saw Wang Jianhua coming back with a bowl of water and smiled sweetly. Jianhua, you are so kind to me. Wang Jianhua was taken aback. Is he really kind to Xia Ziyu? She is the one who puts in more effort. At first, he was even resistant to this relationship. When Xia Ziyu asked what to do, he felt he just had to take responsibility for her. Xia Ziyu then said they were dating, and Wang Jianhua nodded in agreement. Xia Ziyu treated him like a boyfriend, while Wang Jianhua mostly passively accepted, contributing very little to the relationship. Thinking about it this way, Wang Jianhua felt a bit guilty. This guilt made him realize that his earlier thoughts were rather selfish. He waited for Xia Ziyu to finish her water before hesitantly saying, Ziyu, I think I saw Xiaolan at Baishi Temple. Seeing the surprise and joy on Xia Ziyu's face, which quickly turned to anxiety, he asked, should we go see her? The incense offerings at Baishi Temple had only become popular again 2 years ago. Xiaolan is not a person of faith. Even after experiencing something as unbelievable as rebirth, She believes that fate is in her own hands. Those who cannot change their reality are the ones who place their faith and hope in empty deities. Li Fengmei and Lu Fin don't truly believe in these things, they just follow the crowd and burn incense. Sister Chun is very devout. She not only burns incense but also puts money in the donation box. Without saying it out loud, she is surely praying for Qin Qing to successfully get into college. Qin Qing feels a bit embarrassed by his mother's superstitious behavior. If praying could guarantee college admission, all the temples in the country would be overcrowded with worshippers. After burning incense, the two young people squeezed out of the temple. The girl, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the tall, handsome boy looked like a perfect match as they walked hand in hand. But the girl looked like she was about to cry, trembling as she called out, "Xiaolan," unable to say anything more. The man patted her back, leaving Qin Qing confused about their actions. What's going on? Do they know Xiaolan? Although the Lu and Xia families were once related, Li Fengmei had little contact with the Xia family. Later, when Xia Ziyu went to school in the county, Li Fengmei hardly saw her niece Xia Xiaolan, let alone Xia Xiaolan's cousin. However, Li Fengmei knew Zhang Cui, and Xia Ziyu resembled her a bit, sharing some features with the Xia family. Before Xia Xiaolan could say anything, Li Fengmei exploded. "Why are you showing such a gloomy face during the New Year? Did someone die? If so, you should be crying, not acting so down." Li Fengmei's words came from the heart. If she had known they would run into the Xia family's bad mood at Baishi Temple, they might as well have stayed home by the fire. The joy of the temple fair vanished upon seeing the gloomy Xia family. Wang Jianhua frowned. This woman's words were harsh. The rudeness and bitterness of a country woman were evident, and even after living in Daya village for several years, he still found it hard to adjust. Oh, these two really came to greet them. This must be Xia Ziyu. How to say it? She was somewhat like Xia Xiaolan, but also different. Xia Xiaolan didn't mean to say she was ugly. She had a simple and dignified appearance, but there was something off about her demeanor. Xia Xiaolan thought she was the one meant to shine, with her delicate features that made her seem lovable even when she frowned. At that moment, she realized she was wrong. Her path had already been taken by her cousin Xia Ziyu, and her aunt's sarcasm only highlighted Xia Ziyu's innocence and vulnerability. The future brother-in-law's look of disapproval was almost tangible. Xia Xiaolan was unsure if Wang Jianhua would hit a woman, as her understanding of him was based only on what he chose to show her. Young people in love often instinctively hide their flaws. Noticing Qin Dajiao's curious expression, Xia Xiaolan quickly said to Qin Qing, "This is my cousin. I think she has something to say to me. Why don't you and Aunt help take Tao Tao to that candy stall we saw earlier?" Qin Qing's expression changed. He had a strong impression of the Xia family. He was present when Xia Dajuan and Lu Fin divorced, and he found Xia Xiaolan's aunt and third aunt quite unpleasant. Even more confusing was Xia Xiaolan's sudden appearance of a cousin. She probably wasn't a good person either. Qin Qing's simple judgment was to help family, not friends. He didn't want to leave, but he also understood the situation, and Qin Dajiao's curious look forced him to go. "Tao Tao, let's go and get some candy," said Qin Dajiao, feeling reluctant to leave. Qin Qing thought that with 4 of them against 2, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Such conflicts shouldn't be seen by children. It's not good for them. Xia Xiaolan felt a surge of fighting spirit within her, boiling with anger. This anger seemed to belong to the original person, and the couple in front of her were tied to the original's tragic end. "Xia Ziyu, are you stopping me here to apologize?" "You apologize, but I won't accept it." Xia Ziyu bit her lip, looking stubborn and wronged. Lu Yong thought the Xia family was being overly sensitive, especially this college girl, who seemed like she had been bullied. Who had bullied her? It was confusing to see her causing trouble. As an elder and a man, he felt he couldn't say much. Li Fengmei tugged at his sleeve, signaling that she would defend her niece. "Are you really here to apologize? If so, you should look like you mean it, not with a long face. It's too unlucky. Young people these days don't know how to handle things properly. What's wrong? Can't you see the elders in front of you?" Well, since our families have cut ties, don't block our way. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you hiding? I haven't even touched you, and you're not allowed to cry. Li Fengmei was aggressive, but she didn't resort to violence. The onlookers were anxious, wanting to hear what was being said. Xia Ziyu looked wronged but didn't argue back. Everyone subconsciously thought she might really be there to apologize. Xia Ziyu, blushing, called out to someone and referred to Lu Fun as second aunt, leaving Lu Fun unsure of how to respond. Wang Jianhua stepped in front of Xia Ziyu protectively. Xiaolan, your sister hasn't done anything wrong to you. The mistake was mine for choosing to be with her. But I don't regret it at all. Ziyu is the kindest girl I've ever met, and she cares about you. Wow. That was a lot of information. Don't think that rural people don't understand. This man likely used to be with a younger sister but switched to the older one. Once you switch, you can't pretend to be innocent and expect the younger sister to bless you openly. Xia Xiaolan remained silent, while Xia Ziyu felt increasingly uneasy. She had come to calm Xia Xiaolan down and to show her generosity in front of Wang Jianhua. But Wang Jianhua, being a big man, shouldn't have such complicated thoughts. How could he really take all the blame for the mistake on both of them? That's not right. Xiaolan, it's all my fault. If this helps you not to be angry and not to blame others in the family, I am willing to apologize. Can you go back and see Uncle Air? He really misses you and Aunt Air. During the new year, what can a family sit down and talk about? You should think about Aunt Air. Divorce is not a way to solve problems. They have been married for 20 years, so why take it this far? Xia Ziyu's few words quickly drew the attention of the visitors. Divorce is rare these days, especially in the countryside. They thought it was gossip about sisters fighting over a man, but it turned out to be the sister trying to promote family harmony. As the Aunt Air mentioned by Xia Ziyu, Lu Fun felt everyone around her was looking at her. Divorce is not something to be proud of. Lu Fun usually tries not to think about it. In the city, few people know about her divorce, and she can say she is living happily. Little did she know that Xia Ziyu would bring it up in front of so many strangers. On New Year's Day, at the temple fair in Baishi Temple, Lu Fun felt like everyone was watching her. Xia Xiaolan almost shouted in anger. She underestimated Xia Ziyu. A woman who can get into college is not foolish. She knows how to handle things and pick her battles. How could Xia Xiaolan tolerate her bad habits? Xia Xiaolan did not react as Xia Ziyu expected. There was a hint of a smile in her eyes, and being looked at so intently made Wang Jianhua realize he couldn't truly be angry. Then the owner of those eyes said lazily, "So, you really think you owe me an apology for taking my original partner and now coming to say sorry? Why say such hurtful words with such affectionate eyes?" Wang Jianhua opened his mouth but couldn't explain in public why he and Xia Ziyu ended up together by mistake. Xia Ziyu seemed to feel greatly wronged. Why wasn't Xia Xiaolan angry? How could she remain rational in her rebuttal? In front of others, Xia Xiaolan would usually shout and make a scene, and people didn't want to listen to someone who had lost their temper. It was always Xia Ziyu who had the final say. Vague, shifting concepts, deliberately not being clear. Others could interpret it however they wanted. Even in college, this tactic worked well with her roommates and classmates. Xia Ziyu never had to be the bad person. Things always went her way. When she felt wronged, someone would stand up for her. If she wanted to express something, the people around her would say it for her. This tactic, which Xia Ziyu had used most skillfully with Xia Xiaolan, suddenly failed. Xia Ziyu sensed something was off. She had attracted a lot of attention, and now she needed to provide an answer. No. She was making a mistake in the chaos. Her rhythm was disrupted by Xia Xiaolan's sudden appearance. The main goal was to get Xia Xiaolan back to the Xia family, not to confront her in front of strangers and make her even angrier. Xia Ziyu broke into a sweat, nearly making another mistake. Xia Ziyu quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. The onlookers didn't know her at all. Even if she admitted to taking her cousin's partner, their opinions wouldn't affect her future. Wang Jianhua would probably feel even more sympathy for her. It could also help Xia Xiaolan vent her feelings, allowing her next plan to proceed. Looking at it this way, The benefits clearly outweighed the drawbacks. Xia Ziyu took a deep breath. Yes, I'm apologizing to you, sister. I ended up with Manhwa by mistake, and no matter how I explain, my actions have hurt you.
I'm sorry.
I'm willing to make it up to you in other ways. Can you forgive me? Xia Ziyu's eyes turned slightly red, and her bitter smile showed her helplessness. Even if you don't forgive me, that's okay. But Uncle Heir hasn't done anything wrong. If you can agree to let Aunt Heir and Uncle Heir reconcile, I'm willing to do anything. This apology, no matter who heard it, was full of sincerity. Others were also listening closely to Xia Xiaolan's decision. They were curious. Wasn't the younger sister the type that young men liked? How could this man choose the older sister instead? Older people preferred Xia Ziyu's appearance, which was elegant and dignified, while younger ones would surely like Xia Xiaolan, who looked like a movie star. Xia Xiaolan seemed to be seriously considering Xia Ziyu's proposal. Are you really willing to do anything? Xia Ziyu nodded slowly. As long as it's within my power. It was impossible to return Wang Jianhua to Xia Xiaolan. He was someone Xia Ziyu could never let go of. Suddenly, Xia Xiaolan smiled. I can feel your sincerity in the apology, but I'm not ready to forgive you. I don't value any of the compensation you can offer. Xia Ziyu, I will never forgive you. You will eventually understand the weight of this statement. Compensation? Was she supposed to give Wang Jianhua back to her? This is completely not the type that Xia Xiaolan likes. In her heart, Wang Jianhua is not even worthy of serving Zhou Cheng. She doesn't care about the so-called betrayal by her cousin and her crush. She wants to seek justice for the deceased Xia Xiaolan. A life was lost. What can Xia Ziyu offer as compensation? Xia Xiaolan was clearly smiling, but Xia Ziyu felt a chill. This time, she really felt weak in the knees. Did Xia Xiaolan know about all those little actions? No, that's impossible. Xia Xiaolan is so naive. Xia Xiaolan, don't go too far. Wang Jianhua shouted in frustration. Lu Yong stepped in front of Xia Xiaolan. What do you want to do? Wang Jianhua, pay me back. Wang Jianhua would never hit a woman, especially not Xia Xiaolan. He felt foolish for thinking Xia Xiaolan had changed. She was still so aggressive and inconsiderate of others' mistakes. Not kind. That word popped into Wang Jianhua's mind. The more he thought about it, the more fitting it seemed. The chairman said that women could hold up half the sky. Since his relationship with Xia Xiaolan was in the past, and he couldn't separate from Ziyu, why couldn't Xia Xiaolan be a bit more generous and wish him well with Ziyu? Even if they couldn't get along normally, they could at least maintain a superficial peace by avoiding each other. That would be nice. Xia Xiaolan could guess Wang Jianhua's thoughts just by looking at his expression. She wasn't good at handling relationships, but if she viewed Wang Jianhua as a typical male colleague, she could understand his mindset. Wang Jianhua, my not forgiving her isn't because I can't let you go. I have no intention of forgiving you either. Honestly, you two are a perfect match and both make me feel disgusted. Now that you've gotten into college, you're no longer that frustrated youth stuck in the village. Are you so proud that you've forgotten how I encouraged you, supported you, and even borrowed study materials from my annoying cousin to help you pass the entrance exam? By the way, I funded your accommodation and meals while you took the exam in Anqing County. After the exam, you announced your relationship with my cousin. You should pay me back for the accommodation and meals I sponsored, right? Xia Xiaolan spread her small hands. I heard college students get living allowances, so pay me back a total of 35 yuan. A huge embarrassment enveloped Wang Jianhua. After the Wang family fell from power, he had faced various ups and downs, but no one had ever asked him to pay back money. He was consumed by his studies and how to clear the Wang family's name. When Xia Xiaolan sent him to Anqing County for the exam, she indeed slipped him some money. Without that money, how could he afford a private room in the county guest house to study quietly? And after the exam, feeling he had done well, how could he celebrate with a drink? He and Xia Ziyu talked about exam answers and life goals, drinking tea and alcohol until they were both drunk that night, spending the money Xia Xiaolan had given him. Wang Jianhua was devastated by this humiliation. Of course, He wanted to pull out money to end this farce immediately, but he truly didn't have even 35 yuan. The living allowance he had saved was already spent on the train ticket from the capital to Xanadu and on gifts for Xia Ziyu's family. Where would he find more money? At that moment, Wang Jianhua felt immense regret. Regret for accompanying Xia Ziyu back to Wanqing, regret for visiting the temple fair on New Year's Day, or if only he hadn't told Xia Ziyu about seeing Xia Xiaolan, he wouldn't be in this embarrassing situation now. Here, if humiliating us is the only way for you to feel better, then I'll pay this for Jianhua. Tears welled in Xia Ziyu's eyes. The earlier grievances were fake, but now they felt real. How could Xia Xiaolan humiliate Wang Jianhua like this? He was broke, and the Wang family's decline had turned him from a proud son of a high-ranking official into a struggling youth. Even if he got into college, he would still be a poor student. Xia Ziyu had never looked down on Wang Jianhua for being broke. She knew the difficulties were temporary. She was always careful when helping him, afraid of hurting his pride. How dare Xia Xiaolan treat Wang Jianhua this way? Xia Ziyu had money with her, and her hand trembled as she held it. Xia Xiaolan actually counted out exactly 35 yuan from the stack of bills she had grabbed. You're so generous, so. I wish you joy in keeping a man. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh, and soon many others joined in. Wang Jianhua was publicly humiliated by Xia Xiaolan demanding money, and Xia Ziyu paying it back didn't restore his dignity. It only confirmed that he was living off others. Unable to stay any longer, Wang Jianhua pushed through the crowd and left quickly. Xia Ziyu shot a fierce glare at Xia Xiaolan and hurried after Wang Jianhua. Xia Xiaolan secretly smiled. This is how it should be. She didn't like the gentle and wise persona that some people had. Even though she had the qualities for it, she chose a different path. Who could endure being insulted and mistreated? The resentful look from Xia Ziyu before leaving made Xia Xiaolan feel real. She wasn't afraid of Xia Ziyu's grudges and didn't care about Wang Jianhua's feelings. As long as these two were unhappy, Xia Xiaolan felt happy. Feeling particularly pleased after winning against two people alone, Xia Xiaolan raised the money in her hand. Aunt, don't we have enough money to buy fish now? I wasn't planning to get the money back, so getting it is like a bonus. We must happily spend it. Who still remembered whether Lu Fun would get a divorce? The climax of the earlier scene focused entirely on Xia Xiaolan and the two others. Seeing Xia Xiaolan so pleased, Li Fengmei was left speechless. So, it turns out that enemies can flee without harsh words or fighting. The three elders didn't have time to help. Everything was handled by Xia Xiaolan alone. They exchanged glances. Was Xiaolan being too bold? Could a girl like her find a partner? Oh, she already had. Lu Yong thought of Zhou Cheng. He always worried that Zhou Cheng might hurt his niece, and today's scene made Lu Yong, as a man, feel a bit uneasy. From now on, he might need to worry about Zhou Cheng instead. At the temple fair, selling fish was a joyful experience. The two big fish were very picky about their buyers. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaolan had bought a 17-pound fish earlier and, after turning back from Baishi Temple, bought another 15-pound fish. The total for both fish was 37.2 yuan, and the vendor even rounded down the change. Xia Xiaolan asked him to prepare the fish and handed the 17-pound one to Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, take this fish home for Grandpa Chen. Chen Wangda had given Xia Xiaolan and her mother a large piece of land, so one fish was nothing. The elderly man lived with his eldest son, so naturally, Aunt Chen, as the daughter-in-law, would cook the fish. Xia Xiaolan directly gave the fish to her. Aunt Chen was taken aback by the generous gift. Xiaolan, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. If I take the fish home, Grandpa Chen will scold me. Xia Xiaolan smiled and reassured her. It's no problem. I just found some money outside Baishi Temple, so it's only fair to share. Did she really find money? Aunt Chen was distracted by Xia Xiaolan's words and momentarily forgot about the earlier gossip. Meanwhile, Chen Qing quietly observed Xia Xiaolan's expression, relieved to see that she showed no signs of unhappiness. He only realized at the sugar painting stall that the young woman he saw earlier was Xiaolan's cousin, and the other one must be the future brother-in-law mentioned in the rumors about Xiaolan. Chun Qing believed that Xiaolan was not that kind of person, but he worried she might be at a disadvantage in front of those two. Later, the future brother-in-law left the temple fair angrily, with his cousin chasing after him. They walked away like a scene from a play, which probably meant nothing good happened for them. So, what if he was a college student? After this year's college entrance exam, his hard work would surely pay off. Xiaolan seemed very happy and immediately started thinking about how to cook the big fish when she got home. Lu Yong and the others couldn't tell if she was genuinely happy or just pretending, but they went along with whatever she said. Xiaolan wasn't skilled with a knife, but Li Fengmei was used to cooking. Following Xiaolan's instructions, she deboned and sliced half of the 15-pound fish, then marinated it with eggs, cooking wine, ginger, and a bit of salt, letting it sit with cornstarch. Meanwhile, she was busy making fish paste with the other half of the fish. Making fish paste was tricky. It required scraping the fish meat into a paste with a knife, while removing any bones. Finally, salt and eggs were added, and the mixture was stirred until it became sticky enough to form fish balls. This is too complicated. Li Fengmei was sweating. She preferred making steamed buns or simple dishes like lamb noodles. This was her first time preparing such a detailed recipe. Since Lu Zitao didn't eat spicy food, they couldn't finish a whole 15-pound fish, made into spicy boiled fish. Making half into fish balls would be a nice change, and any leftovers could last a couple of days without spoiling. Delicious food is always a bit complicated. City folks have more refined tastes than us country people, Lu Yong said. He had tried this dish at a state-run restaurant, and while they couldn't match the chefs there, if they could replicate it even a little, it wouldn't be a waste of the fish. Xiaolan knew how to make the boiled fish, so she took some pickled vegetables from the jar, chopped them with ginger and garlic, cut dried chili peppers into small pieces, and peeled some green onions. The family acted as if nothing had happened in front of Baishi Temple. After heating oil in a pan and frying the spices, Xiaolan prepared a simplified version of boiled fish. Of course, it wasn't as delicious as what a restaurant chef would make, but it looked good. With Li Fengmei and Lu Fen ensuring the cooking time was right, the fish slices were tender enough, and the taste was quite homey. Xiaolan's boiled fish turned out fine. The only downside was that it required a lot of oil. If there isn't enough cooking oil, the chili won't get colored and the fish won't taste good. In the past, Li Fengmei was reluctant to use too much oil. Cooking oil cost over £1, while salt was only 20 cents a pound. To make a pot of fish, at least £1 of oil was needed. Even in summer, when catching fish didn't cost anything, she felt bad about using so much oil. Now, however, she has become more relaxed and is willing to buy fish for 20 yuan each, so the cost of oil seems insignificant. Besides, the money for the fish comes from the Xia family, which makes the boiled fish even tastier. Li Fengmei suddenly remembered something. Wasn't the name Xia Ziyu originally Xia Chunhua? Yes, it was Xia Chunhua. After graduating from middle school, she thought her name wasn't elegant enough and changed it to Xia Ziyu. Xiaolan didn't tease Xia Ziyu about this. Changing a name, because it sounds old-fashioned, isn't a big deal. Although Xiaolan wouldn't do that herself, she couldn't fully understand how Xia Ziyu felt since she wasn't the one with that name. Li Fengmei felt uneasy because Xia Ziyu's name shared a character with her son Lu Zitao. Zitao was already 6 years old and had been named shortly after his birth, which was earlier than Xia Ziyu. There are many people with the same name, and it wasn't just the middle character Z, there were plenty of people with the same full name. Li Fengmei simply didn't like Xia Ziyu and could find faults everywhere. After dinner, Lu Fen secretly asked Li Fengmei what to do about today's situation. Li Fengmei asked her back, "Do you want to remarry Xia Dajuan? What if you change your mind after a few months?" Lu Fen had never thought about remarrying. She was very busy selling fried dough, and her time was consumed by work and Xiaolan's matters. She had no time to think about the past. Some people might be used to being submissive and not know how to resist, but once she had stood up for herself and tasted independence, why would she go back to being Xia Dajuan's servant? Lu Fen was very firm in her stance. Li Fengmei laughed. So what are you afraid of? Are you worried that Xiaolan will get upset and compete with Xia Chunhua for a man? A man who relies on others can't compare to Zhou Cheng. I think Zhou Cheng is great. Zhou Cheng's job wasn't very flexible, and they couldn't meet often, but there were no faults to find with him. However, not meeting often wasn't a problem for people in the 1980s. Many marriages survived long-distance relationships. It's only in later years that society changed so quickly, and both men and women faced more temptations. When a couple is apart, their marriage becomes particularly unstable. Lu Fen certainly liked Zhou Cheng as well. The young man's spirited appearance can win the favor of most mothers-in-law, especially since he is particularly attentive to Xia Xiaolan. Even if he can't take time off work, he will ask friends to visit Xiaolan in Shandong. Women are like that. To forget someone, they look for someone better. Li Fengmei deeply understands this. She has no regrets about marrying Lu Yong for the second time. Although they were a bit poor a few years ago, the Lu family doesn't have difficult in-laws to deal with, and there are no complicated relationships with sisters-in-law. In her new marriage, Li Fengmei is in charge, which is much better than with her first husband. After a few years of marriage, the couple only had one big fight during the Spring Festival 2 years ago when they were confronted about debts. After that argument, Lu Yong went out to earn money. This year, the family's financial situation suddenly improved, and they all moved to Shandong. Li Fengmei's life has been very pleasant. Even if her ex-husband begged on his knees, she would only return if she were out of her mind. The Lu family enjoys big head carp, and so does the Qin family. Sister Qin isn't very particular about cooking. She doesn't know how to make boiled fish, but she can make spicy fish. In later years, the spicy fish in Shandong is mostly made with grass carp, not because it's the most authentic, but because bighead carp is getting harder to find, so restaurants have to settle for grass carp as the main ingredient. The bighead carp that Xia Xiaolan brought is perfect for spicy fish, and when it's served hot, who in the Qin family would say it doesn't taste good? Chen Wangda picked up a piece of fish. He prefers fish over chicken or duck. For older people, picking at bones can be hard, but fish is easy to eat. That girl Xiaolan is definitely from Qijing village, Chen Wangda thought. He isn't after the small gift from Xia Xiaolan. The Qin family can afford a 20 yuan bighead carp. However, Xia Xiaolan never visits the village empty-handed. The gifts show her appreciation, and her understanding of relationships is what Chen Wangda likes most about her. People in the village say the land given to Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen is too large, but those fools don't understand anything. Without this piece of land, how could Xia Xiaolan, who moved to Qijing village halfway through, feel any sense of belonging? Seeing her succeed and possibly go to university, she might never come back. Now, even if she goes far away, her roots are in Qijing village. University students are valuable these days. Isn't it true that in Dea village, they only started to support one student because Xiaolan's cousin went to university? Having one university student in Dea village isn't a big deal. Qijing village is about to have 2. Not all university students are the same. It takes 10 or 8 years to see who is truly better, and Chen Wangda is looking forward to that day. Whether it's Xia Xiaolan or his grandson Qin Qing, they might bring new changes to the backward Kaijingshan village. He never went to school, but he remembered what the old leader said. Picking up a gun can defend the country, but studying can help govern it well. On the first day of the new year, some people happily ate big fish, while others were filled with anger. Wang Jianhua had his pride crushed. He went to the temple fair in high spirits, but returned humiliated. Xia Ziyu kept running after him, and even tripped along the way. Finally, Wang Jianhua stopped. He helped Xia Ziyu up and held her close. "Ziyu, do you think I'm useless?" Xia Ziyu shook her head firmly. "Jianhua, all difficulties are temporary. I'm not Xiaolan, but I will always support you. You have to believe in yourself. You will achieve great things, and we will have a good future together. Will we?" Wang Jianhua himself was not very confident. If it weren't for Xia Xiaolan encouraging him to go to college, he thought he would rot away in a place like Dea village, wasting his life. He doubted whether he could change his fate and save the already crumbling Wang family. But Xia Ziyu trusted him completely. Wang Jianhua held the woman in his arms tightly. She was his, the one who believed in him wholeheartedly. Ziyu, I will make sure you have a good life. We will get married after we graduate. Xia Ziyu smiled with tears in her eyes. Wasn't this the moment she had been waiting for? Today, Xia Xiaolan made Wang Jianhua pay back money, humiliating him and cutting off any chance of reconciliation. It was worth enduring the disdain from the people at the fair and publicly apologizing to Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan may feel proud now, but she should wait for the day when everything falls apart for her. No matter how good-looking someone is, they can't rely on their looks forever. Xia Ziyu had never understood her feelings as clearly as she did now. She didn't like Xia Xiaolan, she was jealous of her and even a little afraid of her. So she couldn't let Xia Xiaolan succeed. Jianhua, let's not talk about today when we get home. It's the new year, and the family will definitely make a fuss if they find out. Wang Jianhua was upset, but didn't want to disturb the Xia family. They treated him well, even if he looked down on people like Wang Jingui and Xia Hongxia. He didn't plan to spend his life with them. Ziyu, are you still taking your uncle to meet Principal Sun tomorrow? I don't think she will appreciate your kindness. Wang Jianhua was still upset and didn't even want to mention Xia Xiaolan, referring to her directly instead. Xia Ziyu said seriously, no matter if Xiaolan appreciates it or not, I owe her. It's unfair to her that we are together, but what has happened. I can offer other forms of compensation, but I can't bear to give you back to her. Helping to save Xiaolan's parents' marriage is my way of making amends. Wang Jianhua thought Xia Ziyu was being foolish. But no one dislikes their girlfriend being kind-hearted. If this makes Ziyu feel better, he fully supports her. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, it is common in the countryside of Anqing for people to visit the graves of deceased elders, and it's also a day when women return to their family homes with their husbands and children. People like Principal Sun, after the country resumed college entrance exams, would have many visitors bringing gifts to his home from the 1st to about the 10th day of the new year. Close friends would visit around the 2nd day, while those who are less familiar should ideally wait until after the 5th day to avoid being bothersome. Xia Ziyu wasn't very close to Principal Sun, but he always liked good students. When Xia Ziyu visited before the new year, she mentioned that she might come back around the 2nd or 3rd day, as she didn't want to lose the teacher-student bond with Principal Sunday. This was her exact wording, which struck a chord with him. After all, he no longer had teaching duties, so how much teacher-student connection could they really have? Xia Ziyu truly valued her teacher, and should also visit the subject teachers who taught her. Xia Ziyu had a special talent for this, and Principal Sun trusted her. Early in the morning, Xia Ziyu took out the gifts she had prepared in advance. Uncle, I have everything ready for you. Do you remember what I taught you? Xia Dajuan changed into his newest clothes and wore the pair of shoes Wang Jianhua had given him, confidently assuring Xia Ziyu, I remembered all night, I won't forget. Then, let's go to Principal Sun's house. Zhang Chui couldn't understand her daughter's thoughts. What good would worrying about Xia Xiaolan do? Would it earn her any gratitude from that ungrateful girl? Did she have to spend her family's money to buy gifts for Xia Dajuan to save face? Zhang Chui didn't consider that Xia Dajuan's hard-earned money went to Grandma Xia, who then gave it to Xia Ziyu. When Xia Ziyu bought gifts, she was being generous with Xia Dajuan's money. But for selfish people like Zhang Chui, no matter where the money came from, once it was in her hands, it felt like her family's money, and spending it would hurt. Xia Ziyu brought Xia Dajuan to Anqing County and knocked on Principal Sun's door. Sun Tian opened the door and saw Xia Ziyu standing there. Hello, Teacher Sunday. This is my second uncle, Xiaolan's father. Please come in, please come in. My uncle has been talking about you for a long time. Sun Tian had a good impression of Xia Xiaolan. They had a special connection since she had proctored Xia Xiaolan's entrance exam. The better Xia Xiaolan did in her studies, the prouder Sun Tian felt. However, Sun Tian was unsure why Xia Ziyu brought Xia Xiaolan's father here. She thought Xia Xiaolan might have come along, but no one else was following them. Xia Dajuan encouraged himself, knowing that whether he could bring Xiaolan and her mother back depended on his performance today. On the 2nd day of the new year, they were going to pay respects at Xia Xiaolan's grandparents' grave. They had already prepared incense, paper money, and offerings of white pork, apples, and steamed buns. In previous years, there were no apples available. Just preparing steamed buns was good enough. With so many people struggling to eat, how could they offer lavish meals to the deceased? The offerings had to stay at the grave, unlike the big rooster offered to the gods before the new year, which could be eaten later. Regardless of wealth, what mattered was what was placed at the ancestors' graves. Xia Xiaolan's grandparents had a tough life. They fled to Qijing village during a famine, and her grandmother was pregnant with her eldest son. Once they arrived, they didn't want to leave. With many people dying in the war, some houses in the village were empty, and there was a shortage of young laborers, so her grandfather settled there. A few months later, Xia Xiaolan's uncle Lu Yong was born. He had a difficult start, and his mother worried during the long journey. He was small and fragile, often falling ill, but he grew up. When Lu Yong was a few years old, his mother became pregnant again, giving birth to 2 daughters, Lu Fun and Lu Fong, over the next few years. Because Lu Yong was weak, his parents spoiled him, leading him to become a lazy troublemaker. At first, 2 elders supported the family, but when Lu Yong was a teenager, Xia Xiaolan's grandfather passed away from lung disease. Her grandmother, unable to bear the loss, also passed away. They never got to see their grandchildren grow up. At that time, all 3 children were still young, with Lu Yong just a teenager and Lu Fun and Lu Fong even younger. "I'm such a fool. I didn't let your grandparents enjoy a single day of happiness." Before reaching the grave, Lu Yong started to cry, and Lu Fun joined him in tears. Xia Xiaolan didn't know how to comfort her. It's a regret when you want to care for your parents, but they are no longer around. Grandma and Grandpa passed away too early, both under 50, and they never had the chance to enjoy their grandchildren. When they arrived at the grave with offerings, they found a woman squatting there, crying. That voice, rising and falling, was none other than Xia Xiaolan's aunt, Lu Fong. "Dad, Mom, you left us too soon and didn't take care of us siblings. Open your eyes and see." Oh, what a drama queen. Xia Xiaolan wanted to tell her aunt, if they opened their eyes, you would surely be scared out of your wits. "Lu Fong, what are you doing?" Early in the morning, Lu Fong was making a scene at her parents' grave. The villagers who saw and heard her would surely have something to say, and Lu Yong was getting a headache from her antics. Lu Fong had brought her children to visit their grandparents' grave, bowing a few times, thinking this would restore their family ties. But Liang Huan wasn't on board with her father's plan and insisted on going to their grandparent house on the 2nd day of the new year. Lu Fong didn't want her daughter to tire herself out. If Liang Huan didn't come, she didn't feel like taking Liang Yu either. This led to the scene of her crying alone at the grave. When Lu Yong tried to pull her up, he saw her eyes were really red and swollen, leaving him unsure of what to do. "Tao Tao's aunt, are we stopping you from visiting the grave? You came on your own, and outsiders might think the Lu family has no son to lead the rituals." In the past, it was a rule that married daughters couldn't return to sweep their parents' graves during the new year, or else their brothers would be unhappy, and outsiders would mock the family for lacking manners. But that was an old tradition. Now, the new custom was for the son to light the incense, while married daughters were responsible for bowing and burning paper offerings. How could a married daughter come alone to visit the grave without her brother? During the new year, Li Fengmei didn't want to say anything harsher. With Lu Fong acting this way, outsiders might think the Lu family had no son. Wasn't that like wishing her husband dead? Last year, when Lu Yong was away, if it hadn't been for Zhou Cheng's help, he might not have returned. Li Fengmei didn't say it out loud, but she was very superstitious about these things. Lu Fong understood why her sister-in-law was upset, and she felt wrong too. With her swollen eyes, she looked at her brother and sister, in front of Mom and Dad. "Let's clear the air. I know you have issues with me. You don't want to acknowledge me as your sister anymore, do you?" Lu Fin shook her head. It was better to have less contact with a sister who caused trouble, to avoid making everyone unhappy. But it didn't mean they would completely cut ties. Lu Yong and Lu Fin have similar thoughts. They don't want to ignore Lu Fong, but they also haven't reached the point of publicly cutting ties. Besides, This is in front of their parents' graves. Lu Yong, as the older brother, doesn't want to worry his parents in the afterlife. Get up. What are you doing? I didn't say you couldn't visit the grave. Just talk it out calmly. As Lu Yong stepped back, Lu Fong quickly got up and took the opportunity to speak. Big brother, second sister, aren't we still siblings? Lu Fan nodded first, while Lu Yong's nod was a bit stiff. Li Fengmei and Xia Xiaolan exchanged glances, with Xia Xiaolan feeling helpless. In her view, Aunt Lu Fong was a bit sly, but at least she wasn't truly plotting against Xia Xiaolan like Xia Ziyu's family. The level of danger was different. Xia Ziyu not only stole a man but also let rumors spread, directly tying herself to them, which pushed Xia Xiaolan to a breaking point. Lu Fong's little schemes were different. She wanted Xia Xiaolan to marry the person she introduced. As long as Xia Xiaolan is not greedy and has her own opinions, it's a new era where marriage autonomy is protected by law. If Xia Xiaolan doesn't want to marry, no one can force her. The old societal norms where men could ruin a woman's reputation and cover it up with a marriage certificate are absurd today and could never happen to Xia Xiaolan. She is not like those heroines in romance novels who end up with their abusers. If she faced something similar, she would treat it as a bite from a dog and report it, sending the person who harmed her under the guise of love to prison. Xia Xiaolan is confident in her views on marriage and doesn't believe Lu Fong can manipulate her. She just wants to see how her dramatic aunt will play this out. Li Fengmei felt helpless. Lu Fong was asking for reconciliation in front of their parents' graves, and if she questioned it, she would be seen as the bad person. No matter what she thought, Lu Fong's act allowed her to joke and laugh with everyone. Clearly, Lu Fong came prepared today. In addition to visiting their parents' graves, she also brought a red envelope for Lu Zitao, and Xia Xiaolan had one too, but she firmly refused it. Aunt, I'm not like my cousin Huan Huan. Even though I'm only 2 years older than her, I can earn my own money now, so I can't accept your red envelope. While this was true, Lu Fong took it as a slight against her daughter Liang Huan for not making money. Lu Fong came today to ease the relationship, but she is used to being bossy and cannot accept anyone saying anything bad about Liang Huan. She instinctively rebutted Xia Xiaolan. Hey, Huan Huan is still in school, in her first year of high school. Your uncle, and I hope she can go to college. Girls shouldn't have to work too hard. It's best to graduate and get an easy job. Xiaolan, you really need to think about what your uncle said. Don't be stubborn and miss out on job opportunities. Being self-employed isn't great. It would bring shame to the Liang family. Lu Fong can't afford that and is thinking of arranging a job for Xia Xiaolan. Of course, the job would be in Lin County, and she can slowly persuade Xia Xiaolan to change her mind. If Lu Fong hadn't revealed her intentions early on, Xia Xiaolan might have genuinely appreciated her aunt's concern for her future and livelihood. Aunt, I like being self-employed. I feel free working for myself and don't like being restricted by company rules. Lu Fong talked a lot, while Xia Xiaolan just responded casually. Lu Fong looked down on self-employment and didn't tell her about the family's business in the commercial city. She didn't mention Blue Phoenix or that Xia Xiaolan would take the college entrance exam in July. Lu Fong didn't realize she was talking past each other. She thought she had successfully repaired the relationship by visiting her family, especially since her sister-in-law Li Fengmei had invited her to stay for dinner, and her niece Xiaolan seemed to have lowered her guard, joking with her occasionally. But this girl's vague comments left Lu Fong feeling uneasy. Xia Xiaolan's words only made Lu Fong feel more troubled. However, after hearing what Xia Dajuan said, Principal Sun felt stuck. Xia Dajuan presented his family issues to Principal Sun, who had never played the role of a mediator before and felt overwhelmed. But Xia Dajuan spoke sincerely. He seemed like a strong man but appeared timid in front of Principal Sunday. At the same time, Principal Sun found some truth in Xia Dajuan's words. Xia Dajuan said he could work hard to earn money, and he could definitely support his daughter's education. He also mentioned that if he had known Xia Xiaolan could do well in school, he would not have let her drop out after middle school. Xia Dajuan implied that the mother and daughter were still angry with him, and Xia Xiaolan was living with her uncle out of spite. That girl has a stubborn personality. After his divorce from Lu Fun, Xia Xiaolan completely cut ties with the Xia family. She won't even use my money. She really can deny me. If I reconcile with her mother, she won't have to worry about making money while also focusing on her studies. This point moved Principal Sunday. Principal Sun always believed that Xia Xiaolan should stay at County No. 1 high school and focus on her studies like other students. Xia Xiaolan refused the school's financial aid, and since her biological father was willing to support her education, she couldn't turn that down, right? Principal Sun felt a bit excited. Xia Xiaolan scored second in her grade on the final exam with a total of 514 points. If she concentrated on her studies, what could her potential be? So, what do you think I can do to help? According to Xia Ziyu and Xia Dajuan, there were no major issues between Xia Dajuan and Lu Fun. It was all family conflicts. Xia Xiaolan had a quick temper, which led Lu Fun to leave the Xia family with her. Mothers often can't resist their children, so Lu Fun naturally divorced Xia Dajuan. If the couple wanted to remarry, Xia Xiaolan would be an obstacle. Xia Dajuan suggested that he and Lu Fun meet privately to reconcile under Principal Sun's witness, and Xia Xiaolan could just skip this part. She might be upset for a few days, but she'd have to accept the reality. Principal Sun's wife was getting increasingly frustrated, while Principal Sun completely missed her hints. After sending Xia Dajuan and Xia Ziyu off, his wife exploded. "You're meddling in students' family matters. Why don't you just work at the community office instead?" Principal Sun felt confused. "I just want Xia Xiaolan to focus on her studies without worrying about living expenses or tuition, right?" His wife scoffed. "How much courage does a rural woman need to file for divorce? You believe everything Xia Xiaolan's father says. They've been arguing for months. Shouldn't they have made up by now?" Parents always manage their children's affairs, but when have parents not remarried because of their daughter? Those are Xia Xiaolan's real parents. If her father truly cared, why wouldn't he allow them to remarry? Men and women think differently and often don't see eye to eye on issues. Principal Sun's wife believed the root of the problem lay with Xia Dajuan. Xia Xiaolan and her mother preferred to live with their uncle rather than return home. Simply saying she's stubborn doesn't explain all the issues. Principal Sun felt overwhelmed by his wife's criticism, but he still thought Xia Ziyu cared for his cousin. Xia Dajuan seemed like a simple, honest rural man. If the situation could truly be resolved as Xia Ziyu suggested, he felt he was doing a good deed. After all, isn't there a saying that goes, "Better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin one marriage"? Principal Sun has his own plans, and his wife is so angry she feels like she might explode. She pulls Sun Tian, who is nearby, to ask for her opinion. Sun Tian is gentle and shy, and she isn't good at arguing. She finds the situation strange, but isn't experienced enough to see it clearly like the principal's wife. After some hesitation, she says, "And I can't really say who is right or wrong. However, from my impression of classmate Xia Xiaolan, she seems to be in good spirits, which shows she is satisfied with her life. Since her parents' conflict is currently on hold, why not wait until after her college entrance exams to discuss it? Xia Xiaolan is stable right now, so why bring up her parents' issues again? If they can resolve it, that's fine, but if the conflict worsens, it could affect Xia Xiaolan's mood. With only 5 months until the exams, it's better to seek stability first before aiming for progress." Hearing this, the wife seems to agree with her niece. Principal Sun's confidence also wavers a bit. "How about I just talk to Xia Xiaolan's mother privately, without letting Xia Xiaolan know? It won't have a big impact," Principal Sun suggests. His wife is still unhappy but understands his character and reluctantly agrees. There's no need to call Lu Fun specifically. An opportunity to talk will come soon. The senior class and repeat students at County High School will return to school tomorrow, and there's a parent meeting scheduled for the 4th day of the new year. The school will invite the parents of the students for a pre-exam motivational meeting, focusing on the importance of the upcoming exams. With only 5 months left until this life-changing test, families should avoid disturbing the students with personal matters. Even the most important family issues must take a backseat to the exams. On the 2nd day of the new year, Lu Fong doesn't stay at her parents' home. As a cadre's wife, She is busy during the new year, especially when Liang Bing'an is occupied. After lunch, she leaves on her bicycle. In this day and age, most cadres are very down-to-earth. It's rare for them to have cars for personal use. Even those at higher levels seldom use official cars outside of work hours. They often just ride their bicycles to get around. Liang Bing'an isn't at a level that comes with a car. Only county-level officials get that privilege. He manages the unit's public vehicles, so he can only drive his family to Kaijingshan village on special occasions. Lu Feng doesn't have that luxury, so she skips dinner, worried that it will get too dark to see the road. She chatted for most of the day at the Lu family, and everyone finally sighed in relief when it was time to send her off. Lu Feng reluctantly held onto Xia Xiaolan's hand, saying, "You have to come visit your aunt often. My home isn't far, and your mom knows the way." The more they meet, the closer they become. Xia Xiaolan nodded vigorously, repeatedly promising not to forget her aunt. Lu Feng felt satisfied with her efforts for the day and happily rode away on her bicycle. Lu Feng, being quite honest, was still nervous after Xia Xiaolan's aunt left. How am I supposed to remember the way? I only went once when she gave birth to Liang Yu. That's right, Lu Feng married into a wealthy family. The Liang family hadn't said much, but she worried about her poor relatives from her side of the family getting too close. They didn't invite Lu Feng for the wedding or when Liang Huan was born. It was only when Liang Yu was born that the Liang family was so happy they mentioned inviting her family over for a gathering, which allowed Lu Feng to step into the Liang household. "It's okay, when we go, we can just ask for directions based on the address," Xia Xiaolan reassured her. She realized her aunt was the type of person who only reached out when she needed something. It didn't matter if her mom remembered the way. Xia Xiaolan was too busy to play along with her aunt's family drama. After the fourth day of the new year, Xia Xiaolan and the others had to return to Xanadu to continue their business. Besides work, she also had to focus on her studies, leaving no time to visit relatives in Hedong County. Even if Lu Feng came looking for her, she would only be met with a closed door. The villagers knew that Xia Xiaolan's family lived in the provincial city, but no one knew the address, so Lu Feng's enthusiasm for matchmaking would fade. Why could they only return to the provincial city on the fourth day? On the third day, Li Fengmei went back to her family, and on the fourth, Lu Feng had to attend a parent-teacher meeting for the senior class at school. Xia Xiaolan was supposed to go along, but Lu Feng asked her to stay home and study. "I see that Qin Qing from Uncle Da's family is always holding on to his books." Lu Feng didn't say Xia Xiaolan wasn't working hard. She just felt that family matters were holding the child back. Xia Xiaolan's exam scores had been improving, or else Lu Feng would definitely not agree to let her continue going to Yangcheng. Now that they had their own shop, running the business was much easier. Xia Xiaolan didn't need to go to Yangcheng as often. They could arrange for shipments to be sent directly from there like last time. "Xiaolan, what do you think we should plant in our fields this spring?" Lu Feng was used to discussing everything with Xia Xiaolan. Since the land had been divided, they had already missed the time for planting winter wheat. In the middle of winter, the temperature is low. Besides winter wheat, nothing else can withstand the cold. The ground is hard, making it difficult to plow. Xia Xiaolan feels overwhelmed. She knows nothing about farming. In her past life, she had no experience, and this version of Xia Xiaolan, although from a farming family, only knows how to slack off and doesn't take things seriously. She thinks it might be better to rent the land to someone else instead of letting it go to waste. However, Lu Feng values the land and often walks around their fields, clearly wanting to take good care of the land they share. What can be planted in spring? Even if they grow radishes and vegetables, there won't be enough for Lu Yang's family to eat. "You decide. You have the final say on these matters," Xia Xiaolan says, passing the responsibility to her mother since she can't offer any constructive ideas. Xia Xiaolan applies eye drops. It's too late to plant wheat and too late to plant rapeseed. Other people's rapeseed has already sprouted and grown over a foot tall, and it has started to flower. After the new year, the spring breeze makes the rapeseed grow quickly, with small yellow flowers blooming first, eventually turning into a golden sea. In Xia Xiaolan's memory, such scenes were common in the countryside. However, with economic development, Farmland has decreased, and fewer farmers remain in the countryside. Fields of rapeseed flowers have become beautiful sights for tourists. Some young women working for Xia even plan trips to enjoy the rapeseed flowers in Yunnan and Guizhou. While fields of rapeseed are beautiful, growing them is hard work. The leaves can be chopped up to feed pigs and chickens. Although Xia Xiaolan tries to avoid hard work, she can't escape this task. In the cold, she has to carry a big basket to the rapeseed field to gather old leaves. It doesn't take long to fill the basket, but the winter frost makes everything wet, leaving her pants and sleeves soaked. With no way to change clothes every day, she just has to wait for them to dry on their own. If she can bring back vegetable leaves to use for firewood, that's great, as it also gives her a chance to warm her frozen hands. Cooking is much easier than going out in the cold, but usually this task is taken over by Wang Jinggui and Xia Hongxia. Unfortunately, Grandma Xia dislikes Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun, refusing to assign them any easy tasks. Xia Xiaolan isn't particularly close to Lu Fun, but as mother and daughter, she can't let Lu Fun work without any breaks. Sometimes, she has to go out and help with the chores. Xiaolan, what are you thinking about? Lu Fun nudged her, and Xia Xiaolan broke free from her memories. You asked what to plant in the fields, and it reminded me of that biased old lady from the Xia family. I went to the rapeseed field to pick leaves to feed the pigs, and my hands turned red from the cold. She wouldn't even let me use hot water to warm them up, saying the firewood at home was limited. Xia Xiaolan wasn't trying to upset her mother, but with Xia Ziyu back, it seemed like the Xia family was going to stir up some trouble. Remember what Xia Ziyu said the other day at the entrance of Baishi Temple? Something about how Lu Fun and Xia Dajuan had been married for 20 years, and it was a pity they were apart, questioning what family issues couldn't be talked about. Xia Xiaolan found it strange. Was Xia Ziyu trying to show Wang Jianhua that she was kind and understanding, or did she have other plans? Regardless, Xia Xiaolan needed to give Lu Fun a heads up. What if Lu Fun, after a few months of good days, softened her feelings towards the Xia family and really wanted to go back to live with Xia Dajuan? Xia Xiaolan could consider Lu Fun as a mother because Lu Fun was open-hearted with her. She didn't want another father who would take advantage of their blood relation and connect her with the troublesome Xia family. Thinking about picking leaves, Lu Fun's face turned red with anger at how the old lady wouldn't even let Xia Xiaolan use hot water. After leaving the Xia family, Lu Fun's thoughts became clearer. The old lady was indeed biased, and Xia Dajuan didn't care about Xia Xiaolan either. In the middle of winter, what was wrong with a child washing her hands with hot water after working? Young girls shouldn't be exposed to the cold. It could affect their future health. But the old lady would do such things. Most of the firewood was collected by Lu Fun, who would gather dry reeds when they were yellow. Every family would go to the reed beds to cut reeds for firewood, and since the sharp edges hurt the skin, Zhang Chui and Wang Jinggui would avoid it if they could. The dry reeds Lu Fun brought back made it hard for Xia Xiaolan to even ask for hot water. Both were granddaughters, yet in winter, Xia Ziyu could stay in a warm room without doing anything. The old lady even worried that her precious granddaughter would have cold hands while writing, so she asked someone to buy special gloves that wouldn't hinder her fingers from the county and filled hot water bags for Xia Ziyu every hour to keep her hands warm. Xia Ziyu's room was treated the same way as the old lady's. The charcoal fire never went out at night. Thinking about these frustrating matters made honest Lu Fun feel angry. Even if you want to pick leaves to feed the pigs now, we don't have any at home. Look at my memory. When you're studying, I forget to bring you 2 hot water bags to hold. Now is not the time for the Xia family to be stingy. With their current situation, Xia Xiaolan can hug a hot water bottle and focus on studying. Xia Xiaolan quickly stopped her mom, saying no need, no need. There's already a charcoal stove in the room. It's not good to be too comfortable while studying or working. It makes you sleepy. When I do problems like this, my mind stays clear. Xia Xiaolan was not trying to fool Lu Fun. Eating too much makes blood concentrate in the stomach for digestion, leaving less for the brain, which is not suitable for studying. It lowers efficiency. The same goes for being too warm. High temperatures can make you sleepy. A slightly cooler environment keeps the brain and body active, which is better for effective learning. Lu Fun was skeptical. However, Xia Xiaolan's cleverness paid off, and Lu Fun noted down her dislike for the Xia family. Remarrying Xia Dajuan? She wouldn't let her daughter suffer. On the third day of the new year, Li Fengmei returned to her family home and enjoyed a good time. When she married Lu Yong, her family opposed it, thinking that her second marriage brought shame to the Li family. They believed she should have stayed with her previous husband, who was not a good match. They thought it was unacceptable for her to be mistreated. Li Fengmei couldn't bear that life and didn't want to go back to her ex-husband. But when she returned home, her brothers were unwilling to help. Coincidentally, Lu Yong was older and unmarried, and a matchmaker brought them together. Li Fengmei heard there were no elders in Lu's family, and Lu Yong was in charge, so she agreed to marry him despite his poor situation. They got their marriage certificate, and only then did the Li family find out. Li Fengmei's family was quite stingy. Her grandmother felt sorry for her daughter and secretly gave her a lot of money. The Li family was neither rich nor poor, but they couldn't accept a divorced sister bringing shame to the family. The sister-in-law also didn't want Li Fengmei to stay home without contributing. Li Fengmei understood this, so when Lu Yong brought Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan home, she didn't show any reluctance. Marrying Lu Yong meant enduring several tough years. Every time she returned home, her sister-in-law followed her closely, fearing Li Fengmei would take her children home for meals and money. When Lu Yong visited his in-laws, only his mother-in-law treated him kindly. The brothers-in-law were cold towards him. It was also Lu Yong's fault for not being ambitious. Being poor is one thing, but being idle makes it understandable for others to look down on him. This year, when accompanying Li Fengmei back to her family, Lu Yong prepared generous gifts. Li Fengmei's mother was getting older, so Lu Yong brought back 2 cans of milk powder and malt extract, along with sugar and noodles, and also a pig leg weighing over 10 pounds. This gift was brought to Li Fengmei's brother's house, and Tao Tao's aunt was surprised. After that, her attitude towards Li Fengmei became very friendly. "Why did you come back today?" "Tao Tao's grandmother was looking forward to your visit yesterday. I even prepared food, but no one showed up until evening." The sister-in-law was very polite after being rude before, and Li Fengmei didn't know what to say. If it weren't for her mother living with her brother's family, she wouldn't have bothered to visit. For her mother's comfort, she had to say a few polite words to her sister-in-law. "We were also hosting guests at home. Tao Tao's aunt came yesterday to visit my in-laws' graves." Li Daisa suddenly understood. It turned out that she had reconciled with her wealthy sister-in-law, which explained the expensive gift this year. "We're all relatives. If you don't keep in touch for years, you'll grow distant. Among the Lu family, Tao Tao's aunt is the most capable. If you don't get along with her, how foolish is that?" Li Fengmei had nothing to say. Just because Lu Feng's husband is capable doesn't mean she has benefited from him. However, her sister-in-law mistakenly believed that this wealth was due to Lu Feng, and Li Fengmei didn't feel like explaining. The clothing store's business relied on Xiaolan's efforts. She was just riding on her niece's success. Why should she bring her family along to take advantage? "Sister-in-law, the milk powder and malt extract are both 2 cans, and half of it is for our mom." Li Daisa originally wanted to take everything back to her room but suddenly laughed awkwardly. "What do you mean half is for mom? This is all for her health. I'll take it to her." Li Fengmei knew very well her sister-in-law's character. She wasn't a terrible daughter-in-law. At least her mother-in-law could help take care of the children. The elderly lady had many grandchildren, and since they lived with the eldest son, they had to send rice and oil every year to support her. Human nature is complex. They thought Li Fengmei's divorce was shameful and looked down on her second marriage to Lu Yong, but they were still respectful to their own mother. Those with a little extra money occasionally gave the elderly lady some pocket money, which she saved up. The old lady always wanted to treat everyone fairly. Since Li Fengmei was struggling the most, she often wanted to use her savings to help her, but Li Fengmei truly didn't want it. Sometimes, when the family was really short on money, the adults could go hungry, but she couldn't let Tao Tao go without food. After 3 attempts to give her money, she would eventually accept it once. Thinking this way, It's no wonder her sister-in-law watched her like a hawk. If Tao Tao's grandmother didn't give money to Li Fengmei, it would surely be spent on the eldest son's family. Li Fengmei was the youngest daughter, and after delaying her first marriage for many years, she remarried Lu Yong when she was almost 30. Her brother from her family was now 50, and the old lady had just welcomed a great-grandson last year. Li Fengmei bought milk powder and malted milk for her older brother's grandson. She bought 2 cans of each, and her mother always got half. This was Li Fengmei's plan, but since her mother favored her great-grandson, she probably would give the items to him anyway. Li Fengmei didn't want to deal with it. She took out a duck-down jacket for her mother and said, "Mom, try on this jacket." It was brought back by Tao Tao's cousin from Yangcheng. "It's light and warm, and I got it just for you. Older people often feel cold." So Tao Tao's grandmother listened to her daughter and changed into the jacket. After wearing it for a while, she found it surprisingly warm. "This jacket is nice," she said. It felt weightless, and she didn't expect it to be so warm. Although she liked it, she was still going to take it off. "It must have cost a lot since it was brought back from the city. You should wear it, not give it to an old lady like me." As she spoke, the grandmother pulled out a handkerchief from under her pillow. Tao Tao's second aunt had a tough time with her divorce. "I see that she and her daughter are still living with you. We're all relatives, a family. Don't be too stingy. I still have some money here." Li Fengmei was almost brought to tears by her mother's words. She was nearly 40 years old, yet her mother still treated her like a child. "Mom, I have money. Yongzi is doing well now and knows how to earn a proper living. You can wear this jacket without worry. Look at mine. It's just a different style and color, but it's also a duck-down jacket." Finally, she convinced her mother, and Li Fengmei took out 500 yuan to give to her. The grandmother was shocked and thought Li Fengmei was secretly taking money from her husband to give to her family, which nearly gave her a scare. No matter how Li Fengmei insisted, her mother refused to take the money, so she had to call Lu Yong to confirm. It turned out that Lu Yong not only knew about the 500 yuan, but had also suggested that amount. He was grateful to his mother-in-law. His own parents had passed away early, and after many years as a bachelor, he finally got married and had a chubby son. Lu Yong had always treated Li Fengmei well. Her mother worried that her daughter might face difficulties in Lu's family, so she often secretly helped them out. How could Lu Yong not know about this? Originally, it would have been fine to give more money to his mother-in-law. Before the new year, Li Fengmei had earned a total of 8,000 yuan from the clothing store, and with the 2,000 yuan that Xiaolan gave Lu Yong for renovations, they had become a wealthy household with over 10,000 yuan. Of course, celebrating the new year cost some money. There were expenses for several banquets, red envelopes for Liang Huan and Liang Yu, and gifts that Li Fengmei brought back to her family. Lu Yong decided to give 500 yuan as a token of appreciation for his mother-in-law's care over the years. He didn't give more because the elderly lady didn't have many big expenses, and Lu Yong was also thinking about starting something for himself, so he wanted to save some money. With Lu Yong personally involved, the elderly lady finally believed that her son-in-law had made some money this year. She called her grandson into the room and gave him the red envelope she had prepared earlier. Tao Tao, being a very honest child, noticed tears in his grandmother's eyes and asked her why she was crying. The elderly lady wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and said, "Grandma is happy." Li Fengmei had worried when she married Lu Yong because he seemed aimless. Now, seeing that Li Fengmei and Tao Tao finally had some hope for the future, how could the elderly lady not be happy? Money gives men confidence. When there is cash in the wallet, not only do they speak more assertively, but others also respect their family. This year, Li Fengmei's generous gifts made her family take Lu Yong seriously, and her brother-in-law even poured Lu Yong a drink himself. Since there were many nephews and nieces on her side, Li Fengmei didn't want to be too generous. No matter which brother's child it was, each red envelope contained only 10 yuan. After this, Li Dajia opened her red envelope and was puzzled. "This year, I gave out more than 10 red envelopes, which is over 100 yuan. Does Tao Tao's aunt really have that much money?" Even if she married a government official, She couldn't just bring back a lot of cash to give away. Everyone still wondered how Lu Yong and Li Fengmei were doing. It didn't seem like they were spending other people's money without care. While feeding her baby, her daughter-in-law joked, "Maybe Uncle made some money somewhere." Their whole family is wearing new clothes, and the sweater Aunt brought for Grandma isn't cheap. Made money? Li Dajia felt a bit happy. Whether she could benefit from her sister-in-law was another matter, but at least Li Fengmei wouldn't have to return home empty-handed. The more Li Fengmei took, the less there would be for Li Dajia. Lu Yong received unprecedented high treatment at his in-laws' house. When he returned home in the afternoon, he still smelled of alcohol. "I used to be foolish. If I had woken up a few years earlier, you and Tao Tao wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Li Fengmei saw him staggering but knew that someone who drank too much needed to be reassured. It's just right now. A few years ago, the country didn't allow business. In the 1970s, some people surely did business secretly, but getting caught was more than just a fine. This year, the money that Li Fengmei and the others received was thanks to Xia Xiaolan's support. However, if Lu Yong does not realize on his own that he needs to work hard and save a few thousand yuan as capital, even if Xia Xiaolan offers to invest, Lu Yong and Li Fengmei won't have the money to contribute. They wouldn't feel right taking advantage of Xia Xiaolan. At most, Xia Xiaolan would open a store, and the couple would help out, earning a higher salary than others, but just as employees. That's why Li Fengmei sighed, saying it was just right for Lu Yong to start working hard last year. What about the hard days they lived before? What does that matter? A few years ago, no family was well off. If they kept holding on to Lu Yong's past laziness, they could forget about living well in the future. As the family walked home around 5 in the afternoon, it was already getting dark in winter. Lu Fen knew they wouldn't have dinner at Li's, so she returned home, arranging for Xia Xiaolan to study in the room while she started preparing dinner. How could life be this comfortable? Smelling the delicious food, Li Fengmei reflected that it hadn't been long since they had money, and she didn't want to live in poverty again. Tomorrow, they would return to the city and work hard to earn money. Lu Fen came out with a spatula, looking very happy. Zhou Cheng sent a package to Xiaolan. It's a big basket, and it's for the new year. Zhou Cheng received a package brought back to Beijing by Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong on the morning of the 3rd day of the new year. The items had arrived at the workplace early, but Zhou Cheng was assigned a task and didn't see them until January 26th, when Kong Wei delivered the package to him. Zhou Cheng didn't have any time off for the new year and was busy from the end of the lunar month until the 3rd day of the new year, finally able to take a breath. From the 28th of the lunar month to the 3rd day of the new year, he was constantly with the leaders, with no free time at all. Zhou Cheng stayed by the leader's side, so who would dare to run over and say, "Team leader, your partner sent you something?" No matter how important, work always came first according to the rules at his workplace. When Zhou Cheng finally opened the package, what did he find from Xia Xiaolan? There was definitely a wool coat, and Zhou Cheng was thrilled to know that Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong had also brought one. There was also a bag of yam. The best iron stick yam comes from southern Hunan, and Xia Xiaolan heard it was very nutritious. Since Lu Yong had been eating it after his injury, she sent a big bag to Zhou Cheng. Since it wasn't a postal package that could get tossed around, Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong, the 2 delivery men, ensured the yam reached Zhou Cheng quickly, which is why Xia Xiaolan dared to send it. Who would have known that Zhou Cheng worked in such a closed environment? Even if Kong Wei delivered it to the office door, he wouldn't get to see Zhou Cheng. When Zhou Cheng opened the package, his heart sank. The carefully selected mountain yam had gone bad because it was sealed for too long. At least half of it was spoiled. The bad yams were inedible, and Zhou Cheng stared at them for a long time. Besides the cloves and yams, there was a letter addressed to Zhou Cheng. The letter detailed everything that happened after Kong Wei arrived in Shandu, including the Zhu family's schemes and the quieting down of the troublemakers in Yangcheng. Xia Xiaolan also asked how she should thank Xiao Guangrong and Kong Wei without being rude. Zhou Cheng read his wife's letter over and over. He was very interested in the little details of Xia Xiaolan's life, but he wondered why she always mentioned other people's names. Especially Xiao Guangrong. Why did he go to Shandu with Kong Wei? Zhou Cheng had half a day off this year. He couldn't go far, but he could visit home. He called someone over and asked, "Did you send the things I asked you to?" Report, "I have sent them to Yunnan province as you requested." The person was a bit intimidated by Zhou Cheng. He was probably the only one in the unit who knew about Zhou Cheng's relationship. Before sending the package, Zhou Cheng estimated the time. He thought it might be uncertain where Xia Xiaolan would be when the package arrived. If no one was at her grandmother's house in Shandu, it would need to be sent to the countryside in Anqing County. The person thought to himself that Zhou Cheng had found a partner from a rural area in Yunnan province. He wondered what kind of person could have captured Zhou Cheng's heart. There were rumors in the unit that some leaders' daughters were interested in Zhou Cheng, and some even said a leader's niece would only marry him. Zhou Cheng, who was popular among the young women, had to issue a ban. Whenever young female colleagues came to the unit, they were to be told he was not available. This popularity frustrated old Fong next door, who was still single at 30. He had once declared that his future wife must be better than Zhou Cheng's partner. Unfortunately, old Fong didn't have Zhou Cheng's charm or connections, so the daughters of high-ranking officials didn't look his way. After a while, when Zhou Cheng announced he had a partner, old Fong became anxious again. Old Fong was no longer fixated on finding a wife better than Zhou Cheng's. His new goal was to marry before Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was only 21 this year, and he wouldn't be able to marry until he turned 22 in 1985. Old Fong thought that if he acted quickly, he could not only marry before Zhou Cheng but also have children sooner, gaining a lead in the next generation. Old Fong's active pursuit of blind dates was known even to those around Zhou Cheng. Now, Old Fong really didn't have to worry about the family background of his potential partners. Compared to Zhou Cheng, Old Fong was still a promising young official in the unit. The people he could be introduced to were not the daughters of high-ranking leaders, but at least they would be from families of lower-ranking officials, right? No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be worse than the conditions of Team Zhou's partner. Luckily, Zhou Cheng had no idea what his subordinates were thinking. If he did, he would have made that person run 20 laps on the playground until they were exhausted and then brought them over to educate them. Who says someone's wife is poor conditions? Zhou Cheng had received a new coat from his wife and was pleased with Xia Xiaolan's taste in clothing as he admired himself in the mirror. Unfortunately, he only had half a day off. Otherwise, if he suddenly appeared in front of his wife wearing this outfit, would she like him more? Carefully selecting good yams, Zhou Cheng drove a jeep home. When he arrived, he found that Kong Wei was also there, sitting obediently on his sofa with his hands together, listening to Guan Hui's lecture. "Brother Cheng, you're back?" Kong Wei's face was filled with surprise. He felt like he had been rescued with Zhou Cheng's return. He didn't know which big mouth had let the news slip to Guan Hui. Instead of looking for the gossip spreader Xiao Guangrong, she went straight to find Kong Wei. Guan Hui called Kong Wei's mom, saying that Zhou Cheng was spending the holiday without any fun, and without hesitation, Kong Wei's mom lent him to Guan Hui for a while. Kong Wei had avoided the first 2 days of the new year at his grandmother's house, but on the third day, he couldn't hide anymore and had to face Zhou Cheng's family for Guan Ai's loving dinner. The situation was tense, and Guan Hui gave Kong Wei no chance to escape. She immediately asked about that girl from Yunnan, saying that Zhou Cheng had gone out with Kong Wei, and now the whole city knew that Zhou Cheng had a partner from Yunnan, while his family was unaware, making Guan Hui doubt if she was even his real mother. Kong Wei smiled but refused to admit anything. When it came to asking for specific news about Xia Xiaolan, he just played dumb. He wasn't like Xiao Guangrong, who couldn't keep a secret. Zhou Cheng hadn't talked about it at home, so he must have his reasons, and how could he relay messages in between? Guan Hui didn't scold him. Instead, she began to recount how Kong Wei used to stay at Zhou's house as a child, how she personally bathed him, and even washed the sheets when he wet the bed. Kong Wei wished he could find a crack in the floor to hide in. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng returned just in time. Kong Wei felt he was about to betray the organization's trust when Zhou Cheng appeared like a god. No, he was back home wearing a wool coat carefully chosen by his future sister-in-law. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Cheng's coat looked even better. Zhou Cheng noticed Kong Wei's coat, which was clearly borrowed from his wife, who was just too kind-hearted. "Mom, did you call Xiaowei over for dinner?" When her son unexpectedly came home, Guanhui was naturally happy. She first asked the housekeeper to prepare more dishes for dinner, and then noticed that Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei were wearing similar coats. She felt something was off, but didn't have time to speak before Zhou Cheng took the yam to the kitchen. Guanhui followed him into the kitchen and saw a large bag of yams still covered in dirt, feeling a bit confused. "Where did you get these? Did your workplace give them to you?" Zhou Cheng glanced at his mom and casually replied, "Your daughter-in-law sent them. Where else would they come from? I asked Ansung to prepare some for dinner. Ansung just wash them and steam a few." Zhou Cheng was seriously explaining how to cook the yams, as if he had brought back a treasure. Guanhui couldn't focus on anything else. Only the phrase "your daughter-in-law sent them" echoed in her mind. So he just admitted it? After talking to Kong Wei for a long time, using both soft and hard tactics, Kong Wei still wouldn't say anything. Then, unexpectedly, the main person came back and admitted it right away. Guanhui stood in the kitchen for a while, and when she came to her senses, Ansem was already washing the yams. She wanted to say not to wash them, as she wouldn't eat something with an unclear origin. But that sounded too harsh, and she didn't want Zhou Qing to feel bad. Guanhui took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. In the living room, Zhou Cheng was still saying that Kong Wei was foolish for throwing the things at the workplace entrance. He had damaged some of the yams when he opened the package. Kong Wei looked regretful, feeling he wasted his future sister-in-law's kindness. Guanhui felt a headache coming on. Which of these two needed a few yams? Why did the yams sent by someone else seem so precious? Zhou Cheng, I didn't hear you clearly just now.
Who sent the yams?
Zhou Cheng turned to look at his mom, this time with a serious expression and a lively demeanor. Guanhui felt like there were stars shining in her son's eyes, a joy radiating from within him. Your daughter-in-law, my girlfriend, sent them. What daughter-in-law? She knew nothing about that girl from the countryside. I thought they were just joking, but there really is a girl like that? Qingzi, you need to tell your mom all about it. I was left speechless in front of your grandparents. Everyone knows you have a girlfriend, and here I am, the mom, who doesn't even know. Zhou Cheng glanced at Kong Wei, who almost raised his hands in surrender. It was Xiao Guang who said it. Oh, it's that big-mouthed Xiao Guangrong. No wonder his mom said everyone knows. So what if they know? Zhou Cheng didn't think Xia Xiaolan should be hidden away. If Xia Xiaolan weren't in Xanadu right now, he would have brought her home to meet his parents already and discussed marriage sooner, which would have put his mind at ease. Come on, how could a living person be fake? Your future daughter-in-law is named Xiaolan, her last name is Xia, and she is from Anqing County in southern Hunan province. I met her when Kong Wei and I went to Husher, and we got to know each other better. I feel like we are a great match, so we started dating. After July this year, you will get to meet her. Don't worry, Mom. She is really nice, and I'm sure you will like her. Xia Xiaolan, from Anqing County in southern Hunan. Guanhui didn't actually know if she was from southern Hunan, but Zhou Cheng's dad guessed that, which is why Guanhui used it to tease Kong Wei. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cheng admitted it quite readily. Strangely, Guanhui's anger lessened, and she even sat down on the sofa. What do you mean by liking or not? Just honestly tell me about her situation.
How old is she?
What do her parents do? How did you two meet? Zhou Cheng was skilled at speaking. She is not yet 19, will take the college entrance exam this July, and is currently a senior in high school. Her parents are farmers from a village in Anqing County. She has good grades, and I encouraged her to apply to a university in the capital, so after July, you will get to meet your daughter-in-law. A student? From a rural household. Guanhui felt a discomfort she couldn't quite express. But it sounded like the worst part was indeed her rural background. Xia Xiaolan's family situation was nothing like the future daughter-in-law Guanhui had imagined countless times. Zhou Cheng didn't mention finding a girl from a wealthy family or one with a prestigious background. Guanhui could accept that. Other people's sons might rely on marriage, but her son should be able to stand on his own. But it shouldn't be a girl from a rural household, right? Guanhui didn't have a prejudice against farmers' daughters, But the kind of wife Zhou Qing needed was not just about his desires, it was also about the needs of the Zhou family. His future wife should be someone capable and able to represent the Zhou family in social situations. Not only should she help Zhou Qing with his career, but she should also manage their home front well, allowing him to focus on his work without worrying about family matters. To put it bluntly, in a family like the Zhous, even if Zhou Qing started working at a young age and didn't attend college, does that mean he is less capable than those who did? Among college students, there are bound to be some who are book-smart but lack practical experience. Zhou Qing is not one of them. The education he received and his experiences are different from those of an average 20-year-old. This is where the gap lies between Zhou Qing and that girl from the countryside. They're simply from different worlds. Guan Huaizhi rubbed her temples and said, "Zhou Qing, I have no objections to you dating, but I hope you remember that she cannot be your future wife." Kang Wei curled up, trying to make himself less noticeable in front of Guan Huaizhi. He knew this day would come. How could the Zhou family possibly agree to Zhou Qing being with Xia Xiaolan? Zhou Qing only mentioned that Xia Xiaolan was in her senior year of high school, without mentioning that she had just transferred and was dealing with family issues, including her parents' divorce. If Aunt Guan knew, it would cause a huge uproar in the Zhou household. They wouldn't care about anything else. She might even take that yam and use it to hit Zhou Qing or him, Kang Wei. Kang Wei pouted, feeling a bit wronged. He might really be in trouble. Zhou Qing has a bright future ahead, and he is valuable to keep around. Zhou Qing looked at his mother as if seeing her for the first time, surprised. "You can actually say something like that?" The chairman said that dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around, and that's a serious offense. "Are you trying to get me in trouble and bring Kang Wei home as your son?" Kang Wei wanted to cry, thinking, "This isn't my fault." Guan Huaizhi was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Had he been playing around with that girl? Oh no. Young people are impulsive. If Zhou Qing acts on impulse, that girl from the countryside might get attached. Guan Huaizhi felt disheartened. Looking at Zhou Qing's expression, she knew her son well enough. She couldn't be a heartless mother-in-law. If Zhou Qing admitted to anything, she would be at a loss for what to do. "I would like to play around, but your future daughter-in-law is a serious person, and I'm afraid I might scare her." Zhou Qing smacked his lips, sounding quite regretful. Admitting it would save him from a lot of nagging, but for Xia Xiaolan, it would make it hard for her to hold her head high in front of her mother-in-law. Most mothers think alike. They believe their sons can do no wrong, and any mistakes are due to the temptations of others. Moreover, nothing happened between him and his girlfriend. They didn't even share a small kiss. Guan Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qing was not one to lie, so everything was clear. What was there to worry about? "I'm not joking with you. You know your mother never jokes. It's fine to date, but marriage is a different matter. If you don't want to hurt that girl, you should be clear with her early on. It's okay to have a relationship with boundaries, but to enter the Zhou family, the threshold isn't too high, but she is still quite far from it." Zhou Qing didn't want to argue with his mother. He would know how good Xiaolan was once he met her in person. He held back from asking his mom if she wasn't joking. Did she think he was? Honestly, she was worried that his girlfriend couldn't meet the Zhou family standards, while Xiaolan clearly had long legs. Ms. Guan disliked Xiaolan but didn't realize her son was always worried about being abandoned by his future girlfriend. Forget it. He wouldn't bring up such heartfelt topics, as it would only make his mom angrier. Putting that topic aside, Zhou Qing only had half a day off. Guan Hui called his father home for dinner. Aunt Zeng had cooked for the Zhou family for many years, so they knew their tastes well. She stir-fried yam with mushrooms and steamed some cut pieces. Aunt Zeng served the yam with a dish of sugar, making Zhou Qing feel like a cat was scratching inside him. He really wanted to dip the yam in sugar. The yam is quite sweet. Zhou Qing's dad didn't even ask about his dating situation. Guan Hui was in a bad mood and didn't touch a single piece of yam. "Don't eat it. Take it away." What future daughter-in-law? A daughter-in-law who grows yam? I don't want her. Zhou Qing opened the package sent by Xia Xiaolan on the third day of the new year. It was sent by his subordinate and arrived after the holiday. Inside the package were 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. various tightly wrapped pastries, cosmetics bought from a friendship store in Beijing, and a small gun made of bullet shells. The most valuable item was probably the foreign exchange vouchers Zhou Cheng had tucked inside. He mentioned that winter was cold, and with the vouchers and some money, he could buy 2 washing machines so that his future mother-in-law and aunt wouldn't have to wash clothes in the cold. Oh, the word future was added by Xia Xiaolan. Zhou Cheng's original wording was just mother-in-law and aunt. He also asked if his uncle Lu Yong's back injury had fully healed and included 2 ginseng roots in the package for his uncle's health. This package, regardless of sentiment, contained valuable items. The cigarettes and pastries were the cheapest, the cosmetics were more expensive, and the foreign exchange vouchers were hard to come by. The 2 ginseng roots were as thick as Xia Xiaolan's little finger. Xiaolan, do you like watching TV? Once I save enough foreign exchange coupons, I will send you some to buy a TV. Actually, you could use the coupons to buy a TV first, but I still think a washing machine is the invention that can really improve your quality of life. I miss your honesty. Xiaolan felt a pang of discomfort. It's not that she couldn't afford a TV or a washing machine. She just thought it was better to save the money for something more useful, so she didn't buy any appliances. Zhou Cheng was right. Whether or not she watched TV didn't matter, but a washing machine was something both she and her uncle's family needed. She realized Zhou Cheng had thought this through more carefully than she had. Lu Fun and Li Fengmei were the main ones doing laundry for both families. In winter, the clothes were heavy and they couldn't wash the cotton jackets directly. They had to take off the outer fabric to wash the inner layer. But jeans couldn't be taken apart, and those stiff jeans needed to be washed by hand. It was a hassle to do laundry any time of the year. Xiaolan took everything out. The cosmetics were for women, the pastries were for everyone, the Chinese cigarettes were definitely for Lu Yong, and the 2 ginseng roots were also for him. As for the foreign exchange coupons, besides Xiaolan, only Lu Yong had heard of them. Even though they had moved to the city, none of them had cleaned the mud off their pants. They hadn't used any foreign exchange coupons. She had no idea how to use them or where to shop, and asking Lu Fun and Li Fengmei would only lead to confusion. But Xiaolan mentioned they could buy a washing machine, especially an imported one. Lu Fun didn't say much, but Li Fengmei's eyes lit up. Can we buy a TV? Li Fengmei wasn't in a rush for a washing machine. After years of hand-washing clothes, she couldn't suddenly become delicate just because she moved to the city. She really wanted a TV, and when Xiaolan said they could buy an imported color TV with the coupons, Li Fengmei was excited. No one in the village had a color TV yet. The first one was a black and white TV at Uncle Da's house. In the summer evenings, people liked to gather at Qin Da's house to watch TV, sitting around in the yard until the programs ended and the screen showed static, reluctantly leaving after the show was over. They would bring their own small stools to sit outside, but Li Fengmei found the mosquitoes bothersome and only went to watch twice. If she had an imported color TV at home, she would be satisfied even if it wasn't very big. Li Fengmei was thinking about discussing with her niece whether they could use the foreign exchange coupons to get a TV instead of a washing machine. After all, it was a gift from Zhou Cheng. Lu Yong said the foreign exchange coupons could only be exchanged for dollars and only foreigners could get them. If it weren't for Xiaolan, Zhou Cheng wouldn't even know who Lu Yong and she were. When Xiaolan took out the 2 ginseng roots, Lu Yong and Li Fengmei were surprised. What is this? Looks like ginseng, right? It resembles the ginseng Uncle Da soaks in the wine jar. Lu Yong wasn't sure. He and Li Fengmei had never seen ginseng before. It doesn't grow in southern Hunan province. They might find it in a traditional medicine shop, but it might not be wild. Lu Fun had no idea either. No one in the Xia family had eaten this before. She remembered hearing a story about ginseng dolls when she was young, but that was just a story. She had never seen real ginseng. Zhou Cheng said he brought it for Lu Yong's health, and Xiaolan guessed it wasn't cultivated. Judging by its size, it must have taken at least 7 or 8 years to grow. It's not a ginseng doll. It's wild ginseng, probably around 20 years old. Zhou Cheng said it's for my uncle to improve his health, so, Aunt, you should stew it with chicken for him. Cut off a third. 1 root can be stewed 3 times. Stewing a whole root is fine too, but Xia Xiaolan worried it might make Lu Yong have a nosebleed. In movies, ginseng roots with long beards have great medicinal effects, but those are usually decades old. As for the ones that claim to be 500 years old, Xia Xiaolan thought that was ridiculous. Such rare items are reserved for important people. Ordinary folks can't even smell 100-year-old ginseng. Finding 100-year-old one is hard. Maybe a 20 or 30-year-old one could be bought. Xia Xiaolan realized it was 1984, and the chances of finding real wild ginseng were at least 100 times higher than in 2017. Besides hoarding houses, she thought she should stock up on these increasingly rare medicinal materials too. Xia Xiaolan made a note of this in her mind. Lu Yong touched the 2 ginseng roots, thinking he should discuss with Li Fengmei whether they could stew one and save the other for making wine. Xia Xiaolan also divided up the cosmetics. These weren't just any ordinary products, but imported ones only available at friendship stores. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen refused to take them, so Xia Xiaolan kept them for herself. The adults had gifts, and Lu Zitao's mouth was stuffed with pastries. He didn't know if he had eaten too much, or was just upset, his cheeks puffed out. But when Xia Xiaolan handed him the little gun made of bullet shells, Lu Zitao swallowed his pastries and almost choked. Li Fengmei quickly gave him a bowl of water. Lu Zitao's face turned red from choking, and he gasped for air. "Is this my gun?" When Xia Xiaolan confirmed it, Lu Zitao tightly held the bullet shell gun and jumped up high. "Thank you, brother-in-law. You're the best." People today really admire Zhou Cheng's profession. Lu Zitao's bullet shell pistol is not only unbeatable in the countryside, but also impresses his classmates at the elementary school in Xanadu. Just showing it off a little would make his peers kneel and call him Brother Tao. As long as they can touch and play with the bullet shell pistol, some silly kids might even call him Dad. Having this gun is more valuable to Lu Zitao at this moment than any amount of red envelopes. The little kids might not fully understand the charm of unity, but they love this bullet shell pistol and wouldn't trade it for anything. As for Qin Qing, he only has one brother-in-law, and that's Zhou Cheng. Everyone is happy. Seeing everyone so joyful, how could Xia Xiaolan not be happy? Zhou Cheng really knows how to give gifts. Everything he gives is so thoughtful. Even if he hadn't saved Lu Yong, just by coming around a few more times, he could win over Xia Xiaolan's family. The joy from Zhou Cheng's New Year gift kept the family's good mood going into the next day. Li Fengmei wanted to buy a television, and Xia Xiaolan agreed since there were big, hard-to-wash clothes that could be taken to Grandma Yu's house. Lu Fen woke up quite early. She was going to the county high school for Xia Xiaolan's parent-teacher meeting. She didn't need to wear anything fancy. She found a clean cotton jacket, tidied her hair, and Xia Xiaolan reminded her to put on some face cream and to apply clam oil on her hands while wearing gloves. "Mom, you look a bit fairer." Lu Fen couldn't see the change, but Li Fengmei came over to take a closer look. "You are much fairer than in summer." It's not that her skin had really lightened that much. Lu Fen's skin issues included not just being dark, but also having a yellowish tone due to poor blood circulation. Over the past few months, with better food and fewer worries, her life has become more hopeful. As her health improved, the yellowish tone faded, and although her skin wasn't completely white, her complexion looked good. Her skin tone evened out, making the exact shade less important. With a balanced diet that included plenty of oil, rice, meat, and eggs, compared to the days of just sweet potato porridge with pickled vegetables and only having enough noodles to drink the soup, Lu Fen not only got rid of the yellowish tone on her face, but her skin became more even, and her hair started to shine. She was not yet 40, but she had already begun to get gray hair while living with the Xia family. Now, with enough nutrition, her gray hair not only stopped increasing but even started to decrease. Xia Xiaolan looked at her mother happily, saying, "When we get back to Xanadu, I'll make you a bowl of black sesame paste every day." Lu Fen felt a bit nervous and double-checked her outfit to make sure it looked decent before heading out. Xia Xiaolan cheerfully asked her, "Are you sure you don't want me to go with you? I heard students can go too." No, you can stay home and study for a while. I can manage on my own." Lu Fen had never attended a parent meeting, But she had run a fried dough business before, so she figured it would be fine to just listen to what the teacher said, just like when she sold fried dough. Let's tidy up at home, and then we can meet you in Onching County for lunch. We'll take the bus to Xanadu together in the afternoon. You know Aunt Huang, right? Her shop is right at the entrance of the first high school. If anything goes wrong, just ask Aunt Huang for help. We'll have lunch at her place and enjoy some rice bowls. Xia Xiaolan's detailed instructions made Li Fengmei laugh. Who's the mom here? You're treating your mom like a child. When Lu Fen arrived at the entrance of the first high school, it was just past 8 o'clock. Zhang Ji Snack and Aunt Huang's fast food had already opened for business. Who wouldn't want to take a break during the new year? But the shop had rent to pay, and closing for a day meant wasting money. No matter how many people were around on the 4th day of the new year, opening the shop would still bring in some business, even if it was just a little. Originally, only Zhang Ji operated on the street, but now Aunt Huang's fast food was competing for customers. If one of them took a day off, they would just be watching their competitor make money. Zhang Cui refused to agree, and Aunt Huang was also unwilling. With the high school seniors returning to school yesterday, both shops opened their doors. There was indeed business to be had. The new year had just begun, and city folks were visiting relatives. During the holidays, everyone wanted to relax. After having breakfast out, they could head to their relatives' homes. A family of 3 could fill up for just 2 yuan. For families with many children, the expenses would definitely add up. Aunt Huang's fast food didn't serve fancy snacks in the morning. She sold noodles instead. With her old recipe, the bone broth simmered all night, needing only a little seasoning, just some green onions and a pinch of salt to make it incredibly fragrant. If someone didn't want noodle soup, Aunt Huang also offered rice bowls with various toppings, allowing customers to try different flavors each time. People were still excited about the variety of dishes at Aunt Huang's fast food. At first, the shop was quiet, but it eventually gained popularity and now competed equally with Zhang Ji's business. Aunt Huang's fast food had grown too quickly. This rapid growth made Xia Ziyu frown. Although she had many ideas, she lacked practical business experience and couldn't think of a good way to compete with Sister Huang's fast food. Should she switch to serving rice bowls? Rice bowls are easy to make. You just put vegetables over rice or noodles. However, Zhang's restaurant had been open for 3 years and had built up a loyal customer base in Onching County. If Zhang Cui stopped serving her specialty snacks and switched to rice bowls, she would lose her existing customers. That wouldn't work. She could only add rice bowls to the current menu. Xia Ziyu shared this suggestion with Zhang Cui, but Zhang Cui hesitated. Stir-frying is fine, but we need to buy a lot of different vegetables every day. If not many people order rice bowls, we might end up with leftover ingredients. Xia Ziyu realized this was a valid concern. Sister Huang's fast food focused on one type of dish, offering a wide variety of rice bowls with many meat and vegetable options. In her shop, customers could find all the seasonal vegetables available in the market. Some vegetables were hard to find in Onching County, and it was said that Sister Huang's family would ride their bikes to the market late at night just to get them. Did Zhang's restaurant need to go to such lengths? Running a small eatery required 5 people. Xia Changzhen was in charge of purchasing. Her uncle Zhang Manfu kneaded the dough. Her mother Zhang Cui handled the seasoning, and they took turns cooking dishes like lamb noodles. Her aunt Jiang Lianxiang greeted customers and collected payments, while Xia Hongxia helped with cleaning tables and washing dishes. It seemed everyone had a role, and when business was slow, the whole place could be empty. For example, if her father could take over the dough kneading, they would need to hire her uncle Zhang Manfu. There was even overlap in the tasks done by her aunt Jiang Lianxiang and Xia Hongxia. If they worked quickly, one person could handle it all. Before they had a storefront, Zhang Cui managed everything at the food stall. Now that they had expanded, the demand for staff had increased, but hiring 5 people seemed excessive. Xia Ziyu noticed that Sister Huang only had 3 people working. Sister Huang cooked, her mother-in-law washed vegetables and helped out, and sometimes her husband or child served food and collected payments. Zhang's restaurant had one more room than theirs, but her parents could manage the stall themselves. Yet, her mother insisted on bringing her brother and sister-in-law, and her father also wanted to involve his niece. These three people needed to be paid. As for Xia Hongxia, she could be satisfied with a few new clothes and some pocket money. Zhang Manfu and Jiang Lianxiang earn a total of 100 yuan each month. It's no wonder that Xia Ziyu thinks a lot. Considering the work Jiang Lianxiang does, which includes food and housing, is her monthly salary really worth 50 yuan? Some workers in Anqing County earn only about 30 yuan a month. If they were hiring in the countryside, there would be many people eager to take Jiang Lianxiang's job for just 20 yuan. Is Zhang Manfu's job of kneading dough really that hard? It's not as dirty and tiring as the boiler work, which pays 36 yuan a month. Xia Ziyu calculates in her mind and feels a bit sad. Asking her uncle and aunt to help in the store costs 50 yuan more each month than hiring someone else, which adds up to over 600 yuan a year. Xia Ziyu doesn't think this is a huge amount, but she would rather use that money to support her uncle than check if she has enough money for school, which makes her feel uncomfortable. Zhang Cui has no idea what Xia Ziyu is thinking. When she sees Lu Fen walk by, she quietly spits on the ground. Xia Ziyu gives her mother a warning glance, trying not to be too obvious since Wang Jianhua is still there. Zhang Cui turns with a smile and asks, "Jianhua, would you like noodles or buns?" "Auntie, either is fine." "You're too kind," Wang Jianhua replies. He actually wants to leave early because he's worried about his parents at the Beatty farm. Staying in Anqing isn't very interesting. There's not much to do in the countryside, and the Xia family speaks with a heavy accent. Xia Hongxia keeps getting close to him, and if he stays inside, Grandma Xia keeps knocking on the door, bringing either pancakes or fried eggs. In the county town, he and Xia Ziyu can only stay in a room behind the store, which is very noisy during the day. He wants to help, but everyone opposes it. If he doesn't help, he can't just stand around while others work, right? Knowing that Xia Xiaolan is studying at the county high school, Wang Jianhua is especially afraid of running into her. The thought of her asking him for money at the entrance of Baishi Temple is a nightmare. "May I ask how you teach your daughter?" As soon as Lu Fen arrives at the school, she sees Chen Qing waiting for her at the entrance. "Aunt Fen, you're here?" Today, Chen Qing is in charge of receiving parents for Class 3. He tells the security guard, "Uncle Zhao, this is the mother of our classmate Xia Xiaolan.
She can go in, right?"
Xia Xiaolan? Uncle Zhao has shared many cigarettes with her. Among this year's students, or until he retires, no student has left a deeper impression on him than Xia Xiaolan. Xia is an excellent student. "I'll call you little sister since your daughter will be remarkable in the future." Lu Fen actually resembles Xia Xiaolan quite a bit, but because of her hard life, she looks thin and worn out. Back when they were at the Xia family, saying that Lu Fen and Xia Xiaolan were mother and daughter was really unconvincing. Now that living conditions have improved, Lu Fen seems to be doing better, and saying they are mother and daughter at least makes some people believe it. Old Zhao praised her, and Lu Fen didn't know what to say. She was always a quiet and honest person, and with old Zhao praising her so much, she could only say, "Thank you, brother." She didn't know how to respond with more polite words. Old Zhao thought to himself, how could such a simple rural woman give birth to a daughter like Xia Xiaolan? Just being able to study was impressive enough, and she was also very capable in her work and with people. Dealing with Xia Xiaolan made people feel particularly comfortable. Old Zhao smiled and told Chen Qing to quickly take Lu Fen inside. Just as they left, a man rushed out. I just brought my wife in. I'm Xia Xiaolan's father, here for the parent-teacher meeting." Xia Dajuan was big and strong, and just standing there was intimidating. Old Zhao instinctively touched the baton at his waist, worried that he might try to force his way in. Xia Xiaolan's father? He knew that Xia Xiaolan's parents were divorced. Her classmates had warned him repeatedly that anyone with the surname Xia was not on good terms with her. If someone claimed to be her father, sister, uncle, or aunt, they were likely there to cause trouble. Old Zhao had received many cigarettes from Xia Xiaolan, and while he couldn't help in other ways, it was finally time for him to take action. He looked at Xia Dajuan as if he were a class enemy. "Comrade, someone is here for the parent-teacher meeting for Xia Xiaolan." You say you're her father, but I don't recognize you, so I'm sorry, but I can't let you in. He couldn't let him in. Old Zhao was the gatekeeper of the county high school, and no one could pass without permission. Xia Dajuan felt anxious, but he was quite timid in front of others. Seeing old Zhao in his uniform with a baton at his waist made him instinctively afraid. But he had to get in. Xia Ziyu watched from a distance as Xia Dajuan was stopped. She couldn't intervene. He needed to handle this himself. If she showed up, it might backfire. Today was a great opportunity. Xia Xiaolan hadn't come to school, and Lu Fun was someone easy to manage. Old Zhao was determined not to let Xia Dajuan in. Just when Xia Dajuan was about to give up, Principal's son walked by. He reluctantly took on the task of mediating the couple's reconciliation, even though his wife and niece said it was inappropriate. Principal's son felt stuck. Old Zhao, this is Xia Xiaolan's father. I know him, so I'll take him in with me. Old Zhao cannot go against Principal's son's orders. Xia Dajuan followed Principal's son into the school. Principal's son, holding a speech draft, seriously told Xia Dajuan, "You need to handle personal matters privately after the parent meeting. If you get emotional during the meeting, no matter who your father is, I will have to ask you to leave the school." Principal's son, I understand. Whether he truly understands will soon be revealed. Principal's son mistakenly thinks that Xia Xiaolan's parents are meeting privately to mediate. This approach is like a surprise attack. The school has an auditorium where parents can sit comfortably instead of standing outside in the cold wind. Principal's son was right. Xia Dajuan was indeed planning a surprise. Lu Fen was guided by Chen Qing to find a seat, introducing herself as Xia Xiaolan's mother. Who would dare to underestimate her? Not only did the parents engage with her, but even the students helping in the auditorium were particularly friendly towards Lu Fen. She could finally see what Chen Qing meant on the way here. Xia Xiaolan was very popular at school. Of course, Xiaolan was well-liked. Even the young boys blushed when they looked at her. However, most of the students helping in the auditorium were girls, and they were also very warm towards Lu Fen. This feeling was quite new. Xia Xiaolan was pretty and ambitious. Just look at how Xia Hongxia treated her to understand how much her peers might dislike her. For the first time, girls her age praised Xia Xiaolan for being kind, hardworking, and dedicated to her studies. Even Lu Fen, who was usually very honest, couldn't help but feel happy hearing these compliments. As a mother, she believed her child was wonderful in every way, but that was just the love of a mother. However, when everyone around her praised Xiaolan, it truly felt like her daughter was exceptional. Parents asked how Xia Xiaolan studied at home, noting her steadily improving grades, and by the end of the semester, she was second in her grade. Lu Fen answered honestly, I have no education. I can't understand what she reads. She studies by herself. Tutoring? What tutoring? Does she have a tutor? No, it's just her. Lu Fen didn't even know what a tutor was. In 1984, the tutoring industry hadn't developed yet. Private tutors were a luxury only a few privileged families could afford. There were no tutoring agencies, but wealthy and powerful families could sometimes hire teachers to come home for extra lessons in subjects where their children struggled or for piano practice. Where would Lu Fen find a tutor for Xia Xiaolan? The highest-ranking official she could connect with was the village chief, and among the people she knew, the one with the widest network was Hu Yongkai. Today, she was dressed quite normally. Many parents from the county dressed better than her. She didn't seem like someone important, and it was no secret that Xia Xiaolan's family wasn't well off. Students probably mentioned it at home. She didn't have extra tutoring or special help, so it was clear that Xia Xiaolan was genuinely smart and hardworking. Lu Fen felt very envious of her. Our daughter should learn from Xiaolan. Sister, you are really lucky. Lu Fen looked older than her actual age, so calling her sister wasn't inappropriate. Parents arrived one after another, and there were signs indicating where each class should sit. The school leaders were there to talk to the parents, and the older staff from the grade group had also arrived. They said it would start promptly at 9, but they couldn't wait for the few parents who were late. Chen Qing noticed Xia Dajuan. He had a strong impression of Xia Dajuan. He remembered how Xia Dajuan had been pinned down by a few people from Kaijingshan village, looking fierce and ready to fight. Chen Qing couldn't forget that. Why was Xia Dajuan here? He had a bad impression of him and thought the parent meeting wouldn't invite Xia Dajuan. He must be here to cause trouble. Chen Qing instinctively positioned himself at the entrance of the row where Lu Fun was sitting. Lu Fun also spotted Xia Dajuan and froze. Since their divorce, she hadn't seen him. Many people were present during the divorce, including her brother Lu Yong, sister-in-law Li Fengmei, daughter Xia Xiaolan, and even people from Kaijingshan village, all supporting her. With their help, Lu Fun managed to get Xia Dajuan to sign the agreement. If it hadn't been for that situation, if she had initiated the divorce alone, she would have faced Xia Dajuan's anger. Lu Fun lowered her head unconsciously. She was trying to hide, not wanting Xia Dajuan to notice her. How could he not? Xia Dajuan was clearly looking for her. The auditorium was crowded, and having lived together for 20 years, it was easy for him to find her among so many people. He wanted to sit next to Lu Fun. After all, couples should sit together. Chen Qing blocked him. Although he was younger and not as strong as the robust Xia Dajuan, he wasn't weak either. He nudged him with his elbow. "What are you doing here? This is County Number 1 High School. Don't cause trouble." Xia Dajuan recognized the young man in front of him. He was the one who had helped him and Lu Fun with the divorce paperwork that day. Xia Dajuan almost lost his temper and wanted to hit someone. He clenched his fists, thinking about teaching Chen Qing a lesson. This isn't Kaijingshan village, where a group of people would come out to help Chen Qing fight him. But this is County Number 1 High School. Principal's son is still sitting on the stage. If he sees him fighting, he definitely won't help him persuade Lu Fun. Ziyu said this is called enduring humiliation for a greater purpose. If he holds back his anger for a moment, he can ask Lu Fun to remarry him. Xia Dajuan felt he was indeed enduring humiliation. He was generous enough not to argue with the mother and daughter, and as his niece suggested, he wanted to give them face and let them step down gracefully. Wasn't that sincere enough? For the past few months, no one has done his laundry or cooked for him. After working outside for months, he came home and couldn't find a single clean outfit. There was no one to help him wash his back in the shower, let alone care if he had enough to eat. Grandma Xia only cared about money, and his sisters-in-law, Zhang Chui and Wang Jingui, didn't show any concern for him. Xia Dajuan felt that a man should have a wife. Whether she could have children was another matter. He just wanted someone to do his laundry and cook for him, and to sleep beside him at night. Moreover, Lu Fun's previous child, whom he thought was a burden, had actually succeeded. Xia Dajuan, who cared a lot about his reputation, used to worry about what others would say about him not having a son to carry on the family name. If Xia Xiaolan could get into college, who in the village would dare to mock him for not having a son? Those with sons who can't get into college are worse off than his daughter. He was willing to accept Lu Fun and her daughter again, and decided to treat them better in the future. If Xia Xiaolan could get into college, he would do anything to support her. If his niece could go to school, then his daughter could too. Ziyu was right. A wife is not someone to hit. Lu Fun is different from other women in the village. She has already been through this once. These thoughts swirled in his mind, and Xia Dajuan managed to suppress his urge to hit someone. "I'm Xia Xiaolan's real father. Why can't I be here?" Chen Qing wanted to call a few classmates to help push Xia Dajuan away. Why didn't he treat Xiaolan better when she was at the Xia family? Now he claims to be her father. He was convinced that Xia Dajuan was here to cause trouble. The Xia family was all bad. Someone claiming to be Xiaolan's cousin came to him to speak ill of her, and Xiaolan's cousin was flaunting the person she had taken from Xiaolan. As for Xiaolan's grandmother, Chen Wangda went to Day Village to transfer the household registration for the mother and daughter and said he had never seen such a rude and troublesome old woman. "Xiaolan didn't invite you. You can't be here." Chen Qing had not yet pushed Xia Dajuan away when the school leader on the stage called out, "Parents, please quickly find your child's class and take your seats. Our meeting is about to start, and everyone's time is valuable, especially the students. Chen Qing, you need to help that parent sit down. Teacher Chi, responsible for maintaining order in Class 3, noticed some people were still standing as the meeting was about to begin. With everyone in the auditorium watching, it was not appropriate to bring up Xia Xiaolan's family issues. Chen Qing firmly pushed Xia Daju into the back row, keeping him as far away from Lu Fen as possible, fearing that Xia Dajuan might become aggressive. Once seated, Xia Dajuan began calling out a Fun. Lu Fen felt scared, but tried not to show it. In the countryside, there are many stray dogs, and if one chases you, you shouldn't run, as that would show your fear and make it more aggressive. Instead, you should crouch down, pick up stones to throw, stomp your feet, and shout to scare it away. Wasn't Xia Dajuan just like a vicious dog? Lu Fen no longer told Xia Xiaolan things like that's your dad or he still cares about you. She realized Xia Xiaolan didn't need Xia Dajuan's love. After leaving the Xia family, both Xia Xiaolan and she were living better and happier lives. During the new year, families would gather happily, chatting and making dumplings. After eating, Xia Xiaolan would display the New Year goods sent by Zhou Cheng. Lu Fen had never experienced such a scene in her 20 years with the Xia family. She was always criticized by her mother-in-law, who looked down on her. There was always someone trying to take advantage of her, and even when her husband earned money for his niece, he neglected their daughter, who was in dire need of medical care, resorting to violence instead. Lu Fen fell into deep thought. The Xia family felt like a nightmare to her. A Fun. Xia Dajuan called out again, and a nearby parent nudged Lu Fen's arm. Is that man in the back calling you? Lu Fen still felt scared, but more than that, she felt disgusted. Yes, he is calling me. He is my ex-husband.
I don't want to talk to him.
Ex-husband? In 1984, terms like ex-husband and ex-wife were quite trendy. Widows and widowers were common, but divorced couples were rare. What could lead a couple to divorce? Surely, there would be ups and downs, arguments and fights, but in the end, they would reconcile. How many couples lived their whole lives as unhappy partners? In the 1960s, marriages like Lu Fen's were arranged by matchmakers. Love was not a priority. As long as both parties were not severely disabled, they usually agreed to marry. After marriage, they often discovered their personalities clashed. They shared a bed and even had children, but if things didn't work out, they just continued with their lives. Divorce? That was not an option. What would others say? How would the children feel? Did both parents agree? The gossip from relatives was hard to ignore. Lu Fen was carefully observed by her in-laws. She seemed honest and simple, likely a victim of her husband's abandonment, which was truly sad. It was even more impressive that Xia Xiaolan, who lived with her divorced mother, managed to maintain such good grades. How could she study at home without earning her own school fees? Just ignore him. I think your ex-husband is difficult. After the meeting, I'll bring a few parents to support you, said one of her friends. Lu Fen was surprised. She thought that revealing her divorce status would change the attitude of the woman who had just praised her. Instead, the woman comforted her. Lu Fen may not be quick-witted, but she wasn't foolish. So, divorce wasn't as shameful as she had imagined? If life is manageable, who would choose to divorce? As women, they understood each other's feelings. Lu Fen appeared simple and honest, unlike women who are flashy and cunning. When such a woman divorced, her character was rarely questioned. Xia Dajuan called Lu Fen several times, but she ignored him, pretending not to hear and chatting with a person next to her, completely disregarding him. He felt frustrated. He was enduring humiliation. First, Principal Sun spoke, followed by Old Wang from the grade group. The school had set up a scholarship based on the last term's exam rankings. Xia Xiaolan ranked second in her grade, and the top 10 received awards. The top 2 were given special scholarships, while the 3rd and 4th received first-class scholarships, and the 5th to 7th received second-class scholarships, with the 8th to 10th receiving third-class scholarships. It was clear that the school was favoring Xia Xiaolan by awarding 2 special scholarships. The special scholarship came with a prize of 200 yuan. Xia Xiaolan didn't want the school's financial aid, but she certainly wanted the scholarship she earned through her hard work. When Old Wang announced Xia Xiaolan's name and called her parents to the stage, The audience erupted in applause. Lu Fen stood up, and Xia Dajuan also wanted to stand, but Chen Deseo pulled him back, saying, "Why are you so shameless? Isn't that an award you should be receiving?" Chen Qing purposely placed Xia Dajuan at the back because his mother was sitting there. Chen Deseo was excited to attend the parent meeting for Chen Qing and stayed at the county guest house last night, so she didn't travel with Lu Fen. When Lu Fen entered the auditorium, Chen Deseo saw her son serving others and many parents surrounding Lu Fen with questions, so she didn't approach them. Xia Dajuan had just been calling out a fun, and Chen Deseo felt like hitting him. Both of them were divorced. Does he really think she would want to be involved with him? Xia Dajuan didn't know Chen Deseo, but she recognized him. On the day of his divorce, he was held down by people from Kaijingshan village, and Chen Deseo watched from the sidelines. Xia Dajuan rarely accompanied Lu Fen back to her family, so he didn't know the proud middle-aged woman from Kaijingshan village. No wonder he looked confused. Fight this woman? No way, Ziyu said to endure the humiliation. Lu Fen received an honor and an award. Xia Dajuan endured the humiliation. Lu Fen heard that Xia Xiaolan received a scholarship and was called to the stage to accept it. She was used to keeping her head down in front of others, but for such a proud moment, how could she stay low? Xiaolan is her daughter, so accomplished. If she kept her head down, wouldn't that embarrass Xiaolan? Chen Deseo envied Lu Fen as she slowly straightened her back and walked to the podium. Chen Qing's grades had improved, but he still hadn't made it into the top 10 of his class. Based on last year's college admission rate at County No. 1 high school, if he could rank in the top 10 and perform well in the college entrance exam, he would likely be guaranteed a spot in a university. Chen Deseo felt that Xia Xiaolan still had some good study methods hidden away, and her son's chances of getting into college were quite risky. At this moment, if she didn't help Xia Xiaolan, would she just watch Xia Dajuan cause trouble on stage? She was used to working hard. The Qin family lived well, and she wasn't like the old Lu Fen who was so thin she could be blown away by the wind. Chen Deseo was sturdy. If she fought Xia Dajuan, she wouldn't lose, and if she grabbed his clothes, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Fen stood on stage with other parents of scholarship recipients as principal's son handed out the scholarships. 200 yuan, which was 20 brand new bills, felt heavy in her hands. Lu Fen had seen a lot of money. She had once taken 40,000 yuan to the bank, and she kept the family's savings book. This 200 yuan was more than she could earn in a month selling fried snacks. But the significance was different. Reading leads to success, but the future success seems uncertain. However, this 200 yuan is definitely earned by Xia Xiaolan through her studies. It's not a lot, but it's also not insignificant. Many families in the countryside save only this much in a year. For ordinary workers in towns, earning just over 30 yuan a month, 200 yuan is their income for half a year. This money is clean and has nothing to do with speculation or small businesses. It was earned through learning. It's not just Chen Dezhao who envies Lu Fen. At this moment, who wouldn't envy Lu Fen, except for the parents standing on stage to receive scholarships? There is applause in the auditorium. Xia Dajuan is also very envious. At times like this, the man of the house should take the spotlight. What does a woman have to do up there? Isn't he Xiaolan's father? Would he really be greedy for that 200 yuan? Xia Dajuan glared fiercely at the woman holding onto his clothes, but Chen Dezhao was not afraid of him.
What?
Now that you see your daughter doing well, you want to shamelessly claim her as your own? Humph. You didn't care when the mother and daughter were struggling, but now that a Fun is about to enjoy the fruits of her labor, you come to pick the peaches. How can you be so shameless? Xia Dajuan clenched his fists tightly. Chen Dezhao was a bit scared, but she held her ground. If you dare to hit me, my family is not like a Fun's with few supporters. Lu Yong protected Lu Fen, but he couldn't take on Xia Dajuan alone. If Xia Dajuan dared to touch Chen Dezhao, not only would her father-in-law, the village chief, be involved, but her brothers and cousins could easily tear down the walls of the Xia family. Xia Dajuan was a typical bully. He only picked on those weaker than him. If someone was tougher, he would think twice about the consequences. He might be foolish, but he had a keen instinct for picking on the weak. Xia Dajuan could only watch Lu Fen shine on stage, receiving applause from all the parents in the auditorium, and even the school leaders were speaking to her. Even Principal Sun shook hands with Lu Fen for a longer time. Xiaolan was second in the grade in the final exam, and at this rate of progress, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed the first place. With Xiaolan being viewed positively by teachers and students, Lu Fen received more attention than the parents of the first-place student. When Principal Sun shook hands with Lu Fen, he took the opportunity to remind her, after the meeting, "Don't rush off. I need to discuss something important regarding Xiaolan's grades with you." Lu Fen trusted him. How could she ignore the principal's words? Throughout the parent meeting, Xia Dajuan was kept in check by Qin Dazhao and behaved himself, without causing trouble. Lu Fen let out a sigh. Just because she was willing to admit her divorce to others didn't mean she wanted Xia Dajuan to cause a scene in front of all the students, airing their family matters. She could handle it herself, but Xiaolan still had to attend school here. With so many parents and students around, how would they explain things to Xiaolan later? After the parent meeting ended and most parents and students had left, Lu Fen felt less afraid. At most, Xia Dajuan might hit her, but he couldn't create trouble for their daughter anymore. Besides, Lu Fen had support from Qin Qing and Qin Dazhao, who had brought along a few good classmates. They didn't need to explain Xiaolan's family issues in detail. As long as they knew Xia Dajuan was there to confront Xiaolan's mother, those boys would be ready to stand up for her. After all, if Xia Dajuan dared to act, those young boys would dare to confront him. Young people are full of passion. Doing something for Xiaolan was a source of pride and secret joy for those boys. "Afun, let's walk together," Qin Dazhao said, not believing Xia Dajuan was that intimidating. Lu Fen felt touched that even a few students wanted to help her.
She didn't know what to say.
However, she couldn't go back with Qin Dazhao because Principal Sun needed to talk to her. Seeing he couldn't get through to Lu Fen, Xia Dajuan left the auditorium to find Principal Sunday. On the second day of the new year, he had visited Principal Sun's home and discussed mediation there. There was no way Principal Sun would arrange for them to talk in his office, as that would mean the whole school would know about Xiaolan's family issues. Qin Qing didn't understand what Xia Dajuan was up to. Once Principal Sun finished his work, he said, "Let's go to my house for a bit. My wife is there too. I believe Xiaolan's grades can improve. We can discuss how to help her."
Huh.
This was the treatment of a top student. The school really valued Xiaolan. Principal Sun made it clear that his wife would be home to avoid any rumors. Everyone completely separated Principal Sun from Xia Dajuan. Qin Qing thought about waiting for Lu Fen downstairs at Principal Sun's house, worried that Xia Dajuan might suddenly appear and cause trouble. Lu Fen followed Principal Sun as he left, while Qin Dazhao held her son and said, "I think Xiaolan will definitely succeed in the future. The principal values her." Qin Qing nodded absent-mindedly. "Let's wait downstairs at the principal's house." There were no issues waiting downstairs at the principal's house. The problems were all inside. When Xia Dajuan knocked on the door, Principal Sun's wife was very upset. She thought about not opening the door, but they didn't live in a private house. Their neighbors were all teachers from the school, and it wouldn't look good. It was only the fourth day of the new year, and only the third-year students had started classes while the first and second years were still on break. Earlier that morning, 2 groups had come to their house to bring gifts. Because of this, Mrs. Sun didn't dare invite anyone to stay for a meal. Her husband always seemed to create trouble. She let Xia Dajuan in while holding a spatula and quickly went back to the kitchen to cook. Xia Dajuan didn't dare move much. After a while, he heard the sound of keys turning, and Principal Sun came back with Lu Fen. Lu Fen didn't understand why Xia Dajuan was there, and her first reaction was to turn and run. But she couldn't run. This was the principal's home. The principal was the highest authority at the school, and with Xiaolan still studying at the school, could Lu Fen really run away? Principal Sun cleared his throat and said, "I invited you here to understand the family conflict between you and Xia's father. Family disharmony greatly affects students' emotions. Can you both clarify any issues between you? For Xiaolan to achieve better results in her studies, both of you may need to make some sacrifices." After Principal Sun finished speaking, There was an awkward silence. Lu Fen moved her lips, completely unsure of what to say. If it were someone else in this situation, they might not handle it well either, especially since Lu Fen was just a rural woman with little experience. Xia Ziyu had truly found Lu Fen's weakness. Principal son's status meant that most parents respected him. The principal was a highly educated person, and if he said something would benefit someone's studies, it must be true. Principal's son asked both sides to share their opinions, but Lu Fen's mind was in a jumble. Xia Dajuan remembered what his niece had taught him and first apologized to Lu Fen, admitting he had been wrong before. He said he had learned his lesson and would change. He missed both Lu Fen and Xia Xiaolan very much and always hoped for their family to be reunited. "Ah Fen, I was really wrong, and I have changed. Please bring Xiaolan back, and we can work together to support her through college." Principal's son said Xiaolan's grades could improve, and if she focuses more on her studies, she can get into a better university. "I can work outside and earn some money, but how can you both focus on studying if you're living with someone else?" Xia Dajuan said a lot, which confused Lu Fen. Principal's son was also there, making Lu Fen feel that not remarrying Xia Dajuan was holding back Xia Xiaolan's future. But when Xia Dajuan mentioned the money for Xiaolan's education, which was several dozen yuan a month, it made Lu Fen alert. She thought that remarrying Xia Dajuan was just to get him to earn a few dozen yuan a month to support Xiaolan's schooling. Not to mention that she and Xiaolan had saved over 10,000 yuan. Even if she sold leftover oil every day, she could still earn several hundred yuan a month, weather permitting. Xiaolan chose to study at home instead of going to school like other students. Initially, it might have been about money, but now that was certainly not the reason. The money in their savings account would last Xiaolan through college. Lu Fen didn't know how much college would cost. She was estimating based on Xia Ziyu's situation. Xia Ziyu went to the capital with 500 yuan, and the Xia family would surely send more money along the way. But how much could they send? Even if Xia Ziyu spent 2,000 yuan a year, with 200 yuan a month for living expenses, it should be enough to eat in the capital, even if the food was expensive. Their savings account had 12,000 yuan and college would only cost 8,000 yuan over 4 years. Whether Xiaolan's grades could improve was not a matter of money. It could be said that Lu Fen was confused, but she had come from the isolated Daya village and had lived in the city for 2 or 3 months. Xia Ziyu had hit a nerve with Lu Fen, but she miscalculated Xiaolan's financial strength. Xiaolan, with her savings, asked Wang Jianhua for 35 yuan. This oversight would lead to Xia Ziyu's disappointment. As soon as Xia Dajuan mentioned working together to support their daughter's education, Lu Fen's muddled mind started to think. After all that talk, it was useless. She earned more than Xia Dajuan. Why should she bring Xiaolan back to the Xia family to face difficulties? Principal's son was still earnestly mediating, saying, "A stable family and a certain economic foundation will allow Xia to focus entirely on her studies and aim for our country's prestigious universities. Comrade Xia Dajuan has also promised you that he realizes his mistakes." Principal Sunday Lu Fen suddenly looked up. Principal's son was sincere, being a high-ranking official at the school, and she didn't dare to meet his eyes or raise her voice against him, but she still managed to say, "I do not agree to remarry." Okay, if you agree."
What?
Principal's son thought his mediation was effective until he realized Lu Fen seemed to be saying "I disagree." Xia Dajuan's eyes widened in shock, and Lu Fen felt a chill run down her spine, but she bravely repeated, "I do not agree to remarry. Neither I nor Xiaolan need him to support us." Her tone was so firm that Xia Dajuan felt she was being unreasonable. If it weren't for their future college daughter, he wouldn't waste his breath with Lu Fen. Ziyu had said that enduring humiliation was necessary to achieve goals, and Xia Dajuan had already apologized multiple times, lowering himself as a man, yet Lu Fen remained unyielding.
Why?
Suddenly, Xia Dajuan realized there was only one possibility. He hadn't seen Lu Fen in months and had overlooked some changes in her. It was no surprise that her clothes were clean since she had to dress nicely for school. But standing a few steps away, he could smell a pleasant fragrance, and her face wasn't as pale. Her hands resting on her legs were unblemished. They didn't look like hands that had done hard work. Lu Fun had changed a lot, and Xia Dajun couldn't believe that the mother and daughter had improved their lives on their own. He suspected that Lu Fun had found a new man. "You nasty woman, did you cheat on me, which is why you refused to remarry?" A man who felt betrayed wouldn't care about enduring humiliation. Xia Dajun shouted angrily in front of Principal Sunday. Mrs. Sun, who had already reached her limit, came out of the kitchen with a knife. "What are you shouting about? This is the teacher's dormitory. Be mindful of your behavior." The knife was freshly sharpened, and Principal Sun feared it might accidentally cut him. Mrs. Sun turned to scold Principal Sun. "All men are the same. Even after a divorce, you expect a woman to stay single for life? If I divorced you, I would find another man the very next day. The law supports me. Let's see who dares to complain. I'll take care of him." She wasn't really scolding Principal Sun, but was clearly referring to Xia Dajun. How ridiculous. In the old days, divorced women could remarry, but in this new society, a divorced woman couldn't find a new partner? Xia Dajun had looked ready to fight, forgetting he was in Principal Sun's home. Lu Fun was so furious her lips trembled. Did he really think he could bring them back to a good life? He wanted them to struggle, to cause trouble at Xiaolan's school, to make the principal look down on Xiaolan. Lu Fun's eyes burned with anger. She felt no attachment or reluctance towards Xia Dajun. Her heart was filled with hatred and disgust. The thought that Xia Dajun would keep haunting her made Lu Fun wish they could both perish together. If they did, he could no longer ruin Xiaolan's life. Lu Fun, fueled by a sudden burst of courage, snatched the kitchen knife from Mrs. Sun and swung it at Xia Dajun, shouting, "You should die. Xiaolan doesn't need a father like you." From the moment Lu Fun grabbed the knife to when she swung it at Xia Dajun, everything happened in a flash. Neither Principal Sun nor Mrs. Sun had time to react. Faced with the imminent danger, Xia Dajun instinctively stepped back. This movement saved his life, as Lu Fun's knife struck just in front of his shoulder. Already weakened by anger, the blow only grazed his coat, possibly cutting into his flesh, and he felt pain. He was terrified. As a grown man, he was too afraid to grab the knife from Lu Fun and could only dodge desperately. Lu Fun swung the knife a few more times without aim, but Xia Dajun managed to evade her. Realizing what was happening, Mrs. Sun finally reacted and hugged Lu Fun tightly, saying, "Sister, it's not worth it. Killing him won't solve anything. Stay calm and think about your daughter. Old Sun, hurry and help." Principal Sun had never witnessed such chaos. A gentle scholar, he held onto Lu Fun tightly while trembling as he took the knife from her, fearing that if Lu Fun lost control, he might end up hurt too. Fortunately, Lu Fun understood that Principal Sun couldn't harm anyone. Once he secured the knife and hid it in the kitchen, he said, "Let's talk this out calmly." Xia Dajun's face went pale with fear. He moved his arm and realized it was just a flesh wound. He likely hadn't injured his bone. "You've lost your mind. You're crazy," he exclaimed, clutching his shoulder. If he hadn't shifted back, Lu Fun's first strike would have surely hit his neck. With such a sharp knife, how could anyone survive a blow to the neck? Realizing Lu Fun truly wanted to kill him filled Xia Dajun with dread. Meanwhile, held by Mrs. Sun, Lu Fun silently cried. Killing Xia Dajun would only cost her a life, but it would turn Xiaolan into the daughter of a murderer. How could they live with that? Xia Dajun didn't want this crazy woman. He was still thinking about his biological daughter who could go to college and bring honor to the Xia family. He held a shoulder and said to Principal Sun, "Principal, she's just a crazy woman. If Xiaolan stays with her, how can she go to college? One night, she might go crazy and hurt someone. Do you think Xiaolan can still be taken care of?" What could Principal Sun say? He recalled the earlier scene and felt cold all over. If Lu Fun killed Xia Dajun in his house, Xiaolan wouldn't achieve any better results, and not only would she not continue studying at the county high school, but Principal Sun would probably lose his job too. How can a person live long? By staying out of other people's business. Principal Sun was now too afraid to interfere. The mother and daughter relied on each other, and if he forced them apart for Xia Dajuan to take care of, what if Lu Fen turned on him for meddling? Principal's son felt innocent. He truly wanted Xiaolan to attend a prestigious university. Without his approval, could Xiaolan even qualify for the special award? But he messed things up. Now, Principal's son felt helpless. Xia Dajuan was still pressuring him, and his sympathy turned into dislike. Lu Fen found it ridiculous that Xia Dajuan insisted on taking care of Xiaolan. Your whole family has lost their conscience. Xiaolan is lying in bed, barely alive, and I begged your mother to take her to the hospital, but she only cares about her precious granddaughter, Xia Chunhua, who went to study in the capital and drained the family's money. Xia Dajuan, I'm waiting to see how karma will repay you and how your niece will repay your kindness.
Who is Xia Chunhua?
Principal's son was confused. However, he sensed that Lu Fen deeply hated Xia Dajuan. If Lu Fen was capable of violence, how could they reconcile? Principal's son didn't want them to continue fighting. Comrade Xia Dajuan, you should go get your shoulder treated first. Xia Dajuan held his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. The cotton inside his coat was yellowing and stained red with blood. Remembering someone saying that injuring someone was against the law, he suddenly thought, you broke the law. The police will arrest you. If the police arrested Lu Fen, wouldn't Xiaolan just return to the Xia family? Lu Fen felt a bit scared by his words. Mrs. Sun secretly cursed her husband for causing trouble, but she also thought Xia Dajuan seemed honest and straightforward, even if he acted shamelessly. She recalled Zhang Cui and Xia Hongxia, who spoke ill of Xiaolan. Everyone in the family was against her. No wonder Xiaolan and her mother wanted to leave. A couple fighting is not something the police will handle. Mrs. Sun told Xia Dajuan not to scare people and to hurry up and bandage his wound. At that moment, Xia Dajuan was surprisingly sharp, but she and I are not a couple. He wouldn't wear a green hat after a divorce and finding another man. He knew the situation was hopeless and just wanted to make things difficult for Lu Fen. If Lu Fen didn't return Xiaolan to the Xia family, Xia Dajuan would report her to the police and have her jailed. When a scholar meets a soldier, reason doesn't matter. Principal's son, experienced in managing teaching, was at a loss with Xia Dajuan's unreasonable behavior. Bang! 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 The door to Principal's son's house was knocked on with force, showing the person was angry. Who is it? Mrs. Sun called out. A soft voice replied, Hello, I am Xia Xiaolan and I came to find my mom. It's Xia Xiaolan. Principal's son felt embarrassed facing Xia Xiaolan, but Lu Fen found her support. Mrs. Sun opened the door to find a group of people outside, including several boys from Class 3, led by Chen Qing. Principal's son felt extremely awkward, and Xia Xiaolan turned to Chen Qing and the others, saying, Thank you for your concern. This is my family matter, and I believe I can handle it well. Chen Qing and the boys blushed. Xiaolan speaks so gently. Xiaolan is really pitiful. Xia Xiaolan persuaded the eager boys to leave and walked into the house. Principal's son, Aunt Wu, can you give me that knife from earlier? Hearing knife, Principal's son became scared. What do you want to do? Xia, don't act impulsively. Principal's son feared Xia Xiaolan might be as fierce as her mother and used the knife on Xia Dajuan, ruining her bright future. Xia Xiaolan looked seriously at Principal's son. I still want to go to college. I won't kill anyone. In the end, it was Mrs. Sun who found the knife and handed it to Xia Xiaolan. The blade still had blood on it, and Xia Xiaolan showed a look of disgust, but she seemed unafraid. She carefully washed the knife under the faucet, not cleaning blood but the handle. Then, using a cloth, she dried the knife and returned it to Mrs. Sunday. Seeing her return to the living room empty-handed, everyone sighed in relief. Xia Dajuan complained, Your mom cut me with a knife. I will report her to the police and have her jailed. He tried to find panic or fear on Xia Xiaolan's face. If she begged him not to report her mother, he would propose conditions for her to move back home. After moving back home, what should I do? Xia Dajuan didn't think it through. Anyway, he returned home first and other matters can be dealt with later. Who knew that Xia Xiaolan not only didn't look scared but also had a strange smile on her face. Sure, Go report it to the police. Do you know where the police station is? Do you need me to take you there? I really want to report it. Xia Dajun wasn't very clever, and when Xia Xiaolan didn't follow the usual script, he couldn't think of anything else to say. Xia Xiaolan encouraged him, go ahead and report it. But let me remind you, the police need evidence and witnesses. The evidence is the kitchen knife from Principal Sun's house, but the fingerprints on it have been wiped off. That knife hurt you, and if my mom's fingerprints aren't on it, she can't be blamed. As for witnesses, I believe no one can prove that my mom used the knife to hurt you, so whether you report it or not is up to you. Comparing DNA from skin flakes from 1984? Don't be ridiculous. DNA technology for criminal cases is still many years away in our country. For such a minor dispute, checking fingerprints would be good enough. As for witnesses, only someone foolish like Principal Sun would provide such testimony. Mrs. Sun understood the situation first. We didn't see anything, right, old Sun? Could Principal Sun dare to say otherwise? A principal being led around by a rough person from the countryside made Principal Sun feel quite frustrated. Xia Xiaolan didn't shout loudly, but her calm demeanor made her very convincing. Principal, I know you mean well and want to help resolve the issues in my family. I apologize for the trouble caused today. However, our family situation is complicated. May I ask if my cousin Xia Ziyu asked you to intervene? After all, my biological father doesn't have the intelligence to navigate this situation and control my mom. Your cousin also means well. Principal Sun's voice lacked confidence. Even if it was well-intentioned, the outcome was too bad. After today's commotion, there would be no more marital bond between Xia Dajuan's parents. If Lu Fun hurt Xia Dajuan and he really went to the police, would standing with Lu Fun not affect Xia Xiaolan's feelings? Xia Xiaolan shook her head. I'm rebellious and disobedient. The Xia family, from old to young, dislikes me. How could my cousin genuinely want to help me? My mother insists on getting a divorce because we can't live in the Xia family anymore. The family favors my cousin, who took my boyfriend and spread rumors about me being involved with someone else. My grandmother said I was a disgrace and wished I would just die. I almost did, hitting my head against a wall. I lay in bed, half alive, while my mother begged my grandmother to take me to the hospital. Our family's money was spent on my cousin's education, and my mother was close to hurting herself. With so many people in the house, no one was willing to help her. They were all waiting for me to pass away slowly. Maybe even the afterlife didn't want me, as I somehow survived. This made my mother realize that the Xia family wouldn't accept us, so she decided to get a divorce. Xia Xiaolan spoke clearly, leaving Principal Sun and his wife stunned.
Xia Ziyu?
She seemed well-mannered, and Principal Sun had a very good impression of her, so he couldn't believe Xia Ziyu could be like this. Xia Dajuan also couldn't accept it and instinctively defended his niece. You clearly charmed your brother-in-law and have been involved with a troublemaker from the neighboring village. When people in the village said something unkind, you lost your mind and hit the wall. Your sister Ziyu cares about you, so why are you making up lies about her? Xia Dajuan's mind was already muddled. Xia Xiaolan had said these things before, but he wavered for a moment, only to fall back into his usual thinking. He found Xia Ziyu more trustworthy than Xia Xiaolan, which was his standard of judgment. If it weren't for wanting to clarify things in front of Principal Sun and avoid the Xia family causing trouble at school, Xia Xiaolan wouldn't keep explaining to someone so confused. She wasn't explaining for his sake, but was seeking Principal Sun's trust. At that moment, Xia Xiaolan felt anger towards the meddling Principal Sun, but since he cared about Xia Ziyu, why not use that to her advantage? She just needed to destroy Xia Ziyu's image in front of him. Principal Sun was a supporter of the Zhang family eatery, which was stable at the entrance of County No. 1 High School. Xia Xiaolan sneered to herself. I don't want to explain to you. You've always believed in your niece. You think I have something going on with a troublemaker from the neighboring village? Are you talking about Zhang Erlai? He was sentenced to life for embezzling public funds. I wouldn't even look at someone like him. You say I charmed my future brother-in-law? Ridiculous. I still have the love letters Wang Jianhua wrote to me years ago. I was the one who took him to the county for the college entrance exam, and right after that, he became Xia Zi's boyfriend? The thief shouts, "Catch the thief." The two thieves feel guilty and even try to turn the tables on me, which makes me furious. But I didn't just give up like Xia Ziyu thought. I still have hope for college. Xia Ziyu is afraid I might take revenge if I get into college, so she wants to drag me back to the Xia family to deal with me slowly, right? Principal Sun was completely stunned. Xia Xiaolan spoke with reason. She had met Xia Ziyu at Baishi Temple and was annoyed by her pretentious behavior. This time in the city, she brought along some old letters, planning to use them to annoy Xia Ziyu, but now they were useful. She and her uncle had just arrived in Anqing and were waiting at Sister Huang's shop for Lu Fun to finish the parent meeting. The guard, old Zhao, saw her and quickly warned her that a man claiming to be her father was trying to get into the school. Old Zhao stopped him, but Principal Sun allowed him in. "He followed your mother inside and hasn't come out yet." The parent meeting was already over. At Principal Sun's door, she ran into Qin Qing, who said they were also on guard against Xia Dajuan causing trouble, but they hadn't seen him. Xia Xiaolan went upstairs. Lu Fun had just finished dealing with the situation, and Xia Dajuan was there threatening to report it to the police. After hearing a few things, Xia Xiaolan guessed what had happened and finally couldn't hold back anymore and knocked on the door. After handling the evidence, she was over 90% sure that Principal Sun and his wife would support her and Lu Fun, so Xia Xiaolan could slowly deal with this matter. After all, it wasn't Lu Fun who was hurt. Xia Dajuan was trying to hold on, so she could explain everything to him slowly. Xia Xiaolan pulled out a stack of letters from her pocket. "Should I read them out loud? What's there to read in love letters?" This girl really isn't shy at all. Principal Sun knew Wang Jianhua, a young man in his 20s who got into college and had his records settled at County No. 1 high school. He seemed to match well with Xia Ziyu. Before the new year, when Xia Ziyu visited, Wang Jianhua didn't come, but Xia Ziyu mentioned her personal life and even talked about this boyfriend. She seemed confident and happy, and her wife even joked about whether Xia Ziyu would get married after graduation. Now someone is telling Principal Sun that it's all a facade? The balance in Principal Sun's mind wavered. Xia Xiaolan added fuel to the fire. "The Xia family threw away 20 pounds of sweet potatoes to kick my mother and me out. My mom worked like a servant for 20 years after marrying into the Xia family, and she was worth only a pound of sweet potatoes a year. Now the Xia family wants to ruin my education too. If my mom didn't take revenge on you, I will not let this go with the Xia family." Principal Sun was startled. "Xia, focus on your studies and stay calm." What kind of situation was he dealing with? Xia Ziyu is either afraid that Xia Xiaolan will get into college or feels a need to make up for something by caring for her. Principal Sun doesn't want to dig deeper into this. In reality, he doesn't care much about the girls' conflicts or relationships. They are not as important as their academic futures. However, the perfect image that Xia Ziyu has built in front of Principal Sun has begun to crack. Xia Ziyu is not related to Principal Sun, so why should he help her? It's just the qualities she has shown, like being hardworking, filial, and respectful to teachers. But what if these are just facades? Principal Sun is not a moral perfectionist. He feels more frustrated that he has been deceived by a student. A female student has fooled the principal, which is quite embarrassing for him. "Xia, I apologize for interfering in your family matters. Don't worry, before you take the college entrance exam, no one from the Xia family can enter the campus except you. No matter who wants to bring you food or show concern, they are not allowed in." Principal Sun's words were firm. He was bored, and it was only the 4th day of the new year, yet there was already trouble at home. If he hadn't agreed to help Xia Ziyu mediate, there wouldn't be so many issues. Everyone has a subconscious tendency to avoid responsibility. Principal Sun has already forgotten that he agreed with Xia Ziyu's view that a complete family relationship would help Xia Xiaolan focus more on her studies. But with parents constantly fighting, how can Xia Xiaolan concentrate on her studies? He has doubts about Xia Ziyu's actions. The perfect image has cracks that are not easy to mend. Xia Xiaolan thinks that it's better for this situation to explode now rather than later. After Xia Dajuan was hurt, he probably wouldn't dare to bother her mother about remarrying. The school leaders know that she is at odds with the Xia family, and Xia Xiaolan is tired of those people constantly bothering her. If the county school cannot stop this harassment, she considers transferring to a high school in Shandong City. A few months ago, she wouldn't have met their admission standards. But after months of review, Xia Xiaolan can score over 500 on the final exam for Anqing County No. 1 High School. No matter what school's questions she faces, she is confident she can meet the college entrance line. That's enough. Even a key provincial high school wouldn't mind having another student aiming for college. Principal, thank you for your trust and understanding. I will work harder to get into a good university to repay you and the school. Xia Xiaolan also wants to express her determination. Both sides reached a common agreement. Principal Sun would no longer interfere in trivial matters and would instead protect Xia Xiaolan from her troublesome relatives. Xia Xiaolan would stay at County No. 1 High School, aim for a good university, and benefit both of them, bringing honor to the school. Xia Dajuan's understanding was limited. He didn't grasp the negotiations between Xia Xiaolan and Principal Sunday. He only knew he had been hurt, and Xia Xiaolan said reporting to the police wouldn't help. Principal Sun, you saw her hurt me, right? Principal Sun frowned. Dajuan, you should go to the hospital to treat your wound. I truly didn't see who hurt you, and I will say the same if the police ask me. Mrs. Sun also urged Xia Dajuan to get his wound treated. Don't gamble with your life. You're already divorced. Hurting yourself won't bring you two back together. Xia Dajuan looked at the four people in the room. Oh, they were all standing together. He felt a sense of familiarity. His mother used to say bad things about Xia Xiaolan, and everyone at home supported her. Naturally, he believed most of what they said, regardless of how Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan defended themselves as the minority. Now, Xia Dajuan felt the unfair treatment of being in the minority. He pressed on his wound and silently rushed downstairs. His bloody shoulder looked quite alarming. Chun Qing and a few others were actually hiding downstairs at Principal Sun's house, waiting for Xia Dajuan to come out. Seeing that Xia Xiaolan was safe, they finally felt relieved. Xia Dajuan rushed to the school gate, where chaos had already erupted. Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong's family had arrived in Anqing County, but couldn't find Lu Fun. Old Zhao had sent a warning, prompting Xia Xiaolan to rush into the school. With Wang Jianhua present, Xia Ziyu couldn't step in, so she sent her father to check. Xia Chongzheng had previously given gifts to Principal Sun and knew where the principal lived. Lu Yong and Xia Chongzheng were pushing each other at the school gate, while Zhang Cui left her shop to help out. Li Fengmei left her son at Sister Huang's shop to eat and stood with her hands on her hips, scolding Zhang Cui harshly. Both families were at a standstill. In terms of numbers, Xia Chongzheng's family had the advantage, with 5 people in total, plus Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua. Although Lu Yong and Li Fengmei were only 2, they had old Zhao, the gatekeeper, on their side. Xia Ziyu knew how to deal with Principal Sun, and Zhang Cui understood the need to bring gifts to the principal's family. Who cared about old Zhao? To them, the gatekeeper was just someone watching over the school, like a guard dog in a rural home. Lu Yong's family was chatting and laughing with Xia Xiaolan at the school gate, so Lu Yong was one of them. Old Zhao saw that there were many people at Zhang Ji's snack shop and, holding his baton, looked very authoritative. Are you planning to fight at the entrance of the school? I will report this to the police station immediately. Who isn't afraid of the police station? The crackdown hasn't even passed yet. Even in 30 years, ordinary citizens wouldn't want to go to the police station. Many civil disputes are resolved privately without involving the police. In '84, just mentioning the police station made people nervous. Xia Ziyu watched from the shop and smiled wryly at Wang Jianhua. Do you think I dare to get involved? Xiaolan was so hostile to me that day at Baishi Temple. When Wang Jianhua heard Baishi Temple, he remembered the moment when Xia Xiaolan demanded he pay her back. Although Xiaolan had been difficult in the past, she had never treated him like that. He had originally thought about finding a chance to help her move on from their past, but now he realized that speaking to her might not help, so he gave up that idea. Stay out of it. This is her family's business. Wang Jianhua thought that even Xia Chongzheng and Zhang Cui shouldn't be involved. Blocking the school gate like this was inappropriate. Unfortunately, he and Ziyu couldn't step in, fearing it would provoke Xiaolan and make things worse in public. If others found out about the entanglement between Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua, they might say they were being dramatic. If they chose to be involved, they shouldn't act innocent. If they truly wanted Xiaolan to move past her shadows, they shouldn't appear before her. They should avoid her and let time pass, allowing them to become mere passers-by in each other's lives. It wasn't being dramatic. It was about understanding their place in Xiaolan's life. Of course, even if they wanted to avoid any connection with Xiaolan, it depended on whether she agreed. Then, Xia Dajuan appeared, covering his bloody shoulder, and Xia Chongzheng rushed past Lu Yong. Dajuan, what happened to you? Quick, go to the hospital. Zhang Chui was also shocked. Wasn't it said that they were mediating at Principal Sun's house? Even if the couple couldn't reach an agreement, how did it come to violence? Zhang Chui hadn't thought it was Lu Fen, but Xiaolan had just run into the school. Did Xiaolan do this? How reckless, disrespectful, and unfilial. Zhang Chui's mind raced with thoughts, but suddenly she had a new idea. Dajuan, did Xiaolan hurt you? It was unheard of for a daughter to injure her father. It was more shocking than seeing Xiaolan with a man in broad daylight. Isn't hurting someone against the law? The neighbor from the next village got into a fight over a chicken and ended up injuring someone with a knife. The police came and arrested him, and he had to pay all his savings to the injured neighbor. In the end, he was sentenced to 5 years. If they call the police, how many years would Xiaolan get? Going to jail would ruin her chances of going to college. Zhang Chui's words sounded suspicious. Xia Chongzheng still had some brotherly feelings and decided to take Xia Dajuan to the hospital to treat his wound first. Li Fengmei and Lu Yong were also worried. Xiaolan had a bad temper and might actually hurt Xia Dajuan in a moment of anger. You're talking nonsense. Which eye of yours saw Xiaolan attacking anyone? Dajuan, who did it? Xia Dajuan couldn't say in front of everyone that it was Lu Fen who hurt him. He looked pale, as if he had lost too much blood, and Xia Chongzheng was worried he might bleed out since his cotton jacket was soaked. He shouted at Zhang Chui, "Stop talking nonsense. Go get some money from the store and take Dajuan to the hospital." Uncle, should we report it? Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua couldn't avoid the issue any longer. Xia Ziyu saw her mom grabbing some money from the drawer and quickly helped Wang Jianhua. Xia Dajuan was big, and Xia Chongzheng couldn't carry him alone. Zhang Manfu had flour on his hands, so Wang Jianhua stepped up. "Uncle, I'll go with you." Wang Jianhua didn't mind that Xia Dajuan was covered in blood. He helped Xia Chongzheng hold Dajuan's wound as they took him to the hospital. On the way, Dajuan finally admitted he was hurt by Lu Fen. But he didn't explain why Lu Fen attacked him. "Ziyu, she won't remarry me." That knife clearly aimed to hurt him. Even if Lu Fen agreed to remarry now, Xia Dajuan wouldn't dare. They would have to share a bed, and what if one night Lu Fen attacked him again? How would he know to escape while asleep? Xia Ziyu hesitated and asked, "Uncle, are you going to report it?" Xia Ziyu and her mom were on the same page. Even if it wasn't Xiaolan who did the attacking, they could still use the police report as leverage. If Lu Fen was prosecuted for injuring Xia Dajuan, she would definitely face prison time. Xia Ziyu didn't care if Lu Fen went to jail. She saw an opportunity. Xiaolan could be stubborn and refuse to return home, but her mom going to jail would surely affect her. Passing the political review would impact Xiaolan's studies. Getting into college isn't easy. Xia Ziyu had put in a lot of effort. If she got distracted from her studies, it wouldn't be easy to get back on track. It's hard to say what will happen. There are only 5 months left until this year's college entrance exam, and Xiaolan would definitely be affected. Xia Ziyu pretended to ask Xia Dajuan, but she actually believed they needed to report the incident. Xia Dajuan was the victim, and if he reported it, the chances of Lu Fen being convicted for the crime were very high. At first, Xia Dajuan didn't respond and went to the hospital, where the doctor checked his wound after taking off his thick winter coat. Wearing thick clothing in winter had protected him from most of the injury, but he still had a large cut on his shoulder that looked terrible, and the doctor had to stitch it up with 15 stitches. He lost quite a bit of blood, so the doctor advised him to receive a bottle of nutrients. Xia Chongjun paid the medical fees and arranged a bed for Xia Dajuan, who couldn't leave until he finished the four. Xia Dajuan hung his head. His niece advised him to endure the humiliation, but thinking about Lu Fun with another man made it hard for him to bear. In a moment of impulse, he messed things up. I said to return Xiaolan to the Xia family, or I would go to the police station and report Lu Fun to get her arrested. Then Xiaolan came and wiped off the fingerprints, saying no one saw Lu Fun hurt me and that if I wanted to report it, I could. Xia Ziyu held back her excitement and patiently explained to Xia Dajuan. Xiaolan saying no one saw it doesn't matter. Without physical evidence, there are still witnesses, right? Xiaolan was cunning enough to know to wipe the fingerprints off the knife. However, the incident happened at Principal Sun's house, and he and his wife must have seen it. Xiaolan's smooth talk wouldn't fool everyone. Xia Dajuan shook his head. Principal Sun and his wife listened to Xiaolan. If the police ask him, he will say he didn't see anything. Xia Zi was shocked. How could Principal Sun help Xiaolan lie? Xia Ziyu felt that Xia Dajuan hadn't explained everything clearly, but as a caring good niece, she didn't want to push him to report it in front of Wang Jianhua, who had just returned from washing his hands. Xia Dajuan lowered his head, wondering why Principal Sun would help Xiaolan lie. He thought it might be related to how the Xia family treated the mother and daughter. They say family shame should not be aired, but Xiaolan had no such concerns and directly shared everything at Principal Sun's house. After hearing it, Principal Sun seemed quite unhappy. Xia Dajuan thought Principal Sun felt sympathy. He didn't understand that Principal Sun was more likely angry about being deceived and used. Wang Jianhua had a large wet spot on his sleeve and blood stains on his pants, and he scrubbed at the sink for a long time but couldn't clean them properly. Back in the hospital room, Xia Chongjun and Zhang Chui returned after paying the fees. Xia Chongjun felt that this matter couldn't be let go, and Zhang Chui was still worried about the shop's business. Xia Ziyu wanted to persuade Xia Dajuan to report the case, saying she would stay to take care of her uncle. I should stay. If uncle wants to get out of bed, you won't have the strength to help him. Of course, Xia Dajuan had the strength to get out of bed, but someone on N4 needs to go to the bathroom often. His injury was on his arm, and with one hand unable to move and the other holding the 4 bag, how could he go to the bathroom? Xia Ziyu clearly wasn't suitable for this, so Wang Jianhua offered to stay. If he went back, he might have to meet Xiaolan, so staying at the hospital felt quieter for him. Xia Ziyu's expression was a bit complicated. She knew Wang Jianhua was a dutiful and responsible man, but his duty was first directed toward Xia Dajuan. After all, he was Xiaolan's father. How could Xia Ziyu not feel conflicted? Zhang Chui didn't think that much. Wang Jianhua was taking care of Xia Dajuan because of Xia Ziyu. Zhang Chui wanted to quickly discuss how to seize this opportunity. With Wang Jianhua around, there were some things the mother and daughter couldn't say. Zhang Chui praised him, saying, Jianhua, we really appreciate your help with your uncle. There are still many things at the store, and since Xiaolan's mom hurt someone, we need to figure out what to do. Xia Ziyu was pulled away. Wang Jianhua and Xia Dajuan had nothing in common to talk about. Once they were alone in the hospital room, Xia Dajuan suddenly asked, You dated Xiaolan before. How did you end up with Ziyu? Wang Jianhua turned bright red. Xia Dajuan had asked the most crucial question. Wang Jianhua swore he didn't want to be a heartbreaker. He had genuinely liked Xiaolan before. The youthful and vibrant Xiaolan had brightened his dull days in the countryside. Many people liked her, but she chose Wang Jianhua, giving him a lot of confidence. But life is full of surprises, and with Xia Ziyu, things had already progressed. Did he have any other choice? Did I owe Xiaolan an apology? Wang Jianhua lowered his head, struggling to speak. Xia Dajuan felt pain not just in his shoulder, but also in his head. Wang Jianhua admitted it. Xiaolan wasn't lying, at least not about this matter. What about other things? And no matter how Wang Jianhua and Ziyu became a couple, in order, Ziyu had taken Xiaolan's partner. But everyone at home was in agreement. His mother scolded Xiaolan for trying to charm her future brother-in-law, and no one spoke up for her. Sister-in-law Zhang Cui had advised him before. Xia Dajuan still remembered her words, saying Ziyu didn't blame Xiaolan at all. Ziyu had taken Xiaolan's partner, so shouldn't Xiaolan be the one to be upset? Xia Dajuan didn't know what to say at that moment. His head hurt a lot. He couldn't understand the family matters and didn't know who to blame. If he hadn't trusted his family, he would have made Xiaolan apologize to Ziyu, and she wouldn't have threatened to harm herself to follow Lu Yong. When Xia Dajuan was hurt, the pain made him feel clearer than ever. He realized too late that Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen would not return to the Xia family. Even if he had Lu Fen arrested, Xia Xiaolan still wouldn't want to be his daughter. Being his daughter brought no benefits, only suffering. Xia Dajuan felt even more troubled, as it seemed everyone in the family was complaining, and he felt powerless to fix it. Wang Jianhua didn't dare to continue discussing this with Xia Dajuan. After a long day, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Since Xia Dajuan was receiving 4 fluids and seemed tired, Wang Jianhua decided to buy some food. When he returned to the hospital room with 2 buns, he found Xia Dajuan's bed empty. Had he gone to the restroom? The 4 bag was still hanging, and the bloody needle was swinging back and forth. Wang Jianhua was stunned. Had Xia Dajuan removed the needle and sneaked out of the hospital? Xia Dajuan left Principal Sun's house, causing quite a stir, while Principal Sun's wife invited Xiaolan and her mother to lunch. "No, thank you, Aunt Wu. My uncle is still waiting for me at the school gate." Principal Sun assured her that this incident would not affect Xiaolan's studies, saying, "Even if you report it, I won't be afraid. Let the police come and ask me." He was somewhat confident he could keep the matter under wraps. After all, he was the principal of the county's top school. If it was reported, it could be framed as Lu Fen hurting someone or just a couple having a disagreement. The police usually didn't want to get involved in such family matters, especially if it was about an ex-wife and they later reconciled, leading to complaints like, "Why did you arrest my wife?" Xia Dajuan had spoken for quite a while, and his injuries weren't too severe. If it had been serious, could he still threaten people at Sun's house? Xiaolan felt somewhat reassured. To put it bluntly, wasn't Director Yang still giving some face? Although it was for Uncle Xiao Guangrong to save her mother, Xiaolan had to swallow her pride and ask for help. After all, Zhou Cheng had helped her more than once, and Xiaolan owed him quite a bit. It was just one more favor at a crucial moment. Xiaolan didn't think hurting someone was right. She knew Lu Fen's character. She wouldn't even cry out in pain if someone pricked her with a needle. Lu Fen must have been pushed to her limit by Xia Dajuan, which led to her reacting in anger. Since she and Xia Dajuan didn't have a father-daughter bond, she naturally sided with Lu Fen. If Lu Fen kills someone, it would be hard for her to escape the blame. But since she only injured Xia Dajuan without serious harm, Xia Xiaolan can definitely help her mother. After leaving Principal Sun's house, Xia Xiaolan comforts her mother. "You really don't need to pay attention to them. Whatever the Xia family says in front of you, just pretend they are talking nonsense. Talking is useless. What can arguing do? If Xia Xiaolan is in a good mood, she might insult Xia Ziyu, but when she's not, she won't waste her breath on him." It seems that helping Zhang Ji create a competitor isn't enough. Zhang Ji's business is doing so well because it has Principal Sun's support. Xia Xiaolan directly created a rift between Principal Sun and Xia Ziyu, making it harder for Zhang Ji to continue using Principal Sun's name in the future. After Lu Fen followed Xia Xiaolan downstairs, she felt weak. Her protective courage didn't last long. When Xia Dajuan said the police would come to arrest her, Lu Fen thought about how her daughter was about to take college entrance exams. How could she have a mother in jail? Xia Xiaolan repeatedly assured her that the injury wouldn't lead to jail time, and Lu Fen slowly calmed down. Then she shared what Xia Dajuan said with Xia Xiaolan. "He wants us to go back to the Xia family, promising to support your education, but I refused. He also accused me of cheating, which is why he won't remarry. So I took a knife to him. It's okay, you did the right thing. We won't go back to the Xia family. My mom can support my education, so why should I return to be looked down upon?" Lu Fen nodded. "I can support you." She must quickly learn the clothing store business with her sister-in-law. Li Fengmei manages the sales, while she will handle other tasks in the store. The less Xiaolan has to worry about the store, the more time she can spend on her studies. Lu Fen also heard some of what Principal Sun said. He is involved in their family matters because her daughter has good grades. Principal Sun mentioned that Xiaolan could get into a prestigious university. Lu Fen, who lacked experience in the village, often sought information about college after Xiaolan decided to take the entrance exam. A prestigious university is the best. Graduates from top universities won't be assigned to small towns. They will stay in big cities, where the best jobs are available first to them. Staying in a big city and not returning to Anqing County, far away from this place, is Lu Fen's hope for Xiaolan. In the big city, no one knows Xiaolan, and the Xia family won't find her. Her daughter will have the best life. As the mother and daughter reached the door, Lu Yong and Li Fengmei looked anxious. The busy lunchtime has passed. Xia Hongxia ran over from Zhang's place, and she confronted Xiaolan and Lu Fen. Xiaolan, you are really cruel. You even harmed your own father. You made my uncle look like that. Just wait to go to jail. Xia Hongxia didn't have the full story. At first, she believed Zhang Chui's loud claims that Xiaolan had hurt Xia Dajuan. Xiaolan told her to get lost. Good dogs don't block the way. Stop showing up in front of me. Your bad luck won't benefit you. Your actions only show how shallow and cruel you are. You. Xia Hongxia was left speechless by Xiaolan's words. She couldn't think of a comeback and was afraid of appearing ignorant and mean. She still wanted to find a partner at the county high school, and she envied her college-educated brother-in-law's kindness. After a long pause, Xia Hongxia finally said, "You're tough now, but when the police come for you, you'll be crying." Xia Hongxia rolled her eyes. Facing 4 people alone, she saw Li Fengmei rolling up her sleeves and feared getting hit, so she quickly left after making her threat. Xiaolan was speechless. Xia Hongxia was both foolish and wicked. Xiaolan never had high hopes for her, as she only made empty threats and petty moves behind the scenes. In contrast, Xia Ziyu seemed exceptionally clever, able to study well and act charmingly, easily fooling most people. Uncle Zhao, thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal later. Old Zhao, the gatekeeper, saw that things were quite chaotic today. Just moments ago, Xia Dajuan had come out injured. Normally, he would keep Xiaolan and Lu Fen to ask about the situation, but he waved them off to leave quickly. What was there to ask? The principal, Mr. Sun, had allowed them into the school. Only Xia Dajuan was injured, and Mr. Sun hadn't said anything about reporting to the police, so old Zhao would meddle. Lu Yong noticed that no one from the school came out to stop them, so he figured the situation wasn't too serious. Xiaolan hadn't admitted to hurting Xia Dajuan. It was all just Zhang Chui making a fuss. Li Fengmei had left her son at Huang's fast food restaurant. The family had planned to have lunch in Anqing County, but now it was late, and they still needed to eat. Lu Zitao was waiting patiently in the shop while Huang was busy. Did I hear someone got hurt? The people from Zhang's place almost ran away, helping a bloody man to the hospital. Oh, that's my dad. Huang was left in shock. She had never met Xia Dajuan, and there was no male figure in the house in Xanadu. How could a father, who had been injured, have his daughter and her mother calmly eating a meal? Sister Huang thought about how anxious the people from Zhang's were, clearly knowing Xiaolan's father. Which meant they must also know Xiaolan herself. Is that Zhang's place? It's run by my aunt. Xiaolan didn't explain much more. Sister Huang thought, why are you giving me advice to take Zhang's business? Considering Xiaolan was helping without expecting anything in return, Sister Huang felt it was inappropriate to ask further. This didn't seem like a family. It felt more like there was a grudge. During dinner, Xiaolan mentioned that Lu Fen was the one who injured Xia Dajuan, but she had already taken care of it. Li Fengmei was stunned, looking Lu Fen up and down. "Ah Fen, you've really made progress." She often told her sister-in-law to give up on Xia Dajuan, saying the Xia family was no good, but Lu Fen had dared to hurt someone. Had she learned too well? Li Fengmei was good with words, but while she would confront men, she probably wouldn't have the courage to attack someone directly. But it was clear that Xia Dajuan had pushed Lu Fen too far, making her, who is usually timid, resort to violence. Lu Yong also praised her actions, as everyone needed to encourage Lu Fen. She was naturally timid, and if the police didn't catch her, she would scare herself. Xia Xiaolan deliberately ate slowly. Although Xia Dajuan seemed to have only minor injuries, it was still necessary to confirm. Before long, Xia Changzheng and his daughter Xia Ziyu returned. Seeing Xia Xiaolan and the others eating casually at Sister Huang's fast food place, Xia Changzheng couldn't control his anger. It was the first time he stopped in front of a competitor's shop, pointing at Xia Xiaolan and scolding. "Are you still in the mood to eat? Your dad has lost a lot of blood, had over 10 stitches, and is still in the hospital getting 4 fluids. Xia Xiaolan, you are his daughter. Xia Dajuan is your real father. Xia Changzheng, who are you shouting at?" Lu Yong stood up immediately. Xia Xiaolan held her uncle back, slowly wiping her mouth, then responded with a mix of surprise and mockery. "Oh, so that's my dad? I thought Xia Ziyu was his real child. Hey, Xia Ziyu, why aren't you at the hospital taking care of him? Your uncle has spent a lot of money on your education, and this is how you repay him?" What a dramatic statement about losing a lot of blood and getting stitches sounded scary. Since Xia Changzheng didn't mention anything else, it meant those two situations were the most serious. Just as Xia Xiaolan guessed, it was only minor injuries. The Xia family has already discussed the situation, and it doesn't matter that Xia Dajuan doesn't want to report it. This matter must be told to Grandma Xia. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Cui rode her bike back to Dea village to gather people. Her second uncle listens to Grandma the most, and she insists on reporting the incident, so Xia Dajuan has no say in the matter. Lu Fen will definitely be taken away by the police, and Xia Ziyu is very distressed. "Xiaolan, you have really disappointed me. How can our sisterly conflict involve our second uncle? He wants to reconcile with his wife, which is why he showed up today. Why can't we just sit down and talk? How did it come to this?" Xia Ziyu didn't blame anyone, but those who didn't know the details would think she, as the older sister, was tolerating her unreasonable younger sister. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to act and didn't plan to fall into Xia Ziyu's familiar patterns to make her look better. No one used a knife. Your second uncle was just too emotional and grabbed a kitchen knife, accidentally injuring himself. Lu Fen didn't want these people to make things difficult for her daughter. She opened her mouth but remembered Xia Xiaolan's repeated warnings that she must not admit to injuring Xia Dajuan. Even if they had to go to the police station, she had to stick to that story. Xia Xiaolan said that if she admitted to hurting someone, then both she and Principal Sun would be committing perjury, which could lead to jail time. Lu Fen kept her mouth tightly shut. Xia Xiaolan exaggerated the consequences of perjury, and Lu Fen believed her, of course not daring to admit to anything. Xia Xiaolan had a strong mindset and could lie with a straight face. If Xia Ziyu hadn't heard it directly from Xia Dajuan, she might have almost believed Xia Xiaolan's nonsense. "I heard you know how to erase fingerprints? But there were people watching at the time. Without fingerprints, you can't escape." Xia Xiaolan waved her hand at her. "Come here, I want to whisper something to you." Her gesture was like calling a puppy, which Xia Ziyu found insulting and stood still. Xia Xiaolan sighed. "If you won't come over, then don't blame me for speaking loudly. Everyone saw your second uncle injure himself. Do you want to know why?" Xia Dajuan had said that Principal Sun was helping Xia Xiaolan and her mother. Xia Ziyu thought for a long time and could only guess that Principal Sun valued Xia Xiaolan's grades. He was someone who cared a lot about student performance. Good grades meant good students, and good students brought honor to the school, which also reflected on Principal Sun. But would Principal Sun really change his statement? Xia Ziyu didn't understand why Xia Xiaolan was so sure. "Don't you know? I took out the love letter that your boyfriend, Wang Jianhua, wrote to me. I said my cousin is not a good person. She steals my boyfriend. What else bad things can she do? Everyone from the Xia family who wants to find me only wants to ruin my future, no matter how they pretend to care. It turns out that reputation is such a powerful tool. If you do something wrong, people will doubt you in other matters. You taught me this trick, and I'm so grateful." Xia Xiaolan truly had an unusual boldness, not only bringing up personal matters in public, but also pulling out a love letter, seemingly wanting to read it aloud. Xia Ziyu had no idea about this past. She had never talked to Wang Jianhua. Given his personality, it was hard for Xia Ziyu to believe he would write a love letter to a woman. But it wasn't that he couldn't write, it was just that the recipient wasn't her. Xia Ziyu couldn't describe her feelings. The man she had worked so hard to win over didn't love her as a man loves a woman. He was only with her out of responsibility. Even if Wang Jianhua said they would marry after graduation, when had he ever said a passionate word? No, she didn't regret it. What she wanted was Wang Jianhua's future. Even if he once liked Xia Xiaolan, that was in the past. But Xia Ziyu still walked over. She couldn't let Xia Xiaolan read the love letter in public. Xia Xiaolan, don't go too far. Xia Ziyu lowered her voice and threatened through gritted teeth. Oh, you're not pretending to be generous and kind anymore? What do you think you can use to threaten me? At most, I won't study at County Number 1 high school. If I change schools, where will you find me? Your dad isn't the top leader in Yunnan province. Can you really control everything there? We're both just daughters of poor families, and we took baths together when we were little. I know all about you. Xia Ziyu, I see you didn't remember what I said that day. I'm a bit angry. Xia Xiaolan said she was a bit angry. When Xia Xiaolan got angry, she wasn't scary at all. Her beautiful face was even more flawless up close. Xia Ziyu felt an urge to scratch that pretty face. Xia Xiaolan's words hit her hidden insecurity. Her biggest insecurity was being born into a rural family like the Xias, where everyone was useless, unable to help her, and only dragging her down. Even running a small food stall had to be done secretly, and she had to work hard to please Principal's son just to get a storefront and keep the business going in front of County Number 1 high school. No matter how big of a leader Xia Chongzheng is, even if he is just a small official with a bit of power, Xia Ziyu would need to work so hard. She doesn't want to take the man that Xia Xiaolan likes, but in her world, there is no better choice than Wang Jianhua. Xia Xiaolan, you really are hopeless. You've made me angry. She thought Xia Xiaolan had become smarter, but she was still foolish. Xia Ziyu stepped back 2 paces. You will regret this. You don't know what happens when you annoy me. You missed your chance with Wang Jianhua, and I will make sure you miss even more. Her gaze swept over Lu Fun. It turns out Xia Xiaolan is not as filial as she seems. Xia Ziyu decided that by any means necessary, she would send Lu Fun to jail. Lu Fun injured Xia Dajuan in a moment of impulse, which was a perfect opportunity for Xia Ziyu. If she missed this chance, she would feel useless. Lu Fun is timid. Even without witnesses, once the police question her, she will surely confess everything. Xia Xiaolan frowned. She was clearly the victim of having her partner taken away. Why did Xia Ziyu harbor so much hatred for her? Not wanting to dwell on what she couldn't understand, she stayed here to confirm Xia Dajuan's injuries. As long as he wasn't in serious danger, that was enough. Aunt and uncle, let's go. We can't provoke a college student. Can we still hide? Arguing with foolish people is pointless. Xia Xiaolan's family was planning to return to Xanadu today. Xia Chongzheng and Zhang Manfu blocked their way, insisting that no one could leave until the police arrived. Xia Xiaolan didn't want the children to witness the adults' conflict, so she let Li Fengmei take Tao Dao and Lu Fen away first. I'll stay here with my uncle to handle this. My brother is lying in the hospital. No one is leaving until the police arrive. Sister Huang saw that the people from Zhang's were particularly fierce, so she asked Li Fengmei to take the children to the yard to avoid trouble, also pushing Lu Fen inside. Once in the backyard, they realized that the fast food restaurant's row of houses was different from Zhang's across the street. The small yard in the back had a back door, so they could leave without anyone knowing. Li Fengmei handed her son to Lu Fen. Your aunt will take you back to Xanadu. You must behave. But Lu Fen was the one who injured someone. How could she leave? Li Fengmei sneered. Do you think the Xia family will reason with you? They finally found an opportunity and would love to crush you and Xiaolan. Even if the police want to question you, let them search for a few more days. Li Fengmei had experience with the police. She had been terrified at the time. Could Lu Fin handle it? Li Fengmei also had her own cleverness. When she arrived at Xanadu, she thought about finding someone to help. Director Yang, who came to cut the ribbon for Blue Phoenix, seemed very approachable and didn't act like a leader at all. The officer Xiaozhu from the police station was also very friendly. Xanadu is really nice. After Li Fengmei forced Lu Fin to leave, she went outside and saw that a fight was about to break out. She noticed that Xia Chongzheng and the others wanted to hit her man, so she went to grab Xia Ziyu's hair. Zhang Manfu and his wife were not really helping, while Xia Hongxia secretly tried to push Xia Xiaolan. Sister Huang was quick and kicked Xia Hongxia on the calf. What's going on? What are you all doing? Where are you fighting? Old Zhao ran over with a baton, followed by the well-dressed Principal Sunday. This is ridiculous. There are still senior students in class. Who is so bold to cause trouble outside? Old Zhao, call the police to take these people away. Xia Chongzheng dared to act tough with others, but it was Principal Sun who helped Zhang Ji open the business. He immediately calmed down and stood awkwardly to the side. Xia Ziyu gritted her teeth. Principal, my dad is worried about my uncle's injury, Principal Sun ignored her and frowned at Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan, why haven't you gone home yet? The school allows you to study at home due to your special situation, but you can't waste your precious study time like this. Although Principal Sun's tone was scolding, his attitude clearly favored Xia Xiaolan. Xia Chongzheng was confused and quickly defended. Principal, my brother is in the hospital after being injured. They can't leave. Principal Sun suddenly exploded with anger. I was just about to talk to you about this. Your brother came to my house with a kitchen knife and harmed himself, leaving blood everywhere and creating a bad influence. If it weren't for Xia Xiaolan, I would have demanded an explanation from him. How could Dajuan lie? If it was Lu Fun who injured him, then it was Lu Fun who injured him. The Xia family always took advantage of situations, but when faced with Principal Sun, Xia Chongzheng had no way to respond. No wonder Dajuan said not to report it. Principal Sun favored Ziyu, so why was he siding with Xia Xiaolan? Xia Chongzheng looked at Xia Ziyu in confusion, while Xia Ziyu knew that standing up for herself now would only leave a worse impression on Principal Sun. It was all Xia Xiaolan's fault. How many bad things had she said about her in front of Principal Sun, and how much did Principal Sun believe? Xia Ziyu also felt the sadness of being forgotten. She had worked hard to please Principal Sun, but after just half a year away from County No. 1 high school, he quickly turned his attention to someone else. It was simply because she had already graduated, while Xia Xiaolan was preparing for her exams and could bring honor to the school. How could Xia Xiaolan score over 500 points? It was that frustrating 500 points. Xia Ziyu felt very unwilling. Principal Sun suggested that Xia Xiaolan leave early. Even if they reported the incident, the police would definitely ask Principal Sun for details. He knew how to handle it. As long as Lu Fin didn't speak up, the matter would blow over. Principal Sun's involvement was a warning to the Xia family, making it clear where he stood and urging them not to cause any more trouble. Principal Sun thought things would go smoothly, with Xia Xiaolan obediently leaving, but then 2 uniformed police officers arrived, followed by the wailing of Grandma Xia and Zhang Cui. My child. How tragic. That heartless person. Police, arrest that heartless person. Lu Fun, you heartless person, come out. I'll fight you. This commotion made the leading officer, Director Liang, quite irritated. It was the 4th day of the new year, and he was on duty. Why deal with such matters during a holiday? He would rather be in the police station office, enjoying some warm food and tea. Grandma Xia was difficult to handle. Rolling around at the police station looked bad. She came to report that her son had been attacked at County No. 1 high school, so Director Liang had to take someone to check it out. Zhang Cui was riding her bike and didn't expect to get there quickly, but a kind stranger on a motorcycle gave them a lift. Hearing that a family member had been attacked, he took Grandma Xia and Zhang Cui back to the city. There were many helpful people around, and the young motorcyclist advised them to report the incident first, or what if the attacker got away? That's how Grandma Xia and Zhang Cui ended up following the police. Principal Sun about this matter. Director Liang greeted Principal Sun with a decent attitude, and Principal Sun sensed that the situation wasn't serious. With all the noise from Grandma Xia, he initially thought Xia Dajuan had died in the hospital. He could handle a family issue, but a murder case was beyond him. With Grandma Xia present, Xia Xiaolan, Lu Yong, and Li Fengmei couldn't leave. Director Liang, stuck with this troublesome old lady, said he needed to understand the situation. Principal Sun explained that Xia Dajuan had lost control and harmed himself. My kitchen knife is covered in blood, and the living room is a mess. My spouse is still cleaning up at home. Director Liang, what should I do if I encounter such a situation? During the New Year celebrations, Liang, the officer, had been around for years. The disagreement between both sides was just a small issue, but it stemmed from family conflicts, causing many people to have a bad holiday. Now that he was here, he had to follow protocol and talk to Lu Fen. When he asked, he found out that she had already taken her nephew home. Xia Xiaolan was particularly confused. She divorced my dad, and he hurt himself. Does my mom still have to take care of him? Of course not. But your grandmother reported that it was your mom who hurt your dad. Liang opened his mouth. He remembered Xia Xiaolan, because of her, for troublemakers in Anqing County had been sentenced. The first 3 had ambushed her on the road, and the last one, Zhang Erlai, was caught stealing public funds. Liang felt it was still related to Xia Xiaolan. Liang thought that the Xia family was making a big fuss because of their connections, but the outcome for the weak Xia classmate wouldn't be good. Since he couldn't see Lu Fen, Liang decided to meet with Xia Dajuan to hear what the victim had to say. Xia's grandmother was crying, and Zhang Chui said Xia Dajuan hadn't broken any bones, but Xia's grandmother hadn't seen it herself. Among her 3 sons, she relied on the eldest and favored the youngest, so even though she usually overlooked Xia Dajuan, she was still a bit worried at this moment. There was no need to go to the hospital to verify. Wang Jianhua rushed in, out of breath. "Diyu uncle is missing." How could Xia Dajuan be missing from the hospital? His actions not only disrupted the Xia family, but also puzzled Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong. The county hospital was also confused. Usually, patients sneak out because they can't afford the medical bills. Xia Dajuan had just received stitches and was given 2 bottles of nutrients, and he had already paid. So, why would he run away? Wang Jianhua was supposed to be watching over the patient, but ended up losing track of him. Wang Jianhua asked the hospital staff for help searching but couldn't find him, so he hurried back to tell Xia Ziyu. Now Liang had to investigate. The police station had a more organized approach than Wang Jianhua. Xia Dajuan, a living person, couldn't just disappear. They began questioning everyone in the neighboring rooms, both patients and their families, and someone claimed to have seen him leave the hospital alone. As they continued to investigate, it turned out Xia Dajuan had taken a bus out of Anqing, heading to the Shandong train station. The trail ended there, and Xia's grandmother insisted that Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen were hiding Xia Dajuan. To be honest, even Xia Xiaolan couldn't guess what Xia Dajuan was up to. No matter how much Grandma Xia makes a fuss, Officer Liang said if he can run, jump, and take a bus by himself, he is fine. Since the person involved isn't filing a report, this is a civil dispute, and it's not our station's responsibility. I'm his mother, and I'm filing a report. Even if his real father came back, it wouldn't matter. He is fine and can still travel. He hasn't been kidnapped, so the police don't want to waste their resources. Summer Dajuan's situation isn't a case of being missing. A man in his 50s going on a trip. Where would the police even look? Why did Summer Dajuan leave the hospital on his own? Wang Jianhua was the last person to see him, and the Xia family eagerly asked Wang Jianhua about what happened. Wang Jianhua vaguely guessed it was related to the questions Summer Dajuan asked him. It was just a casual inquiry, and he was worried about further questions. However, Summer Dajuan didn't say anything else. By the time Wang Jianhua went outside to buy food and returned to the ward, Summer Dajuan had already vanished. Wang Jianhua felt embarrassed to mention what Summer Dajuan had asked in front of everyone. The reason for Summer Dajuan's disappearance is a mystery. Grandma Xia is worried about his health and also concerned about Xia Ziyu's college expenses. With 3 sons, Even Xia Ziyu's biological father has his own interests, especially since Xia Ziyu has a younger brother. The youngest, Xia Hongbing, is even more eager for Grandma Xia to give him some of her savings. Only Summer Dajun listens to Grandma Xia. He would never give her less than the full 100 yuan he earned. Grandma Xia believes he doesn't have sons to support him in old age, so the money he makes is just right for Xia Ziyu's education. Now, the most obedient worker in the family has run away. How can Grandma Xia accept this? Zhang Cui suggested that Summer Dajun might have been provoked by Lu Fun, which led him to leave home. If he comes back in a few days, that's fine, but what if he stays away out of anger? I think we need to find Lu Fun and her daughter to get him back. Did Lu Fun say something to him that made him leave? Grandma Xia found this very reasonable. You're right. We should go find them. Grandma Xia is heartbroken and suspects that Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan tricked Summer Dajun into abandoning the family to start a new life with them. What will happen to the Xia family? What about Ziyu's tuition? Grandma Xia sees herself as the leader of the family, making all the decisions. Lu Fun's divorce has already upset her enough, and now Summer Dajun has left. She absolutely cannot accept this. So, what if Xia Xiaolan got into college? She doesn't care for ungrateful people. If the police won't take action, who can stop Xia Xiaolan from leaving? Only Grandma Xia can. This old woman is not only difficult but also unafraid to make a scene. She clings to Xia Xiaolan's leg, recounting all the misdeeds from rolling in the hay with a troublemaker from the neighboring village, to trying to charm her future brother-in-law, to being disrespectful to her elders, and even encouraging her parents to divorce. Each story is told with such emotion that it makes everyone want to scorn Xia Xiaolan for being such a wayward and ungrateful daughter. On the street outside County No. 1 High School, how many teachers and students can witness this commotion? It took the police a while to realize that Xia Dajun had left on his own. By now, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the students were finishing classes and getting ready for dinner. Although only the senior year students were returning to school, most teachers and students were eating in the cafeteria, while a few had to leave campus to find dinner. This spectacle made the students and teachers stop and watch. Seeing the audience, the old lady became even more animated, tightly holding onto Xia Xiaolan's feet, preventing her from moving an inch. How will Xia Xiaolan continue studying at County No. 1 High School after this? Lu Yong, with bloodshot eyes, wanted to act impulsively like his sister Lu Fun and lash out. If it weren't for Li Fengmei and sister Huang desperately holding him back, he would have lunged at the old lady. No matter the situation, unreasonable elders are the hardest to deal with. Principal Sun was left speechless, realizing Xia Xiaolan's words were true. All the Xia family members held a grudge against her. There is definitely a grudge, a deep-seated one. Otherwise, why would they try to tarnish Xia Xiaolan's reputation so severely? How will the teachers and students at the school view Xia Xiaolan now? This is her own grandmother, and it's hard to believe any other grandmother would act this way. Old Zhao, quickly help the old lady up, Principal Sun said, feeling it was a tricky situation. Xia Ziyu seemed frightened, tightly gripping Wang Jianhua's hand without saying a word. Principal Sun was extremely disappointed in her. Guard Old Zhao tried to help the old lady several times, but every time he got close, she would scream that he was hitting her. Old Zhao was so angry, he felt like he might explode. Xia Ziyu hid behind Wang Jianhua, observing Xia Xiaolan's expression. Xia Xiaolan had a bad temper, and if she lost her cool in public because of the old lady, it would only serve as clear evidence of her disrespect. It would be better if she could hold back. That would mean denying the old lady's accusations, and Xia Ziyu wanted to salvage her image in Principal Sun's eyes. The worse Xia Xiaolan appeared, the more the negative things said about her would seem untrue. Xia Xiaolan, in this difficult situation, how will you escape? Wang Jianhua felt a bit awkward. Xia Xiaolan had never tried to charm him. Instead, it was he and Xia Ziyu who had come together, leaving Xia Xiaolan feeling betrayed. But with so many people watching, Wang Jianhua couldn't speak up. The crowd was whispering, and Principal Sun didn't understand why Xia Xiaolan didn't defend herself. Was he really going to argue with an elderly woman from the countryside? The old lady was already on the ground. That was enough trouble for him. Comrade Xia, quickly help your mother up. The old lady is being unreasonable, and you should be too. Xia Changzheng and Zhang Chui pretended to help her a bit, but they were speechless. Xia Xiaolan finally showed a look of disgust because the old lady had wiped her snot and tears on her pants, which she actually liked. Now she couldn't wear them. She was thinking about how to start, whether she really needed to compete with the old lady in acting, recounting all the ridiculous things about the Xia family with tears and emotion. Xia Xiaolan wasn't afraid of losing face. After all, it was the Xia family's reputation at stake. She just didn't want to leave a pitiful impression on the teachers and students of the first high school. She really didn't want to be seen as a helpless flower, nor did she want to be treated like a wilted vegetable. A young female teacher stepped forward, her round face showing anger. How can you call yourself Xia's grandmother? You're just a shameless bully, an unreasonable woman. And you all, can't you even help an elderly person? You're clearly letting her take advantage of her age to bully Xia. Xia isn't defending herself, but I can't just stand by. We all believe in you, Xiaolan.
It was Sun Tian,
The little teacher who supervised Xia Xiaolan during the entrance exam. Sun Tian was shy, but unexpectedly had the courage that others lacked. Xia Xiaolan didn't expect the first person to stand up for her would be Teacher Sunday. However, this seemed to trigger something, and Old Wang and Teacher Qi rushed over, followed by a group of students from Class 3. Someone had informed them, and on the way, Teacher Qi learned the whole story and was very angry. Are you really acting like a grandmother? Your granddaughter, Xia Xiaolan, excels in her studies and is self-reliant in life. Even though she's temporarily staying with relatives, she insists on earning her own tuition and living expenses. You shouldn't ruin such a promising student. Teacher Qi, a married woman, was stronger than the shy Sun Tian. Even though the old lady was throwing a tantrum, a few female students rushed out, and together they finally pulled her away from Xia Xiaolan. Xiaolan, are you okay? Xiaolan, your grandmother is terrifying. She can't be Xiaolan's grandmother. Xia Xiaolan didn't expect things to develop this way. Young faces looked so lovely in her eyes. These female classmates, she usually didn't have time to interact with, but they got to know each other a little during the 2 days of the final exams when they ate together. Seeing their concerned faces, Xia Xiaolan felt very touched. Old Wang even knew Xia Ziyu were all family. Why don't you persuade your grandmother? You also got into college from County Number 1 high school. Getting into college isn't easy, and the next few months could affect Xia Xiaolan's future. Xia Ziyu was on the verge of tears, Mr. Wang. My grandmother is old and stubborn, and I don't know what to do. Grandma, please get up. We're family, and I've never blamed Xiaolan. If you ask her uncle about his whereabouts, she will definitely tell you. Xia Ziyu intervened, and Xia's grandmother stopped her attack on Xia Xiaolan, but she still didn't get up. She sat on the ground, pounding her thighs and crying for her son to return. Although Xia Ziyu was trying to help, she vaguely shifted Xia's grandmother's blame onto Xia Xiaolan, focusing on today's incident. Xia Xiaolan's biological father came to reconcile with her mother but got hurt and left home. Since Lu Fin didn't show up, Xia Xiaolan had to publicly explain herself. Principal Sun watched Xia Ziyu with suspicion. He spoke and acted generously but had a strange demeanor. This advice seemed helpful, but struck Xia Xiaolan hard. Xia Ziyu's statement was first opposed by the girls from Class 3. Xia Ziyu's name was still on the honor roll of the high school, but it had nothing to do with the girls from Class 3, who were Xia Xiaolan's classmates and naturally stood by her side. They all criticized Xia's grandmother, and even Xia Ziyu was included. Seeing her cousin being attacked, Xia Hongxia argued with several girls. The scene became even more chaotic. Chen Qing could no longer tolerate it and scolded Xia Hongxia. I remember her. She really is Xiaolan's cousin. She previously stopped me from speaking well of Xiaolan. The Xia family has no good people. Why bully Xiaolan? Didn't they say Xiaolan's parents divorced and didn't support her education? Now they come to scold her? They are from the Zhang family. I will never eat at Zhang's again. What Xia's grandmother said had no credibility at all. Xia Xiaolan's silence was interpreted by the angry students as sadness and helplessness. Xia Xiaolan was beautiful, but she never took the initiative to interact with any boys. Chun Qing repeatedly explained that he only lived in the same village as Xia Xiaolan, excelled in his studies, and selflessly helped his classmates improve together. Xia Xiaolan, who maintained her integrity, was seen as a goddess by the boys at the school. When someone was bullied at the entrance, it was easy to ignite the passion of others when someone stood up. The unexpected turn of events that Xia Xiaolan could not foresee was even more confusing for her family. Seeing Xia Xiaolan surrounded by female students who were softly comforting her, Xia Ziyu clenched her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms.
Why?
Why was public opinion entirely on Xia Xiaolan's side? How did Xia Xiaolan gain such strong support among the teachers and students at the school? Xia Ziyu found it hard to believe and could not understand. Xia Xiaolan herself did not intend to make a big deal out of it. She thought that the exam questions and study methods were common knowledge and not worth keeping secret. She was not afraid of competing with the students at the school, and her casual sharing helped her build a solid foundation of support. Teachers admired her for her good grades and hard work. Students appreciated her for her helpfulness. Xia Xiaolan did not want to be seen as a morally upright person, yet her unintentional actions were viewed as such. Even her refusal to accept financial aid from the school and her determination to work hard to pay for her education became evidence of her good character. In Dea village, Xia Dajuan was timid, Lu Fen was quiet, and the village women all envied Xia Xiaolan. So when rumors spread, the gossipers eagerly joined in, stepping on Xia Xiaolan because at that time, she was not strong enough to be feared, and the idle talk about her would not lead to retaliation. Now, with the support of the teachers and students, Xia Ziyu also thought of using public opinion to harm others, but found she could not control the direction of the narrative. Instead, the teachers and students criticized the Xia family harshly. Lu Yong's eyes lost their redness. The man wanted to secretly wipe away tears for his niece, who had worked so hard. Now she had finally cleared her name. Sister Huang said to Li Fengmei, "This girl has had a tough time. When selling eggs, she had to make several trips to the county, and she only allowed herself to add an egg when she brought her mom to my stall for noodles. She only eats plain noodles herself." Sister Huang also understood that Xia Xiaolan encouraged her to compete with Zhang Ji not out of family loyalty, but because she could not stand to see Xia Xiaolan enjoy even a little bit of a good life. Sister Huang wants her family to have a future college student who can rank second in their class. She will definitely support them fully. There's no reason to hold them back. Even if it means getting a divorce and following her mother, isn't she still the granddaughter by blood? Old Lady Xia may be messy and tough, but when everyone criticizes her, she can't argue back. She isn't truly invincible. There are times she feels scared. Several male students looked angry, and if she weren't an old lady, they would have rushed to confront her. Old Lady Xia struggled on the ground, feeling weak. Summer Changzheng bravely went to help her, and she quickly accepted the support without causing any trouble. For the first time, the positions of the Xia family and Xia Xiaolan were reversed, and they experienced the embarrassment of being criticized by everyone. The teachers and students hadn't even started to insult her yet. If it weren't for holding on to Wang Jianhua, Xia Ziyu would have fainted. Xia Xiaolan didn't fight back, yet so many people stood up for her. Was it just because of her looks? Xia Ziyu couldn't understand why the village gossipers, who usually disliked Xia Xiaolan's face and were naturally a bit jealous, would defend her. Can studying really eliminate jealousy? Xia Ziyu had read many books and even got into a university in the capital, yet she still felt intense jealousy. After the teachers and students vented their anger, Xia Xiaolan stepped forward. Wasn't it just a contest of skills? She had said all kinds of things to secure orders and achieve results. When it came to being quick-witted, how could old Lady Xia, who only spoke in circles, compete with her? Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. I appreciate your support. County Number 1 Middle School is a warm family. The teachers care for me, and my classmates trust me. How can I not work harder to repay your kindness and trust with excellent results? I have wasted a lot of time in the past and felt unfair about favoritism towards elders. I even doubted my importance to my family and society because of my gender. But today I, Xia Xiaolan, choose to leave my old self behind. No matter the distractions, I will work hard with all of you to become someone responsible for my life and useful to society and the country. Favoring boys over girls is an outdated practice. Women can hold up half the sky. Only academic achievement is the top priority. Anyone who hinders my education does not deserve to be my family or elder. I just want to get rid of ignorance and contribute to building our country. I just want to go to college. These words clearly set a boundary with the Xia family in front of everyone. But this time, no one criticized Xia Xiaolan. The onlookers applauded and cheered. Xia Xiaolan, great job. Let's all go to college together.
Go, Xia Xiaolan.
We all support you. Unintentionally, Xia Xiaolan became a role model for girls striving for independence. She spoke so well. Every senior student present wanted to change their fate through the college entrance exam. That's why they practice questions repeatedly to improve their scores, why some study for 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 years after not getting accepted, and why they return to school to study right after the new year, while others enjoy their break. In Anqing County No. 1 High School, there are no true privileged children. Even rural students and kids from dual-income families in towns value the college entrance exam greatly. With only 5 months left until the exam that will decide their futures for decades, anyone disturbing the students now is truly an enemy of their progress. Xia Xiaolan's decision to reject her ill-intentioned relatives was the right one. While one should be filial, if elders are unkind, then blindly obeying them is foolish. This is not the old society anymore. The reputation of being filial cannot determine one's future. Getting into college requires hard work and perseverance. At this moment, not making a statement or seeking fame was a foolish move for Principal Sunday. When the applause died down, Principal Sun publicly promised that no unrelated person would disturb Xia Xiaolan's studies before the college entrance exam. He also received rounds of applause. Old Zhao, the security guard, tightened his grip on his baton, scanning the faces of the Xia family as if to memorize each one, ensuring they would not come within 5 meters of the school gate again. The Xia family looked defeated. Even Xia Ziyu realized the situation was lost. Today, Xia Xiaolan controlled public opinion, and this momentum would likely continue unless she chose to undermine herself. After today, the Xia family had no reason to cause trouble. Any further disturbance would only strengthen Xia Xiaolan's position. Wang Jianhua looked at Xia Xiaolan. She was so beautiful and radiated a different kind of light. Because of the embarrassing scene at Baishi Temple, he had disliked her, yet at this moment, his heart was stirring. Xia Ziyu gritted his teeth, supporting Grandma Xia. I'm sorry, there are some misunderstandings between us and Xiaolan. I will definitely try to clear them up. Teacher Qi sighed. Xia Ziyu, it's not easy to change the views of older people. Please don't make things worse. Advise your family not to disturb Xiaolan before the college entrance exam. Your commotion will greatly affect her emotions. Any misunderstandings can wait until after the exam. I hope you can do that. What Teacher Qi meant was that clearing up misunderstandings is not as important as keeping the Xia family from causing trouble. That shows sincerity. Everyone was staring at Xia Ziyu. What could she say? Not wanting to ruin her gentle and kind image, Xia Ziyu could only agree without hesitation. Xiaolan, I hope you get into your dream university. Xia Ziyu knew the situation was irreversible and still generously offered her blessings. Cousin, I will not let you down. Even though you took my partner, I don't hate you anymore. Because I believe there will be better guys waiting for me. I wish you and your husband happiness, cousin. At that moment, Xia Ziyu wished Wang Jianhua would step in and explain a few things. But Wang Jianhua, feeling complicated, remained unresponsive like a wooden post. Xia Ziyu quickly left the scene, taking her entire family back to the Zhang family's backyard to hide. Xiaolan thanked everyone before leaving with Lu Yong and Li Fengmei. The onlooking teachers and students slowly dispersed, each still feeling the excitement, as if Xiaolan's declaration was their own. Teacher's son, you really have courage. Yes, teacher's son, if you hadn't been the first to stand up. Sun Tian turned shy again, feeling embarrassed by everyone's praise. Only one person disagreed, Zhao, who was eagerly pursuing Sun Tian. It was too risky for you to stand out like that. You don't know how worried I was just now. Xiao Sun, don't be so impulsive next time. There are so many teachers. Why let a newcomer like you step forward? You should wait for Teacher Wang and the others to speak up. They are experienced. Zhao's face was full of concern. Sun Tian felt a bit awkward. Since she started working at County No. 1 high school, Zhao had been very attentive. After a while, when news spread that she was the principal's niece, Zhao became even more attentive, spending almost all his free time with Sun Tian. The other teachers at school even saw them as a couple. Are they a couple? Sun Tian had clearly rejected him, but Zhao acted as if nothing had changed. Now Sun Tian is also confused. When her colleagues teased her, she and teacher Zhao ended up in a relationship without really thinking it through. However, Sun Tian still feels uncomfortable because she and teacher Zhao have different personalities. For example, just now, her excitement was completely dampened by teacher Zhao's cold response. Does being righteous really require qualifications? Seeing Sun Tian silent, teacher Zhao quickly stopped talking. Sun Tian is attractive and the niece of Principal Sun, so teacher Zhao is reluctant to give up such a good opportunity. He had once been impressed by Xia Xiaolan, but since she rarely appeared at school, he had no chance to get to know her. Moreover, Xia Xiaolan came from a rural background, which wouldn't help his career, and any rumors about a teacher and student would be hard for him to handle. Once he learned that Sun Tian was Principal Sun's niece, teacher Zhao set aside his previous thoughts and focused on pursuing her. His efforts paid off. People at school now think he and Sun Tian are a couple. Sun Tian's shy personality is easy for him to manage, and teacher Zhao believes they will soon be discussing marriage. To speed up their wedding plans, teacher Zhao has to suppress some minor frustrations. He disagrees with some of Sun Tian's methods, but he thinks he can guide her after they get married. As the excitement outside the school fades, in the backyard of Zhang's place, Grandma Xia is complaining. Why didn't you help me speak up earlier? I had to handle everything alone. Everyone just stood there like fools, which made Grandma Xia even angrier. Mom, we still need to do business at the entrance of the school. If it gets too messy, it won't be good for the shop. Grandma Xia rolled her eyes, wanting to say that this is your uncle's business. So, why are you worried? But she was still resting in the backyard of Zhang's place. Although Zhang Manfu and Zhang Lianxiang were in the front shop, it wouldn't be appropriate to say this in front of Zhang Cui. Grandma Xia didn't know that Zhang's was a business run by Xia Chongzeng and his wife. Everyone else was aware. They saw that Principal Sun was not happy today and worried it might affect Zhang's business, so Xia Chongzeng and Zhang Cui didn't dare to speak up. Xia Chongzeng could stand up for his brother, but Xia Dajuan was missing and hadn't reported anything, leaving Xia Chongzeng in a difficult position. Principal Sun even testified that Xia Dajuan had injured himself, and when the police came, they left without taking action. This situation couldn't be used to trouble Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan, which made Xia Chongzeng very frustrated. In the end, not only did he fail to get Lu Fun imprisoned, but he didn't even manage to collect any medical fees. He had to pay the hospital bills out of his own pocket. Moreover, he and Zhang Cui are uncle and aunt. Why are they jumping out to criticize their niece? Only Grandma Xia has the right to confront Xia Xiaolan. But she couldn't win the argument. What could Xia Chongzeng say? If the family doesn't leave quickly, they might get beaten up by those excited students. Since moving to the county, all the vendors Xia Chongzeng worked with have supported him, and this was the first time he felt so embarrassed. Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua also had some tension. Wang Jianhua thought that while outsiders might say harsh things, he and Xia Ziyu had indeed let Xia Xiaolan down regarding their feelings. Yet, Grandma Xia publicly called Xia Xiaolan a loose woman who charmed her brother-in-law, which only angered Xia Xiaolan and embarrassed everyone. In the end, Xia Xiaolan said she would find someone better, leaving Wang Jianhua feeling ashamed. Xia Ziyu also felt humiliated. Although she had taken Wang Jianhua away, she didn't want to be associated with such a reputation. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaolan had to say it in front of everyone. If Wang Jianhua didn't defend himself, could Xia Ziyu deny it? If she did, Xia Xiaolan might pull out Wang Jianhua's love letters and read them aloud. Xia Xiaolan would definitely do something so shameless. Both young couples felt unhappy, and Wang Jianhua asked Xia Ziyu, "When are we leaving? There are only a few days left of winter break, and I still need to visit the farm." "The day after tomorrow." "Jianhua, look at how chaotic things are at home. We should stay in Anqing for one more day." Wang Jianhua reluctantly agreed. He had no choice. He had spent all his living allowance on gifts for Xia's family, and if he wanted to visit his parents at the farm, he would need Xia Ziyu to pay for it. Originally, Wang Jianhua could still deceive himself, but after Xia Xiaolan called him out for money at the entrance of Baishi Temple, he felt like he was living off others. He and Ziyu were getting along well, but if they had a fight, would Ziyu also ask him to pay her back like Xia Xiaolan did? The Wang family used to be prominent, and Wang Jianhua was spoiled by his family. Now, with everything changing, he had gone from young Master Wang to Wang the educated youth. Getting into college didn't seem enough. He still had to face various humiliations. Wang Jianhua was eager to succeed. Zhang Cui took the opportunity to pull her daughter aside for a quiet talk. Is Principal Sun going to be a problem? Principal Sun was not young and was a polite school leader, but unexpectedly, he was also charmed by Xia Xiaolan, siding with her. Zhang Cui knew better than Xia Changzheng how the Zhang family started. Without Principal Sun, how could a rural woman like her manage such a store? Xia Ziyu knew there would be consequences, but she couldn't say anything to worry Zhang Cui. "Don't worry, I'll go to Principal Sun's house again to explain. By the way, I want to take the money you prepared for me this time, just 5,000 yuan. The snack shop was her first source of income. Xia Ziyu was also worried that the business would decline, that troublemakers might come again, and that competitors were watching closely. The future of Zhang Ji was uncertain. If she didn't get the money now, her parents would be reluctant to give her a large sum when the business got worse. Zhang Cui was already feeling reluctant. But Xia Ziyu was the family's support, so Zhang Cui swallowed her pain and nodded. "Okay, Mom will go to the bank to withdraw the money tomorrow." By evening, there were no more buses to Xanadu. Xia Xiaolan and her husband Lu Yong walked 2 streets and found Lu Fen waiting by the roadside, holding Tao Tao. "Weren't you supposed to go back to Xanadu first? Have you really been holding that little rascal all afternoon?" "I only held him because Tao Tao said he was tired." Lu Fen left through the back door of the fast food restaurant. She couldn't just ignore her responsibilities and go to Xanadu. She knew how unreasonable the Xia family could be. Watching from a distance, she saw the police come and go without taking anyone away, so she reassured herself that things were fine. Lu Yong took their son, worried that he would catch a cold sleeping outside, and quickly woke him up. The whole family was exhausted. On the 4th day of the new year, the state-run restaurant was still closed, so they decided to stay at a guest house and paid for someone to bring them some food, which was just steamed buns and noodles, no fancy meals. After washing up and going to bed, the mother and daughter were alone in one room. Xia Xiaolan talked about Xia Dajuan's disappearance. Lu Fen sighed in relief. "Good. He is your dad after all. If he keeps looking for you at school, people will talk. One firm rejection is fine, but if Xia Dajuan shows up every day at the school gate, he would have to act like he regretted his actions, and over time, the teachers and students who currently supported Xia Xiaolan might start to sympathize with Xia Dajuan." She could imagine people saying that all parents should be forgiven. So, she decided to stay home and study on her own, avoiding appearing at County No. 1 Middle School, and just wait to take the exam directly in July. After all the commotion, Xia Xiaolan had planned to reduce her visits to school and only attend important exams, like the upcoming crucial one before the college entrance exam, known as the pre-exam. Whether she qualified for college depended on passing the pre-exam scoreline. Originally, she planned to return to Xanadu on the 4th day of the new year, but due to the drama, The family had to stay one night at the guest house in Onqing and take the bus back to the provincial city the next morning. The business announcement stated that they would open on the 5th day of the new year. Regardless of how business goes on that day, the owners should try to keep their word. After getting out of the car, they headed straight to Urki Road. The family worked together to clean up, and by noon, they were still mopping the floor when someone came in to try on clothes. They sold 2 pairs of pants and a sweater in the morning. Xia Xiaolan joked that they had earned enough for lunch, but Lu Fen urged her to take the bags home first. The luggage they brought back from Kaijingshan village included spare clothes and various items given by the villagers, such as fried peanuts and pickled vegetables. Xia Xiaolan unlocked the door, and the courtyard door was pulled open from the inside. "Happy New Year, Grandma Yu." Grandma Yu nodded. She didn't look angry, but her expression wasn't very cheerful either. "Didn't you say you'd be back yesterday? I thought you weren't renting this place anymore." Grandma Yu's words were often blunt. Xia Xiaolan was used to it and could sense her concern. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she explained, "Of course we're renting. I'm comfortable living in your house. We were delayed yesterday and had to stay overnight in Onqing County. My mom and the others were in a hurry to open the store, so I came back quickly to check on you and make sure you had enough dumplings and buns." Grandma Yu's expression softened a bit, but she still sounded critical. "What can you do? You can't even make a round dumpling. Luckily, you're smart enough to study. You should just use your hands for writing." Xia Xiaolan was just trying to be polite, but Grandma Yu didn't give her any leeway. Xia Xiaolan felt her face flush. What was wrong with her dumplings? They might not have been perfectly shaped, but as long as they didn't break while cooking, it was fine. After all, she was from Yang, a place known for fish and rice, and making dough wasn't her strong suit. Grandma Yu didn't dwell on that point. Although she was always cautious of Xia Xiaolan and her mother, she had grown used to their presence over time. Xia Xiaolan and her mother had mentioned returning on the 4th day of the new year and opening for business on the 5th. Since Grandma Yu hadn't seen them yesterday, she worried they might have had an accident or decided not to rent the house anymore. The rent was paid for 6 months in advance, but Xia Xiaolan's clothing business was quite profitable. Now they had also secured a shop at number 45 Urki Road. If the mother and daughter didn't care about the rent, it was possible they could easily move to another place. With these worries, Grandma Yu didn't sleep well that night. She had planned to change her attitude, but seeing Xia Xiaolan again made her revert to her usual demeanor. Fortunately, Xia Xiaolan didn't mind, and Grandma felt relieved. During the new year, the house felt quite empty. Unlike now, when Xia Xiaolan was busy cleaning and humming a tune, Grandma felt much happier. On the 5th day of the new year, there weren't many people on the street. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen could handle the store's business, while Xia Xiaolan went home to clean and then spread out some stationery to write a letter to Zhou Cheng. She asked if the yam was tasty, if the clothes fit well, and when Zhou Cheng might have a holiday. Thinking that Zhou Cheng knew quite a few people, she added a few more lines. "I wonder if you could help me find magazines about home decoration from abroad or books on architecture. My uncle wants to get into this field, and Conway even asked him to help with some renovations after the new year. He needs to go to Beijing. I might go along, and I hope we can meet then." Xia Xiaolan hadn't planned to go with Lu Yong. However, since this job was for an acquaintance, if the renovation didn't turn out well, it might be hard for Conway to speak up. So, Xia Xiaolan thought about going with Lu Yong, at least to see the actual layout of Conway's house and learn about the types of building materials available in Beijing. The variety in Beijing would surely be richer than in Xanadu, where even a crystal lamp had to be bought from Yangcheng. Although Xanadu is a railway hub, it doesn't compare to Beijing in terms of international options. People in Xanadu thought the Blue Phoenix renovations were luxurious, but the hotels in Beijing were truly high-end. Conway had seen the world and wasn't short on money. His house could really use some good design work. After sending the letter, Xia Xiaolan slowly made her way to the store. Today's business was indeed just okay, far from the thousands in daily sales before the new year. By closing time, they had only sold a little over 800, partly because there were fewer customers and also because the store didn't have much stock. In the large 3-story shop, there were only a few scattered jeans and sweaters along with a few coats. With fewer choices for customers, even selling 800 in a day wouldn't last long with the remaining stock. Xia Xiaolan needed to go to Yangcheng to restock quickly, and this time she planned to take Li Fengmei with her. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen needed to take turns going with Xia Xiaolan to buy stock. Otherwise, when Xia Xiaolan went to university, they wouldn't have developed a good eye for choosing clothes. It would be hard for Blue Phoenix to maintain its business, let alone continue making a lot of money. Besides home decoration magazines, she also needed to subscribe to fashion magazines to subtly cultivate her and her aunt's sense of style. Li Fengmei wants a television, which is understandable. Through movies and shows, she can learn about the latest trends. But were there fashion magazines in the country back in 1984? After finishing the cleaning and closing the door, a delicious smell of meat buns wafted from the kitchen when I got home. Just from that aroma, I knew it was authentic pork and green onion filling. I'm not taking advantage of anyone. This is for you and your mother, Grandma Yu said, referring to the time Lu Fen made dumplings and steamed buns before the new year. She seemed to worry that they wouldn't have time to cook on their first day back to work, yet she had to say it in such an unappealing way. Xia Xiaolan picked up a thin-skinned, generously filled bun, took a bite, and found it both hot and delicious. Grandma Yu's cooking was even better than those selling buns at the food street. Xia Xiaolan couldn't help but praise her. Your skills are truly amazing, even better than those at the restaurants. Though they were both pork and green onion buns, Grandma Yu's had a different taste. Xia Xiaolan, who had eaten good food before, was full of compliments for Grandma Yu's cooking, so one could imagine how delicious the buns were. Neither mother nor daughter knew Grandma Yu was such a good cook. After renting for a few months, it was their first time tasting her food. Grandma Yu's stern expression showed both pride and disdain. What do restaurant buns count for? They sell to so many people that even if they are famous brands, they can't pick the best ingredients. The best pork has only a few pounds of the finest meat. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. The idea that food should be made with care is an old saying from decades ago. After boasting a bit, Grandma Yu found it uninteresting. In her past, the kitchen had clear divisions of labor. If the buns weren't good, there were always people willing to experiment. Those with skills earned higher wages, and it was common to invite famous chefs from the South for a banquet. Those days are gone. Now, it's just about being able to eat enough. Seeing her daughter praise Grandma Yu's buns, Lu Fen thought about learning a few techniques from her, but she hesitated, fearing it was a skill not meant to be shared. If Grandma Yu found out, she might get upset, thinking it was a family secret meant to impress her. In a blink, Miss Yu had become Grandma Yu, using the skills of the family's kitchen staff to impress a mother and daughter from the countryside. What a turn of events! After enjoying Grandma Yu's pork and green onion buns, Xia Xiaolan studied until midnight. She had nearly finished the practice papers, so it seemed she needed to go to Xanadu High School to get some new exercises. The next morning, Hu Yongkai came to visit, bringing the two women's bicycles that Xia Xiaolan had asked him to buy before the new year. The bikes were smaller, one red and one pink, and they looked particularly beautiful. Brother Hu, your skills are truly impressive. These two bikes must have been hard to find, right? Hu Yongkai smiled at Xia Xiaolan's praise. The bikes were indeed difficult to purchase, but since Xia Xiaolan had provided the money, it only took a bit more time and effort. What troubled Hu Yongkai was another matter. They won't carry as much as the 28-inch bikes, but they're easier for women to ride. By the way, Zhu Fong came to see me a couple of days ago.
Does he want to see me?
Xia Xiaolan was testing the new bike, checking the seat height and brake tightness. Upon hearing Hu Yongkai's words, she tightened the handbrake. What does he want to see me for? Xia Xiaolan wouldn't let Ding Aizhen off easily. Her presence was like a ticking time bomb, and Xia Xiaolan didn't want to be constantly on guard against Ding Aizhen's schemes. Besides, she had only opened a small issue, and now Ding Aizhen was accused of embezzling state property. Even the director of the No. 3 cotton mill had been arrested. This wasn't something Xia Xiaolan could just brush off. Xia Dajuan had been injured by Lu Fen with a knife, and he was unwilling to report it, so the police wouldn't get involved. The victim in Ding Aizhen's case wasn't Xia Xiaolan, but the No. 3 cotton mill. Hu Yongkai didn't know what Zhu Fong wanted to discuss with Xia Xiaolan. During the new year, Zhu Feng, who used to strut around like a proud rooster, appeared at Hu's house looking disheveled. Hu Yongkai really couldn't refuse to help him out of respect. He wasn't sure what connection Xia Xiaolan had, but on the day Blue Phoenix opened, not only did Yuan Honggang from the No. 3 Cotton Mill attend, but also Director Yang from the City Police and Secretary Ho. With connections to such important figures, who would dare to treat Xia Xiaolan as just a simple village girl anymore? Zhu Feng might be in a tough spot. He was sent to a training session by his workplace, and when he returned, he heard that his mother had been arrested. The director of the No. 3 Cotton Mill was also taken in, and they were in a relationship. Zhu Feng's father, who was cheated on by his wife, not only refused to help but also proposed a divorce. I feel sorry for Zhu Feng. Hu Yongkai explained a bit. Xia Xiaolan thought for a moment, but still refused to meet Zhu Feng. I don't dislike Zhu Feng, but I don't like his family. Meeting him won't change the situation, so why give him false hope? Later, Xia Xiaolan reflected that she had been careful enough when applying for the business license for Blue Phoenix. It wasn't even her who appeared in person, and her name wasn't on the license. How did the Zhu family find out? Xia Xiaolan guessed that maybe Zhu Feng mentioned the code in front of his family and accidentally revealed something. Xia Xiaolan didn't have the ability to help Ding Aijin, and honestly, she didn't want to help. So, why meet Zhu Feng again? Hu Yongkai fell silent. Xia Xiaolan felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she brought up the topic of buying a washing machine and a television, asking Hu Yongkai for help. Can you really get foreign exchange coupons? Hu Yongkai was surprised. Imported goods are hard to buy, but with foreign exchange coupons, it becomes easier. After confirming the size of the television and the model of the washing machine Xia Xiaolan wanted, Hu Yongkai said he would ask his friends. Xia Xiaolan never asked Hu Yongkai for help without offering something in return. She had given him a thank you fee when he helped her buy a bicycle, otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to waste his time. When Hu Yongkai got home, he told his wife, "You guessed it right. She won't meet Zhu Feng." His wife rolled her eyes. Only someone foolish would get involved with Zhu Feng. You said Xiaolan is probably with someone capable. Since she looked down on Zhu Feng at first, why would she meet him privately now?
Her partner wouldn't be happy about that.
No man would be that generous. Even if she got close to a male colleague, Hu Yongkai would be upset. Capable men may not be more possessive, but their desire to protect their women is certainly strong. Xia Xiaolan is so attractive. He needs to keep a close eye on her. Xia Xiaolan doesn't flirt with men, but she can't stop admirers from approaching her. When he heard Xia Xiaolan was buying a washing machine and a television and had prepared foreign exchange coupons for imported goods, Hu Yongkai's wife exclaimed, "Hu Yongkai, when will you become capable enough so I don't have to wash clothes in cold water?" The business of reselling oil residue had already been decided to stop after the Blue Phoenix opened. Lu Fun and Li Fengmei were responsible for running the store. Besides their shares, the three of them, including Xia Xiaolan, received a salary of 200 yuan per month, which was quite high in 1984. However, Xia Xiaolan insisted on paying them to help Lu Fun and Li Fengmei keep their personal and household finances separate. Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong wanted to start a business, and both families had to dig deep to support it. If the two took their shares and didn't see a return right away, Lu Fun and Li Fengmei would likely cut back on their daily expenses. The monthly salary was a recognition of their work and also a way to give them some personal spending money. Xia Xiaolan didn't mind whether she received that 200 yuan each month. To help Lu Fun and Li Fengmei change their mindset, she accepted her buyer's salary. Once she stops participating in the store's operations, she will naturally stop receiving a salary. Although Li Fengmei feels that her salary of 200 is too high, she does not refuse it and instead feels relieved. This is good. With both of you busy in the store, I only have one person to help at home, and that doesn't sit well with me. As the saying goes, clear accounts between brothers are important. Both sides should not take advantage of each other for a partnership to last. Lu Fun is essentially tied to the clothing store now, and she can no longer engage in the oil residue business. This time, when they return to Kaijingshan village, the mother and daughter will receive their land and responsibilities, and Xia Xiaolan decides to hand over the business to Qin Wangda. Chen Wangda will definitely not run this business himself, but he has children and can pass it on to whichever child he chooses. The fish is just a small addition. The real profit comes from the oil residue business. Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun are already familiar with it. By handing over the connections to the oil factory in the city, they can earn 300 to 400 a month with little risk. The Chen family cannot ignore this opportunity. As long as there is a bicycle, they can start working. Hard work is nothing to fear. Rural people have plenty of strength. Farming is even harder, and at the end of the year, they may not earn a few thousand from the land. As for how long the oil residue business can last and whether the Chen family can earn as much as Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun, it depends on which child Chen Wangda chooses to take over. People have different abilities. Some are just not suited for business, and even the best opportunities can fail in their hands. Before going to Yangcheng, Xia Xiaolan sent telegrams to Bai Jinzhu and Qin Shiliang. The new year is not considered over until the Lantern Festival, and if she doesn't inform them in advance, she might not find them. Especially Qin Shiliang. He might not have even ordered spring clothes by the beginning of the new year. Xia Xiaolan also won't take winter clothes. She wants to be the first in the city to showcase the new spring collection. When the clothing store opened, Xia Xiaolan noticed movement upstairs. The employees from the National Cotton Mill No. 3, who were assigned housing, had started moving in. Ding Aizhen and the former factory director were arrested, and the 2 spots Ding Aizhen had offered are no longer valid. One of them has been assigned to Old Zheng. Xia Xiaolan saw Old Zheng's disabled son. She didn't know what this young man was like before, but now one of his sleeves is empty, making him look like a wandering spirit. This young man still cannot accept the reality of being disabled. Even standing in front of the house he finally received, there is no trace of joy on his face. Old Zheng only interacted with Lu Yong and didn't know Xia Xiaolan at all. The father and son brushed past her, and Xia Xiaolan heard Old Zheng say, "Having a house is good. Your aunt said she would introduce you to someone, and life will be easier then." Will life really be easier? Xia Xiaolan didn't know. Being disabled certainly has a big impact, but some disabled people can be even stronger than those without disabilities. It all depends on how one chooses to live their life. However, just because of this, she wouldn't meet Zhu Fong. No matter how many years Ding Aizhen was sentenced to, Xia Xiaolan would only celebrate. Zhang Chui didn't want her to take the college entrance exam. Zhang Chui took out 5,000 yuan from the bank savings, feeling a bit pained, and handed it to Xia Ziyu. Seeing her mother reluctant, Xia Ziyu couldn't help but smile. "What are you worried about? I have a way to help you earn back thousands, and later you'll be able to earn even more." Zhang Chui was skeptical and turned to talk about the business. Today, none of the students or teachers came to eat. Ziyu, if this continues. There were very few workers eating, and if the senior students didn't come, Zhang's snack shop would really be empty. It seemed like despite the Xia family, those people all went to Sister Huang's fast food across the street. Comparing the two places, even if there were occasional passers-by, seeing one side empty and the other crowded, they would think Sister Huang's fast food tasted better. They would rather wait in line for the delicious food. Just one day, and everyone's mood at Zhang's snack shop was affected. Xia Ziyu took the money and wanted to get things done, so she said she would visit Principal Sun. However, it turned out poorly. Principal Sun's wife directly said he wasn't home, and Xia Ziyu didn't even get to see him. Was he really not home? Xia Ziyu hid around the corner downstairs for half an hour and saw Principal Sun escorting a guest downstairs. She didn't even get a chance to explain. Feeling very frustrated, Xia Ziyu thought that forcing a situation wouldn't work. Since Principal Sun was still upset, she considered writing a letter to repair their relationship. Sometimes, the power of words can be stronger than spoken language. If Principal Sun didn't want to see her, no matter how persuasive she was, she wouldn't have the chance to change his mind. But surely, he wouldn't refuse to read her letters. After reading one, there would be a second, and slowly, she could soften Principal Sun's attitude. The principal of the county high school wasn't that significant for Xia Ziyu. She was aiming for Beijing Normal University, and even if she graduated and became a teacher, the chances of being assigned back to Anqing County No. 1 High School were very slim. Let's not talk about the schools assigned to the provincial capital. At least they are units at the municipal level. However, according to Xia Ziyu's thoughts, she must stay in the capital. Because Wang Jianhua will definitely stay in the capital. Principal Sun cannot decide Xia Ziyu's fate, but he can decide the fate of Zhang's snack shop. The snack shop can earn several hundred yuan a month, supporting Xia Ziyu's parents and uncle, while also providing Xia Ziyu with some funds. Otherwise, how could Zhang Cui come up with 5,000 yuan for her from farming in the countryside? Xia Ziyu knows that without providing her parents with a stable living, they will rely on her. She not only has to support her parents, but also her younger brother, Xia Junbao. This heavy family burden could overwhelm Xia Ziyu. When Principal Sun went upstairs, Xia Ziyu turned to leave, but noticed two people approaching. One was Sun Tian, the new teacher Xia Ziyu had not interacted with, but who had stood up for Xia Xiaolin yesterday, making Xia Ziyu quite angry. The other was Zhao Gang, who left a strong impression on Xia Ziyu, prompting her to hide. Zhao Gang leaned closer to Sun Tian, saying, "Isn't it nice for us to go to the leader's house for dinner together?" Sun Tian gently shook her head. "I didn't inform my uncle and aunt beforehand. It's not appropriate." Zhao Gang looked a bit displeased. Everyone knew he and Sun Tian were a couple, yet she refused to officially acknowledge it. Zhao Gang wanted to visit Principal Sun's house as Sun Tian's partner, but she wouldn't agree. After some persistence, Sun Tian, shy by nature, held her ground. Although she was reluctantly accepting Zhao Gang's advances, she still had doubts about being in a relationship with him. Both were teachers at the same school, and if things didn't work out, it would be awkward to meet later. Moreover, she had never mentioned being the principal's niece at school, so how could she ask Principal Sun to promote Zhao Gang? Once Sun Tian went upstairs alone, Zhao Gang put away his eager expression and kicked a flower pot in frustration. "Teacher Zhao, long time no see." Xia Ziyu appeared with a bright smile, catching Zhao Gang's attention. Zhao Gang had a flirtatious nature and often sought opportunities to bother attractive females around him. Although he could pursue female students, Xia Ziyu had clear goals and wouldn't consider a struggling high school teacher as a partner. Zhao Gang had previously shown interest in Xia Ziyu but had received a harsh lesson from her. Forgetting past grievances, Zhao Gang, known for his thick skin, approached Xia Ziyu when she greeted him. Xia Ziyu was not unattractive. Her looks were on par with Sun Tian's. Zhao Gang was quite interested, but compared to Xia Xiaolan, he felt that Xia Ziyu didn't measure up in looks. "Ziyu, since you got into college, you've become distant from the teacher. What your cousin said yesterday can't be true, right?" Xia Ziyu, who even stole her cousin's partner, pretended to be serious in front of him, making him hesitant to act out. Zhao Gang looked at Xia Ziyu with a somewhat bold gaze. Xia Ziyu held back her anger. "My cousin isn't a good person either. She's just trying to change her image to be a good student. Everyone in the family dislikes her. Anyone can easily get close to her." "Never mind. Why am I telling you this? Teacher Zhao, do you have a new romantic interest?" Xia Ziyu changed the subject, and Zhao Gang felt disappointed. He wanted to hear more about Xia Xiaolan. Anyone can easily get close to her? Zhao Gang actually believed it to some extent, since Xia Xiaolan didn't seem very serious. But Zhao Gang wasn't foolish. Xia Ziyu saying this in front of him was clearly an attempt to get him to think about Xia Xiaolan. The two sisters had openly quarreled yesterday, and Xia Ziyu surely had ulterior motives. Zhao Gang was cautious. He had been at a disadvantage with Xia Ziyu before. "Ziyu, we haven't seen each other for half a year, and you're still so focused on your goals. You don't want your cousin to get into college, do you? Afraid she'll steal your partner? It's just a rural youth. What's there to compete over? You've seen more of the world in the capital. Why hold on to a male youth so tightly? That doesn't seem like your style." Zhao Gang had seen Wang Jianhua yesterday. He was slightly taller and more handsome, and he got into the same university as Xia Ziyu. Was that really worth her anxiety? Such partners were hard to find in Anqing County, but in the capital, there were plenty. Xia Ziyu sneered. "Teacher Zhao, you should take care of your own matters. I think Principal Sun's niece is not easy to pursue. If it gets out that you often linger around female students from the first high school, It will be even harder for you to become the principal's son-in-law. Should I go to principal's son and say some good things about you? Zhao Gang's expression darkened. Principal's son didn't have a good impression of Xia Ziyu right now. Her going to speak on his behalf would only make things worse. Xia Ziyu, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Just tell me what you want me to do. Xia Ziyu smiled slightly. I don't want Xia Xiaolan to take the college entrance exam this year, and ideally, she shouldn't be able to take any future exams either. That would be even better. Zhou Cheng, how is my partner? Not wanting a student to take the college entrance exam? That's a task that is neither too difficult nor too easy. Xia Ziyu only had a sudden idea after seeing Zhao Gang. She originally planned to use more extreme methods, but if Zhao Gang could handle it, she wouldn't need to find anyone else. Not allowing Xia Xiaolan to take the college entrance exam would ruin her future. Zhao Gang thought for a moment and said, this kind of thing is too risky. I won't do it. Xia Ziyu smiled. Once it's done, I will give you a gift to congratulate you, Teacher Zhao, on winning the heart of a beautiful woman and becoming a great son-in-law. You'll soon see my sincerity. Xia Ziyu didn't say much more to Zhao Gang. She had 5,000 yuan in her hand, took out 500, and slipped it through the gap in Zhao Gang's dorm door. 500 yuan was not a big deal for Xia Ziyu. It was less than what Zhang Ji earned in a month. Zhang Ji was her source of funds for activities. Whatever she wanted to do, she needed money. Many people look down on individual businesses, but who would look down on great unity? Zhao Gang was a teacher at the county high school, earning only a few dozen yuan a month. The less fortunate women didn't pay him any attention, and his persistent pursuit of Sun Tian was just a misguided hope for promotion from principal's son. To win a woman's heart, a man must be willing to invest time, effort, and money. Xia Ziyu decided to help Zhao Gang. If he could easily get 500 yuan, he would naturally want more. As long as Xia Xiaolan couldn't take the college entrance exam, Xia Ziyu didn't mind spending a little extra. She couldn't rely solely on Zhao Gang, so before leaving, she had a serious talk with her father. The old, roundabout methods won't work on Xia Xiaolan anymore. We need to be more direct and effective. Let's wait a few months until she lowers her guard, then we can act. Xia Changzheng looked worried. Ziyu, Zhang Erlai was sentenced to life. Do you think there's a reason for those rumors? Didn't I say? Zhang Erlai was sentenced for stealing a large amount of public funds. He was caught during a crackdown. After a few months, when the crackdown eases, the local troublemakers will start to act again. We're not talking about anything violent. We just need to make sure Xia Xiaolan can't take the exam. For example, if she breaks her hand, how can she write? Xia Ziyu spoke lightly, but Xia Changzheng could only nod. Xia Ziyu was not entirely confident in her father's ability to handle things, so she emphasized, don't have direct contact with the people we hire. It's okay to spend a little more money, but our family shouldn't be involved directly. Family members are certainly more reliable, like her uncle Zhang Manfu, but if family members got involved, they risked exposing Xia Ziyu herself. Xia Ziyu didn't want to carry any stigma. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua bought train tickets to Heilongjiang province. Wang Jianhua's parents were sent to a farm in the far north of Heilongjiang for re-education. The area was extremely harsh, much worse than Wang Jianhua's previous life in Daya village. They barely had enough food, their clothing was in poor condition, and there was a lack of medicine, so they had to endure all kinds of illnesses. Wang Jianhua's mother had never experienced such hardship before, and after a few years on the farm, she spent half of that time sick. We should bring more clothes and some common medicines. When you visit, it will encourage uncle and aunt. They will surely get through this tough time, Xia Ziyu encouraged Wang Jianhua. Wang Jianhua noticed all the things Xia Ziyu had prepared and appreciated her kindness. If Xia Xiaolan had given him the confidence to strive for success, Xia Ziyu's support was a tangible contribution. Wang Jianhua knew well about Xia's family situation. Their small eatery was run secretly by Xia Ziyu's parents and her uncle and aunt, with the profits shared between the two families. In rural areas, there is often a preference for sons over daughters, and Xia Ziyu had a younger brother still in elementary school. How much money could Xia Changzheng and Zhang Cui share with their daughter? Wang Jianhua held Xiaozi's hand and said, "My parents will definitely like you." He was sure that his parents would be fond of Xiaoziyu. Zhou Cheng thought the same way. His wife was so wonderful that his parents would surely like her when they met. During the entire spring festival, Zhou Cheng only had a short half-day off and couldn't stop thinking about Xia Xiaolan, which kept him awake at night. Especially after the new year, his colleague Lao Fong brought his blind date to the office, and everyone called her sister-in-law, making Lao Fong very proud. This person was particularly annoying, as he brought his date in front of Zhou Cheng and showed her off. "Fei Fei, this is Zhou Cheng, a promising young man, and he is my peer." Lao Fong was very pleased. His date, Gao Fei, was 24 years old, and her family worked in the medical field. Gao Fei had graduated from medical school and was currently interning at a hospital. She came from a good family and was not unattractive. Her education and appearance were impressive. She was the best match Lao Fong had found, and she seemed quite satisfied with him from their first meeting. If Lao Fong didn't compare himself to Zhou Cheng, he would also be seen as a talented young man in the office. But he was a bit too proud, bringing someone whose feelings were still uncertain in front of Zhou Cheng. Gao Fei found it hard to believe. "How old are you? You're already at the same level as Lao Fong?" Zhou Cheng had no interest in other women. His mind was filled with thoughts of his wife. He casually called out to his sister-in-law and then walked away with his long legs. Lao Fong thought Zhou Cheng was feeling down, but Gao Fei was not pleased. "Zhou Cheng is quite proud," she remarked. "Young people are often proud. He's just jealous that I found such a great partner." "Fei Fei, you really brought me some pride." Lao Fong's excitement was clear on his face, and his straightforward compliment made Gao Fei smile. Lao Fong had focused so much on his career that he missed out on relationships until now. Gao Fei knew that many people had tried to introduce him to potential partners, but he never agreed. She was likely his first serious girlfriend. At 30, Lao Fong was in his prime, and Gao Fei was quite satisfied with him. She had wanted to find a capable man, and her family introduced her to Lao Fong, which seemed to work out perfectly. However, after meeting Zhou Cheng, she felt a bit regretful. Lao Fong was 30, while Zhou Cheng was still under 21. Gao Fei watched Zhou Cheng's figure and thought he was a truly outstanding young man. She casually asked, "Zhou Cheng is so young. He probably doesn't have a girlfriend, right?" Lao Fong shrugged. "Who knows? I heard he was seeing someone from another city who keeps sending him things, but no one has met her in person." "From another city? Could someone like Zhou Cheng really find a partner from far away?" Gao Fei, being from the capital and coming from a good family, didn't think much of people from other places. However, she didn't say this in front of Lao Fong, as he was also from another city, which was her only complaint. "Where is Zhou Cheng from?" Gao Fei's questions kept circling back to him, making Lao Fong a bit annoyed. Why was she so concerned about Zhou Cheng? Who was she dating after all? Bringing Gao Fei to meet Zhou Cheng was a bad move for Lao Fong. He got carried away and forgot how popular Zhou Cheng was. Many women were trying to get close to him, and here he was, introducing his girlfriend to Zhou Cheng. Lao Fong really wanted to slap himself. Zhou Cheng had no idea that just showing up had made Gao Fei a bit restless. Even if he knew, he wouldn't reflect on himself. He would just blame Lao Fong for being odd. He didn't feel moved that a woman fell for him at first sight. Anyone who liked him at first glance seemed a bit superficial. What did a serious person look like? Of course, it was someone like his wife, Xiaolan, who treated him like an ordinary friend, regardless of how handsome he was. If it weren't for Zhou Cheng's thick skin and his attentive nature, his wife might not have agreed to date him. It was said that they were in a trial period, but Zhou Cheng stubbornly blurred the lines of this period. He held hands and hugged Xia Xiaolan. Didn't she have to take responsibility for him? Zhou Cheng's mind was filled with thoughts of his girlfriend. Xia Xiaolan might not be the most beautiful in the world, but everything about her, her eyes, mouth, and nose, was just his liking. Even her hair grew in a way he liked. He was drawn to her from her looks to her personality. She fit his taste perfectly. With such a gem in front of him, he couldn't be interested in other women. Zhou Qing didn't have any time off, always hoping Xia Xiaolan would come to see him, but he also worried about tiring her out. She had school and business to manage. Studying was mentally demanding, and business required both mental and physical effort. He admired Xia Xiaolan's determination but thought she was too stubborn. Wouldn't it be best if she took over the business he had with Conway? Conway did all the hard work, while his girlfriend could easily earn money. He wondered if Xia Xiaolan and his future mother-in-law liked the New Year's gifts he sent. The foreign exchange coupons were a bit lacking. If he had more, he could let Xia Xiaolan buy some other appliances. With a washing machine already, getting a television would be great. But he worried that his girlfriend would be too busy to even watch TV. He needed Conway to exchange more foreign exchange coupons. The items sold at the friendship store were in high demand, and Zhou Qing wished he could bring the best things to Xia Xiaolan. They couldn't see each other often while dating, and he felt guilty about it. Guilt couldn't be compensated with money. This was his first relationship, and he just wanted to treat the person he liked well, fearing that Xia Xiaolan might feel wronged. He couldn't bear to let Xia Xiaolan suffer, and he felt even more protective of her against others. Regarding the incident with Zhu Feng, Zhou Qing didn't think he did anything wrong. He just felt he hadn't done enough. Seeing how arrogant Zhu Feng's mother was, he believed she shouldn't be allowed to harm Xia Xiaolan. After having dinner at home, Zhou Qing drove Conway back. On the way, he learned that Xia Xiaolan had been to the police station because of the Zhu family, and he was furious. "Brother, can you believe it?" The officer questioning her was that female police officer from Anqing County. What a coincidence. In the letter Xia Xiaolan sent him, she only mentioned that the Zhu family had tried to steal but ended up getting caught, without saying it escalated to the police station. Seeing Zhou Cheng's bad mood, Conway quickly tried to lighten the mood by sharing his own misfortunes. "Xiao Guang's uncle's secretary is terrible. I was the one who got hit, and my sister-in-law didn't suffer at all. Kongzi, you've been wronged, and I remember your kindness." Zhou Qing spoke sincerely, and Conway felt a bit embarrassed. If they talked about feelings, wouldn't that just create distance? If there were feelings to discuss, it was Zhou Cheng who had always encouraged him to improve. Conway even mentioned the money he owed Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng had so much money and nowhere to spend it. Remembering that Xia Xiaolan wanted him to buy a house, he asked Conway for help. Conway was intrigued. Can houses really be valuable? Buying a house is tough now, but it depends on who is doing it. If he found a few well-informed people to ask, buying a couple of courtyards could still work. He didn't think much of those shabby little courtyard houses. He wasn't sensitive to such investments, but he always followed smart people. If Brother Cheng had to listen to his future sister-in-law, Conway felt he should listen too. "Brother, leave it to me." By the way, it was Zhou Yi who mentioned the sister-in-law thing. Why do these women have so many tricks up their sleeves? Maybe Zhou Yi let something slip. Zhou Yi did it on purpose. Someone like Xiao Guangrong, who talks too much, wouldn't bring things up in front of the elders. To say it bluntly, Zhou Qing didn't bring anyone home. Maybe because the feelings weren't deep enough or the timing wasn't right. Others shouldn't interfere and bring Xia Xiaolan to the elders' attention. Guan Hui heard about her son dating from others, and as a mother, she felt less close than outsiders. No matter what kind of girlfriend Zhou Qing found, Guan Hui had already formed a negative opinion. Growing up in families like theirs, not everyone is capable, but they have learned what to say in different situations. Unintentional? When someone carelessly lets something slip that harms others, it's usually on purpose. Zhou Qing started working in his teens, and he wasn't very close to the siblings of the Zhou family. Besides, Zhou Yi was his cousin, and they didn't play together much when they were young. What could Zhou Yi possibly be unhappy about with him? Zhou Qing vaguely remembered that a couple of years ago, during a meal at the old house, Zhou Yi seemed to want to introduce him to a girlfriend. At that time, Zhou Qing had just returned from the front lines, and at night, he dreamt of exploding shells and injured soldiers. Some were missing limbs, while others were blown apart, making it impossible to piece together a complete body. Zhou Qing wasn't a god. He was only 19 and had already faced the brutal realities of war. He didn't have time to think about anything else while on the front lines, and it was only when he had a moment to relax that the nightmares began. It lasted for 2 months before he gradually started to feel better. In that situation, Zhou, you wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend? Even when he was dozing off, Zhou Cheng was alert, ready to react to any strangers within 2 meters of him. Zhou, you wanted to introduce someone to him. It seemed to be someone from the Zheng family. Zhou Qing took note of this and thought that when his wife arrived in the capital, if those troublesome women dared to cause trouble, he would definitely make them regret it. Zhou Qing felt a bit troubled. Those women liked him, but he wasn't happy at all. He only wanted Xia Xiaolan to like him. Thinking about it, Zhou Qing felt very confident. Unlike Xiao Guangrong, who had dated many girlfriends, his family had never arranged any betrothal for him. Since he was still young, marriage wasn't on the agenda, and he didn't have a secret crush either. He had kept himself pure for 20 years for his wife, Xia Xiaolan, and she must be responsible for him. Achoo! As soon as she got off the car, Xia Xiaolan sneezed. In February, Yangqing already had a hint of spring. This was Li Fengmei's first long trip, and after over 30 hours on the train, her back ached, and she understood Xia Xiaolan's hardships. Hearing Xia Xiaolan sneeze, Li Fengmei was concerned. Did you wear too few clothes? Xia Xiaolan shook her head. Yangqing is warmer than Xanadu. It's not cold at all. Yangqing isn't cold. When the sun comes out, the temperature can reach around 18 or 19 degrees. In Xanadu, breath turns to white mist in the air, but in Yangqing, wearing a sweater with a jacket is enough. Except for the elderly and weak, no one wears thick cotton coats. Warm clothing is mostly sold to people from other provinces. Li Fengmei tightened her grip on her bag. Then someone must be thinking about you. And that's why you sneezed. Pan San had scared Ku Yixiong, but Xia Xiaolan wasn't careless. Bai Jinju came to pick them up with 2 of her senior brothers. It had been over half a month since Bai Jinju and Xia Xiaolan last met, and it was clear that Bai Jinju's wallet was much fuller now. With the special zone newly established, the small commodity market was chaotic, almost tailor-made for Bai Jinju to make a fortune. Having made money, Bai Jinju was very grateful to Xia Xiaolan. If it weren't for Xia Xiaolan pointing her in the right direction and initially investing startup funds, Bai Jinju would still be struggling with a half-dead fruit stall. The successful Bai Jinju was very generous. She felt that Xia Xiaolan had given up too early, taking only 3,000 yuan and abandoning the path to making money, leaving her with mixed feelings of gratitude and guilt. It was Xia Xiaolan's first time bringing her aunt to Yangqing, and Bai Jinju wanted to be a good host, treating them to a meal at a restaurant. The small plates and bowls were filled with various snacks, and Li Fengmei's behavior was not much better than Lu Fun's. Lu Fun was reserved, while Li Fengmei was inwardly shy but tried to appear generous on the outside, not wanting to embarrass her niece. 2 months ago, the generous Mr. Bai was just an ordinary person, and now he runs a business, without caring much about his appearance, dressing in a more masculine way. Bai Jinju's 2 senior brothers are also having a tough time. Watching their younger sister order food extravagantly, they worry she might not be able to pay the bill later. After filling her stomach, Xia Xiaolan finally gets to the point. Bai Jia, did you manage to find the stockings I asked you to keep an eye out for before the new year? Bai Jinju glanced at Xia Xiaolan. The stockings are all imported from Hong Kong, which are always popular, but not many people focus on these small items. A pair of stockings costs just a few dollars, and they can easily get damaged, while a pair of trousers costs about the same. Bai Jinju thought no one would buy stockings. However, when she displayed the goods at the small commodity market, many female workers from factories came to buy. Some female customers working in foreign companies complained to Bai Jinju while wearing high heels, saying it was hard to find stockings in Pengcheng. It's impolite to wear a skirt with bare legs. Our female leaders all wear stockings. Bai Jinju raised the price of a pair of stockings from 8 yuan to 10 yuan, and still, some customers bought several pairs at once. Are these women crazy? The wages at foreign companies are high, reportedly several hundred yuan a month, but the speed at which they spend money left Bai Jinju astonished. Spending thousands on large appliances is not surprising. Good appliances can last for over a decade. But a pair of stockings for 10 yuan, no matter how careful you are, the thin material won't last long. Xia Xiaolan was still looking at her, so Bai Zhenju snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, the local fishermen know I'm collecting stockings, and they bring them to me. I've sold some, but I've saved the bulk for you. There are still 200 pairs. Can you take that many? Xia Xiaolan nodded. I want them all. How much profit can be made from a pair of stockings? The total price is fixed, and at most, it's just a few yuan in profit. 200 pairs could bring in nearly 1,000 yuan, but Xia Xiaolan doesn't care much about that amount. What she wants is not just to make money from stockings, but to strengthen Blue Phoenix's status in the hearts of women in the city. Blue Phoenix always has the most sought-after and rare items, and its clothing styles are unique compared to other places. Occasionally offering trendy items like stockings that others can't get, and daring to sell avant-garde clothing that others wouldn't, Blue Phoenix can attract those wanting to keep up with fashion. It's better to go to Blue Phoenix than to a department store. As long as this impression is deeply rooted, it will be hard for the store not to succeed. Bai Zhenju knows that selling stockings can be profitable. Having 200 pairs of stockings doesn't put any sales pressure on her business. If she sold them openly, she wouldn't be able to keep up with demand. However, when Xia Xiaolan asked for the stockings, Bai Zhenju didn't hesitate and set the goods aside for her. Bai Zhenju has many things about Pengcheng she wants to share with Xia Xiaolan, but she feels that seeing it in person is better than just talking about it. Xiaolan, you really should visit Pengcheng. At a small market, the speed of making money feels like a dream to Bai Zhenju. If Xia Xiaolan went to see it, she would surely gain more insights than Bai Zhenju herself. Xia Xiaolan also wants to visit Pengcheng, but she hasn't decided if this is the right time. The clothing store's profit share is 12,000 yuan. She used some of the money she earned with Bai Zhenju, and what's left might just be enough to buy a washing machine. The store's working capital has already been set aside, and the over 20,000 yuan in goods is enough for the clothing store's operations. Now that she has received her share, Xia Xiaolan is thinking about what else she can do. But who will help her sell? Should she ask her uncle to manage this for her? Xia Xiaolan has an idea but doesn't agree right away. She just tells Bai Zhenju that she needs to think about it. I'll first find Qin Shiliang to get the clothes. The stock at the shop is almost gone, and without goods, we can't make any money. Xia Xiaolan and Li Fengmei arrived in Yangcheng on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. The clothing wholesale market was closed, but they knew where to find Qin Shiliang. His family lives in a small house, and with the weather warming up in February, Qin Shiliang has already gotten this year's spring clothing. Xia Xiaolan is curious about how he knows which styles to bring in. Qin Shiliang pulls out a few fashion magazines and points to a red batwing dress on the cover. I think this style is going to be a hit. Last year, I saw Zhang Lily wearing a similar red dress on the cover of popular movies. She's filming a new movie called The Red Dress on the Street. I have a feeling red dresses are going to be in fashion. Xia Xiaolan completely forgot about this. In her past life, she wasn't in the clothing industry and only had a general understanding of fashion trends in the 1980s. But red dresses were indeed popular. She remembers that around 1985, her aunt bought a red dress, and it became trendy even in small places like Yiyang, showing that this trend had already begun. Xia Xiaolan looks at Qin Shiliang with a hint of surprise. No wonder he is destined to become a big boss in fashion. Unlike Xia Xiaolan, who has the advantage of foresight, Qin Shiliang truly has a keen sense for fashion trends. Finding clothing wholesalers who follow fashion magazines is quite rare these days. Xia Xiaolan picked up the magazine Fashion, the first locally established fashion magazine in the country, which has significant influence. You have quite a few fashion magazines, right? Do you have any from abroad or Hong Kong and Taiwan? Give me all your fashion magazines, and I'll give you an idea. You mentioned wanting to sell a batch of men's wool coats. Have you sold them yet? Qin Shiliang was skeptical. Xiajie, you can't trick me. If your idea is useful, I'll give you all these magazines. He really had many fashion magazines and even brought out hundreds for Xia Xiaolan to see. These were Qin Shiliang's treasures. It was because he had looked at so many fashion magazines that his stall's clothes were different from other wholesalers. From Xia Xiaolan's perspective, she valued Qin Shiliang's goods the most. However, the unsold men's wool coats were also a source of worry for Qin Shiliang. He had been struggling for years because of that batch of goods. If Xia Xiaolan truly had a way to sell those coats, he wouldn't hesitate to part with a few magazines. Even though he had collected them with great effort, it was hard to find such magazines in such an open place like Yangcheng. After all, he had read them, and he remembered everything they said. Xia Xiaolan casually flipped through the magazines, showing them to her mother and aunt, which helped improve their fashion appreciation skills. Can't you find opportunities from the cover girl of fashion? Why not let these fashion magazines help you promote your clothes? Promoting clothes through magazines? Qin Shiliang had a flash of inspiration but couldn't grasp it quickly enough. Have someone wear your clothes for the magazine cover. The audience loves actresses like Jiang Lily. Find a handsome actor, give him your coat to wear, or directly sponsor a magazine like Fashion to shoot the cover, providing the coats for free. No matter which actor the magazine chooses, you won't lose out. Isn't fashion all about being guided by the fashion circle? In the early 1980s, while the domestic fashion scene was quite limited, it wasn't completely absent. Local fashion magazines like Fashion had already been published for a few years, and magazines like Popular Film often featured male and female stars on their covers. The popular TV shows often set fashion trends with the outfits worn by the main characters. Even in the future, professional models still serve as human hangers for showcasing fashion items. However, it is the familiar stars that truly make certain items go viral. Qin Shiliang was introduced to a new world by Xia Xiaolan's words. Advertisement. Are you talking about advertisements? Advertisements are not something new. At least in Yangcheng, they are commonly seen. With so many clothing factories in Yangcheng, everyone is studying what will be popular next year, but no one has thought about setting trends from the source. It's similar to advertising, but not as straightforward, and it doesn't require spending too much money, Qin Shiliang murmured. What if the magazine doesn't want our clothes? Male actors won't follow our ideas either. Magazines and actors are far from Qin Shiliang, a small wholesaler. Magazines like Fashion are like a Bible for him, and shifting his mindset from worshipping the Bible to changing its content would surely make him hesitate. Xia Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him. Of course, you need to put in some effort and pay a little.
You have the money for that.
But how much stock do you have? Qin Shiliang, as a clothing wholesaler, is likely wealthier than Xia Xiaolan, who has only been in the clothing business for a few months. In the future, it would be unrealistic for a wholesaler like him to hire a top male star like Jiang Lily for promotion. Jiang Lily is considered a national sweetheart of the 1980s, and her male counterparts would also be at that level. 30 years later, the pay for these stars would be in the millions, with a popular idol's annual income surpassing that of a listed company's profit. However, in 1984, most male and female actors were just earning salaries. How much would a role pay? Was it even 1,000 yuan? Stars like Jiang Lily might not even be as valuable as Xia Xiaolan. Actors still didn't know how to monetize their fame, and those willing to take on advertisements would only earn a couple of thousand yuan. Even if money was thrown at it, how much could a type of advertisement that doesn't require actors to be responsible for product quality cost? As long as they were the clothes provided by Qin Shiliang and take some photos, Xia Xiaolan personally thinks that coat looks great, even if it's a bit pricey. It wouldn't be unsellable in the market. If a male actor wore it on the cover of Fashion or popular movies, no matter how much stock Qin Shiliang had, it would likely sell out quickly. Xia Xiaolan was curious about how many pieces of the same clothing a small wholesaler like Qin Shiliang could manage. The cost price for Xia Xiaolan was 70 yuan, and Qin Shiliang still had room for profit. A few hundred men's wool coats would cost several thousand yuan, making it worthwhile for Qin Shiliang to aim for a fashion magazine cover. After thinking it over, Qin Shiliang agreed that Xia Xiaolan's idea could work. It was too late to find someone else to take photos, and he needed time to connect with male actors. It was already mid-February, and even for magazine covers next month, it would be too late. Who would buy wool coats in mid-March? This strategy could be useful at the end of the year. Perhaps they could even try other styles sooner to see the results. Qin Shiliang's heart raced. If this worked, it could be a big money-making opportunity. Many profitable ideas are not difficult. It just depends on who thinks of them first. Qin Shiliang looked at Xia Xiaolan strangely. Sister Xia, this idea is worth more than a stack of magazines. Why are you telling me so easily? If it were someone else, Qin Shiliang would have felt justified in taking the idea, thinking it was just a magazine exchange. But Xia Xiaolan was not just anyone. He still didn't fully understand her background. The last person he invited had intimidated Ku Yixiong, and Qin Shiliang felt he was not as capable as Ku. As a small business owner, why challenge Sister Xia? It was better to do business honestly and enjoy the benefits. After counting the magazines, Xia Xiaolan said, "Of course my idea is valuable. One method can lead to many. There are other ways to make money besides those unsold men's wool coats. Boss Chun, I want to work with you long-term. If you do well, we all do well, right?" Xia Xiaolan had heard that the clothing industry was profitable, but now that she was involved, she realized how it worked. She was not satisfied with just running a small clothing store. If Qin Shiliang could grow from a small wholesaler to a clothing mogul, why couldn't she? However, she still had to attend school, and the university was strict about attendance. She wanted to start her own business soon, but she needed to wait until she finished her 4 years of college. Before that, she could only keep building her capital. Qin Shiliang was leading the charge, and Xia Xiaolan was following behind to take advantage of opportunities. If she didn't help prepare Boss Qin for success, it would take him many years to become a mogul, which would be too late for her. By then, the chance would be gone. Xia Xiaolan didn't suggest investing right now. If Qin Shiliang tasted success and then pushed her aside, there would be no need for a long-term partnership. Will Qin Shiliang repeat his past mistakes and appear on the legal program again? What does it have to do with Xia Xiaolan? People change over time. At least now, Boss Qin seems to have some conscience. He has repeatedly said, "This has helped me a lot, and I will definitely remember it." Grateful, Boss Qin recommended many spring styles to Xia Xiaolan. There aren't many wholesalers in Yangcheng who can get spring styles at this time. Many factories haven't opened yet after the new year, so where will the goods come from? Not only have the factories not opened, but the street vendors are also not operating. Even if Qin Shiliang has good products, Xia Xiaolan cannot find everything she needs from just a shop. She selected over 8,000 worth of goods and settled the extra payment Qin Shiliang had sent before the new year. He then took Xia Xiaolan to a few of his peers, and together they selected goods worth 10,000. This time, Xia Xiaolan took home clothing worth 20,000. While mainly focusing on women's clothing, she also picked up shirts and trousers for men. Initially, she had 29,800 yuan, paid 2,000 yuan for decoration to Lu Yong, leaving her with 27,800 yuan. After settling the extra 5,000 yuan from Qin Shiliang, she was left with about 2,000 yuan. However, Xia Xiaolan was not in a hurry. At least with Qin Shiliang, it was fine to owe a few thousand for the goods. Happy cooperation, Boss Chen. Having a sponsor is very promising. Keep it up, Boss Chen. Bai Jinju brought 2 senior brothers to help pack the goods and send them to the train station. Xia Xiaolan wanted to pay Bai Jinju for the 200 pairs of stockings, but Bai Jinju refused, saying, "Pay me after you sell them. If they don't sell well, just return them to me." Li Fengmei came to Yangcheng and was amazed by what she saw. She explored the city and observed Xia Xiaolan's behavior while buying clothes. Not every style sells well. Wholesalers often try to push unsold items onto buyers. Those purchasing goods need to have their own judgment. Xia Xiaolan explained that this is called aesthetic. Just because she thinks something looks good doesn't mean it will sell. It has to appeal to the customers as well. Aesthetic appreciation takes time to develop. Li Fengmei, who used to live in the countryside, had limited exposure to the outside world and no television to receive information. In her village, women dressed for practicality and durability, while women in the city had different standards, seeking variety in colors and styles and being picky about fabrics. Upon arriving in Yangcheng, she was amazed by the diverse clothing styles worn by women on the streets as early spring arrived. She started flipping through a pile of magazines she got from Chinchiliang, examining them one by one. Her education level is not high. She can recognize common characters and has no problem looking at pictures. But you need to understand why she makes those combinations, right? Reading and understanding is tough for Li Fengmei. I will buy a dictionary when I go back. Li Fengmei didn't expect that at over 30, she would have to learn again. But Xia Xiaolan said that not only she needs to learn, but Lu Fin should learn too. She said that when their business grows, both of them need to understand management. They are both under 40, and while they may not learn as quickly as young people, it's better than not learning at all. Li Fengmei agreed with what Xia Xiaolan said. If Xia Xiaolan didn't know how to read, how would she know so much? Bai Jinju repeatedly invited Xia Xiaolan to visit the special economic zone, saying, "I will help you get a pass." No, the goods in Shandu are still waiting for this batch. Xia Xiaolan hesitated, and Li Fengmei closed the magazine in her hands. "I will take the goods back to Shandu. I have a rough idea of how to price the clothes, and I've noted down the costs, so it should go well. I can see you really want to go, so just go. If you go back to Shandu, you'll be worried, and it will distract you from learning." Letting Li Fengmei go back to Shandu alone? Thinking it over, there wasn't much to worry about. When they left, both had money for goods, and on the way back, the money was exchanged for clothes. They couldn't carry all those big bags, so they arranged for cargo shipping. Li Fengmei didn't need to watch the luggage. She didn't have much money with her. The only thing to worry about was personal safety. Don't eat food or drink water from strangers, and don't get off the bus midway. Life is getting better now, and Li Fengmei wouldn't be fooled by those who say they will help her make big money. Going back to Shandu alone isn't a nightmare-level task, so Xia Xiaolan finally agreed to go with Bai Jinju to the special economic zone. After sending Li Fengmei off on the train, Xia Xiaolan stayed alone in Yangcheng, waiting for the border pass to be processed. If it takes 2 days and still isn't done, I'll sneak in. Bai Jinju wasn't completely sure she could help Xia Xiaolan get the border pass. If it took too long, sneaking in might be better. Many people enter the special economic zone through unofficial routes, and Bai Jinju had been around there long enough to know a few shortcuts. Bai Jinju's 2 senior brothers had been running around for 2 days, and Xia Xiaolan prepared red envelopes for them. The short and chubby one Xixiang felt shy to take one, but the tall and thin Li Xixiang happily accepted the envelope, saying, "Miss Xia, if you go to Pengcheng, we want to go with you too." Li Xixiang even changed how he addressed her, clearly seeing Xia Xiaolan as a boss-level figure. In Hong Kong, wealthy bosses often have bodyguards, but in Yangcheng, it's not yet common, though I've heard about it. Who becomes a bodyguard? Usually it's ex-soldiers, tough guys, or those like Wan and Li who have trained in martial arts before. Bai Jinju recommended someone, and Xia Xiaolan trusts her. The special zone doesn't have a complete order established yet, and just because Bai Jinju is doing well doesn't mean Xia Xiaolan will have the same treatment. With 2 men by her side, she carries herself confidently, and even troublemakers like Ku Yixiong would think twice about her background. Young, beautiful, and carrying money, is it wise for her to go to Pengcheng alone? What will others do with her and her money? All right, I'll need you 2 to accompany me to Pengcheng. I'll cover your food and lodging, and when we return to Yangcheng, there will be a reward. I promise I won't shortchange you. Brother Li was eager, and Brother Wan agreed as well. Once they were away from others, Brother Wan said to Brother Li, "Weren't we supposed to learn business from our junior sister? Why are you so eager to be a bodyguard for a young girl? After all these years of training, is being a bodyguard all we can do? We might as well learn from Ku Yixiong." Brother Li smiled. Learn from Ku Yixiong to be a troublemaker, gathering a bunch of misfits at the train station to cheat people? If we were tough enough to go down that path, we wouldn't need our junior sister's help. I'm not as thick-skinned as a Wang, who claims life is hard after marriage and takes over the fruit stall our junior sister worked hard to build. Being a troublemaker has no meaning. Even Ku Yixiong fears Miss Xia. Being her bodyguard isn't shameful. The money she pays can support my family. Brother Li pulled out a red envelope containing 10 large bills. He tucked the money into his pocket. Even if you want to learn business, why focus on our junior sister when you have a real opportunity? She's good at fighting, and the idea to go to Pengcheng came from Miss Xia, right? Only by following capable people can one learn skills. After Brother Li's words, Brother One had no more objections. Yes, she's young and pretty, and being a girl doesn't mean Xia Xiaolan lacks talent. Selling clothes and making money is one thing, but seeing Xia Xiaolan carrying bags of goods shows she has the skills. Two grown men can barely tell clothing colors apart. How many men like Chen Xiliang, who study fashion magazines for their clothing business, can you find in the country in 84? And Li wanted to change their situation but didn't know how. As Brother Li said, if you're not smart, follow smart people. Learn what you can from them, do your job well, and smart people will always provide a way for you. Chen Xiliang saw off Xia Xiaolan and her group, then spent the day thinking at home before riding his motorcycle out. He was heading to the Chinyu garment factory, which is quite large in Yangcheng. Chen Xiliang's brother-in-law is the head of the factory, and thanks to him, Chen Xiliang can get better goods than others. Chen Xiliang used to work at the factory, but starting in 1980, he began taking some clothes to sell on the side. By 1982, he quit his official job and became a full-time individual business owner. He gets goods at factory prices, which is fair, and he is usually allowed to choose first. His brother-in-law has his own challenges. Life is tough for him, and his wife is upset. Chinyu is a big factory that can produce quality goods for foreign trade, but recently, Chen Xiliang's brother-in-law has been worried. Following Chen Xiliang's suggestion, he produced a large batch of cashmere and wool blend fabrics, making over 10,000 men's coats. However, foreign buyers suddenly changed their minds and no longer wanted the goods. Now, Chen Xiliang's brother-in-law is struggling to sell the coats domestically as the factory price is high and local distributors are hesitant to take them on. From selecting materials to designing and pattern making, Chen Xiliang was involved in the process. He wasn't lying to Xia Xiaolan. The cost price of the coats is indeed high. The factory price is 65 yuan per piece, and Chen Xiliang only makes 5 yuan on each coat. He hasn't taken much for himself, but the factory has over 10,000 pieces to sell. It's easy to see how stressed Chen Xiliang is, relying on his brother-in-law's support. Now, he has a plan to sell this batch of coats. If they think 65 yuan is too expensive, the wholesale price will go up by 20 yuan, and they might not even find any to buy. Chen Xiliang parked his motorcycle at the factory entrance, and a guard peeked out, saying, "I knew it was you when I heard that engine. Are you looking for manager he?" Chen Xiliang's motorcycle made him the envy of the factory workers. It cost over 3,000 yuan, and he got it last year, showing he had made good money. However, no one dared to follow his lead and quit their jobs. They didn't have a brother-in-law as the factory manager. If they lost money in business, they could also lose their jobs, leaving their families in a tough spot. Chen Xiliang tossed a pack of cigarettes to the guard to watch his motorcycle and rushed inside to find He Tsongsheng. "Brother-in-law, I have a way to sell those wool coats, but it will take a few months." "Hey, please don't act just yet, let me finish." "Brother-in-law, don't do that." He Tsongsheng chased after Chen Xiliang for over 10 meters, hitting him while he cried out in pain. "You still have the nerve to mention those wool coats? Just focus on being your own boss. You complain that the designs from foreign clients are not good enough and want me to change them. I must be out of my mind to listen to your nonsense. The clothes were produced, but the clients rejected them. The foreign exchange we were supposed to get is gone because of you. Do you know what the people at the factory say about me? Every other factory owner in Yangcheng calls me a fool. If I don't knock some sense into you, I might as well call you my brother-in-law today." He Tsongsheng continued to chase Chen Xiliang, and the factory was so big that he even lost a shoe while running. Seeing his brother-in-law out of breath, Chen Xiliang decided to endure a few hits to share Xia Xiaolan's rescue plan. As He Tsongsheng was hitting him, he started to lose focus. The foreign exchange was gone, but at least he needed to recover the cost of this batch. Morning Feather had a significant order of 29,000 wool coats, which kept He Tsongsheng up at night. Originally, there were 30,000 pieces, but only 1,000 had been sold, leaving 29,000. The cost was over 1 million, and He Tsongsheng was really tempted to take it out on Chen Xiliang. Chen Xiliang was an independent business owner with a dream of design. Taking advantage of Heat Songsheng being drunk, he rambled on about making a few changes to the original design, but the foreign clients rejected the order and even threatened to sue for breach of contract. If that happened, not only would he be in trouble, but Heat Songsheng might even consider changing his wife. Fortunately, the clients didn't sue in the end, so Heat Songsheng didn't really hit Chen Shiliang. You want male actors to wear the coats on the covers of fashion and popular movies? You really have some bold ideas. I don't know anyone at the magazine, let alone any actors. Even though he said that, Heat Songsheng stopped hitting him, showing he was considering the idea. And this season is already over. If you wait until the end of the year, I might have already sold this batch of coats. You won't have a chance to show off. Chen Shiliang leaned in. Selling them would be best, but just in case. I'm saying just in case they don't sell, can't we try this method? Heat Songsheng was stubborn. Selling off-season clothes was not easy, especially expensive coats. Moreover, if this method worked, could it also be applied to other clothes from Morning Feather? With more and more garment factories in Yangcheng, some small factories were privately owned, and their flexible production made it difficult for a large factory like Morning Feather to compete. The clothes that are hard to sell are not just this wool coat. If we can clear out the inventory, the factory will make more profit, which means more money for new equipment and bonuses for the workers. That is what the factory manager aims for. Heat Songsheng thought for a long time and decided it was worth a try, looking at his brother-in-law with disbelief. Is this your idea? Hey, it doesn't matter whose idea it is. I'm just trying to help you solve a problem, so please don't be upset. Whether I'm upset or not depends on whether your method works. Chen Shiliang believed it could work. Heat Songsheng wasn't foolish, so the atmosphere between them eased a lot. Chen Shiliang had asked Xia Xiaolan out of desperation. Initially, although foreign clients rejected the coat, Heat Songsheng thought it could still sell domestically. However, the coat was not popular, and the distributors from the factory didn't want it. Even when Chen Shiliang took it to sell at a stall, it wasn't well received. However, after Xia Xiaolan took the goods back to Shandong, although the sales were slow, she managed to sell a few dozen pieces, and she was willing to take more goods the second time. That's when Chen Shiliang decided to ask about the situation. Xia Xiaolan thought Chen Shiliang had pushed a few hundred pieces, not realizing that the factory had nearly 30,000 pieces in stock. Chen Shiliang had asked before the new year, and Xia Xiaolan said there was no solution, but after the new year, she found a way. Chen Shiliang didn't want to dig into whether Xia Xiaolan had this idea all along, or if she came up with it after seeing something in a magazine. They weren't close, so she had no obligation to tell him. People shouldn't be lenient with themselves and harsh on others. After discussing for a long time, Chen Shiliang and Heat Songsheng decided that Chen Shiliang would lead a team to Beijing. It's better to connect with people early than to ask for help at the last minute. Make a few trips. The factory will reimburse your travel expenses. Chen Shiliang nodded with a frown. He didn't care about the travel expenses. Making multiple trips would delay his own business. But since he had caused the problem, he had to find a solution. Xia Xiaolan stayed in Yangcheng for 2 days. A telegram from Shandong confirmed that Li Fengmei and several packages arrived safely. However, her pass was not ready, so Xia Xiaolan decided to sneak into the special zone with Bai Jinju. At that time, the 2.8-meter high barbed wire fence separating the special zone from the outside world was not yet completed. Although there were guards and someone familiar with the terrain to guide them, they could still sneak into the special zone. Bai Jinju arrived in Pingcheng and was set to meet Xia Xiaolan and the others at the agreed time. The places without closed wire fences are the ones that are heavily guarded. Where there are wire fences, people entering Ping City have cut a hole. Xia Xiaolan even learned from a certain big shot in the future and sneaked through the wire fence to enter the special economic zone of Ping City. Xia Xiaolan knows this city very well. However, she is familiar with the special zone from over a decade later, even 30 years into the future. Right now, Ping City, as Bai Jinju said, is under construction everywhere, but overall, it is not as prosperous as Yang City. The iconic buildings she knows are not here. But it doesn't matter, just look at the pedestrians on the street. Regardless of their clothing, their spirit is completely different from that of inland cities like Xanadu. Peng City changes every day, rapidly developing. The locals feel this change first, and many construction workers have come in, bringing energy to the special zone. Bai Jinju took Xia Xiaolan to the People's Bridge small commodity market, where vendors selling various small items like grandma shirts and digital watches lowered their voices. Bai Jinju has secured a fixed stall in the market, with a 2-meter square area covered in a floral oilcloth. Cheap trousers are piled on the ground, and a simple clothes rack holds a few samples. Besides trousers, she also sells other clothing, but mainly focuses on menswear. Brother One felt disappointed after seeing this. He thought Bai Jinju was running a big business in Peng City, but it turned out she was just selling at a stall. Why bother coming to the special zone when she could sell at a stall in Yang City instead? Brother One felt a bit embarrassed to be reduced to selling at a stall, especially since he had some reputation. If Brother Lee knew, he would definitely roll his eyes. What reputation do they have? Bai Jinju is still from the Bai family martial arts school, and while Bai Ziyong went north to join the army, Bai Jinju is also selling at a stall. Xia Xiaolan looked at the empty storefronts with envy. There are so many vacant lots. How many stores could be built here? Unfortunately, she is not a big boss from Hong Kong, and the special zone government would not grant land to a rural girl from southern Hunan. Even if they did, she doesn't have the money to manage these projects. For now, she must start with small businesses. With 10,000 yuan in her pocket, she would be considered wealthy in Kaijingshan village. But in Peng City, despite the casual appearance of the vendors in the small commodity market, just picking one at random might reveal someone wealthier than Xia Xiaolan. Although Xia Xiaolan doesn't have much money, she carries herself with confidence. Wan and Li follow behind her, and with Xia Xiaolan's good looks, she certainly doesn't seem like someone shopping for cheap goods in a small commodity market. Xia Xiaolan walked through the entire small goods market and turned to Bai Jinju, asking, "How much money do you have now?" Bai Jinju had just sent off 2 customers. Since the new year, the small goods market had not yet reached its peak business. If it were before the new year, Bai Jinju wouldn't have had time to chat with Xia Xiaolan. She would have been too busy to eat or sleep. She started this business only in December, so it had only been 2 months, but Xia Xiaolan's clothing store in the city was selling out, and Bai Jinju was also experiencing the best business time of the year. People in the country value the Spring Festival. After a whole year of hard work, even fishermen want to wear nice new clothes for the holiday. Not to mention the many construction workers in the special economic zone. The term Pengcheng speed was created by these people sacrificing their holidays. The time off for the new year was not enough for them to return home, but fortunately, they earned good wages. They sent most of it back home and kept some to buy clothes for themselves, making this spring festival enjoyable. Before the new year, Bai Jinju not only sold cheap trousers, but also complete suits. The prices were reasonable, and the sales were quite good. When Xia Xiaolan asked how much she earned, Bai Jinju thought for a moment, about 7 or 8,000. Before Xia Xiaolan could respond, Wan Shixiang exclaimed in disbelief, "You can earn 7 or 8,000 in just 2 months from this small stall." In fact, Bai Jinju earned more than 7 or 8,000 in those 2 months, having shared some with Xia Xiaolan. Li Shixiang tugged at Wan Shixiang's arm, unable to hide his curiosity. Bai Jinju didn't keep anything to herself and shared her observations from the small goods market. The most profitable sellers are not those like me who sell loose items. Many goods just pass through the small goods market, and those water goods are taken away in the villages. But there are many people here, every day. Those grandmothers in the village can earn a few hundred just selling oyster omelets for a month. Shixiang, if you really want to start a business, you could come with your wife to sell food. Your wife is good at cooking, and you won't lose out. In Bai Jinju's opinion, there was no need to stick to the small goods market. Setting up a cart to sell food everywhere could easily earn a few hundred a month. With skills, there was no fear of not having customers. As long as one was willing to work hard, they could definitely make money. Wan Shixiang remained silent. He felt embarrassed to suggest that his wife sell food. Besides, his wife had a stable job in Yangcheng, so she couldn't just quit to become self-employed. Xia Xiaolan originally wanted to discuss things with Bai Jinju, but seeing Wan Shixiang's reaction, she fell silent. Juan and Li have different personalities, but both are trustworthy. However, that doesn't mean they don't have their own ideas. Xia Xiaolan wants to partner with Bai Jinju for a big project. If Juan wants to get involved, how can Xia Xiaolan refuse him face to face? It's not like they're starting a public company with many shareholders. Too many opinions can complicate things. Besides, this business requires a significant investment. Can Juan provide that much capital? Xia Xiaolan decided to explore the special zone thoroughly. She even went to see the first residential project, Donghu Li Yuan. At that time, the exchange rate for the Chinese yuan was strong against the Hong Kong dollar. The price of over 2,000 Hong Kong dollars per square meter for Donghu Li Yuan converted to even more in yuan, making it unthinkable for people in Pengcheng to spend over 100,000 on a house. The more than 100 units available were not meant for locals. They were bought up by people from Hong Kong. After walking around, she didn't find any quick money-making opportunities. Xia Xiaolan felt regretful. The rumored welfare housing that cost only a few hundred yuan per square meter was nowhere to be seen. Investing in property in Pengcheng really requires waiting for the right opportunity. Although she seemed to be wandering aimlessly, Li was patient. He protected Xia Xiaolan with his money, but didn't interfere with her choices. That evening, Juan whispered to Li, "Do you think she came to Pengcheng just for fun? I see her wandering outside the construction site. Can she really compete for business with the construction companies?" Li didn't understand but chose not to comment. "I don't concern myself with Miss Xia's matters. We just follow her." Construction was happening everywhere in Pengcheng, and Xia Xiaolan wondered if she could get some opportunities from large companies. Although she couldn't work in construction herself, she could scout for her uncle Lu Yong. However, her looks didn't help her at the construction site. The workers shooed her away, fearing she might get hurt. "I'm just looking. How long will it take to finish this building?" Xia Xiaolan asked, trying to engage with the workers. A group of men wearing safety helmets approached, one of them holding blueprints and explaining things. The workers pulled Xia Xiaolan aside. When she looked up, she was pleasantly surprised. The leading man, wearing glasses and exuding charm, was the same person who had helped her on the train. "Sir, look here." The middle-aged man glanced at Xia Xiaolan but didn't show any special reaction. The others surrounded him, calling him leader. Xia Xiaolan didn't know what kind of leader he was, so she quietly stepped back instead of trying to connect. Wan Shixiang wondered why Xia Xiaolan was staying at the dirty construction site. Xia Xiaolan didn't mention seeing anyone she knew. She recognized the person but wasn't sure if they would acknowledge her. Still, she thought it was worth a try. If an opportunity presented itself, she should take it. She wasn't stealing or taking anything away, and having more friends could open more paths. If the person didn't want to talk to her, she would just wait a little longer, which wasn't a loss. It looked like someone important was coming to inspect the site. Xia Xiaolan waited for almost an hour before she saw a middle-aged man surrounded by people. He shook hands with his companions, and then a car drove over. Someone opened the car door for him, and as the vehicle started down the muddy road, those accompanying him waved goodbye, reluctant to leave. Li Shixiang sensed something. Was Miss Xia waiting for someone? But who could it be? In Pengcheng's special zone, she didn't know anyone besides Xinju Shimi. Xia Xiaolan watched the car with disappointment, realizing that the aloof man still didn't want to acknowledge her. She sighed. Even though she was charming and well-behaved, she couldn't seem to connect with him. "Let's go find a place for lunch," Wan Shixiang suggested. He thought Xia Xiaolan was being a bit mysterious, but he didn't show his discontent. The two followed her, turning around a construction site wall, only to find the same car parked there. The window was rolled down halfway, and the important-looking man was focused on the blueprints in his hand. Xia Xiaolan signaled for Wan and Li to wait, then jogged over. "Excuse me, are you waiting for someone?" The middle-aged man looked up. "Aren't you the one waiting for me? It seems I misunderstood." "Xiao Wang, let's go." Xia Xiaolan wasn't going to let the car leave. She chuckled nervously. "I was afraid you might forget me. I still need to thank you for your help last time. If you hadn't called the police, I might have been taken by those bad people." The middle-aged man glanced at Xia Xiaolan, impressed by her cleverness. She had a way with words that could easily charm someone. Even if he hadn't helped, she would have been fine on her own. Her cleverness was endearing rather than opportunistic, and he didn't dislike her. He also felt a connection with Xia Xiaolan. In less than 6 months, they had met 3 times. The first time on a train, the second in Yangcheng, and unexpectedly, he ran into her again when he came to Pengcheng for work. He happened to learn about the situation in Pengcheng, and it seemed like she was a small business owner. The man didn't want to hear Xia Xiaolan ramble. I remember your last name is Xia? My last name is Tang, and my name is Tang Hongen. Uncle Tang, your memory is really good. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xia Xiaolan. Tang Hongen nodded. You seem to be doing well. You even have bodyguards now? You have a bit of a Hong Kong boss vibe. Xia Xiaolan smiled awkwardly. They're not bodyguards, they are 2 friends who came with me to Pengcheng. I was a bit scared to come alone. Tang Hongen pointed to a row of small houses ahead. Didn't you say you wanted to thank me? Let's go, there's a small restaurant up ahead. Treat me to lunch.
Okay, un sổ tang.
You go ahead, I'll let my 2 friends know. Tang Hongen rolled up the car window, and the car drove away. Brother One saw Xia Xiaolan returning alone, and thought she didn't get a chance to talk. Brothers, I just met an elder who invited me to lunch at the small restaurant up ahead. Let's hurry over. So she really did know him. Brother One dared not doubt it anymore. He had seen how many people were surrounding that middle-aged man in the car earlier. No matter how good-natured Xia Xiaolan was, she could stand up to Ko Yixiong. Ko Yixiong wouldn't even give face to the Bai family's martial arts school, yet he was intimidated by Xia Xiaolan's companion. Xia Xiaolan knew important people in Pengcheng, so Brother One's attitude became much more respectful. Xia Xiaolan led the 2 of them to the small restaurant, where Tang Hongen had already ordered the dishes. The driver, Xiao Wang, took a seat at another table. Not knowing what was going on, Wan and Li felt they should sit with Xiao Wang. The tables in the small restaurant were quite greasy, and neither Tang Hongen nor the beautiful Xia Xiaolan seemed like the type of people who would eat here. Yet, both of them sat comfortably at the same small table for a meal. Setting down his chopsticks, Tang Hongen finally got to the main topic. What are you doing at the construction site? What business is there for a girl like you to get involved in? Building projects can be profitable. From purchasing materials to providing labor, food services on-site, and cleaning up construction waste, every aspect can make money. The houses are built by national construction units, and Tang Hongen knew that many people were eager to get involved, even in handling construction waste. The local community is very united, the entire village is involved. Summer Xiaolan thinks she can hire 2 bodyguards and compete with the locals for business, which is quite unrealistic. Once these houses are built, they will need decoration, right? What Summer Xiaolan said surprised Tang Hongen. The local people are too strong for her to compete with in construction. It's all about who is stronger. But what about interior decoration? That requires some professional skills. It's not something a group of fishermen can easily take over. Summer Xiaolan knows that building houses is the most profitable, but she doesn't have the qualifications to get involved in that yet. So, she decides to start with decoration, which doesn't require any construction qualifications. Painting walls and laying floors can't possibly turn a house into a dangerous building. You mean interior decoration? This industry is quite rare in the country. Rural houses don't need decoration, and houses for urban workers are allocated by the state. Only in the past couple of years have people started to have a little more money to spend after filling their stomachs, and they tend to spend on clothing and daily necessities. Tang Hongen has noticed the changes in fashion from Yangcheng to Pengcheng. The colors blue and black no longer dominate people's clothing. Yangcheng is more open than inland areas, and people on the streets wear bold styles and varied colors. As for daily necessities, smuggling is rampant in Pengcheng. Small goods from Hong Kong are smuggled to the mainland by fishing boats, and customs can't stop it all. The entire village participates in smuggling, covering for each other, from the young to the old. It's impossible to catch everyone in a village. Moreover, over 80% of the mainland visitors in Pengcheng are there to pick up smuggled goods. Tang Hongen thought Summer Xiaolan was there to get smuggled goods, but he didn't expect she wanted to get into the field of home decoration, which many people don't understand. This is different from smuggling. It's a legitimate and long-term business. Tang Hongen nodded in his mind and asked Summer Xiaolan a few more questions. He found her answers to be quite knowledgeable, indicating that she had indeed put effort into the decoration business. Without real experience in decoration, she wouldn't be able to answer so thoroughly. To keep the young person grounded, Tang Hongen intentionally downplayed it. It's hard to find clients for personal home decoration. Companies from Hong Kong definitely need decoration, but can you take on their projects? They usually hire decoration companies from Hong Kong. Summer Xiaolan felt a shift in Tang Dajuan's tone. He was clearly hinting at promoting her. However, she hesitated to sound too confident. I can't take on large projects right now since I'm just starting out. I'm afraid of damaging my reputation. But when we handle the renovations ourselves, we definitely have an advantage over the renovation companies in Hong Kong. Labor costs will be much lower, which reduces the overall expenses. The wages for the same work done by workers from Hong Kong and those from the mainland are completely different. When the Special Economic Zone was first established, one of the attractions for foreign investment, besides tax incentives, was the affordable labor from the mainland, which helped companies save a lot of costs. A monthly salary of 400 yuan would astonish people from inland cities, but in Hong Kong, it's impossible to find workers for that amount. Tang Hongen and Xia Xiaolan's conversation was quite scattered, seemingly lacking focus. They discussed Xia Xiaolan's current business and asked about the places she visited in the city and her thoughts on it. The dishes on the table had been cleared away, and the owner of the small restaurant had been watching their two tables several times. After about an hour of chatting, the driver, Xiao Wang, checked the time on his wrist 3 times and finally couldn't help but walk over to remind them, "Boss, you have a meeting this afternoon. You are quite interesting. Talking with you has given me some clarity on certain issues. Xiao Wang, please give your contact number to Comrade Xiaolan." Xiao Wang was very surprised. The driver and secretary beside the boss were usually quite close, and by asking for Xiao Wang's contact, Tang Hongen was allowing Xia Xiaolan to reach out to him for help if needed. Of course, the nature of the help and how often she could ask would depend on Xia Xiaolan herself. If Xia Xiaolan were to overstep, Tang Hongen would likely help the first time, but by the second time, Xiao Wang's phone might not be reachable. Xiao Wang gave Xia Xiaolan a landline number, and she quickly wrote down her contact address as well. When she returned to Xanadu, she would ask about installing a phone. Without one, she could only rely on telegrams to communicate, which could sometimes be inconvenient. Xia Xiaolan still didn't know what kind of leader Tang Hongen was, but it was clear he didn't want to receive telegrams from her. He preferred phone calls for any matters. "Uncle Tang, I won't disturb you any longer with your work." Xia Xiaolan was particularly well-behaved and very attractive. Tang Hongen could clearly see her cleverness, but did not dislike her eager friendliness, likely because of her good looks. Humans are visual creatures. Tang Hongen was old enough to be Xia Xiaolan's father, so he wouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about a young girl. However, that didn't prevent him from feeling a fondness for her, similar to that of a relative. Intelligent and ambitious young people are always likable, and when they are also pleasant to look at, talking to them can brighten one's mood. Tang Hongen said that Xia Xiaolan should treat everyone to a meal, and indeed, it was Xia Xiaolan who paid the bill. The group had a simple meal that didn't cost much. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to invite Tang Hongen, unlike those at the construction site who watched his car drive away. If given the chance to treat him, they would probably reach the restaurant faster than Tang Hongen in his small car, as they had already arranged a table at the best restaurant nearby. Xia Xiaolan was more than willing to pay for this meal. She picked up her phone to give it a try, but hesitated. It was better not to tease the driver, Xiao Wang, at this time. Such calls should be saved for crucial moments. Xia Xiaolan continued to explore the construction site with Wan and Li. This time, Wan had no objections. Having a dedicated car and driver made a big impression on him. Xia Xiaolan spent 2 days thoroughly exploring Pengcheng, often comparing it to how it might look 30 years from now. The city's landmark buildings and future urban planning were likely better understood by her than even the current leaders of the special zone. 5-year plans and 10-year plans are what people advocate for now. When planning and building cities, no one can foresee what will happen in 30 years. The country is currently navigating reforms, and even the chief designer of the reform and opening up policy couldn't have imagined how prosperous the country would become in 30 years. After Xia Xiaolan finished exploring Pengcheng, she found it convenient to have 2 temporary bodyguards with her. When she returned to the small commodity market at People's Bridge, no one bothered her. After the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, business at Bai Jinju's stall was booming. As she finished packing up, Bai Jinju wiped the sweat from her neck and said, "I know a new batch of goods has arrived in the village. Are you interested in taking some goods?" Xia Xiaolan was very interested. Wang was also intrigued. Bai Jinju mentioned that there were 500 radios in total. They will be delivered to the checkpoint for handover, and no one will get caught. "Do you want this batch of goods? Are they all-in-one radios?" Xia Xiaolan asked. Bai Jinju nodded. "They're only 90 yuan each, and the source is definitely clean." How could smuggled goods be clean? There's only one possibility. These were originally seized by customs and then resold, making them a gray market product. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to deal with smuggled goods, but this safer way to make money was tempting. 90 yuan for an all-in-one recording device? Imported? Even smuggled goods are not sold this cheaply. Smuggling is not the same as robbery. It requires capital to purchase goods, and prices increase at each step to ensure that everyone involved in smuggling can share the profits. Xia Xiaolan suspected that the owner of this batch of goods was eager to sell, and at such a low price, they wouldn't have trouble finding buyers. The year 1984 was the peak time for smuggled radios. After next year, domestic joint ventures and state-owned enterprises would produce radios in large quantities, greatly reducing the demand for imports. With no profits to be made, smugglers would naturally turn their attention to other in-demand goods. 500 units? Sister Bai, even if we combine our funds, we can't handle this batch of goods. Whether she was being overly cautious or simply afraid, there were many ways to make money. It was just a matter of timing. Why should she take this risk? Her uncle Liu Yong had deep scars on his back, a reminder of a life barely saved. She wanted to open a store with Bai Jinju at the People's Bridge small commodity market, shifting from retail to wholesale. They could sell radios and electronic watches along with other items, but on the surface, it needed to look like a legitimate store. In fact, the stockings she got from Bai Jinju were also smuggled goods, but they had already been cleaned and didn't require Xia Xiaolan to take any risks. Bai Jinju never considered having Xia Xiaolan take the goods. "I'll send the radios out. You can take as many as you can afford. They need to sell all 500 units at once. We don't have enough capital. We should bring someone else in to share the goods." After 2 months in Pengcheng, Bai Jinju not only dressed like a man but also became bolder. Xia Xiaolan felt tempted by what she said. She didn't have to transport the goods out of Pengcheng. Waiting in Yangqing to receive them was something she could consider. She didn't even need to ship the goods back to Xanadu. As long as she could distribute the radios in Yangqing, it would still be a profit, right? She had over 10,000 yuan from the clothing store's dividends with her, and transferring money from another place was quite troublesome. These people probably wouldn't wait for a wire transfer. Bai Jinju said each radio was 90 yuan with recording functions. Together, they could gather 20,000 yuan, but they were still short on money for 500 radios. Xia Xiaolan thought of Qin Shiliang. Qin Shiliang was in clothing wholesale and surely had more money than her, but she wasn't sure if he would dare to take this batch of goods. If she wanted to distribute the items in Yangqing, Qin Shiliang could help her get goods from other wholesalers. He knew quite a few people. A few hundred radios were nothing. Every day in Yangqing and Pengcheng, many opportunists are looking for chances. Bai Jinju mentioned 500 radios, which should be a direct source. If she sells each one for an extra 34 yuan, the opportunists will surely be eager to grab them. Xia Xiaolan has a total of 13,000 yuan available to invest. With Bai Jinju's price, she can buy over 100 radios and make a small profit by reselling them in Yangqing. The transporters sell slowly, but she could earn more than double her investment. No tickets or foreign exchange vouchers are needed for these imports. As long as you have the money, you can buy them. The economy here is supported by the textile industry and rail transport, so the purchasing power is quite good. Alright, if the goods are good, I agree to partner with you. In Bai Jinju's mind, Xia Xiaolan is very good at making money. Since she has confidence in this deal, Bai Jinju feels assured too. Brother One is very interested, but together, Xia Xiaolan and Bai Jinju can only handle half the goods. If Brother One could come up with over 20,000 yuan, he wouldn't need to work as a bodyguard for Xia Xiaolan. One opened his mouth, and Bai Jinju already knew what he wanted to say. Brothers, how much money do you have? If you want to invest, we can include it in our share. In business, those with more money can take on bigger risks, and those with less can earn a little less. But there are always risks in business. If the goods are seized or we get cheated, everyone's money will be lost. The low purchase price of this batch of goods shows the seller is clearing out stock. The higher the profit, the greater the risk. Xia Xiaolan and Bai Jinju are willing to take the gamble because they can afford to lose. Even if they invest 20,000 yuan and it goes to waste, their clothing business is still running, and they can quickly earn back their losses. But if Wan and Li take out all their savings and lose it, it will be much harder for them to recover. Xia Xiaolan thinks Bai Jinju is too straightforward. Such things should be brought up by Brother Wan himself. Whether it's profit or loss is his own choice. If he has the courage, he could make a small fortune. By suggesting it, it seems like Bai Jinju is inviting him to invest. Having spent just 2 days together, Xia Xiaolan has already figured out the personalities of Wan and Li. Brother Wan appears cautious, but looks down on small businesses, always dreaming of getting rich overnight. Of course, one should have a broad vision, but everyone starts from small details. Bai Jinju has been selling cheap trousers in Pengcheng for 2 months, earning her first pot of gold with small profits, and now she has the chance to make quick money. Not to mention Xia Xiaolan, who is not as skilled in fighting as Bai Jinju, nor does she have the natural advantage of being from Yangcheng. As someone who has been reborn, she starts from scratch and relies on selling eggs to make a living, earning just a few cents on each egg. Her determination to escape poverty and improve her life keeps her going. What does Brother One have? Even if he knows martial arts, it depends on how he uses it. Li Shixiang gives Xia Xiaolan the impression of being impulsive, ready to fight Ke Yixiong at any moment. However, as they spend time together, Xia Xiaolan realizes he is a person with depth, and being impulsive isn't a problem as long as he is clear-headed. Brother Wan is the first to get anxious about the construction site. When a money-making opportunity arises, he is also the first to get excited. After thinking for a moment, he says, I can gather 900 yuan. Can I buy 10 units? Bai Jinju looks at Xia Xiaolan without speaking, and Xia Xiaolan nods. With Brother Wan leading the way, Li Shixiang also says he can gather 900 yuan. Xia Xiaolan counts all the money she has and can manage to get 150 units. Bai Jinju can take 100 units. Together, the 4 of them can secure 270 units out of the 500 radios. Xia Xiaolan places her hopes on Qin Shiliang for the remaining 230 units. Whoever has the advantage of time can make money faster than others. Once Bai Jinju confirms the order, someone delivers 2 sample units to her. They are indeed radios with recording functions, and they even include 2 cassette tapes for listening. When Xia Xiaolan presses the play button, a familiar female voice comes through the speaker. Sweet, sweet, your smile is sweet, just like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Teresa Ting's song, though soft and sweet, is hard to resist. As the sunset paints the sky red, vendors at the People's Bridge Market start packing up their stalls to this sweet melody. Xia Xiaolan grabs a radio and rushes back to Yangcheng to raise funds overnight. This is going to be a huge profit. When Xia Xiaolan approaches Qin Shiliang, he's already preparing to go to Beijing to build connections. Since the new year has just passed and the clothing wholesale business hasn't peaked yet, Qin Shiliang wants to explore opportunities in Beijing first. When Xia Xiaolan mentions there is money to be made, his eyes light up like a 100-watt bulb. His sense of obligation to his brother-in-law, He Tsongsheng, is pushed aside, as Qin Shiliang is determined to make this money before he leaves. Business people don't stick strictly to one type of trade. Even large corporations diversify. Just because Qin Shiliang wholesales clothing doesn't mean he can't also sell electronics. No one can ignore making money, right? Chen Shiliang knows many small business owners in Yangcheng, and he takes Xia Xiaolan to meet a friend who wholesales electronic products to check out the samples. The person was examining the radio carefully. If you have them, I'll buy all at 150 yuan each. Others come to Yangcheng to wholesale electronics and also get their supplies from them. Buying at 150 yuan each, they can sell for at least 180 yuan, making a profit of 30 yuan. The profit margin he offered was also around 30 yuan. If they were to get this kind of product from Pengcheng, it would cost at least 120 yuan. Xia Xiaolan said one radio costs 90 yuan, and she could get 270 units, leaving 230 units for Chen Shiliang to sell. Is the profit per unit really 60 yuan? How can it be so profitable? Chen Shiliang felt anxious. Making 14,000 yuan just by reselling was something he had never done before. Although his wholesale business had high turnover, the profit was definitely not as much as what Xia Xiaolan and the other retailers made. Xia Xiaolan ran the largest private clothing store in the city, and by the end of the month, it was uncertain who would have the higher total profit. Xia Xiaolan was also surprised. She had a general understanding of the market price for radios. In the city, buying an imported radio would cost at least 200 to 300 yuan. She thought that selling to the wholesalers in Yangcheng would yield a profit of 30 yuan per unit at most, but she didn't expect it could be 60 yuan. This batch was too cheap. Chen Shiliang felt uneasy, and Xia Xiaolan also recognized the high risk. She calculated in her mind that if Chen Shiliang's friend was willing to buy at 150 yuan each, the retail price for this model in the market should be over 250 yuan. If sold in the city, the profit per radio wouldn't be 60 yuan, but 160 yuan. The profit here was likely faster than robbing. They could make over 20,000 yuan at once. Xia Xiaolan restrained her greed. No, the city was her main base. Such cheap radios must have some issues with their source. She was a legitimate businesswoman. Making quick money in Yangcheng was fine, but she couldn't bring these matters back to the city. Both Chen Shiliang and Xia Xiaolan had their own thoughts. Chen Shiliang knew the profit was large, but he didn't dare to sell them retail himself. Can you handle 500 units? At 150 yuan each, 500 units would cost 75,000 yuan. Chen Shiliang's friend hesitated. As long as the quality of the goods is consistently good, you can bring them to me. I have my plans. Xia Xiaolan admired these middlemen. Workers in inland cities earn only a few dozen yuan a month, while these middlemen in Yangcheng likely have fortunes in the tens of thousands. This group consists of those who have become wealthy first. As long as they avoid irreversible investment mistakes and stay away from gambling and drugs, they will only continue to grow richer, widening the gap between themselves and ordinary people. Chen Shiliang understood the price and shared his concerns with Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan was also uncertain, but since both of them were savvy with money, they wouldn't easily miss a chance to make a profit. Chen Shiliang decided to gather funds and act according to the situation. Sister Xia, you shouldn't be present when the goods are delivered. Chen Shiliang hesitated. He was intimidated by Xia Xiaolan's charm. What if she attracted unwanted attention in Pengcheng? If someone used 500 cheap radios as bait to lure her into trouble, it could lead to a loss of both her safety and finances. The thought of a man with a scar above his eye made him nervous. If he lost money due to greed, that would be one thing, but losing Xia Xiaolan would be something else entirely. Xia Xiaolan also had her worries after Chen Shiliang's reminder. We must check the goods carefully. If they are water damaged, we will all suffer a big loss. Testing all 500 radios on site would take too much time, so Xia Xiaolan suggested that Chen Shiliang use random sampling. He should not only take from the top or the bottom, but check a variety of samples to ensure quality. Having Wan and Li invest was a good decision as well. Hiring them to help and allowing them to earn money together showed a different level of commitment. Since banks were closed at night, Chen Shiliang went out to gather money. Many small business owners preferred not to keep their money in banks, as it was inconvenient and could expose their wealth. Chen Shiliang had hidden over 10,000 in cash at home, but still needed to find more. Brother One brought 900 yuan from home. Hearing that each radio could earn 60 yuan, he clearly regretted not borrowing more. If he had borrowed from more relatives, he could have bought 30 or even 50 radios, making a profit of 2 or 3,000 at once. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to discuss his regrets and pretended not to notice his expression. Later, Brother Li also brought 900 yuan. Xia Xiaolan combined their money, and by the time Chen Shiliang gathered enough for 230 radios, it was already 1 a.m. They were scheduled to deliver the goods at 5 a.m. Between 4 and 5 a.m. is when people feel the most tired, so Xia Xiaolan handed the money to Chen Shiliang. Since he lived alone in a small house, she decided to wait there. Chen Shiliang, along with Wan and Li, met Bai Jinju at the checkpoint. At 5 o'clock, he wouldn't return until around 7 or 8. Xia Xiaolan was dozing off in Chen Shiliang's chair. She started getting ready at 6:30 and planned to open the door at 7 for breakfast. A middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle was about to knock when he saw Xia Xiaolan open the door, looking surprised. He took a couple of steps back, checking the door again, confirming it was indeed Chen Shiliang's home. But how could a young and beautiful girl be coming out of Chen Shiliang's house? She must have stayed there last night. You. He Tsongsheng pushed past Xia Xiaolan, shouting, Chen Shiliang, come out. You shameless jerk. You have a family. I'm going to make you pay. Xia Xiaolan was taken aback. Chen Shiliang has a wife? She thought he was single, but if he had a wife, why was he living alone? After all, Chen Shiliang was from the local area. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Brother Chen Shiliang wasn't home last night and let me stay here. He Tsongsheng ignored her and searched the house, finding no sign of Chen Shiliang. Seeing Xia Xiaolan's doubtful expression, she explained that she was Chen Shiliang's client and was just borrowing the place. After thinking it over, He Tsongsheng realized that it was unlikely for a beautiful young girl like Xia Xiaolan to be involved with Chen Shiliang, so he became more polite. Is Chen Shiliang going to Beijing today? Where is he? It seems unlikely he can go to Beijing today. Xia Xiaolan didn't know He Tsongsheng, so she wouldn't mention anything about reselling radios. However, He Tsongsheng didn't suspect the young girl, and in just a few exchanges, Xia Xiaolan revealed her identity. She found it amusing. So this is Chen Shiliang's support, the owner of a clothing factory. Xia Xiaolan wasn't aware of the scale of Chen Yu, but judging by the quality of the clothes at Chen Shiliang's stall, it must not be a small factory. Having worked in clothing for a few months, and with her past experiences, she chatted with He Tsongsheng for a while, convincing him that she was indeed a client of his brother-in-law. Not finding Chen Shiliang and needing to go to work himself, He Tsongsheng asked Xia Xiaolan to deliver a message and quickly rode off on his bicycle. This was a free-spirited clothing factory owner. Xia Xiaolan, having been wrongly accused early in the morning, wasn't angry at all. She felt like a clever fox that had stolen a chicken. Knowing Chen Shiliang's source of goods was of no use to her, as He Tsongsheng was Chen Shiliang's brother-in-law, making it impossible for Xia Xiaolan to bypass him and get goods directly from Chen Yu. Unless she switches from retail to wholesale, her sales won't improve, and the clothing factory won't pay attention to such a small client like her. Chen Shiliang definitely doesn't only source from Chen Yu. A single clothing factory has limited styles and can't meet his business needs. Xia Xiaolan understands why, by the turn of the millennium, Chen Shiliang became a big player in the clothing industry, with a fortune worth hundreds of millions. Having a brother-in-law as a factory manager certainly helped him avoid many obstacles. Many thriving factories might struggle in a few years. If they accumulate capital and have connections, they could easily buy state-owned assets. Chen Shiliang likely became wealthy this way. Everyone has their own path, and Xia Xiaolan doesn't feel jealous. She wasn't born into a wealthy family in either of her two lives, but that's okay. In this life, she gets to be Lu Fen's daughter and has a loving uncle, which makes her very content. Feeling satisfied, Xia Xiaolan went out for breakfast and ordered a bowl of wonton noodles. The shrimp and pork-filled wontons were so fresh they could make you forget everything else, and the duck egg noodles were chewy and delicious. Xia Xiaolan really enjoyed the flavors of Yangqing. As she focused on her meal, someone sat down across from her. Ku Yixiong, with his round face, looked harmless. Boss Ko, have you had breakfast? Want a bowl too? Ku Yixiong stared at her for a while and confirmed one thing. You really aren't afraid of me. Xia Xiaolan leisurely sipped her soup. I'm not afraid. I fear foolish people, but not smart ones. Foolish people can't communicate. Take Wan and Li, for example. Xia Xiaolan finds it hard to communicate with brother Wan. She doesn't fear smart people because they can communicate and know how to compromise. The young are fearless, and Ku Yixiong, being a leader in the underworld, knows how to think and has a sense of respect. Xia Xiaolan praised him as a smart person, leaving Ku Yixiong unsure whether to be happy or angry. Because of Xia Xiaolan, he felt embarrassed. He had been frightened by Pan San and had injured several of his subordinates, causing his reputation in the underworld to suffer. It took him a lot of effort to maintain his current territory. Surprisingly, when Ku Yixiong saw her charming face, he wasn't very angry. You should bring a couple of people with you when moving around Yangqing. The people from the Bai family martial arts school may be a bit foolish, but they are still tough fighters. Ku Yixiong's words were meaningful. Xia Xiaolan didn't seem scared at all. Isn't Boss Ke here? If Ku Yixiong's subordinates knew this, they would be furious. Pan San said that Xia Xiaolan should hold Ku Yixiong accountable for anything that happens in Yangqing. Could it be that they really want to blame this group of troublemakers? Ku Yixiong's influence is only around the train station. He hasn't taken over all of Yangqing yet. Instead of getting angry, Ku Yixiong laughed. You and Qin Shiliang are quite close, huh? I heard he has a wife. Xia Xiaolan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ku Yixiong realized that his comment was not very clever. Spending too much time in front of Xia Xiaolan made him feel less sharp. He hadn't eaten wonton noodles, so he just came to Xia Xiaolan to seek some attention before leaving. Around 8 o'clock, Xia Xiaolan saw Qin Shiliang riding back on a motorcycle. After a while, Wan and Li appeared, each carrying a bag. Xia Xiaolan watched them walk by in front of the small wonton shop, without saying a word. Since they didn't see her inside, the three of them put down their goods and came out to look for her. Xia Xiaolan kept her head down, pretending not to see them, until Bai Jinju came by with a bag. Then Xia Xiaolan spoke up.
Bhaiya.
When an unexpected opportunity arises, Xia Xiaolan always suspects it might be too good to be true. She didn't fully trust Qin Shiliang, Wan, or Li. Among the four, she trusted Bai Jinju the most, as she was introduced by Zhou Cheng. Wan and Li were a step removed, and her relationship with Qin Shiliang was purely business. What if one of these three sold her out for a few thousand yuan? Qin Shiliang sighed in relief. I thought you were in trouble. I was worried it was a trick to lure everyone away and then take you. Seeing the expressions of the four, Xia Xiaolan knew things were going smoothly. Did you check everything? We randomly checked over 30 units, and there were no issues. The four of them checked together, taking about 10 minutes for the 30 units. The supplier was impatient and kept urging them. Bai Jinju and Qin Shiliang couldn't find any problems with this batch of radios, so they had to pay and accept the goods. The total for 500 radios was 45,000 yuan, and the supplier just wanted to sell quickly, even agreeing to not use Hong Kong dollars for payment. Smugglers usually prefer payment in Hong Kong dollars since they need to pay others in that currency when they receive goods. Converting to Hong Kong dollars can be quite troublesome. The supplier wanted to sell the radios as quickly as possible, and when this news reached Bai Jinju, she intercepted the deal. Fortunately, Xia Xiaolan wasn't greedy and quickly teamed up with Qin Shiliang, gathering the funds for the 500 radios within the specified time. The transaction went very smoothly, with no sudden police intervention or anyone trying to take the money. Several people found the deal very strange. 5 individuals closed the yard gate and checked all 500 radios before they found the middleman, Qin Shiliang, to negotiate the price. When they heard there were indeed 500 radios, the other party licked their cracked lips and said, I need to call 2 people to help distribute the goods. That's fine, but we need the money today. I have to go to the capital as well. Unable to find any issues, Qin Shiliang was still worried about keeping the radios for too long, so he wanted to sell them as quickly as possible. If he took them back to Shandong, he could sell each for at least 200 yuan, making a profit of 7,500 yuan from 150 radios. After thinking for a long time, Xia Xiaolan decided to sell all the radios in Yangqing. For 150 radios, her initial investment of 13,500 yuan turned into 22,500 yuan. This was the fastest money she had ever made since starting her business. Bai Jinju took 100 radios and made a profit of 6,000 yuan. Chun Shiliang handled 230 radios alone, earning the most at 13,800 yuan. Brother Li was also satisfied. With a 900 yuan investment, he quickly made an additional 600 yuan. Only Brother Wan, after much thought, decided not to sell the radios to Qin Shiliang's friend and wanted to retail them himself. He only had 10 radios, and it didn't matter if he didn't sell them. Qin Shiliang's friend was not upset, and the three of them divided the remaining 490 radios. When it came time to settle the payments, Xia Xiaolan said nothing. Qin Shiliang was dizzy with excitement, having earned over 10,000 yuan, and he looked at Xia Xiaolan as if she were a money tree. Xia Jia, if there are more good deals like this, remember to call me. Despite being anxious for a day and night, the profit was incredible, and Qin Shiliang clearly wanted to do this again. However, Xia Xiaolan knew when to stop. She didn't know what kind of luck this was, and earning money while feeling anxious was enough for her. She now had capital to partner with Bai Jinju for other ventures. By the way, your brother-in-law came by this morning and said you should find him as soon as you get back. Chun Shiliang's expression changed, and he hurriedly left without boasting. Only Xia Xiaolan and the other three remained. She then said to the two brothers, I want to catch the next bus back to Shandong. Could you please take me to the station? Brother One still had 10 radios to carry, so he needed to go home first. Xia Xiaolan waited at Bai Jinju's house for the two of them. Bai Jinju didn't mention the two brothers. Knowing Xia Xiaolan's time was valuable, she wanted to discuss a business partnership. Xia Xiaolan was open, saying, I want to open a store selling renovation materials, but I need to wait until after July. If Lu Yong wants to do renovation work, where should he buy building materials? Finding the right tiles is not easy, and neither is choosing light fixtures, let alone picking suitable furniture. Renovation includes hard and soft decoration. Hard decoration refers to things that cannot be moved, like floors, ceilings, walls, and doors and windows. Soft decoration involves furniture, artwork, ceramics, curtains, lighting, and plants. Last time during the renovation of Blue Phoenix, Xia Xiaolan experienced the difficulties of buying building materials. If she could open a store like that, it would create a supply chain with her uncle Lu Yong's industry. Even if Lu Yong's renovation project doesn't require that many materials, this is Pengcheng, a special economic zone that will develop rapidly for many years. With so many foreign investments, Pengcheng will be influenced by outside trends. The first commercial housing has already been built, and people have only accepted renovations for a couple of years. Right now, this industry may not make money as quickly as the clothing business, but Xia Xiaolan is more optimistic about the future. She has 20,000 yuan saved up, and the interest from the bank is not appealing to her. She would rather invest it in something else. Xia Xiaolan told Bai Jinju that she might not earn much at first, and if she wants to invest, she needs to think carefully. I plan to invest at least 50,000 yuan in July. If we're going to do this, we should aim to become the biggest building materials store in Pengcheng. I have my eye on that building at the corner of Renminkyo Street. We can't create such a large operation without at least 100,000 yuan. I also plan to bring in Kong Wei, whom you met last time, as an investor. Everyone needs to invest 50,000 yuan, totaling over 100,000 yuan to support the business. If Bai Jinju hadn't made some money today, her total assets would be less than 10,000 yuan. By July, will she be able to earn enough to invest? If her business continues to do well, she believes she can make it. If she earns a few tens of thousands, her options for business will expand. It doesn't have to be just reselling trousers. As Xia Xiaolan said, she could shift from retail to wholesale. With a few tens of thousands, she could even switch from clothing to electronics. Why invest in a business that might not make money in the short term? Logically, Bai Jinju should refuse. However, she feels that Xia Xiaolan wouldn't pursue a losing venture. Bai Jinju didn't say whether she would invest, but asked an unrelated question. Why wait until after July? If we gather the funds earlier, can't we start sooner? Xia Xiaolan shook her head. No, because I have to take the college entrance exam in July.
What?
Bai Jinju didn't quite catch that the first time. To participate in the National Unified College Entrance Examination. Bai Jinju had known Xia Xiaolan for a few months, but she had no idea that Xia Xiaolan was still a student. Xia Xiaolan didn't look like a student at all. She was bold, smart in business, and could speak confidently even in front of tough characters like Kur Yixiong. With such skills at a young age, it was clear that Xia Xiaolan had gained a lot of experience in society. When Bai Jinju learned that Xia Xiaolan was an upcoming exam candidate, she opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. Oh, it turns out that people are really different. Bai Jinju, who seemed rough on the outside, was speechless for the first time. After Xia Xiaolan mentioned she was a recent graduate, Bai Jinju looked at her as if she were a live panda. Xia Xiaolan asked Bai Jinju to make sure to rent the building at the entrance of Renminkyo Street before June, no matter what. Bai Jia, even if you don't invest, please help me out. Bai Jinju agreed. Are you still doing this kind of business today? Xia Xiaolan thought for a moment and shook her head. I just feel uneasy. This kind of money is only worth making once. There are so many opportunities to earn money. We don't need to rush. Bai Jia, think about it carefully. The money we've made is already enough for a good life, isn't it? Bai Jinju was taken aback. Isn't that the truth? If she didn't go to Pengcheng, she would be stuck with a struggling fruit stall and was even considering changing her job to become a butcher. Killing 2 pigs a day, she could earn about 1,000 yuan a month. Her current income from selling cheap clothes was already several times more than that of a butcher. With her earning speed, she could easily support her grandmother at home and save money for her brother to get married. So, why take such big risks? She had almost become obsessed with making money. After Wan and Li sent Xia Xiaolan off in a car, she also gave them a big red envelope. Xia Xiaolan, who had made money, was never stingy. She still had a long way to go before becoming a big boss, so she gave them each a 200 yuan red envelope. Both of them were almost on a daily wage system. After running with Xia Xiaolan for a few days, they hadn't faced any serious dangers. Brotherly thought about the 600 yuan he earned from the radio, plus the red envelopes from Xia Xiaolan, and realized he actually had a total of 900 yuan in earnings that week. Following Miss Xia won't lead to losses. Brother One couldn't say anything. He was still thinking about the radio he had at home. How much should he sell it for? 200 yuan or more? With the profit from the radio, the 300 yuan red envelope from Xia Xiaolan didn't seem like much. Xia Xiaolan bought 150 radios and made a profit of 9,000 yuan just from reselling them. Brother One feels that the 10 radios he bought are more like a reflection of Sister Bai's good fortune. The radio business was also first brought to light by Sister Bai. He doesn't consider that even if Sister Bai got the news, without Xia Xiaolan's quick decision to partner with Chen Shiliang, Sister Bai wouldn't have been able to pay for 500 radios and would have missed the chance to make money. Brother Li secretly shakes his head. Everyone has their own ambitions. Learning martial arts together makes them like brothers, but after the dojo closed, they had to find their own paths, and everyone has changed over the years. He sees Brother One getting a bit arrogant. Regardless of her background, Miss Xia is the main focus for Sister Bai. Brother Bai was able to bring them both to help, but with so many brothers from the Bai family dojo back then, did it really have to rely on Brother One? Those who cannot see their own position won't last long with anyone. Xia Xiaolan has become quite familiar with the route from Yangcheng to Xanadu. While she was happily making money in Pengcheng, Xia Ziyu carried many bags and traveled with Wang Jianhua, changing trains 3 times, taking a tractor and finally hitching a ride on someone else's cart. It took them 4 to 5 days to get from Xanadu to the farm where Wang Jianhua's parents were sent. Xia Ziyu is no stranger to snow, as Xanadu experiences it every winter. However, the snow in Xanadu is much milder compared to the extreme north in Heilongjiang. The farm is quite far from the nearest county town, and heavy snow has blocked the roads. Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua had to walk through snow that reached nearly to their knees. The snow was really cold, and despite tying their pants tightly with ropes, it still soaked their shoes and pants. Not caring about appearances, once they reached the nearest county town to the farm, Xia Ziyu put on all the clothes she could find, topped with a cotton coat, and wrapped a scarf around her head, leaving only her eyes visible. She even bought Wang Jianhua a thick fur hat. Now that Wang Jianhua is wearing the hat, he definitely needs to get two for his parents as well. The family is scattered in different places, and Wang Jianhua hasn't had many chances to visit his parents, especially not in winter. Both Wang Jianhua and Xia Ziyu knew the farm conditions were harsh, but they didn't expect it to be this bad. While it snows in the capital, the streets are cleared for pedestrians and vehicles. But out here in the wilderness, the snow is knee-deep. Wang Jianhua carried most of their luggage on his back, holding Xia Ziyu's hand with one hand. In just a short distance, it took them over 2 hours to walk. When they finally saw his parents, Wang Jianhua, a grown man, couldn't help but cry. He had only seen his parents once before moving to Dahu village. At that time, they were in good spirits. His father, Wang Jianhua, even believed he would be reinstated and was full of hope, able to endure any hardship. But time passed, and by February 1984, the cadres who had been sent down earlier were gradually returning to the city. The farm where the Wang couple stayed originally had around 20 to 30 cadres, but now, including the two of them, only 8 remained. By 1984, there had still been no correction of the treatment of the Wang family, and as time went on, the chances of change grew slimmer. Wang Jianhua's father felt despair, and his spirits fell. That summer, he fell seriously ill. If it weren't for the news that Wang Jianhua had been accepted into a teacher's college in the capital, he might not have survived that illness. Wang Jianhua's acceptance into university reignited hope for his father. Stuck in a rural area, what could Wang Jianhua do? Would he spend his life marrying a rural woman and becoming a farmer? Getting into university not only changed Wang Jianhua's situation but also allowed him to return to the center of power and fight for justice for his family.
Great.
It's good that you're here. Hurry in and warm up. Wang's father, with gray hair, was very happy to see his son after years apart. Wang Jianhua was sent down as a sent-down youth, while his parents were forced to work on the farm under harsh conditions without personal freedom. Wang Jianhua's mother had also lost a lot of weight. Even the most beautiful person would change drastically after years in such a harsh environment. Once inside, there was a small fire burning in the room, making it warmer than outside. Xia Ziyu, who was very clever, was also quite cold, and in the extreme cold, it took a while for her to remember that she had called Wang Jianhua's parents. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, aunt." Wang Jianhua then realized, "Dad, Mom, this is Xia Ziyu as I mentioned before." Wang's father nodded, while his mother was much more welcoming, holding Xia Ziyu's hand. "You must be cold. Warm up by the fire for a bit. Xia Ziyu and I are now dating. She's a very outstanding girl, and we plan to get married after we graduate from university." Bringing Xia Ziyu to the farm implied she was his future wife. Given the Wang family situation, who would come all the way to visit Wang Jianhua's parents in such cold weather for a casual relationship, a future daughter-in-law, however, would make that effort regardless of the harsh conditions. But Wang Jianhua's heartfelt words about Xia Ziyu's identity left both of Wang's parents stunned. Wang's father finally looked at Xia Ziyu. Wang Jianhua had introduced Xia Ziyu in his letter, mentioning that they met while working in the countryside and both got into the capital's normal university. He also said that Xia Ziyu took good care of his life and was very considerate of the couple. The clothes Wang's father was wearing were sent by Xia Ziyu. When Xia Ziyu took off her scarf, the Wang couple could see her clearly. She was tall with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking like a kind and capable person. The Wang family was in a difficult situation, and although Xia Ziyu was a rural girl, her education and personality made up for her background. Wang Jianhua's mother thought Xia Ziyu was a good match for her son. Every mother hopes her daughter-in-law will take good care of her son, and Xia Ziyu's character and appearance were appealing. However, Wang Jianhua's father was not satisfied. He didn't want to discuss dating, but when Wang Jianhua brought her home and mentioned marriage. Marriage? Wang Jianhua's marriage was also a chance for the Wang family to improve their situation. Xia Ziyu seemed good in every way, but her background was too poor. If Wang Jianhua insisted on marrying her, he couldn't expect support from her family. Instead, he would have to take on responsibilities for her rural family. It was very unwise. Wang Jianhua's father, wearing the clothes Xia Ziyu bought, couldn't openly express his disapproval of their marriage, creating a very awkward atmosphere. Wang Jianhua didn't realize this and thought his father's silent demeanor was due to years of farm life. But Xia Ziyu sensed something was off. Did Wang Jianhua's father look down on her? Xia Ziyu felt confused. The Wang family had once been prosperous, but now their situation was dire. Wang Jianhua's parents lived worse than the farmers in Dahu village. Although Dahu village was poor, its natural conditions were not as harsh. As Xia Ziyu warmed herself by the fire, the snow on her pants and shoes melted, dripping onto the floor. She felt a chill rising from her feet. If the Wang family hadn't fallen on hard times, she and Wang Jianhua wouldn't be a match. Back then, Wang Jianhua was considered a child of privilege, and getting into university meant a bright future, while Xia's family had been farmers for generations. But now, the Wang family status was even lower than that of farmers. Wang Jianhua got into university, and Xia Ziyu was also a university student, so why shouldn't she be a match for him? Even though Xia Ziyu was usually patient and good at acting, Wang Jianhua's father's attitude made her uncomfortable. "Auntie, is there a kitchen here? I brought some food to cook, and we can manage a meal." Xia Ziyu couldn't stay in the room any longer. Wang Jianhua's mother wanted to say they usually heated food over a brazier and didn't need a kitchen. However, Xia Ziyu was perceptive, and Wang Jianhua's mother was not foolish. She took Xia Ziyu out of the room, leaving it for Wang Jianhua and his father. The cold wind blew against them, quickly taking away the warmth they had built up from the sun. In winter, there was no work to do on the farm. If Xia Ziyu hadn't sent many supplies over the past few months, the resources allocated to Wang's family would have been even less. Want to stay warm in winter? Just stay inside, wrapped in blankets. There would be no firewood or charcoal provided, let alone heating. The farm's liveliness depended on who was around. Those with the ability to return to the city had already left, leaving behind a few who had little hope of going back. Most of them were not in good health and could hardly work, yet the farm still had to spend money to support them. They were supported, but only enough to keep them fed. Living conditions were extremely harsh. Families with caring children could send more supplies to the farm, making life a bit easier. Without anyone to look after them, they were just getting by day. Wang Jianhua didn't hide Xia Ziyu's contributions in his letters. He had struggled himself, and once he got into college, he could send money and supplies to the farm. The state supported college students, but it wouldn't support the entire family. Without Xia Ziyu's help, Wang Jianhua's parents would not have improved their situation on the farm. Thinking back to last winter when she and her husband could only stay in their room, wearing all their clothes and still feeling cold under the blankets, Wang Jianhua's mother looked at Xia Ziyu with more kindness. "Dear, you've suffered with our Jianhua. His father is troubled. He can't quite understand things right now and still thinks about the past. Don't hold it against that old fool. I really appreciate you taking care of Jianhua. If it weren't for your encouragement for him to go to college, he would still be wasting time in the countryside." Finally, there was someone who understood, and Xia Ziyu felt a bit better. Wang Jianhua's mother credited Xia Ziyu for encouraging her son to attend college, and Xia Ziyu was not foolish enough to explain otherwise. She accepted Wang Jianhua's mother's gratitude calmly and comforted her in return. "Auntie, I'm not suffering with Jianhua. You and Uncle are the ones who are truly struggling here. Trust me, things will only get better, and you and Uncle will leave this difficult place." Wang Jianhua's mother's eyes turned red. "Good child. Thanks to you for thinking of me and Jianhua. This winter is much better than last year. Let me take you to the kitchen to get some hot water to wash your face and warm your hands." The two women met for the first time, exchanged a few heartfelt words, and suddenly felt much closer. In the kitchen, Xia Ziyu used warm water. It wasn't mealtime yet, and the food on the farm was very poor. On the first day of the new year, they had only seen a couple of pieces of fatty meat in the vegetable soup. To grab a few more pieces of meat, some former officials almost got into a fight. Xia Ziyu steamed the meat buns she had brought, and the delicious smell filled the house. Several heads peeked in at the door. "What day is it today? Are we having meat?" "You must be mistaken. We only had meat on the first day of the new year, and it's not even been half a month." "It definitely smells like meat." The smell of the meat buns was really tempting. Xia Ziyu watched the two people at the door bantering like they were performing a comedy act. She had prepared plenty of buns, but she couldn't just give them away to anyone. She glanced at her future mother-in-law, hoping for a hint, but Wang Jianhua's mother acted as if she hadn't heard. That meant she didn't have to give any away. Xia Ziyu understood. The two people at the door chatted for a while without any action, not caring if they were overheard. They called her stingy, and then left. Ran Shiyu secretly scoffed. If being generous meant she and her husband would starve, she wouldn't do it. As someone also stuck on the farm, she didn't need to starve herself to please anyone. Giving the buns to them wouldn't help her and her husband escape this dreadful place. They would just see her as a soft touch. If she gave them buns today, tomorrow they would come asking for coal or even more precious medicine. If there wasn't enough food, they could go hungry for a couple of meals, but the feeling of being sick and lying in bed was too unbearable. Ran Shiyu definitely didn't want to experience that again. Soon, Xia Ziyu finished steaming the buns and spent a little money to get 2 bottles of water from the kitchen. Seeing Xia Ziyu only buy 2 bottles of water, Ran Shiyu was puzzled, but Xia Ziyu didn't mind spending the money, let Jianhua soak his feet and warm his hands too. Ran Shiyu was pleased. A woman should take care of her man. She was very satisfied with Xia Ziyu's thoughtfulness. The Wang family situation was different, and Ran Shiyu felt that whether Wang Jianhua could help was uncertain. It was true that Wang Jianhua wasn't very assertive. Not only would she be giving him hot water for his feet, but he might even have to take care of her. Ran Shiyu approved of her son's choice and was very warm towards Xia Ziyu. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to the room, but the atmosphere inside was not good. The conversation between Wang Jianhua and his father had ended on a sour note. Xia Ziyu pretended not to notice and called Wang Jianhua to soak his feet. Ran Shiyu found a wooden basin, and Wang Jianhua placed his frozen feet in it, feeling so comfortable that he wanted to moan. The winter days are short, with late sunrises and early sunsets. By the time the 4 of them finished their buns, it was mostly dark outside. The electricity here is supplied for limited hours each day. Ran Shiyu knew that Wang Jianhua and his father were coming, so she borrowed an empty room on the farm and managed to put together some bedding. She then took Xia Ziyu to another room to rest. Of course, they weren't sharing a room with Wang Jianhua. They weren't married yet, and others would laugh if they found out. At night, Wang Jianhua and his father slept in one room, while Ran Shiyu and Xia Ziyu shared another. "Uncle, Jianhua, you should rest early," Xia Ziyu said as she followed Ran Shiyu out. Wang Jianhua ran after them, saying, "Come on, let's borrow 2 more blankets from the farm. It's going to be even colder tonight, and I don't want you and my mom to freeze." The farm workers were not easy to deal with, but with a little persuasion, things were different. As long as you could pay, they would not only lend you 2 blankets, but could also provide hot water bags. 2 hot water bags in the bed could keep you warm for most of the night. Using charcoal for heat was risky because of carbon monoxide poisoning, so hot water bags were much safer. However, the few workers who couldn't return to the city did not enjoy such treatment. The wood for heating in winter was all collected before the cold weather arrived. You couldn't hoard too much, or the farm workers would confiscate it, unless you occasionally offered something in return. If you did, they would turn a blind eye to how you kept warm. Offering something required money or goods. Those like them who hadn't returned to the city were not only forgotten by the organization but also had families that were mostly unable to help. Wang Jianhua's parents were originally abandoned people too. Just half a year ago, Wang Jianhua worked hard to get into college and started sending things back to the farm. The farm workers were unsure about the Wang family situation, so they relaxed their supervision of them. Ran Shi watched as Xia Ziyu paid, without hesitation. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it showed that Xia Ziyu had enough to be confident. She didn't interrupt the two young people as they made the bed, but went back to her room to get a pillow. Seeing that her husband was still in a bad mood, she couldn't help but voice her concern. I noticed that although Ziyu has a rural household registration, her family seems to be doing well. Over the past few months, the money and items sent to the farm added up to several hundred yuan, and this time, she brought a lot of things. In the past, Ran Shi wouldn't have thought much of that amount. But now, having experienced hardship, she realized that without money and other supplies, life could be truly difficult. Wang Guangping didn't care much. Jianhua said her parents are self-employed. Aren't they talking about reform and opening up? Self-employed people might earn some money. Wang Guangping was not convinced. He knew very little about the outside world and was unaware of the social changes. His understanding of self-employment was limited to secretly selling agricultural products on the black market. Ran Shi lowered her voice. Why can't we return to the city? It's because no one speaks up for us. Jianhua got into college, but how many more years will it take for her to have a voice? Those who return to the city may not have their old jobs back, but the country surely arranged new positions for them. Guangping, you're already in your 50s. If you stay at the farm for a few more years, what else can you do when you go back? What's wrong with being self-employed? Ran Shi also reads the newspaper when she has time. The paper says the country has established special economic zones. Being self-employed may not be glamorous, but it can make money. People at the farm all want benefits, and others do too. It just depends on how big the benefits are. Ran Shi thought about delivering gifts to the right people, at least to make sure Wang Guangping is remembered and not left to rot at the far northern farm. The Wang family's old connections have faded, and Wang Jianhua can't just show up empty-handed. If there is financial support, Wang Jianhua could reconnect with the family's old friends. Ran Shiyu placed her hopes of returning to the city on her son. What's wrong with a wealthy daughter-in-law who is devoted to her son? She just didn't know how wealthy the Xia family really was, or if they would be willing to spend money to help the Wang family. Why would the Xia family spend money just because they are dating? If they were engaged, it would be different. If Wang Guangping could get his job back, the Xia family would benefit greatly. Ran Shi's plans left Wang Guangping silent. After a while, he finally managed to say, "A self-employed person? You're really grasping at straws." Grasping at straws? Maybe. Ran Shiyu didn't disagree. She was truly tired of this dark and difficult life. If Wang Jianhua hadn't gotten into college, she might not have made it through this winter. Thankfully, Wang Jianhua got into college, and the Wang family had a glimmer of hope. Ran Shi certainly wouldn't make demands of Xia Ziyu. They shared a room at night, and she didn't even mention money. In her words, she expressed gratitude for Xia Ziyu's support, saying Wang Jianhua was lucky to have found a girl like her as a partner. Auntie supports your marriage after graduation, but for now, both of you should focus on your studies. Ran Shi's words were reasonable, and Xia Ziyu felt happy, thinking that Wang Jianhua's mother was relatively easy to deal with, making her investment of time and money worthwhile. Wang Jianhua's father seemed less accepting of her, and Xia Ziyu was prepared for a long struggle. Since Wang Jianhua was a devoted son, if she wanted to be his wife, she needed his parents' approval. Moreover, Wang Jianhua's father was not an ordinary person. Xia Ziyu firmly believed that helping someone in need was more valuable than just adding to their happiness. Xia Ziyu was freezing at a farm in the far north. Xia Xiaolan was yawning in a warm room. If she knew the efforts Xia Ziyu was making to gain Wang Jianhua's parents' approval, she would surely be impressed. Xia Xiaolan could never lower herself to such a degree. This made her avoid thinking about a future with Zhou Cheng. If Zhou's family did not accept her as a girl from the countryside, Xia Xiaolan liked Zhou Cheng, but she could never humble herself to please his parents. She could speak softly with clients and endure temporary discomfort to close a deal, but even in business, Xia Xiaolan had her own principles and boundaries. Love is not business. Xia Xiaolan was with Zhou Cheng because she liked him. If too many complications arose, it would make her uncomfortable, and she would naturally choose to part ways. After all, she did not have an overwhelming obsession with Zhou Cheng. If a woman has nothing, she may easily invest all her emotions in a man. Even without Zhou Cheng, Xia Xiaolan had her studies and career, keeping herself busy. Any heartache would likely fade from her mind after a while. The balance of feelings between the two was not equal. At the moment, it was clear that Zhou Cheng liked Xia Xiaolan a bit more. Love is inherently unfair. The one who cares more is often more invested and willing to give. Xia Xiaolan was not in a hurry to discuss opening a building materials and decoration store with Kong Wei. She was waiting for Zhou Cheng's reply, uncertain if she could see him in the capital. By the time she returned from Yangcheng, the spring clothing that Li Fengmei brought back had already started selling. Xia Xiaolan returned to Xanadu on the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the first month. The temperature in late February had not warmed up yet, but that did not stop female customers from starting to choose spring outfits. Xia Xiaolan had already set the price for stockings at 10 yuan per pair, and while Li Fengmei wondered who would spend 10 yuan on thin stockings, the most popular item this time was indeed those semi-transparent stockings. Actresses in fashion magazines wear them. They often appear in foreign films, and women in Hong Kong and Taiwan are wearing them too. So, why can't the women in Xanadu wear them? The female staff at the municipal guest house would rather use their welcoming fees to trade for a pair of stockings from Xia Xiaolan, showing just how much they desire these fashionable items. These female staff earn only 20 yuan a day, while a pair of stockings is priced at 10 yuan. Li Fengmei thinks it's expensive, yet some can still afford it. Whether a product sells well doesn't depend on its price. Items at the farmer's market are cheap, but customers still pick and choose. The clothes from Blue Phoenix have never been cheap since they started selling, yet customers are still willing to pay. It's about scarcity and fulfilling both the needs and vanity of customers. If they only wanted cheap, there are plenty of local clothes available. Why would they buy the expensive ones? They want the expensive ones to stand out. Stockings are the same. They cost 10 yuan a pair. For that price, you could buy several pounds of meat or enough rice to last a month. Is a thin pair of stockings worth it? Li Fengmei's opinion doesn't matter, and neither does Xia Xiaolan's. It's up to the customers to decide their value. What they seek isn't just stockings, but the fashion they represent. Afraid they won't be able to buy them later, some people buy 2 or 3 pairs at once. Given the customer flow at Blue Phoenix, 200 pairs of stockings would sell out in just a few days. Xia Xiaolan had to send another telegram to Bai Xinju to arrange for more stockings to be delivered to Xanadu. This time, we won't sell the stockings. We'll give them away. Li Fengmei looked up from her fashion magazine. Give them away? A pair of stockings costs a few yuan to make. If they announce free stockings, won't everyone rush to grab them? Li Fengmei worried about the costs, but Xia Xiaolan smiled mysteriously. Yes, we're giving them away. I'll find someone to make a couple of simple posters in the next few days. Xia Xiaolan could make simple posters herself, but she didn't want to waste her time. This kind of task could easily be done by professionals. She spent a lot of time making money, and now she could spend a little money to save time, which she found very worthwhile. By the way, today is the Lantern Festival. Let's have dumplings for dinner. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival is an important holiday in southern Hunan province. It is also known as New Year's Day, and only after celebrating this day is the Spring Festival considered fully complete. In the south, people eat rice dumplings, while in the north, they eat dumplings during the New Year celebrations. In southern Hunan, many people prefer dumplings, and in some counties, they have wonton soup, also known as reunion tea. Families invite married daughters back home to enjoy this reunion tea. Lu Feng, who has been married for a few years, has lost touch with her family, and Lu Yong completely forgot about it. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Feng returned home from Qijing village, waiting for Xia Xiaolan and Lu Feng to visit. Liang Bing'an had promised to give Lu Feng and her daughter 4,000 yuan for building a new house, but he hadn't delivered it yet. The mother and daughter felt they should visit Lu Feng's home to discuss this money. However, from the 3rd day to the 15th day of the new year, Neither Lu Feng nor Xia Xiaolan came to visit. Lu Feng started to feel anxious. She was hoping for Xia Xiaolan to get married, but if Xia Xiaolan and her aunt's family didn't visit, how could Lu Feng help her niece get married? By the 15th day, with the new year almost over, Lu Feng cursed Xia Xiaolan for being unhelpful but had to take the initiative to visit. Liang Bingen drove, and Liang Huan thought she might receive a red envelope, so she joined the ride. Liang Yu found the countryside fun and was in a good mood. As soon as they got in the car, Liang Bingen asked Lu Feng, "Did you bring the money?" Lu Feng patted her black bag. "Yes, I have 4,000 yuan, every bit of it. I think we should wait for my sister to feel the pressure of needing money to build a house. Then they will naturally come to my home." Liang Bingen shook his head in disbelief. "You think that just because you offer 100% of goodwill, they will appreciate it? If they only feel 60% grateful, that's already good. You can't expect to win them over completely with just your words. Some people don't do much, but manage to gain appreciation through cleverness." Giving Lu Feng and her daughter the full 4,000 yuan for their new house may not seem like a big deal, but Lu Feng's way of speaking could diminish that goodwill. Liang Bingen felt it was unfair. Lu Feng and her daughter wanted to wait until summer to build their new house, but the Liang family couldn't afford to wait. This led to Liang Bingen and Lu Feng making several trips to Lu's home. Lu Feng was just venting her frustration, and after being scolded by her husband, she fell silent. Liang Huan felt reluctant about giving 4,000 yuan to her aunt's family. Even if the Liang family was well off, they couldn't just give Liang Huan several thousand yuan as a young teenager. Sometimes, when she bought clothes too often, Lu Feng would hesitate. With 4,000 yuan, how many clothes could she buy? She could wear different outfits for 2 months without repeating. Liang Huan's youthful and beautiful face showed her frustration. If it weren't for the family wanting Xia Xiaolan to marry that person, she really wouldn't want to have anything to do with such poor relatives. Liang Huan had to admit that her cousin, Xia Xiaolan, had always been good-looking, and after not seeing her for a few years, she seemed even more beautiful than Liang Huan. Liang Huan had always been the beloved little princess of her elders and the center of attention for boys. She thought she was very pretty, with a good foundation and the means to dress well. At school, she stood out and many people recognized her as the school beauty. That was before anyone at school had seen Xia Xiaolan. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaolan dropped out of school early and never had the chance to be admired by others. Thinking of this made Liang Huan feel a bit better. Liang Bingen drove to Qijing village and parked at the village entrance as usual. After several sunny days since the new year, the earlier snow had melted, leaving the village roads muddy, which dirtied Liang Huan's little shoes. As she walked, mud splattered everywhere, and the little princess pouted. After a long walk, they finally reached the Lu family's door, only to find it tightly locked. A large lock hung on the door, clearly not locked from the inside, indicating that the Lu family was not home. Lu Feng touched her black handbag and said, "That's strange. It's New Year's Day. Where could my brother's family be?" She was eager to deliver gifts but couldn't. Lu Feng had never encountered such a ridiculous situation. Moreover, it was New Year's Day, a time when married daughters returned to their families. If Lu Yong wasn't home, did that mean he didn't want her to visit? Lu Feng frowned. Liang Bingen suggested she ask a neighbor. The neighbor looked puzzled and said, "Yongzi and his family left for business on the 4th day of the new year." "Didn't they tell you? Leaving for business on the 4th day of the new year?" Lu Feng was furious. Who decides to leave for business without finishing the New Year celebrations? She had returned on the 2nd day to pay respects to her parents, and no one in her family had mentioned anything, indicating that this was a decision made long ago, kept secret from her. Lu Feng was strong-willed. She could go years without contacting her family, but they shouldn't treat her like a stranger. Liang Bingen also found it strange. Did my brother say when they would be back? Are they doing business in the county? In recent years, when people mentioned starting a business, it usually meant setting up a stall nearby. Liang Bingen thought that his brother-in-law and the others were doing this kind of work. However, Lu Feng had returned to pay respects on the 2nd day, and Lu Yong and the others hadn't mentioned anything. Liang Bingen found it hard to accept. He was trying to deliver gifts, but felt unwelcomed. If it weren't for needing something from them, he would have turned around and left. If they asked for more details, the neighbor wouldn't be foolish either. The Liu family was clearly hiding something, especially since there had been a near argument during their last meal together. Moreover, the neighbors don't know, and only Chen Wangda in the village seems to know the details. Others only know that Liu Yang's family made money in the provincial capital, but they can't say much more. Chen Wangda wouldn't say anything either. He wrote many recommendation letters for Xia Xiaolan, who, grateful for his help, gave the oil residue business to him. Chen Wangda has a son and hopes his eldest son will become the village chief, so he passed the oil residue business to his younger son. 2 days ago, the younger son made a trip to the market and brought back 400 pounds of oil residue. He sold it all on the way home, making a profit of 6 cents per pound, earning over $20 in a single day. Working as a skilled bricklayer earns only a few dollars a day, while the oil residue business can bring in hundreds of dollars a month. After just 2 days, the younger son sent a big gift to Chen Wangda. His father gave him such a profitable business, so he must be extra filial. Liang Bingen asked around the village and only learned that Liu Yong and his family had been doing business in the provincial capital since last year. No one knew the specifics about where they were or what kind of business they were running. Lu Fong was already furious and almost dropped her bag. They treat me like a thief. They don't even care about money being offered. Without a butcher, am I supposed to eat a pig with fur? I won't give this money. I'd rather throw it in the river than use it to fix my sister's house. Liang Huan knew her mother was angry and pointed at her dirty shoes. Mom, my shoes are all dirty. I don't want to wear these anymore. Please buy me a new pair. With 4,000 yuan not spent, how many new pairs of shoes could that buy? Liang Huan thought her request was reasonable, while Liang Bingen felt a headache coming from the tension between the two. He and Lu Fong had different personalities. To achieve his goals, he wouldn't hesitate to face any obstacles, even if it meant enduring difficulties. He was determined to find his brother-in-law's family. Liang Huan, stop arguing with your mom. You should be more understanding and treat your cousin and aunt better. If Xia Xiaolan doesn't marry, does that mean his daughter has to? Although Liang Bingen scolded Liang Huan, he still cared for her deeply. She was his own daughter, and he couldn't push her into a difficult situation. He felt he had already compensated Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan enough, and felt no guilt about it. Where exactly is Lu Yong with Xia Xiaolan? Individual business owner? How cliché. Where is Xia Xiaolan? She is at the university in the market. Xanadu University is the only key university in the southern Hunan province. It is a comprehensive university with many majors. Today, Xia Xiaolan is looking for students from the Fine Arts Department to help her create some posters. She wants them to be a decent size, but doesn't want to spend too much time on it, so she decided to find students at Xanadu University to assist her. On the 16th day of the Lunar New Year, some university students in Xanadu have already returned to school. Due to inconvenient transportation, many students do not go home during the holiday and stay on campus. Xia Xiaolan asks for the dormitories of the Fine Arts Department. After parking her bicycle, she hears a surprised voice. Xia Xiaolan? She turns around to see Zhuo Weiping just finishing parking her bike as well. Zhuo Gongan, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Zhuo Weiping thinks it's a coincidence too. Xia Xiaolan's clothing store is doing very well. Shouldn't she be helping out there? Last time Xia Xiaolan was taken to the police station, Zhuo Weiping felt that the people there were bullying women. Unexpectedly, the situation turned around, and the neighborhood watch team ended up in trouble. Captain Gua of the neighborhood watch said he was instructed by Ding Aizhen from the state-owned cotton mill, and the police brought Ding Aizhen back. They haven't figured out the outcome yet, but it has led to a case involving the factory director and Ding Aizhen colluding to embezzle state property. Now, it seems that Ding Aizhen's initial offense is minor, but the latter is a serious case. The case against Ding Aizhen should be judged soon. From what I know, she will be sentenced to at least 10 years. I wanted to ask you, what brings you to Xanadu University? 10 years? Xia Xiaolan thinks it doesn't matter. Even if Ding Aijin gets her sentence reduced and is released in 5 years, it will be around 1990, when policies will be more lenient, and Xia Xiaolan will feel more confident. A person who has been in prison like Ding Aijin can no longer threaten her. Xia Xiaolan feels very happy. I'm looking for students from the Fine Arts Department to help me paint a few posters. After explaining her purpose, Zhuo Weiping asks if she knows anyone from the Fine Arts Department. Xia Xiaolan shakes her head, but Zhuo Weiping is impressed. You're lucky. Come on, I know someone from the Fine Arts Department and can introduce you. Zhuo Weiping not only knows someone. Her sister is a sophomore in the Fine Arts Department at Xanadu University. Zhuo Weiping came to visit her sister and happened to run into Xia Xiaolan looking for someone to paint posters. Without hesitation, she recommends her sister, Zhuo Na. Zhuo Na has big round eyes, and when she hears someone needs help with painting, she is eager to help even for free. But when she learns that Xia Xiaolan wants posters, she thinks that posters aren't real art and won't showcase her skills. Zhuo Na quickly lost interest, but she didn't dare to refuse the person Zhuo Weiping brought. She said she didn't want any payment and asked if Xia Xiaolan could model for her once, as she wanted to paint a portrait. A portrait? Sitting still for several hours was something Xia Xiaolan had never done before, and she wasn't keen on agreeing. Zhuo Na smiled and said, "Let me introduce you to a senior. He's really good at painting and has been looking for work." Xia Xiaolan glanced at Zhuo Na. Zhuo Weiping was a straightforward person, but her sister Zhuo Na seemed quite clever. Their family probably had decent means, so she didn't care much for this easy poster project. Xia Xiaolan had no choice. In 1984, she couldn't just find any advertising print shop on the streets of Xanadu to get the poster she wanted. She decided to meet the senior Zhuo Na mentioned. The senior, Gong Yang, matched Xia Xiaolan's impression of an art student. His hair was messy, and there was paint on his clothes. He came from a poor family, but was determined to study art. Anything related to art required a lot of money for supplies, and improving his painting skills meant he had to practice a lot. Sketching was manageable, but other types of painting could be quite expensive. To cover his painting costs, Gong Yang took on any job he could find. Xia Xiaolan showed Gong Yang a few magazines she brought and explained her requirements. He quickly sketched something and chose nice colors. Xia Xiaolan felt confident he could handle the poster. She wanted 3 posters in total, and Gong Yang calculated the cost of the paint in his head. "Give me 8 yuan for each one. I'll give you 10 yuan for each, but you need to work a bit faster and deliver them to the shop when you're done." 3 posters would be 30 yuan, more than her monthly allowance from school. Such a simple request. Gong Yang could finish in a day, and after deducting the cost of paint and paper, he would still make a good profit. Student labor was generally cheap, and Gong Yang was satisfied with the payment. Xia Xiaolan left a 10 yuan deposit and her address. Gong Yang thanked Zhuo Na for helping him find work and said he wanted to treat her to a meal. Everyone knew how poor he was, and Zhuo Na smiled, saying, "Let's talk about dinner later. Didn't you promise Xia boss that you'd paint quickly? Hurry back and work on the posters." Once Gong Yang left, Zhuo Weiping was speechless. "You always say no one asks you to paint, and when I bring a friend to you, you try to push them away." Zhuo Na pouted, "But my friend didn't agree to be a model either." "How do you know her, sis? She looks young. Why is she working on her own? Isn't school better?" Zhuo Weiping was speechless. If she had the means, who would want to struggle outside? From what Zhuo Weiping knew, Xia Xiaolan had been to the police station twice. Being self-employed wasn't easy. Zhuo Na, with her naive perspective, thought, what's wrong with being self-employed? There are many paths to success. Being self-employed is not lower than your art studies. Zhuo Na didn't think much of it. It seemed so ordinary for someone so beautiful to be self-employed, counting small bills. How mundane. Xia Xiaolan had no idea that the young girl thought of her as ordinary. If she knew, she would probably just laugh it off. People who live in their ivory towers, without family support, would soon lose their charm. She didn't have time to argue with a stranger. Xia Xiaolan was busy studying whenever she could. She woke up at 6, quickly got ready, and rushed out to buy breakfast by 6:30. She started studying at 7 and worked until 11 before heading to the store. By 2 in the afternoon, she returned home to continue reviewing until she went to bed at 11. Spring clothes were only selling in small quantities, and Li Fengmei and Lu Fen could manage the current customer flow. Xia Xiaolon also had lunch at the store, where the family gathered. This was a time for her to relax a bit and help Lu Yong with his studies. She needed to discuss renovation matters. Lu Yong might not know design, but he had to understand the overall picture. He needed to know how much material to use, how to quote prices to make a profit, the duration of the work, and how much to pay the workers. Lu Yong was learning all this. Recently, he had been visiting tile stores and other places frequently, trying to remember the prices of various materials. Xia Xiaolon received a telegram from Zhou Cheng, who eagerly mentioned that she could visit the capital anytime, but it might require her to go see him. He didn't mention the magazine, but knowing his character, he was likely looking into it through someone else. Xia Xiaolon wasn't in a hurry. Going to the capital to see Zhou Cheng? Why not? Zhou Cheng's job was special, and he needed Xia Xiaolon to take the initiative. She was already prepared for that. Lu Yong had been a bit nervous about going to renovate Kong Wei's house, but now that Xia Xiaolon mentioned going to the capital together, he felt more assured. He wants to take the workers who helped last time to the capital. Although there will be costs for travel and accommodation, they have worked together before. Lu Yong himself doesn't want to teach someone else all over again. Those in the renovation business definitely need their own ideas, and Xia Xiaolan supports Lu Yong in this. Don't worry about travel and meals. Those costs are included in the budget. Even if you don't make a big profit on this job for Kong Wei, you can't lose money while helping him with the renovations. Business is business. Even if a familiar client doesn't bring in profit, at least you shouldn't lose money. Lu Yong's time is also valuable. Xia Xiaolan has been cautious because of her uncle. For the Blue Phoenix store renovation, Lu Yong ended up spending nearly 2,000 out of his own pocket. If Xia Xiaolan hadn't calculated the costs, she wouldn't have known about Lu Yong's financial contribution. Lu Yong could easily think about repaying kindness and cover some of the renovation costs for Kong Wei's house. Kong Wei isn't short on money, and repayment doesn't have to be this way. Xia Xiaolan remembers the favors Kong Wei has done for her, which is why she is considering partnering with him in the renovation and building materials business. The Blue Phoenix business is doing well, even before the weather has truly warmed up, with daily earnings of around 800 to 900 not being bad. Xia Xiaolan only thought about promotions later. By July, she plans to invest 50,000 in the renovation and building materials business and has promised her mother to build a house in the village. Since she is going to build, she should at least prepare 20,000 to 30,000 for a small brick building. From an investment perspective, spending 20,000 to 30,000 to build a house in Kaijingshan village is not very cost-effective. No matter how many years pass, houses in the village won't appreciate in value. At most, after 30 years, prices may rise and construction materials and labor will become more expensive. A house built for 20,000 to 30,000 now would cost 200,000 to 300,000 in the future. So, does that mean houses in the village are appreciating? Only those that can be sold are appreciating. Right now, if you could spend 20,000 to 30,000 on a welfare house in the city, you could sell it later or wait for compensation during redevelopment. No matter how nice a house in Kaijingshan village is, no one will buy it. Even as cities expand, they won't reach Kaijingshan village. So spending money to build a house in the village has no potential for appreciation. However, Xia Xiaolan has already figured it out. Every penny spent should have a visible return. She has said she wants Lu Fen to have a good life. Spending 20,000 to 30,000 to build a house in the village to make Lu Fen happy seems worth it to Xia Xiaolan. Don't be afraid to spend money. Only by spending can you find the motivation to earn more. To save enough money for renovation materials and fixing her new house in Shenzhen by July and being distracted by the college entrance exam, Xia Xiaolan couldn't explore other businesses for now. She needed to focus on improving her clothing store's performance. Making around 800 to 900 yuan a day is not bad. In a month, that should add up to over 20,000 yuan. After deducting the cost of goods, she could earn more than 10,000 yuan, which means she would take home about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. In 1984, Earning a few thousand yuan in profit was something most ordinary workers wouldn't dare to dream of. However, Xia Xiaolan only had just over 20,000 yuan now, and to start a new business and renovate her house in July, she needed at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. In the remaining 5 months, she had to ensure she could earn over 10,000 yuan a month from Blue Phoenix. So, while her current business was doing well, Xia Xiaolan wanted to make it even better. The next day, Gong Yang delivered the poster, which featured bold colors and simple yet striking images that would definitely catch attention when displayed on the wall. Xia Xiaolan was very pleased and settled the remaining payment with Gong Yang, saying, "Gong, if you have similar work in the future, I might reach out to you again." What Xia Xiaolan valued was not just Gong Yang's basic drawing skills. Most art students have solid fundamentals, but his aesthetic sense and ability to understand her ideas and create trendy designs. Since Gong Yang could draw posters, he could also create other designs, like interior design renderings. Without computers to produce these designs, they had to rely on hand-drawn illustrations. Finding someone more suitable than an art student was impossible, as there were no interior design programs in the country at that time. Standing in the clothing store, with the clean, shiny tiles and the use of crystal lights and numerous mirrors, it looked quite luxurious. Did he have a wealthy client? Xia Xiaolan wasn't short on money, so Gong Yang suppressed his idea of inviting her to model. To ordinary people, Xia Xiaolan was beautiful, but to art students like Gong Yang, she sparked a lot of creative inspiration. Her looks were so striking that they could inspire original creations without needing to copy. Hearing that Xia Xiaolan had more similar projects, Gong Yang couldn't help but ask a few questions. Xia Xiaolan pointed to the clothing store and said, "Can you draw a renovation like this? I can sketch some simple layouts and furniture styles, but I'll need your help with coloring and showing what a room will look like after renovation." Gong Yang had never worked on interior design drawings before. With the layout and style in place, he only needed to add color, and Gong Yang thought it wouldn't be too difficult. He couldn't help but glance at the clothing store again. The layout and color scheme looked nice. While Xia Xiaolan was talking to Gong Yang, no one interrupted them. Once he left, Lu Yong spoke up, "Xiaolan, what do you want him to be, an interior designer?" Xia Xiaolan explained that renovations require a specialized designer. Once the designer provides the plans, the workers can follow them to do the renovations. This designer was a decision made by Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong together. Xia Xiaolan couldn't keep drawing plans. She had her own tasks to handle. She thought about training 2 people who could create design sketches. However, getting a university graduate from Xanadu to work with someone like Lu Yong, who is self-employed, would likely be a challenge. Regardless of their major, graduates in the country are assigned jobs. In this era, having a formal job is more important than anything else. Even if Lu Yong offered several times the salary, he wouldn't be able to attract a university student to work with him. Who knows how long a private salary would last? People believe that government-assigned jobs are more reliable. It doesn't matter if the pay is a bit higher or lower. Government positions are stable. The term laid off only appeared in the 1990s. In 1984, government jobs were solid and secure. So even Juana could look down on Xia Xiaolan, thinking she was just a typical self-employed person. It wouldn't work to have art students work as full-time designers, but part-time could be an option, right? Xia Xiaolan nodded. "Let's try collaborating first, and see if he can do well. If Gong Yang doesn't perform well, it's fine. Xanadu University has an art department, and there are specialized art colleges in the country. There will surely be more students like Gong Yang who need to sell their art to support themselves, giving Xia Xiaolan plenty of options." Li Fengmei then noticed the content on the poster. She didn't understand art, but she recognized the big letters. Spring promotion event. Spend over 168 yuan in one purchase and receive a free pair of stockings. Xiaolan, is this how you give away stockings? Li Fengmei still didn't quite understand, but Lu Yong laughed. Isn't this just a clever way to encourage people to buy more clothes? Seeing that Li Fengmei and Lu Fin didn't get it, Xia Xiaolan patiently explained, "Are there any clothes in our store that cost over 168 yuan each? We don't sell stockings. If someone wants them, they have to spend at least 168 yuan. They can buy anything they want, and if their total reaches 168 yuan, they get a pair of stockings for free. This is even more enticing than just giving a 10 yuan discount for spending 168 yuan. Those who can spend 168 yuan on clothes will buy if there is even a 10 yuan discount. Although a pair of stockings only costs 10 yuan, they are popular items that hold more psychological value than just their price. Currently, Blue Phoenix does not have any clothes priced over 168 yuan. The most expensive item is a wool coat heavily promoted by Qin Shiliang, which Xia Xiaolan sold for 140 yuan at her stall but raised to 158 yuan in the store. This is the priciest clothing item, and the store does not have this style available now. No matter what customers buy, they need to purchase at least 2 items to reach 168 yuan. Selling 2 pieces of clothing can earn a good profit, while a pair of stockings costs only a few yuan, so giving them away is fine. Right now, they're giving away stockings, and Xia Xiaolan plans to hold similar promotions in the future, such as giving away cosmetics or wallets. If she had a computer, she would want to implement a shopping point system in the store. Writing by hand is too troublesome and hard to keep track of, which would just add to the workload for Lu Fun and Li Fengmei. When Bai Jinju sent a telegram saying she had gathered another 100 pairs of stockings to be shipped by truck, Xia Xiaolan smiled. Once we receive the stockings, we can start this promotional event. 2 posters were put up in the store, one at the entrance, announcing that the spring promotion would start on February 20th. As soon as the posters were up, customers began to inquire. A few people who planned to buy clothes changed their minds and decided to come back on the 20th. However, such customers were not too many, as not everyone wants to buy 168 yuan worth of items just to get free stockings. Fortunately, the store not only sells women's clothing but also has some men's clothing. If someone is hesitant to buy 168 yuan worth of clothes for themselves, they can buy for the men in their family. The men's clothing is limited but of good quality, with shirts and suits available. A suit costs over 100, and adding a cheaper item makes it easy to reach 168 yuan. The stocking sent by Bai Jinju arrived as promised, and the promotional event officially started on February 20th, which kept Xia Xiaolan and her team very busy. Business had not yet matched the peak sales before the new year, but by evening, sales jumped from around 800 to over 2,000 yuan. They had only given away 10 pairs of stockings, costing just a few dozen yuan, but sales increased by over 1,000, resulting in a profit of several hundred yuan. What's a few dozen yuan in free gifts compared to that? Lu Fun and Li Fengmei finally understood why Xia Xiaolan switched from selling stockings to giving them away. What is the purpose of the promotion? Isn't it to earn more money? Just like when we set up a stall, some people want a bargain. You have plenty of money, but you give them a scarf or gloves. Li Fengmei finally remembered this point. Xia Xiaolan nodded. Yes. But we can't just give things away. If someone only buys a pair of pants, why would I give them stockings? Once they spend 168 yuan, our profit is secure, and giving away a pair of stockings doesn't cost much. The appeal of stockings isn't that strong, but they can encourage people to buy more. If someone originally buys clothes worth 100 yuan, they might think it's worth spending a little more to get a free pair of stockings. Some people really want stockings but can't buy enough clothes themselves. What should they do? They can bring relatives and friends to help reach the total of 168 yuan. In the end, they can decide among themselves how to share the stockings. The sales figures will clearly increase, proving that Xia Xiaolan's promotion method works. The poster says 50 pairs of stockings available until supplies last, but they actually have 100 pairs in stock. If business is good, they can keep supplying stockings. Many people from 1984 don't know these tricks and really believe there are only 50 pairs. With the sales up, Xia Xiaolan started thinking about getting a phone installed. She initially thought it was just a matter of spending a little more money and was prepared to pay a few thousand yuan for the installation fee. But when she asked at the phone office, they inquired about her family status. What status does she have? Her grandmother is an elderly woman who sweeps the streets. Both she and her mother are self-employed. In 1984, getting a landline phone installed wasn't just about money. It was also about the availability of phone lines. Every worker in the town needed a phone, and there was no way to get the phone office to prioritize her request. Xia Xiaolan didn't argue with the phone office staff. Under her persistent inquiries, someone kindly explained the requirements for getting a phone installed. To install a phone, you need a line and a number. The line refers to the external phone lines. A line box typically has about 15 lines, and one must be kept as a backup in case any line fails. It's uncertain whether there are even 15 lines available in her area, as the needs of local officials for phone installations are likely prioritized over Xia Xiaolan's self-employed status. Not only are there limitations on the lines, but each area also has a limit on phone numbers. There are not many numbers left at the phone office, so why would they give one to Xia Xiaolan? Even if she asked for help from Hu Yongkai, it wouldn't work. Xia Xiaolan's plan to install a phone has temporarily fallen through. In fact, if she really wanted to find someone, Secretary Ho, who appeared during the ribbon-cutting ceremony, might be able to help. Is it worth going to Secretary Ho to install the phone? Secretary Ho is helping because of Xiao Guangrong, who is connected to Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei. Xia Xiaolan thinks this is too complicated. Grandma Yu reminds her, "Isn't there a public phone at the end of the alley? You can leave that number for others." Using a public phone as a private line? Xia Xiaolan jogged to check the distance. She could reach it in 5 minutes. She decided to follow Grandma Yu's advice. In this day and age, if it takes 5 minutes to run for a call, so be it. The person making the call might have spent an hour or two just to connect, so waiting a few more minutes is fine. The public phone is in a small booth, and a middle-aged woman is in charge of announcing calls. When someone has a call, she shouts out the name loudly. Xia Xiaolan occasionally brings bags of guoguang apples or candies to get close to Aunt Cheng, the woman who announces the calls, and within a few days, they became familiar. Aunt Cheng, munching on the sunflower seeds Xia Xiaolan brought, skillfully spits out the shells. "As long as you're home, I can make sure you get your call. If you're not home, I'll write down what others say for you." "Thank you, Aunt Cheng. Don't thank me yet." Each call costs 5 cents, and that's the standard rate. You'll need to pay. This is Aunt Cheng's legitimate income. She charges 5 cents to announce each call, and Xia Xiaolan wouldn't avoid paying. "Don't worry, I'll follow the rules." Xia Xiaolan took out 2 large bills. "Please take the money in advance, and you can deduct it later." No one has ever prepaid for calls before. Aunt Cheng was a bit surprised. The locals said Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun were poor relatives of Grandma Yu, suddenly appearing for her house. They didn't know about Blue Phoenix yet, and Hu Yongcai's wife wouldn't spread rumors. Seeing Xia Xiaolan being generous, Aunt Cheng thought those people were talking nonsense. Xia Xiaolan sorted out the public phone situation with Aunt Cheng, and then had Gongyang design 4 business cards. Her card has the public phone number that Aunt Cheng manages, while Li Fengmei and Lu Fen's contact details are close to the clothing store, and Lu Yang's is near the rented house. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen didn't know what to do with the cards. Blue Phoenix Fashion might sound like a clothing factory to those who don't know. In reality, it's just a clothing store. Xia Xiaolan made them on a whim, knowing that Li Fengmei and Lu Fen would eventually need to handle outside business, so the cards would come in handy. Xia Xiaolan's business card simply has her name and phone number, while Lu Yang's card reads Yuan Hui Decoration. Yuan Hui doesn't even have a store, yet Xia Xiaolan has already printed person in charge of Yuan Hui Decoration on Lu Yang's card. Lu Yong feels a lot of pressure as a solo operator, and now that he has a business card, he has to work hard to expand his business. The first call he makes is to Kong Wei, who had agreed to renovate his house before the new year. When will this project finally start? It's only the end of February, and the New Year celebrations aren't even over yet. This is the first time Kong Wei has mentioned the renovation to his mother. Kong Wei's mother is a gentlewoman. When her husband was alive, she listened to him. After Kong Wei's father passed away, if she hadn't been pregnant with Kong Wei, this news would have overwhelmed her. She gave birth to Kong Wei, but his grandmother often took on the role of a strong figure. She still feels sad about the past, and Kong Wei has to be careful when talking to her. For example, when he mentions wanting to renovate the house, his mother seems distant, unable to focus. Even though he is sitting right in front of her, it feels like she hears him but doesn't truly listen. "Okay, go ahead and renovate," she replies flatly. leaving Conway feeling very defeated. It seems that no matter what he says or does, his mother remains indifferent, showing no enthusiasm for life. Sometimes, Conway feels that when his father passed away, he took his mother's spirit with him, leaving behind a shell of a person. She has a respectable job and keeps herself tidy every day, but she doesn't care about anything and just goes with the flow. She doesn't even seem to care much about her own son, as Conway has his grandparents to look after him. Even if she neglects him, he won't go hungry or cold. But Conway can't say that his mother doesn't love him. She listens to him about everything at home. Perhaps both mother and son need a change of environment, and Conway hopes that renovating the house will bring some change. Since his mother doesn't oppose the idea, Conway decides to go ahead with the renovation. Conway's grandmother is reluctant, as many things in the house were chosen by Conway's father when he got married. Conway's grandfather is more understanding. Conway is almost 21 this year. His father has been gone for 21 years. We have to let go, even if it's hard. If we keep holding on to the past, what about the living? No matter how great a son he was, he tragically lost his life in the war. No amount of power can change the fact that life and death are determined by fate. Grandpa Kong can't let go, and there's nothing he can do about it. That's his favorite and proudest son. Once someone is gone, they can't come back. He and his wife struggle with it, and Conway's mother can't move on either. It's reasonable to renovate the house. A new environment might help. The eldest son's wife should gradually let go too. Grandma Kong was convinced by Grandpa, saying, "When we renovate, let them move here to stay." Grandma Kong felt happy about this. She took care of Conway when he was young, but after he graduated from elementary school, he moved back with his mother. Grandma treasured her grandson and wished she could see him every day. Grandpa Kong missed his grandson too. However, their other children worried that Grandma would favor Conway, so they were protective. Grandpa Kong was concerned that if both of them were gone, the orphan and widow would need the support of the rest of the Kong family. This worry is why he sent Conway back. Now, Conway is almost 21 and has been working with Zhou Cheng. He knows he needs to be proactive instead of relying on the Kong family. Grandpa Kang's worries have lessened. Let them come back to live here. We'll see how things go once the house is renovated, he said. Grandma Kong, feeling cheerful, went to tidy up the room with others. The elders in the family had no objections, so Conway replied to Lu Yong, "Uncle Lu, you can come over anytime." Having a phone makes communication much easier. Even if calling can be a hassle, it's faster than telegrams, not to mention letters. When Xia Xiaolan replied to Zhou Cheng, she also shared her new contact information and mentioned her approximate travel time to the capital. By the time Zhou Cheng received this letter, he and his uncle Lu Yong were almost in the capital. For Conway's project, Xia Xiaolan wanted to try collaborating with Gong Yang. Gong Yang was surprised to hear about the trip to the capital. He was worried not just about the time it would take, but also about travel expenses and accommodation costs in the capital. Xia Xiaolan quickly eased his concerns. "You are our design consultant, and we will cover these costs. We plan to leave in about half a month, which might take you 3 or 4 days. Just arrange your schedule accordingly." Renovating Conway's house was a big deal, but bringing along an art student was nothing compared to taking 2 workers. Lu Yong had to worry about finding a reference letter for the mason. Being in charge isn't easy. Conway suggested a budget-friendly guest house, which Xia Xiaolan emphasized repeatedly. Conway needed to consider their relationship. If he arranged for an expensive restaurant, it would be comfortable, but covering the costs for a few people would mean Lu Yong would have to spend more money on this project. What business should one start in the early stages? As a boss, you must control costs. If you only think about enjoying yourself, you'll end up ruining your own venture. Gong Yang felt a bit confused. It was just a small job helping Xia Xiaolan design a few posters, and then he also created some business cards. Now he was expected to go to the capital with her? Gong Yang said he might not be able to take time off, but deep down he was already convinced. They wouldn't let him spend on travel and accommodation, but he could earn money while going to the capital. Who would refuse such a good opportunity? As a junior in the art department, he had more freedom than other students. There was a requirement to go out for sketching, and sketching didn't mean he could only paint landscapes in the wild. He could capture the scenery of the capital. When Xia Xiaolan left, someone happened to see her. Recently, Xia Xiaolan had visited Gongyang a couple of times, and those who knew him started teasing him, thinking she was his girlfriend. "She's really pretty." "Gongyang, where did you meet her?" Zhua Shimi introduced her. "She came to ask me to draw."
Drawing?
Gongyang took on various jobs outside, but why would a young, beautiful girl keep coming to him for drawings? It sounded strange. His classmates didn't believe him, and he couldn't blame them. He found it odd too. Xia Xiaolan was so young, and not only did she have a store next to the Shanda department store, but she was also expanding her business to the capital. It was hard for Gongyang to imagine that people in the capital would hire someone from Shandu for renovations. He took on small jobs that others looked down on just to afford more paint and paper. It was hard to believe someone could be so carefree about money. Wait, Xia Xiaolan mentioned that travel and accommodation were covered, but she didn't say anything about pay? Gongyang felt anxious and rushed into the library. If someone paid for him to go to the capital and he couldn't draw renovation designs, that would be embarrassing. The Blue Phoenix event was quite successful. As they were about to finish distributing 100 pairs of stockings, the spring clothing was also nearly sold out. In early March, the weather in Shandu finally warmed up, with the sun shining occasionally, boosting business for clothing stores. With this double stimulus, spring clothing sales picked up and the store was busy every day. Seeing that the inventory was running low, Xia Xiaolan knew she had to make another trip to Yangcheng. This time, she couldn't let Qin Shiliang restock directly. In March, all the new spring styles would be available in Yangcheng, offering a wider selection than before. Restocking sold-out items at the end of the season was one thing, but introducing new styles during peak sales was essential to attract customers. This time, she didn't take Li Fengmei or Lu Fen with her, as she couldn't leave the store unattended. Lu Fen originally wanted to farm the land she was given, but seeing how busy the business was, she realized she didn't have the time. With the weather warming up, she couldn't leave the land unused, so Li Fengmei suggested renting it out to someone in the village. "This should have been taken care of before we left. Now we have to go back again. Let Tao Tao's dad handle it," Lu Fen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Yong hadn't received any business yet, but he wasn't idle. He had made a connection with a college art student, Gongyang, through Xia Xiaolan and got a library card. Now he spends every day in the library. Everyone in the family, young and old, is studying. Xia Xiaolan said society is progressing and people should learn throughout their lives. Knowledge is valuable and will be useful eventually. In the 1980s, some small business owners turned their ventures into large companies, while others struggled for decades. Initial success often comes from opportunity, but maintaining a thriving business requires knowledge and skills. Some people become bosses and work hard to improve themselves, while others, after becoming wealthy, buy cars and houses and live extravagantly. Xia Xiaolan doesn't criticize the latter lifestyle, but she wishes for her family to improve their living conditions without losing their connection to each other. If Aunt Li Fengmei becomes a strong woman while Uncle Lu Yong stays stuck in old rural ways, can the family remain stable? The opposite is also true. If Lu Yong becomes successful and worldly while Li Fengmei remains a simple village woman, they might struggle to communicate, which could harm their relationship. Progress and improvement should happen together. This applies to couples as well as to children and parents. If children succeed, they shouldn't look down on their parents for being traditional. Their parents may lack the opportunity or courage to embrace new things. With patience, they can all grow together as a family and avoid being left behind by society. As people age, their thinking and memory may not match that of the young, and their education may be lacking. Lu Yong's study sessions are even harder than working the fields. He is learning specialized knowledge, while Lu Fen and Li Fengmei casually flip through fashion magazines, which is much easier by comparison. Lu Fen felt sorry for her brother and didn't agree to let him return to the countryside. "I'll leave a bit earlier this afternoon, and by evening I'll be in the village to discuss the farming arrangements. I'll ride back early in the morning, so it will only take half a day." In that half day, Li Fengmei can manage to sell clothes and collect money, so they can just get by. Lu Yong is now studying hard, often with red eyes, looking more serious than Xia Xiaolan, who is preparing for her college entrance exam. Lu Zitao comes home from school and doesn't dare to disturb his dad. He quietly studies on his own. 2 days ago, Lu Zitao even improved his test scores. Lu Fen doesn't want to interrupt her brother's motivation, and Li Fengmei doesn't push her either. Just as Xia Xiaolan boards the train to Yangcheng, Lu Fen rides her bike back to the countryside. The lady's bike is small and pretty, but it doesn't go as fast as the larger 28-inch bikes. While it's fine to ride in the city, the rough country roads require Lu Yong's big bike. Lu Fen needs to bring something back to the countryside. She is influenced by Xia Xiaolan, who never visits empty-handed. This also needs to be arranged through Chen Wangda, as the village chief helped the mother and daughter secure their land. If they aren't planning to farm it themselves, they should at least inform him. But what should she take back? Lu Fen lacks experience in these social customs. She never had the chance to give gifts when she was with the Xia family. Grandma Yu is quite speechless. Clumsy and slow. You only know how to react when poked. I don't understand how such a clever person came from you. A smart daughter makes her mother seem foolish. Though Grandma Yu complains, she can't help but worry about Lu Fen, who is so straightforward. Don't you have cigarettes at home? Take a pack, buy 2 bags of sugar, and some noodles. Don't worry about who the village chief has helping with the farming. Just make sure your intentions are clear when you deliver the items. I guarantee you won't have to worry every year. Whenever you want to reclaim the land for yourself, the village chief will help you. Inviting and gifting is an art. Grandma Yu may not know much, but she understands this well. Lu Fen needs to consider how to handle the rent for letting others farm her land. If she doesn't give anything, the land might never be returned after someone else farms it for years. It's a great deal, free land producing crops without having to pay taxes. At first, people will be grateful to Lu Fen, but later it will be taken for granted. When giving the land, people are thankful, but when taking it back, they may resent her. Grandma Yu is used to such situations and advises Lu Fen to talk to the village chief. Whether or not to give rent and how to calculate it should all be handled by him. The village chief is respected, so these matters should be left to him. No matter what conditions he negotiates, Lu Fen just needs to accept the outcome. After a new year has passed, the relationship between Grandma Yu and the mother-daughter duo has improved a lot. Once minding other people's business started, Grandma Yu just couldn't stop. Her tone was still not pleasant, but she was willing to explain things to Lu Fen in detail, like what happened to the old lady sweeping the streets. Lu Fen, nearly 40, didn't have as much experience as Grandma Yu. Lu Fen had her own unique strength. She was obedient. In the past, she listened to everyone and accepted things as they were. Now, she had improved. She listened to those who treated her well. No one mattered more to her than Xia Xiaolan. Since Xia Xiaolan wasn't around, Lu Fen quietly listened to Grandma Yu, who meant well. Following Grandma Yu's advice, she rode her bike back to Qijing village and headed straight to the Chen family. Chen Wangda wasn't back yet, so Lu Fen handed the items to Sister Chen. Sister Chen confidently assured her that her father-in-law would handle the matter well and pulled Lu Fen aside. Since you moved to the city this month, your sister has returned to her family 3 times. She seems quite anxious, and I wonder what she needs from you. Lu Feng returned 3 times in a month? Lu Fen couldn't believe it. Even before, when she hadn't fallen out with her family, Lu Feng only returned to the Liang family about 3 times a year. If she hadn't seen her for 3 visits, including the New Year's meal and the second day of the New Year for ancestor worship, Lu Feng must have returned 5 times in just over a month. Lu Fen suspected her sister might be in trouble and needed help from their family. She hadn't thought about introducing a partner for Xia Xiaolan, especially since she had already declined, clearly stating that Xia Xiaolan was with someone. Lu Fen didn't think anyone would be so persistent. Was there trouble in Lu Feng's marriage with Liang Bingen? That didn't seem likely. During the New Year meal, Liang Bingen had come with their 2 children. They spoke politely and even mentioned sponsoring 4,000 yuan for a new house. Lu Fen wouldn't accept that money, but it showed that Lu Feng and Liang Bingen's relationship was fine. If there were issues, he wouldn't be making such gestures. Besides marital problems, Lu Fen couldn't think of any other reasons. Was Lu Feng worried because she found no one at home? After considering everything, that was the only explanation left. She wanted to send a message to Lu Feng but remembered the caution of Lu Yong and others. No one had mentioned their business in Xanadu to Lu Feng, and they kept quiet in the village. The people of Qijing village only knew that the family was in Xanadu, but they had no idea what business they were in. Lu Yong said Lu Feng's husband was a government official, and having relatives like them as individual business owners could be problematic, which Lu Fen also thought made sense. In the store, only Li Fengmei was present. Lu Fen had to rush back to Xanadu early in the morning and couldn't visit Lu Feng's house. It was dark, and Lu Feng's home was farther than going to Anqing County. Sister-in-law, if a Feng goes back to her family again, please ask her what's going on. You can reach me at this phone number. Lu Fen left her phone number, which was the public phone number next to Grandma Yu's house. Sister Chen took the note and said enviously, "You can call now? I heard from Chen Qing's grandfather that the village is getting phones too, and it should happen in the next month or two. Once the phones are set up, it will be easier to contact you." Some villages had already installed phones. Although Qizheng village wasn't the fastest, they weren't slow either. Lu Fen was happy, saying, "That's great. Calling is much easier than coming back here." The phones were being installed in the village, which was similar to the Qin family getting a phone. Everyone in the village listened to Qin Wangda, and Sister Qin felt proud. Lu Yong made money running a small business, but Lu Fen's phone number was also public. Life in the provincial city was tough for rural people, but during the new year, they dressed nicely, sometimes trying to impress others. Sister Chen felt a bit balanced, and then asked if Xiaolan was studying well. Has Xiaolan's dad been heard from? Is the Xia family still causing trouble at school? Lu Fen shook her head. Xia Dajuan had really disappeared after leaving the hospital and hadn't shown up since. The Xia family hadn't caused any trouble at school either. Lu Fen was busy managing the store, learning how to keep accounts and various clothing knowledge, so she hadn't thought about the Xia family. Sister Chen felt a little disappointed. It wasn't that she had bad intentions. Everyone has a curiosity about others, and that's natural. Business at Zhang Ji snack shop was tough. After reopening for a month, they took stock. After paying salaries and settling various expenses, they realized how much they had earned in a month. The incident on the fourth day of the new year had a huge impact on Zhang Ji's business. First, the senior students stopped coming to Zhang Ji's shop. Rumors were spreading at school, making Zhang Ji seem very unappealing, and even younger students stopped eating there. At least a third of Zhang Ji's business relied on the teachers and students from County No. 1 high school. This lost business didn't mean they stopped eating out, they just shifted to Huang Sisters' fast food. At first, there was only Zhang Ji's shop in the area. Huang Sisters' fast food had already taken some of Zhang Ji's customers, and with the high school students not going to Zhang Ji anymore, they lost even more business. The revenue for the month after the new year was only a third of what it used to be. Huang's fast food restaurant quickly became popular, and one store couldn't handle the large number of customers, so they rented the neighboring building to expand. After counting the money, Zhang Chui's expression was not good. They counted the profits again, and this month they only made a little over 200. Last year, Zhang's monthly profit was over 800, and they never made less than 700 in a month. While 200 isn't a small amount, it's comparable to the income of a well-paid dual-income family. However, after earning so much money before, seeing just 200 now was hard to accept. Last year, Zhang's brought in nearly 10,000, and Xia Chongzeng and Zhang Chui were modest millionaires. This year, their income dropped sharply, and who could feel good about that? You just gave Ziyu 5,000? How can she spend that much at school? Xia Chongzeng was not happy. He cared for his daughter, who could bring him pride and come up with money-making ideas. If Zhang's business was still doing well, giving away 5,000 wouldn't be a problem since they could earn it back quickly. With the business struggling, thinking about that 5,000 made Xia Chongzeng feel pained. What about the money that Ziyu used? How would they help Wang Jianhua's family? Ziyu believed Wang Jianhua would be successful, and Xia Chongzeng didn't doubt that. If his son-in-law succeeded, how much glory would that bring to him as a father-in-law? Once a daughter is married, she belongs to another family. No matter how well the Wang family does, how much could they help the Xia family? That's why people say daughters are a loss. He hadn't seen it before, but now Xia Changjing felt that his daughter Zi Yu was already leaning toward the Wang family. Zhang Cui was also worried, but her concern was not just about the 5,000 already given, but about Zhang's future business. Do you think this is temporary or long-term? Are the students at County Number 1 Middle School strange? What does Xia Xiaolan have to do with them? The younger students don't even know her, so why aren't they coming to eat at Zhang's? Xia Changjing slammed the table, and principal's son, how much has he taken from me? And now he acts like he doesn't know me. The County Health Bureau has come twice this month. Why don't they check Huang's fast food across the street? The Health Bureau's inspections not only disrupted business, but also required bribes to smooth things over. In the restaurant business, health inspections are strict, and it's normal for them to come twice a month. In the past, someone would give a heads up, and the Health Bureau would turn a blind eye to Zhang's. Now, they treated Zhang's the same as everyone else, which Xia Changjing found hard to accept. Zhang Cui didn't stop her husband from complaining. She couldn't understand why principal's son was siding with Xia Xiaolan. He used to value their daughter, Ziyu, so much. Ziyu is right. Xia Xiaolan should not take the college entrance exam. The identity of a college student is very useful. If Xia Xiaolan becomes a college student, she could take away the support that Ziyu's family has found. When Zhang Ji was making money, he could give his brother-in-law and sister-in-law 100 yuan a month, which Xia Changjing accepted. Now he thinks it's too much, and even his niece, Xia Hongxia, wants to take advantage of it. How many people work at Huang's fast food? Zhang Ji's business isn't as good as others, yet he has to pay such high wages. When Xia Changjing said this, Zhang Cui got anxious. I've only heard of wage increases. Who reduces wages? Zhang Cui's brother and sister-in-law were very happy with the high wages she gave them. Her parents praised her more than they had in many years. If wages were reduced, not only would her brother and sister-in-law be upset, but her parents would also disagree. Zhang Cui agreed to bring Xia Hongxia back home, providing food and accommodation, but not much pay, and she would even have to buy clothes for Xia Hongxia. If she let Xia Hongxia go, she could save dozens of yuan a month. When making 700 or 800 yuan a month, dozens of yuan isn't much, but when only earning over 200 yuan, it becomes significant. Then let's reduce the wages of Ziyu's uncle and aunt. Zhang Cui just wanted to send Xia Hongxia away first and verbally agreed to reduce the wages. After all, she managed the store's accounts, so she could reduce the wages on paper and secretly make up the difference later. When Xia Hongxia received the notice to leave, no matter how gently Zhang Cui phrased it, it meant she was not wanted at the store. After a few months at Zhangji, Xia Hongxia had become well-fed and looked healthier. Zhangji provided meals and accommodation for free, allowing her to eat as much as she wanted, and she had gained some weight. Without working in the sun in the countryside, her skin had also become fairer. At 18, she was no longer unattractive. Xia Hongxia had indeed become a bit prettier. Life in the county was so good. How could she bear to leave Zhangji? Yes, after the new year, Zhangji's business had declined significantly, making Xia Hongxia seem even more idle at the store. But why should she be the only one let go? Why not Zhang Manfu or Jiang Lianxiang? Having been at the store for a few months, Xia Hongxia could tell who the real boss of the Zhang family was. She wanted to shout and protest, but she realized she couldn't face everyone alone. Xia Hongxia had learned a bit, or perhaps she was just using her wits at this moment. Zhang Cui said the store didn't lack workers, and Xia Hongxia obediently agreed to return to Dea Village. When Wang Jingwa got home, she exploded with anger. Well, when your cousin was studying, you said we were all in this together. Now that your uncle has opened a shop and is making money, he doesn't need anyone else in the family. He enjoys the good life and won't even share a drop of leftover soup with his niece. Xia Hongxia pretended to calm her mother down, but Wang Jingwa became even more upset and rushed into Grandma Xia's room. Wang Jinghua was truly angry. Spring had arrived, and there was more work to do in the fields. First, they lost Lu Fen's old yellow cow, and now Xia Dajuan had disappeared. Xia Changzheng was in the county running a shop, and Zhang Chui had gone to the county to support her studies years ago. The Xia family had a lot of land, with many mouths to feed, and the work in the fields fell on Wang Jinghua and Xia Hongbing. Wang Jinghua, who was used to being sneaky, complained endlessly after digging 2 plots of land to plant vegetables. Now, Xia Changzheng's family wouldn't let her take advantage of them at all, and even sent Xia Hongxia home to help with farming for Xia Changzheng's family. Wang Jinghua took her grievances to Grandma Xia. That little eatery is clearly run by my brother and sister-in-law, so why are they being so stingy? I'm not asking them to bring money home for us to share. They can't even let Hongxia help out at the shop. Should we just work ourselves to the bone for my brother's family? Wang Jinghua spoke rapidly, leaving Grandma Xia dizzy. Xia Hongbing slowly walked into the room and said firmly, "As a younger brother, I won't take advantage of my elder brother. Mom, how have you treated his family? Don't forget, you're the one who looks after Junbao, right? Now that they're doing well, they should at least bring you to the city to enjoy some comfort." Grandma Xia's lips trembled. "Is that little eatery really opened by your brother?" Xia Hongbing nodded. "News has spread from my sister-in-law's family. She's very generous to the Zhang family. Her mother even shows off, giving them 100 yuan a month in salary, plus red envelopes during the new year." In a time when even a meal of meat was hard to hide, it was no surprise that Zhang Chui's family talked about the 100 yuan salary she gave her brothers and sisters-in-law. The news gradually spread to Dahu village, and Xia Hongbing had been holding back his anger. Since they sent Xia Hongxia home, why should he hold back any longer? Why should the second family run away while the first couple become shop owners in the county, leaving him to stay home and farm? Grandma Xia was also trembling. She favored Xia Ziyu, not just because he was successful, but because she hoped her successful grandchildren would take care of her. She didn't know how much Zhang Ji could earn, only that during the new year, she gave Xia Ziyu 400 yuan and Xia Ziyu never mentioned anything about Zhang Ji. Grandma Xia felt angry for being deceived. Did her son know about this? Were the third couple just talking nonsense? Or was the eldest couple fooling the whole family? Grandma Xia grabbed Xia Hongxia's hand tightly. Is the small eatery really run by her uncle and his wife? Xia Hongxia winced from the grip, showing how hard Grandma Xia was holding on. She hoped Grandma Xia would speak up, so she endured the pain and replied seriously, "I've seen my aunt go to the bank to deposit money several times. Helping others, earning only a little each month, wouldn't require going to the bank every month. A business owner would surely earn a lot more, and keeping money at home isn't safe, so it makes sense to deposit it regularly." Xia Hongxia was being sneaky, her eyes darting around. She not only saw Zhang Chui deposit money, but also saw her withdraw money for Xia Ziyu. Xia Hongxia gestured. There was such a thick stack of money. Several thousand. Several thousand. How could someone helping others have that much? The amount was so large that Grandma Xia couldn't imagine it. If it were true, Xia Changzheng and his wife must be the real owners of Zhang Ji. She was biased towards the eldest son, yet he was keeping everything from her, making Grandma Xia extremely angry. She didn't expect her daughter-in-law Zhang Chui, who seemed honest, to actually be hiding something. Grandma Xia instinctively blamed Zhang Chui for everything. Xia Changzheng was her son, and Xia Ziyu was her precious granddaughter. It couldn't have been their idea to deceive her. Xia Hongbing was very filial and immediately wanted to take Grandma Xia to Anqing County. However, Grandma Xia felt a bit scared about going to the county. Last time, those students were so emotional they almost rushed to hit her. "Hongbing, go call the eldest couple back. If there's something to discuss, let's do it behind closed doors. We don't need more embarrassment for our family." The Xia family had not been doing well lately. Aside from the joy of Xia Ziyu getting into college, everything else was a joke. Xia Xialan's scandalous reputation, Lu Fen's divorce, Xia Dajuan running away from home. Others were feasting on the family's troubles, and Grandma Xia was furious. Xia Xialan didn't go to Yangqing empty-handed. She brought many local specialties and gave some to Qin Shiliang, who was quite surprised. After the surprise came delight. He had many regular customers who always tried to bargain, but Xia Xiaolan was the first to bring him gifts. Qin Shiliang found it very pleasant to do business with Xia Xiaolan. She was not only straightforward, but also generous. She gave him ideas, and last time, she even helped him make a quick profit. Qin Shiliang has a bit of conscience, so he asked Xia Xiaolan, "How did the goods you took last time sell? We have new styles here. If the ones you have aren't selling well, I can exchange them for you." Just to be clear, it's an exchange only, no returns. Xia Xiaolan knew that in later years, clothing wholesalers could easily swap styles, and unsold items could even be returned to the manufacturer. However, retailers had it a bit tougher. They could exchange seasonal clothes, like spring for spring or summer for summer. But in the 1980s, clothing was in high demand. It was already a big deal for individual sellers to get the latest styles, let alone think about exchanging them. Fixed wholesale spots were a luxury, and some wholesalers only did one-time deals. They might not even be around the next time you came back. Who would let you exchange styles? Xia Xiaolan felt that Qin Shiliang was being very generous. In business, it's all about mutual benefit, and Qin Shiliang was pioneering the clothing wholesale trade. Xia Xiaolan couldn't refuse such a good offer. Even though she didn't have anything to exchange this time, she couldn't guarantee that every style she picked would be popular, especially when Li Fengmei and Lu Fin came to choose goods. She might miss out. Qin Shiliang's offer to exchange styles was a huge help for her. "This time I don't have anything to exchange. The spring styles are selling well. I might trouble you again later." Before Xia Xiaolan could ask more, Qin Shiliang mentioned his trip to the capital. It wasn't a wasted trip. He had dinner with editors from fashion and popular cinema. It was exciting for him, as a loyal reader of fashion, to dine with such important editors. He didn't mention he was a clothing wholesaler, but instead said he was from Chinyu Garment Factory and was willing to provide clothes for fashion magazine for free. The products from Chinyu weren't low quality. They were in high demand. If he hadn't had over 1 million worth of wool coats stuck in inventory, he would need to advertise in a magazine. The samples Qin Shiliang brought were liked by the editor of fashion, but the editor of popular cinema was harder to impress. Fashion is a style magazine, while popular cinema has a larger influence and is more specialized. Qin Shiliang didn't get discouraged. If one trip didn't work, he would make more. He was also waiting for the fashion editor to introduce him to male actors. "If any of our clothes can be featured in fashion, I'll be the first to let you know." Xia Xiaolan naturally agreed. She plans to put a small sofa and a bookshelf in the store so customers can rest while trying on clothes and flipping through fashion magazines. It's a bit like a high-end boutique. The outfits worn by the models on the magazine covers will be available for sale in the store. So, how could the sales not be good? Xia Xiaolan took the goods from Qin Shiliang's stall and selected some clothes from other shops before sending everything back to Xanadu. She is now quite familiar with the train station process and doesn't need someone to accompany the goods every time. This time, when she came to Yangcheng, she only informed Bai Jinju and her senior brother, Li Dongliang, about her arrival. Li Dongliang realized he was the only one to pick her up, and he understood that Miss Xia had decided not to involve Wan Shixiang anymore. Xia Xiaolan wouldn't argue with Wan Shixiang. He was just Bai Jinju's senior brother, and even if he were her real brother, she wouldn't say much. But since she was paying for help, it didn't make sense for her to have to consider the bodyguard's feelings. Wan Shixiang thought he was capable of great things, and Xia Xiaolan didn't want to hinder his future. She wouldn't do something like take his money and then let him think she was foolish. Although there was no formal hiring, not informing Wan Shixiang was like letting him go. She asked Li Dongliang if he could recommend any other reliable classmates, as she needed to make a trip to Pingcheng. Li Dongliang found someone named Ge Jian, who was also tall and had the typical looks of someone from Yangcheng with dark skin. Before Li Dongliang found him, he was carrying heavy bags for others. How much could he earn carrying heavy bags in a day? Working with Xia Xiaolan, he could earn more in a few days than in a month's salary, and since Xia Xiaolan only came to Yangcheng every couple of weeks, it wouldn't interfere with their usual side jobs. Ge Jian was more agreeable than Wan Shixiang and treated Xia Xiaolan the same way Li Dongliang did. This time, when Xia Xiaolan went to the Pingcheng Special Zone, she already had a border pass. Bai Xinju used her connections to help Xia Xiaolan get the border pass, so she didn't have to sneak in anymore. She brought a lot of local specialties, some for Chen Shiliang, others for Bai Xinju's grandmother, and the rest were specially for Tang Hongen. Upon arriving in Pingcheng, Xia Xiaolan found a public phone booth to call driver Wang. When he answered, he was quite surprised and paused for a moment before saying, "Let me check with my supervisor." "Are you really bringing local specialties?" "Yes, I brought local specialties from Yunnan province for Uncle Tang to try." Driver Wang called Xia Xiaolan back half an hour later, confirmed her location, and told her to stay put while he drove over to pick up the items. Xia Xiaolan was waiting near the public phone booth. Both Li and Go were quiet people, so if Miss Xia could wait, they could too. Brother Wang was getting impatient, and this job could be lost. After delivering some local specialties, Xia Xiaolan waited for nearly 2 hours. Driver Wang was driving the same car as last time. "The boss is in a meeting, so I came to pick up the items myself." Driver Xiao Wang was careful. Since Xia Xiaolan didn't hide any money in the box, there was nothing to worry about. She even introduced him to the items. "These are yams and jujubes from southern Hunan. They aren't worth much, just for Uncle Tang to try." Xiao Wang looked a bit strange. Although Tang Hongen wasn't from southern Hunan, he had spent many years there, making it his second hometown. If this matter were known only to very close people, Xiao Wang would definitely think Xia Xiaolan was trying to please him. It was unlikely that Xia Xiaolan knew about Tang Hongen's past. Xiao Wang could only say she was lucky. In any case, when the boss saw these 2 boxes of inexpensive local specialties, he would surely be in a good mood. Xiao Wang couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a place to stay tonight?" If the boss wanted to meet Xia Xiaolan, he needed to know where to find her. Xia Xiaolan gave him the address of the guest house and handed him her newly printed business card. "I will only be in Pingcheng for 1 night. This is my hometown's public phone number. If Uncle Tang has any requests, please let me know in time, Brother Wang." After Xiao Wang left with the yams and jujubes, Xia Xiaolan headed to the small commodity market at People's Bridge. The chance of seeing Tang Hongen was small, and she wasn't in a hurry to meet him. She didn't want to be too noticeable. Being too frequent could make others uncomfortable. Since they weren't close, giving expensive gifts wasn't appropriate, but local specialties were different. They showed she was thinking of Tang Hongen without putting pressure on him. Why rush? If she wanted Tang Hongen to introduce some renovation business, her uncle Lu Yong needed to gain experience first. When she saw Bai Xinju again, her stall was still doing well. Bai Xinju had increased her clothing variety, adding women's wear. She was happy to see Xia Xiaolan and pulled her aside to whisper, "Luckily, we only ordered that batch of radios. Recently, I don't know what's going on, but the demand for radios has surged, and now the profit margins are very low. Wholesalers in Yangcheng are unwilling to buy in bulk anymore. What could be the reason? The number of radios smuggled in has increased. What was once a shortage has turned into a surplus. It's hard to find another opportunity, like last time, when one could make 60 yuan per radio. The profit isn't the issue. It's the situation of having goods that can't be sold. Who can stay calm with tens of thousands of goods in hand?" Xia Xiaolan didn't foresee these details. She relied on her own experience to judge. People can take risks, but they shouldn't be too greedy. Many understand the principle of knowing when to stop, but few can actually do it. Xia Xiaolan didn't come to Pingcheng to make quick money. She specifically brought local specialties for Tang Hongen and wanted to check on Bai Xinju. Bai Xinju's business was doing well, and she seemed quite lively. Xia Xiaolan replaced Wan Shixiang with Ge Jian, and Bai Xinju didn't ask any questions. It was best if Wan Shixiang had already sold the radios he had. Right now, those radios are hard to sell in Yangcheng. Domestic radios are much cheaper than imported ones, even cheaper than smuggled goods. The 10 radios Wan Shixiang left could have been sold to wholesalers in Yangcheng for 150 yuan each, but now the retail price is about the same. Selling to wholesalers all at once is much easier. Xia Xiaolan didn't want Wan Shixiang to follow her. Bai Xinju couldn't say a word against it, but she wasn't very happy either. She kindly tried to help Wan Shixiang find a job, but he didn't appreciate it. After just one trip to Pingcheng, he seemed eager to take away Bai Jinju's business opportunities. Bai Jinju had faced this issue before when she was running a fruit stall. Even the most generous person can't be completely unbothered by such things. Bai Jinju even kindly suggested that if Wan Shixiang couldn't think of a business idea right away, selling food could be a good option. However, Wan Shixiang looked down on Bai Jinju's stall, and even more so on snack stands. Bai Jinju had done everything she could, but her only worry was that Wan Shixiang had encountered a profitable radio business and, having seen how quickly money could come in, might look down on smaller, steady businesses. Unfortunately, radios have recently become excess inventory, and Bai Jinju just hoped Wan Shixiang hadn't fallen deeper into trouble. Since Xia Xiaolan was already there, Bai Jinju had gathered about 100 pairs of stockings and asked Xia Xiaolan to take them back to Xanadu. The clothes had already been shipped, and stockings take up little space. Xia Xiaolan could easily carry them in one bag. She also noticed some leather goods being sold in the small commodity market. The belts and small wallets were said to be from Hong Kong, and when Xia Xiaolan squeezed them, they were indeed made of genuine leather. The prices were quite reasonable. She bargained the belt down to 7 yuan and the small wallet to 5 yuan, ordering 50 of each. The items were so cheap that they didn't seem like they were from Hong Kong. Xia Xiaolan only took them back to Shandong as gifts. Although these items were not as eye-catching as stockings, they were actually more practical. Xia Xiaolan happily picked out a belt and a small wallet. There were also briefcases for sale in the small goods market, and the larger ones could fit A4 paper, so she decided to buy 2. These 2 briefcases were for her and Lu Yong, and she chose 2 women's bags for Li Fengmei and her mother. The quality of these 4 leather items was visibly better than the small wallet. Xia Xiaolan thought since they were for her family, she preferred to buy the more expensive ones. The business expenses would be on the company account, but she paid for these bags herself. If Lu Yong received an order, he needed to look the part as a boss. The ready-made suits he wore didn't fit well, the current style was loose, and since Lu Yong was short, the long sleeves and baggy pants didn't make him look impressive at all. When Xia Xiaolan saw the briefcases, she thought about ordering 2 suits for her uncle. Ready-made ones wouldn't work, so she planned to have a tailor measure him when she returned to Shandong. Until Xia Xiaolan left Pingcheng, she never received an invitation to meet from Tang Hongen. What she didn't know was that shortly after she passed through customs, driver Wang called the guest house. When he heard that Xia Xiaolan had already left, Tang Hongen waved his hand and said, "Forget it. She probably really just wanted to bring me some local specialties." If there was something important to discuss, she wouldn't have left without even waiting for a phone call. If she was genuinely just bringing him something, then the yam and red dates seemed even more precious. Xiaowang noticed that the boss was quite happy and felt a lot of respect for Xia Xiaolan. Zhang Cui and Xia Changjing were not pleased. Business at the store had declined sharply. They had just invited Xia Hongxia back home, and now Grandma Xia summoned the couple back. Zhang Cui didn't want to return. Did she still need to flatter her mother-in-law? The Xia family had only her and Xia Changjing who were wealthy, and Grandma Xia could help very little. The second son, Xia Dajuan, who listened to Grandma Xia, was nowhere to be found, and Xia Hongbing had his own little schemes. The Xia family couldn't squeeze out much money. They had no choice but to go back. Grandma Xia could cause trouble for Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun, and she could also come to Zhang's store to make a scene. Zhang Cui knew very well how unreasonable her mother-in-law could be. In the past, this unreasonable behavior was directed at the second son's family, but now that they were out of reach, she would just stir up trouble for others. Zhang Cui and her husband thought they were being called back because of Xia Hongxia losing her job. On the way home, Zhang Cui rehearsed how to explain her difficulties. She couldn't make decisions at the store because of Xia Xiaolan. Now the business was bad, and her brother and sister-in-law had to ask Hongxia to return home first. After thinking a lot, as soon as I stepped into the house, an old shoe flew at me and hit me on the head. You finally decided to come back. You're living so comfortably in the county, while Hongxia and the others are farming your land. You can't even spare a meal for your niece. Zhang Cui covered her head. How could she give Hong Xia food when she could still gain weight? Wait, the old lady's words meant she knew that Zhang Ji belonged to her and Zhang Changjing. Zhang Cui's eyes turned red. Mom, who's been talking nonsense in front of you? Can Changzeng and I make decisions? That shop is Big Sister. Whose shop is it? Wang Jinghua interrupted Zhang Cui with a sarcastic tone. Old Lady Xia looked at her with a stern face. Whose shop is it? Your mother-in-law is telling everyone how generous you are, giving your family a high salary while making a lot of money in the county. You dare come back and lie to me? Zhang Cui felt like jumping into the river. Despite all her precautions, she didn't expect her own family to spill the beans. Xia Ziyu said to keep a low profile and make money quietly, and Zhang Cui thought it made sense. No matter how much money she made in the county, she returned home without saying a word, wearing old clothes, keeping her wealth hidden. Since she started the snack stall, it had been 3 years. Who in Dahu village knew about it? The villagers rarely went to town, and Zhang Cui had never revealed any signs. Zhang Changjun glared at Zhang Cui, whose capital is Zhangji. You need to clarify this today. If you keep lying, I'll follow Dejun and divorce you. Wang Jinghua rolled her eyes. The eldest brother really acted well. But old Lady Xia was biased toward her own family, truly thinking even Zhang Changjing didn't know. Big brother, your wife's heart is too big. She even hid it from you. Where did the money from her shop go? Did she use it to support someone else? The words from old Lady Xia made Zhang Cui's face turn red with anger. Although she understood Zhang Changjing's meaning, being accused of supporting someone else made her anxious. Zhang Changjing's face was awkward. Mom, what are you saying? What will the kids think? Zhang Cui lowered her head and said nothing. Old Lady Xia scolded her for a full half-hour. Zhang Changjing joined in the scolding, and the mother and son worked together in perfect harmony. After venting some of her frustration, old Lady Xia coldly smiled at Zhang Cui. Since the family hasn't split, you need to bring out the money you earned before. From now on, you and the third family will manage the shop together. Wang Jinghua was overjoyed. Zhang Cui looked up with wide eyes. Did they want her to hand over Zhang Ji to the public? The old lady had a good idea about how Zhang's got started. It was all thanks to Zhang Cui's hard work. From pushing a mobile stall to finally having a shop, she practiced her skills and saved up little by little. Now, asking her to hand over the shop. She would rather divorce Lu Fun. Xia Changxing scolded his wife for acting. Why should their money be shared with Xia Hongbing's family? Not dividing the family is now old news. Xia Changjin coughed twice. Mom, just let her give me the profits. The shop and Hongbing's family have nothing to do with each other. Does anyone need help with the farm work at home? Xia Hongbing didn't expect such good fortune to fall into his lap. He quickly jumped in, firmly grabbing onto the old lady's words. Big brother, that's not how it works. My niece always said we are family and asked us to pay for her tuition. Did my second brother and I contribute any money? Your family is secretly making a lot of money in the county and wants to squeeze the hard-earned money from the younger brothers. That's really unfair. My niece, being a college student, is precious and clearly doesn't need the tuition and living expenses, yet she still accepts money from her uncles. I need to ask her if she knows about this. Although Xia Hongbing didn't contribute much, he was very upset. At that time, he didn't know Zhang Cui was running a shop in the county and foolishly sent money for Xia Ziyu's education. It wasn't just when she got into college that the whole family pooled money. Since high school, they had to send living expenses every month because the old lady was worried her granddaughter wouldn't eat well and it would affect her studies. Not only was Zhang Cui supporting Xia Ziyu, but she also did laundry and cooking for her without any income, which meant the whole family was supporting her. What a joke. The whole family was being tricked by the eldest son's family. His second brother was the most foolish and did the most work, and Xia Hongbing had also spent money for several years. When the owner of Zhang's was exposed, the Xia family naturally erupted in chaos. Zhang Cui would never hand over the money, and Xia Changjing wanted to divide the family. But Xia Hongbing was tough to deal with. He and Wang Jinghua were stubbornly trying to take a piece away from the eldest son. He refused to agree to a division, not wanting to farm alone at home. If they didn't open the shop, the two brothers would return home to be farmers together, or they could replace Zhang Chui's family with Xia Hongbing and Wang Jinghua. Big brother, only by working together can we achieve great things. Others are outsiders, but we share the same surname. Sharing the same surname, having come from the same mother, doesn't mean they are as close as a couple who sleeps in the same bed and raises children together. Xia Changzheng must be out of his mind to listen to Xia Hongbing, but Xia Hongbing is not like Xia Dajuan. He is not easy to fool. After a few months of not interacting much, Xia Changzheng feels that his brother has become quite slippery. Unfortunately, Grandma Xia is upset and sides with Xia Hongbing. Xia Changzheng wants to ignore the family division, but Grandma Xia and Xia Hongbing refuse to let him go. In the end, they didn't split the family and even took a step back, agreeing to let Xia Hongbing and Wang Jinghua help out at the store. As for Zhang Fumin and Zhang Lianxiang, they definitely can't afford to hire them. Zhang's business is not doing well, so how can they hire 4 people at once? When asked Zhang Chui to hand over half of the money she earned before, she clenched her teeth and refused to speak. I really have no savings. Running the shop and giving gifts everywhere, if I had money, I would have brought Junbao to the county for school already. No one believed her. Xia Hongxia wanted to say that she saw Zhang Chui give a lot of money to Xia Ziyu, but her father, Xia Hongbing, thought it wasn't right to push his older brother and sister-in-law too hard, so he didn't let Xia Hongxia speak. Xia Hongbing smiled and flattered his mother. You should go to the store and keep an eye on things. I think we should all move to the county. Farming at home doesn't earn much. It's easier to make money in the city. Grandma Xia felt pleased with her youngest son's words. Living in the city is certainly nice. It's lively, and you can buy anything. The streets are clean, unlike the countryside, which is full of dog waste and chicken droppings. I heard city folks use tap water for cooking, while in the countryside, we have to carry water and chop firewood. City people don't have to work in the fields. They get paid every month and can buy rice and oil. A few years ago, city people had to save up for new clothes, but farmers have an even harder time finding the necessary tickets. Buying a bicycle requires an industrial coupon, and where can farmers find those? Farmers dream of becoming city folks. If it weren't for Xia Ziyu getting into college, why would the whole Xia family be so happy? Once Xia Ziyu goes to college, he will become a city person, and if he succeeds, he can bring the whole family along. Grandma Xia thinks about the city life and feels very envious and longing. At this moment, she forgets that the whole family has rural household registration. If they all move to the city, who will farm the land? Without farming, they still have to pay the annual grain tax and other fees. Unless, like Xia Dajuan, they disappear completely. If the whole family goes to Anqing County, the village officials won't chase them for these taxes. Xia Changzheng feels overwhelmed. If no one stays behind to farm, how can he afford to pay all the taxes? Mom, it's only right to take you to the county to live. Anyone who disagrees will have to deal with me. But we can't leave the house unattended, can we? We're all squeezed into the backyard of the store. You saw how many rooms there are last time. Can our whole family fit in there? There are 4 rooms in the backyard. If we send Zhang Manfu and Zhang Lianxiang away, the house can actually accommodate everyone. Xia Changzheng and Zhang Chui live with their son Xia Junbao. Xia Hongbing's family is larger. He and Wang Jinghua share 1 room, their 2 younger sons share another, and Grandma Xia has to squeeze in with Xia Hongxia. Aren't 4 rooms quite enough? People in the city live in even smaller spaces. When Zhang Chui saw Grandma Xia and Xia Hongbing happily discussing things, she couldn't hold back her frustration. I won't even mention who will take care of the farmland. If everyone moves to the county, what will happen to the boys' education? Both Changzheng and I are just struggling small business owners. We can't solve the problem of 3 kids going to school. Her son Xia Junbao wants to go to school in the city, and Zhang Chui can ask anyone for help, but Xia Hongbing and Wang Jinghua have children too. Besides Xia Hongxia, they have 2 sons, and that all falls on Zhang Chui. Even if she divorced, she wouldn't want to deal with it.
Divorce.
This thought suddenly popped into her mind, and she couldn't shake it off. Zhang Cui wondered what help she really needed from the Xia family. The second couple could be exploited, but they had all left. The third family, Xia Hongbing's, was always trying to get away with things. If they pushed her too far, she might just follow Lu Fen's example and get a divorce. Xia Chongjing, if you dare to take this bunch to the county for me to support, then I won't live like this anymore. Divorce, let's get a divorce. When Zhang Cui suddenly shouted divorce, the Xia family was stunned. Xia Chongjing was the first to not believe it. He didn't want to take his mother and brother's family to the county either. He was still trying to find a solution, but now Zhang Cui had brought up divorce, and he became furious. What did you say? Say it again. Did he expect him to be like the second brother, unable to manage his wife and kids? Xia Chongjing was enraged and immediately confronted Zhang Cui. The couple started fighting, which scared their younger son into crying. Xia Hongbing, seeing it wasn't a show, rushed in to break it up. Zhang Cui, with a bruised face, grabbed her son Xia Junbao and ran outside. Let her go. Everyone wants to turn this upside down. Grandma Xia held her chest, stopping Xia Chongjing from chasing after her. Xia Chongjing felt that if they were going to act, they should do it properly, and he slammed the door loudly in front of the Xia family. Is everyone satisfied now? Xia Hongbing and Wang Jingwe were both shocked. The couple is clearly hiding from their family while making a lot of money outside, yet they act all wronged. Who are they trying to impress? Old Lady Xia feels that Zhang Cui's mention of divorce is a slap in her face. One daughter-in-law from the Xia family has already divorced, making the family a laughingstock, and now Zhang Cui is talking about divorce again. Old Lady Xia feels threatened. She gets very angry, but after a few hours, she can think more clearly. Zhang Cui's talk of divorce is a threat, but her words are not wrong. The Xia family, with about 10 people, has all moved to the county town. Can that little snack shop support so many? And what about the farmland left behind in the village? The second son, Da Juan, has run away, but the land is still his, and he must pay the grain tax and contributions. Old Lady Xia is worried about who will cover those costs. If the family ignores the farmland, will they have to buy everything when it's time to pay the grain tax? Xia Chongzheng and his wife surely have money, but can Zhang Cui, who is so cunning, really help pay the grain tax for Xia Hongbing's family of 5? Xia Hongxia helps at the shop, sneaky as she is, but she keeps track of how much money the snack shop makes each day. It's dozens of dollars a day. After covering costs, they can still make a good profit. Old Lady Xia thinks about how Zhang Cui and Xia Chongzheng make hundreds of yuan each month in Anqing County, while she is left in the countryside living a hard life. Her heart feels like it's being fried in hot oil. What heartless people! But as a mother, she can't take the whole family with her. Someone still needs to take care of things at home. Old Lady Xia tosses and turns in bed. Little does she know that Zhang Cui has taken her son back to Anqing County, looking battered and bruised without needing to say much. Zhang Manfu understands everything now. Zhang Manfu slams a kitchen knife down on the cutting board. Sister, if the Xia family dares to bully you, just watch me take my knife and deal with them. Do they think our Zhang family is as useless as the Lu family? Lu Fun is bullied, partly due to her personality and because her family is from out of town and has no roots in Anqing County. The Zhang family is different. The Xia family is nothing, and the Zhangs won't be bullied for free. Jiang Lianxiang also speaks up for Zhang Cui, saying that the couple can earn 100 yuan a month. The shop originally belongs to her sister-in-law, and now Old Lady Xia wants to drive her and Zhang Manfu away to let the Xia family take advantage? Jiang Lianxiang, fearing the situation isn't chaotic enough, throws off her apron and rushes home to gather people. Sister, we're not afraid of the Xia family, and neither is my brother-in-law. How can they treat you so harshly? The three of them close the shop door and hurry away. Sister Huang watched from across the street and felt it was unfair that she wasn't making money. Zhang's business was thriving before the new year, but now it was getting worse every day. Old customers were taken away by Sister Huang, and instead of worrying about how to recover the business, the family was fighting among themselves. Business people fear a troubled home, with constant worries at home, who has the energy to focus on business. Sister Huang ran a shop, and no one in her family, whether in-laws or children, dared to upset her. She was the main breadwinner, and her words were valued. The family members got along well with her. "I think Zhang's business might need help from Huang," Sister Huang whispered to her mother-in-law while cleaning the tables. Her mother-in-law pointed out the truth. "They deserve it. They have bad intentions. If they were kind-hearted, why wouldn't the smart and beautiful girl from the Xia family help them?" Sister Huang's mother-in-law had never heard of rice or noodles with toppings, but these simple dishes could make money. Ignoring a ready-made fortune and pushing it away would only bring misfortune to Zhang's business. On the 4th day of the new year, there was a commotion, and Sister Huang and her family learned about the connection between Xia Xiaolan and Zhang. People have different levels of closeness. Since Xia Xiaolan helped Sister Huang's business grow, her family would definitely support her. Sister Huang thought Xia Xiaolan's future brother-in-law must be blind for not choosing the clever and beautiful Xia Xiaolan and instead getting involved with her cousin. So, what if she got into college? Xia Xiaolan would surely get into college this year too, making her a college student as well. Although Xia Ziyu was a college student, Sister Huang believed her focus was on how to win over men. In terms of cleverness, even 10 Xia Ziyus couldn't compare to Xia Xiaolan. If Xia Ziyu were capable, why didn't she save Zhang's business? Although Xia Xiaolan might not know about the Xia family's troubles, she could guess. The eldest family seemed loyal but was deceitful, while the third family was lazy and gluttonous. Without the second family, who was like a hard-working ox, being squeezed in the middle, the brothers Xia Chongzheng and Xia Hongbing would eventually clash. Xia Chongzheng and his wife opened a shop in the county, becoming successful figures from Dahu village. They had hidden their selfishness well, but as they became the richest in the Xia family, they would inevitably reveal their true nature. The existence of Zhang's was like a ticking time bomb. Zhang Cui and Xia Chongzheng could hide things for a while, but not forever. Sister Huang's fast food business taking away Zhang's customers only intensified the conflict. With the Xia family fighting among themselves, they naturally wouldn't have time to trouble her, which was exactly what Xia Xiaolan had in mind. However, after the 5th day of the new year, when Xia Dajuan was encouraged to cause a scene, Xia Xiaolan felt that her methods with the Xia family were still too gentle. She directly removed Xia Ziyu and the principal, Sun, who helped Zhang Ji thrive at the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School. Principal Sun, thinking about Xia Ziyu's deception, had no good feelings for Zhang Ji and would no longer support them. Without a backer and unable to navigate the situation, could Zhang Cui and Xia Chongzheng still expect to make a stable profit? They were quite optimistic. The snack business has low barriers to entry. Setting up a small stall is fine, but to grow and succeed, any business will attract envy from others. Xia Xiaolan was digging pitfalls for the Xia family according to her own plans, not caring when the conflicts would escalate. Anyway, she had not been going to school lately and did not participate in the exams at County No. 1 Middle School, opting instead to take the pre-exam organized by Yunnan Province. This would happen about 2 months before the official college entrance examination, around May. Only those who passed the pre-exam could take the college entrance exam, and the pre-exam scores would somewhat relate to the final exam performance. Ordinary students had only 2 months left to fill in gaps in their knowledge, and their overall scores would not change dramatically. When Xia Xiaolan returned from Yangcheng, she received many magazines and books sent by Zhou Cheng, all related to architecture and interior decoration. Lu Yong held these colorful magazines and felt very reassured. Individual businesses love to learn. The books in the library of Xanadu University are definitely useful, and Lu Yong studied diligently every day. But how could those dry texts compare to colorful images? Xia Xiaolan had seen countless decoration examples in her past life. She had decorated her own house, and her work and life were filled with numerous examples. The hotels she stayed in, the malls she casually visited, and the coffee shops where she bought coffee. There were very few places that weren't decorated. Having seen so many styles, she even witnessed the changes in domestic decoration trends since the 1990s. It didn't matter that she didn't study interior design. She could visualize how a house should be decorated even with her eyes closed. Lu Yong, on the other hand, struggled. Coming from a farming background, he had seen few decoration examples, and the outdated way of conveying information made it very difficult for him to imagine things from scratch. Having colorful decoration magazines was like a lifeline for Lu Yong. He was happier to receive these materials than when he got the briefcase from Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan wanted to take him to the tailor shop to order a suit, but Lu Yong complained that it was a waste of time. Li Fengmei didn't understand either. Why does your uncle need a suit? Even if he does, can't he just pick a couple from the store? Xia Xiaolan replied that the suits in the store wouldn't do. If uncle can decorate Kong Wei's house well, he could get orders in Beijing. He needs to dress in a way that shows he has capability. Lu Yong was taken to the tailor shop. It wasn't the same shop where Xia Xiaolan had borrowed an iron. There were plenty of tailors in the city, and as long as you could pay, good materials were available. However, Xia Xiaolan was in a hurry, which made it difficult for the shop owner. For business people, no challenge is insurmountable, but if there is one, it's usually because they aren't being paid enough. Xia Xiaolan was willing to spend, so the tailor agreed to make 2 suits for Lu Yong in 3 days. Xia Xiaolan also insisted that the suits fit well, with sleeves that didn't hang over the hands and pants that weren't wrinkled at the ankles. There could be a little padding in the shoulders, but not too much. In short, the clothes had to fit Lu Yong perfectly. Xia Xiaolan told the tailor, the suit size should only allow for a shirt and a sweater underneath. It can't be any looser. So tight? No one makes suits like that anymore. In winter, you need to wear a sweater under the suit. If the suit is so small, what if he gains a little weight or wants to wear an extra layer? Wouldn't the buttons not close? The tailor frowned deeply. He disliked dealing with customers who didn't understand the craft. But this customer didn't seem to lack money, choosing the most expensive materials and offering double the pay. The tailor took the measurements according to Xia Xiaolan's instructions, repeatedly emphasizing that he wouldn't accept returns if the suits didn't look good. With such tight measurements and Lu Yong not being very tall, the suits might not fit anyone else. If Xia Xiaolan didn't want them, the tailor wouldn't find other buyers. I definitely won't return them. Sorry for the trouble. Well, the person paying gets to decide. After leaving the tailor shop, Lu Yong, who was usually generous, felt a pinch in his wallet. He had always thought the clothes in his own shop were expensive, but he didn't realize there were even pricier tailors in the city. 2 suits cost over 500. There was no way he could let his niece pay for that. He had to cover it himself. People are judged by their appearance, and Lu Yong felt nervous about Beijing. He had never been to the capital and had a natural respect for it, fearing he would embarrass himself as someone from a small town. Lu Yong did not oppose getting such an expensive suit, but he had a concern. Kong Wei and Zhou Cheng were so familiar with each other that their families must know one another. If he embarrassed himself in front of Kang's family, how is it different from embarrassing himself in front of Zhou's family? He couldn't let his niece down, so Lu Yong straightened his back and said, "When are we booking the tickets? Do you really want to go with me? I think you could study at home instead. There are only 4 months left until the college entrance exam." How was Kong Wei's house decorated? Lu Yong had gotten some renovation magazines and thought he could just copy the designs. Xia Xiaolan shook her head. "I'm just going to see Zhou Cheng." Lu Yong felt a pang of jealousy. What was so special about Zhou Cheng? He wasn't going anywhere. Young people in relationships are so rare. It had only been a short time since they separated, and now she wanted to go see Zhou Cheng. Lu Yong still held on to the mainstream view that long-distance relationships were common nowadays. Many people only see each other once a year. Not everyone can just travel to the capital like Xia Xiaolan. After all, she didn't lack money, but train tickets back and forth were expensive, more than an ordinary family's monthly living expenses. So, he thought, dating before the college entrance exam is just a distraction. While Lu Yong complained, he also had to remember his role as an uncle and book train tickets for Xia Xiaolan. He brought 2 workers from Xanadu, making 3 people in total, while a carpenter could be hired in the capital. Including Xia Xiaolan and Gong Yang, an art student from Xanadu University, he needed to book 5 tickets to the capital. 3 days later, Lu Yong's 2 suits were ready. Xia Xiaolan helped him pick out 2 shirts to match. When he stepped out of the fitting room and saw himself in the mirror, he felt that spending over 200 on a suit was worth it. The Lu family had good looks. Otherwise, Xia Xiaolan wouldn't be so attractive. However, Lu Yong had not had enough nutrition as a child. He was under 1.7 meters tall and quite thin, which made it hard for him to appear manly. The jacket of the suit was slightly short, but the pants fit well, making Lu Yong look taller. The clothes fit him well, and he felt confident. Aside from his dark skin, his features were quite handsome. Li Fome was taken aback. Was this her husband? With their son already in elementary school, she had just realized her husband was quite good-looking. Xia Xiaolan handed Lu Yong a briefcase, which he tucked under his arm, and tried walking a few steps. You do look like those southern bosses. After Xia Xiaolan dressed up her uncle, they set off for the capital. Gong Yang carried a bag with his change of clothes and art supplies, telling his teachers and classmates that he was going to the capital to sketch, and his dorm mates envied him. Gong Yang never expected that helping someone with a few posters would lead him to the capital. Gong Yang, take a look at these magazines, said Xia Xiaolan. Once on the train, Gong Yang was still in shock. Xia Xiaolan placed the magazines in front of him, filled with works from various designers. He thought this trip to the capital would just be him and the beautiful Xia Xiaolan, and being in close quarters with her for over 10 hours made him feel awkward. However, when he learned that Xia Xiaolan's uncle was also on the train, he felt more at ease. Lu Yong usually dressed simply and even borrowed books from the library at Xanadu University. Gong Yang had interacted with Lu Yong a couple of times. Upon boarding, he noticed that Lu Yong, who he remembered as casually dressed, was now in a formal suit and tie, carrying a briefcase. What kind of business was he going to do in the capital? What puzzled Gong Yang even more was that after the train started moving, Xia Xiaolan pulled out a book from her bag. He thought it was a home decoration magazine, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a high school chemistry book. Gong Yang was filled with questions. What did a small business owner need with high school chemistry? Xia Xiaolan plugged her ears to focus on studying, completely unaffected by her surroundings. Lu Yong noticed Gong Yang's confusion and explained, "Let's not disturb her. She's taking the college entrance exam this July." The college entrance exam? Gong Yang immediately felt a sense of respect. He didn't know Xia Xiaolan's grades, but he admired her dedication to learning. So, what if she was a small business owner? She still prioritized her studies, even using her travel time to read. Even if her exam results weren't great, Gong Yang respected her attitude. Feeling inspired, Gong Yang quickly started flipping through the magazines Xia Xiaolan had given him. Lu Yong was also making the most of his time to study. The 2 construction workers traveling with them exchanged glances. It was already strange enough for construction workers to travel from Xanadu to the capital, but among the 5 of them, 3 were reading on the train. Were they going to build houses or go to school? The 2 workers didn't dare to make much noise. The journey from Xanadu to the capital was quick, taking just about 10 hours. With a ticket for the 7 a.m. train, they arrived at the capital station by 6 p.m. People from all over the country arrived in the capital with a sense of reverence, and Xia Xiaolan couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the Beijing West Station. Kong Wei had been waiting at the platform, bored, and when he heard that the Xanadu-Beijing train was arriving, he looked up to see. Xia Xiaolan's face was very recognizable. With her tall figure, no matter how many people were around, she wouldn't be overlooked. Kong Wei quickly spotted Xia Xiaolan and her group. "Sister-in-law, I'm over here." Kong Wei jumped up and down like a monkey. Waving his arms, Xia Xiaolan saw him and walked over. "Wow, Uncle Lu, you look very impressive." Dressed in a suit and tie and carrying a briefcase, Kong Wei hesitated to greet Lu Yong. "I didn't want to lose face in the capital." "Xiaolan insisted on getting me a tailored suit," Lu Yong said, remembering that Xia Xiaolan mentioned Kong Wei was now a client. He quickly handed Kong Wei a business card. Kong Wei was a bit confused, but once he realized, he gave a thumbs up. He admired, "Uncle, you really look like a big boss." Lu Yong might not be as wealthy as Kong Wei, but He certainly had a commanding presence. Kang Wei had made quite a bit of money, but when he transported cigarettes long distance, he dressed simply. Even now, while continuing this business in the capital, he didn't dare to be too flashy. He still hadn't learned how to spend his money, and seeing Lu Yong's outfit made him a bit tempted. Let's go, we can talk more outside. After 10 hours on the train and studying for 7 or 8 hours, Xia Xiaolan was now very hungry after having lunch on the train. In March, the capital was still chilly. Kang Wei wore the wool coat that Xia Xiaolan had given him. Although he wasn't as good-looking as Zhou Cheng, he couldn't hide the confidence of someone who felt special. Gong Yang realized that Kang Wei was the client who had come from Shandong, so he was a bit reserved in his attitude. The two bricklayers were just excited to be in the capital, standing there with their feet firmly on the ground. At first, Kang Wei thought Gong Yang was just another worker and was surprised that he looked quite delicate. Upon hearing that Gong Yang was an art student from Shandong University, Kang Wei looked at him a bit longer. Oh, just an ordinary person, not a threat to Qingzi. Kang Wei had already seen 2 of Zhou Cheng's rivals, so it wasn't surprising that another art student liked Qingzi's wife. Not knowing how to spend his money, Kang Wei borrowed a jeep to pick them up. These days, there wouldn't be traffic police checking for overcrowding, so 6 people squeezed into one car, and Kang Wei took them directly to Quanjude. Anyone visiting the capital had to eat at Donglishan and Quanjude, otherwise it felt like a wasted trip. Even by the time Xia Xiaolan was living there, Quanjude had already been surpassed by other duck restaurants, but in the minds of outsiders, Quanjude's roast duck was still a must-try. In 1984, Quanjude was definitely a great place to entertain friends from out of town, something that locals would call impressive. In the capital, the big shots always want to save face when they do things. When it comes to treating others, Kang Wei is not as good as Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng has always had the mindset of a leader and is never stingy when it comes to meals. Although both of their families have similar backgrounds, Zhou Cheng seems to have a natural talent for this, which makes Kang Wei feel a bit envious. If Zhou Cheng were in charge today, he definitely wouldn't choose Quanjude. But someone like Kang Wei still has a lot to learn from a simple guy like Lu Yong. Quanjude is quite famous, and when Lu Yong looked at the menu, he thought the prices weren't too high. A duck costs around 10 yuan. Why did he say only? Has he bought 20 pounds of big fish before, making him more tolerant of meal prices? Lu Yong was lost in thought, wondering if the capital's prices were really this level and if his family usually spent too much on food. Sister-in-law, order whatever you like. Don't be shy. Roast duck is a must, so Kang Wei ordered 2. Xia Xiaolan signaled Gong Yang and the others to look at the menu too. Even if Gong Yang and the 2 workers were a bit clueless, they knew this meal was a treat, so they wouldn't actually pick dishes themselves. Besides, each dish costs a few yuan, so they wouldn't just order randomly. 1 serving of duck bone soup for each person, large size.
Fried pork, mushu meat.
And fluffy chicken slices, crab imitation. Xia Xiaolan didn't hold back either and ordered 7 or 8 dishes at once. Kang Wei brought his own Maotai wine. Since Xia Xiaolan knows how to eat roast duck, Kang Wei didn't need to say much. When the roast duck arrived, the other 4 followed along, and at least they managed to finish the meal without embarrassing themselves. Gong Yang even burped with the taste of roast duck, and he was persuaded by Kang Wei to drink a cup of wine. Naturally, all the dishes were finished. Kang Wei then took them to a guest house. It looked quite ordinary from the outside, but once inside, the environment was actually nice. Xia Xiaolan asked if it was expensive. We're paying for this ourselves, so we can't go over budget. Kang Wei looked a bit upset. This is our unit's guest house. Sister-in-law, if you come to stay here, it won't be cheap. But I'm here to help. You still have a job? Of course I have a job. Even a retirement job counts as a job. Kang Wei's uncle arranged this job for him, and even if he earns money, he can't just quit. It's fine if he doesn't show up on time, but if he says he won't do it anymore, someone will definitely inform his uncle. Kang Wei doesn't want to create conflict at home, so he continues with this easy job. Anyone can see how casual Kang Wei is about it. Gong Yang was extremely envious. This is a capital city person and I don't know the background, but it really makes people envious. Next year, after graduating from university, Gongyang will also be assigned a job. Although Xanadu University is not bad, art students definitely won't get assigned to the same system as Kong Wei's job. Comparing people can be frustrating. Some people don't care at all, while others work hard just to achieve the same. Gongyang is not complaining about unfairness. He just wants to perform well. At first, he thought drawing posters for Xia Xiaolan was just a small task, but now it seems like more than just a one-time job.
What style do you like?
Kong Wei feels his job is dull. Where does he work? He works at the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications. Is it easy for an average person to get in there? Anyway, graduates from Beijing Normal University find it hard to get assigned there because their majors don't match and they won't hire students from Beijing Normal University. It's hard to say if Xanadu University is good or not, but art students definitely won't make it. The Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications is a good place. It later became the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and then it merged with the Tobacco Bureau. If Xia Xiaolan had found such a good job in her past life, she definitely wouldn't have been forced to work as a salesperson. Gongyang feels envious, and Xia Xiaolan has mixed feelings too, as she graduated just when the country canceled job assignments. In this life, she is experiencing job assignments, and if nothing unexpected happens, the university she attends will be better than the last one. However, she is destined not to rely solely on government job assignments for her livelihood. Kong Wei's workplace has a guest house. Even the worst rooms meet standards. Xia Xiaolan, used to 5-star hotels, doesn't think much of it, but Gongyang and Lu Yang's 2 workers have never slept in such a soft bed. Early the next morning, Kong Wei comes to pick them up again. Lu Yong lets the 2 workers wander nearby and goes to Kong Wei's home with Xia Xiaolan and Gongyang. Kong Wei's location is so good that even Xia Xiaolan envies it. She couldn't afford a house in this area in her past life. Most of the household items have been moved out, and there are no signs of Kong Wei's family. My mom temporarily moved to my grandmother's house. She'll come back once the house is renovated. Xia Xiaolan nods. She has heard from Zhou Cheng that Kong Wei's father passed away before he was born, so he usually lives with his mother. Although the Kong family's house is a second home, it has a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Uncle, let's measure the dimensions first. Lu Yong takes out the tape measure he brought, and Gongyang also helps by holding the tape and recording the measurements. The house is not completely empty. Kong Wei's family is not doing poorly. However, the furniture is quite old. Even though personal belongings have been moved out, Xia Xiaolan can still tell that the previous occupants were rather careless. Usually, the woman of the house does the cleaning. Xia Xiaolan pointed to the piano in the living room that hasn't been moved yet. Does your aunt still play the piano? Kong Wei lit a cigarette. Not much. It usually just sits there. Not only is the piano rarely used, but Xia Xiaolan noticed the dirt on the kitchen exhaust fan and thought that the kitchen might not be used much either. Kong Wei's mother doesn't seem very enthusiastic about life. While she can play the piano, she doesn't do it often and doesn't like spending much time in the kitchen. Xia Xiaolan took a tour of the house and went out to the balcony. Kong Wei's home has a layout where the kitchen and bathroom are on the right side upon entering, with the master bedroom and living room facing each other. The living room gets good light from the front of the building, while the master bedroom gets light from the other side and has a large balcony. The second bedroom is on the left side of the living room and is also spacious, with its own balcony. The overall shape is like a key character. Xia Xiaolan thought it would be easy to decorate. Modern buildings are straightforward, with few obstructions, and aside from the slightly small windows affecting light, there are hardly any other drawbacks. In this city, houses generally have small windows and double-glazed insulation isn't common yet. Large windows would make heating difficult in winter. With a general idea in mind, Xia Xiaolan asked Kong Wei, "Do you have a preferred style? What are your thoughts on the renovation budget? If you can express your ideas clearly, we can come up with a plan for you." Renovation style? Kong Wei thought the style of a clothing store was nice, but that seemed too flashy for a home. Xia Xiaolan showed him a magazine with examples of home decor from abroad. "We may not achieve the same effect since many materials are hard to find here, and the layouts are different. Your home is already quite spacious, but it still can't compare to a standalone house abroad. You can borrow some style ideas. Isn't Kongwei's home considered large? Lu Yong and Gong Yang measured it, and Kongwei's place is 69 square meters, not including the living balconies of the 2 rooms. The largest second-bedroom balcony is over 8 square meters, and Xia Xiaolan thought it could be enclosed to create a glass greenhouse or a music room. At this time, there are no shared spaces. The 69 square meters is the actual indoor area. Kongwei flipped through the magazine, unsure of what to decide, and after a long pause finally said, "It should look nice, but not like a restaurant. It should at least feel like a home, right? What about the budget? Do you have a rough idea in mind?" The house is finished. No matter how much the quote is, Kongwei will definitely pay. Xia Xiaolan doesn't plan to take advantage. She needs to understand the other party's psychological price and then create a specific design and budget based on that. "Sister-in-law, I think your clothing store looks beautiful. How much did it cost?" "Less than 20,000, I guess." Actually, it started at 12,000, plus Lu Yong contributed 2,000, so it was about 14,000. Xia Xiaolan can't give Kongwei the exact number because this is Lu Yong's business. If Kongwei copies it, Lu Yong won't make any profit, and everyone would have wasted a trip to the capital. If Lu Yong doesn't make money, how can he pay his 2 workers, cover their food and lodging in the capital, and the round-trip tickets? I plan to set aside 30,000 for the renovation. If the money runs out later, Uncle Lu can just tell me. Xia Xiaolan was straightforward. It's normal for renovations to go over budget, which family doesn't? Last time, Zhou Cheng brought a suitcase that probably had tens of thousands in cash to give to Xia Xiaolan. She knew these 2 had made money from selling cigarettes, and Kongwei also had money. 30,000 in 1984 was a significant amount. It could easily buy a small courtyard in the capital outside the prime areas. Xia Xiaolan knew, Lu Yong knew, but poor Gong Yang had no idea. This shocked Gong Yang. His university living allowance was only 21 yuan a month, and he estimated his salary after graduation wouldn't exceed 100 yuan. 30,000 for renovations? No wonder Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong brought people from Xanadu to work in the capital. After leaving Kongwei's house, Xia Xiaolan, Lu Yong, and Gong Yang hurried to the places selling building materials in the capital. The capital is different from Xanadu. There are more stores selling building materials, and they have formed small clusters. The variety of tiles is richer than in Xanadu. Lu Yong would ask about prices at each store and jot them down. Xia Xiaolan took Gong Yang to see the actual products to get a general idea for the designs. This work couldn't be finished in a day. Xia Xiaolan spent 2 days in the capital. On the 3rd night, they finally completed the rough design. They discussed how to draw it, the color of the furniture, and the style of the lights. Without computer design in 1984, creating a few effect drawings was quite troublesome. Xia Xiaolan and Gong Yang stayed up all night. Gong Yang's eyes were red like a rabbit's as he had bitter coffee for the first time with Xia Xiaolan. Lu Yong also had a tough time. He needed to create a budget based on the effect drawings they made to give Kongwei a quote. Lu Yong keeps track of the material costs. He wonders if he can achieve the effect that Xia Xiaolan wants within a budget of 30,000. How are the wages for the 2 workers calculated? How much do carpenters in the capital earn per day? You need to figure out how much wood is needed as well. What Kongwei saw were 3 red rabbits. Is Gong Yang's design good? Let Gong Yang design it himself. He can draw Xia Xiaolan's design well. He is skilled in art, with a good sense of 3-dimensional effects, accurate shapes, and realistic colors. Gong Yang stayed up late to create 2 plans that looked like colorful photographs at first glance. Uncle Lu, your business is really professional. Good job, Gong. Xia Xiaolan chimed in. Gong Yang's drawings are quite good. Once your home is renovated, you should hang some decorative paintings. You can ask Gong Yang to paint them. Gong Yang immediately felt a rush of excitement. He takes on these side jobs mainly to focus on his art. For someone studying art, who wouldn't want their work to be appreciated? For art students, the difference between being a student and an artist is whether their work can be valued. No matter how well you draw, it's painful if no one appreciates it. Does he really have to wait until after death, like Van Gogh, to be recognized? Gong Yang hasn't reached that level of understanding yet. If he could choose, he would prefer to be like Picasso, who could sell his work while alive. Xia Xiaolan promoting his paintings was unexpected for Gong Yang. Conway's budget of 30,000 for decorating the house surprised Gong Yang. When discussing the design, Xia Xiaolan casually mentioned that the decoration should match the later embellishments. A good designer should consider where to place vases and hang paintings. Conway's new home will have a few decorative paintings, but he could easily buy paintings elsewhere. Less famous artists don't charge much for their work, and Conway can definitely afford it. Will Conway use his paintings? Gong Yang didn't speak, but his eyes showed desire. Conway hesitated for a moment before nodding. If my sister-in-law recommends it, it must be good. I look forward to your masterpiece, Gong. Xia Xiaolan suppressed a smile. Conway had become quite clever over the past few months, having learned to navigate things himself. He wouldn't care whose paintings were hanging in his home. His hesitation was a sign that he noticed Xia Xiaolan wanted to promote Gong Yang and was doing her a favor. Things that come easily are often not cherished. Today, Xia Xiaolan caught Gong Yang off guard, and he is certainly very grateful at this moment. Conway ultimately chose a light-colored design. It doesn't look luxurious, but it aligns better with his expectations of a home. We won't cover the appliances. The initial budget for other renovations and furniture, including labor costs, is 31,500 yuan. Appliances can't be included either. Conway wants to buy a big TV for the living room, but where will Xia Xiaolan find one? She has to rely on Zhou Cheng to send foreign exchange vouchers just to buy a washing machine. Beijing is not as convenient as Pingcheng. Spending more money doesn't guarantee you can buy everything. For someone like Xia Xiaolan, who is from out of town, it's much easier for Conway, who knows the ropes. When Xia Xiaolan and the team were drawing up the renovation plan, Conway's house was finally cleaned up. Once the plan was confirmed, Lu Yong could immediately start the construction. Breaking down walls, laying pipes, and changing the plumbing and electrical work. That's the real renovation scene. Lu Yong is lucky. Conway trusts him because they are friends. He not only offered his house, but also provided 30,000 yuan for renovations. Lu Yong naturally changed out of his tailored suit and back into his work clothes. Gong Yang still couldn't leave the site. He needed to oversee things and explain the design to Lu Yong. What if they accidentally demolished the wall that was supposed to remain? Xia Xiaolan had nothing to do. Do you know how to get to Zhou Cheng's workplace? Conway nodded vigorously. He admired how calm Xia Xiaolan was. Even though she had been in Beijing for 2 days, she hadn't mentioned wanting to see Zhou Cheng until the renovation plan was finalized and construction began. Only then did she want to meet him. She didn't seem like a young girl in love. Her emotions were very stable. Conway felt a bit sorry for Zhou Cheng. In this relationship, he seemed more eager and invested. Heroes often struggle with beautiful women. Back when he met his future sister-in-law in Anqing County, Zhou Cheng was quite proud. But after their official meeting, he fell head over heels. Sister-in-law, I know the way. Should I drive you there? You do need to give me a ride, but not today. Tomorrow morning.
Huh.
That's not urgent at all. Conway's confusion was evident on his face, and Xia Xiaolan couldn't explain this to someone so straightforward. They hadn't seen each other for months. Didn't she want to leave a good impression on Zhou Cheng? No matter how beautiful a girl is, staying up all night and rushing around building material stores during the day can make anyone look pale, like a ghost. Summer Xiaolan believes that a woman should look good for the one she likes, but she doesn't mind how she appears in front of Conway because she doesn't like him. But she does like Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng's birthday is coming up next month. With the pre-exams in April, Summer Xiaolan probably won't have time to come to the capital, so she wants to celebrate Zhou Cheng's birthday in advance. Celebrating a month early isn't a big deal. It's just an excuse to treat her boyfriend a little better. In Summer Xiaolan's mind, she is older than Zhou Cheng, and since he has given her his youth, she should be a bit kinder to him. How should they celebrate his birthday? It became easier to plan. Order a cake, pick a bottle of red wine, find a nice restaurant, and prepare a carefully chosen gift. It doesn't matter if the birthday person is male or female, this is a reliable way to celebrate. Since Zhou Cheng is at work and his birthday hasn't actually arrived yet, would bringing a cake seem too forced? As for the red wine, Summer Xiaolan isn't sure about the rules at Zhou Cheng's workplace. If it's strict, he probably can't have alcohol. The nice restaurant also depends on whether Zhou Cheng can come out. Zhou Cheng seems to like watches. She remembers seeing him wear a Rolex, so she decides to send a message to Bai Jinju to keep an eye out for any high-end watches for sale and to help buy one if she finds it. She should be able to get it in time for Zhou Cheng's birthday next month. Summer Xiaolan thinks the roast duck they had on the first day was good. The Quanjude restaurant from the 80s still serves great food, but roast duck needs to be eaten hot. It loses its flavor when it cools down. Zhou Cheng isn't picky, but he has good taste in food, and Summer Xiaolan doesn't want to buy 2 cold ducks just to make up the numbers. Everything should be enjoyed while it's hot. Conway, do you know where we can eat roasted whole lamb? Summer Xiaolan knows that the roasted whole lamb places she knows probably don't exist anymore. Roasted whole lamb? Sister-in-law, do you like that? You have good taste. Qingzi also likes lamb. Conway shares Zhou Cheng's preferences. Not everyone loves lamb. Some people find it too strong. If it doesn't have a strong flavor, can it really be called lamb? If the lamb is prepared well, it can taste fresh, and Conway admits he's tempted too. How about we go to Donglishan for dinner tonight? Donglishan mainly serves hot pot. They can serve roasted whole lamb too, but most people go for lamb skewers. Roasted whole lamb isn't cheap. Only those with some background would eat it there. A lamb hot pot is probably enough for you. The hot pot was delicious, and after enjoying a meal, Xia Xiaolan and Conway wanted to bring a whole roasted lamb for Zhou Cheng. Does Zhou Cheng have many colleagues? Conway was a bit confused about what Xia Xiaolan meant. Did she mean his peers or subordinates? About 200 or 300 people. Conway wasn't sure what Xia Xiaolan was thinking, so he mentioned the number of Zhou Cheng's subordinates. One lamb weighs around 60 to 70 pounds, and with 200 or 300 people, wouldn't they need at least 3 lambs? Never mind, let's order 4 lambs. Better to have enough. Can I order 4 lambs here and have them delivered to the office tomorrow? Can they deliver roasted lamb to the office?
Can the chef come in?
Just as Conway was about to take a bite of the lamb with sauce, he nearly choked on Xia Xiaolan's question. He felt like crying, not from emotion, but because of the spicy sauce. His sister-in-law's ideas were truly unique. Those women who tried to win Zhou Cheng's heart couldn't compete with her because they only dared to dream, but not act. Sending 4 lambs to Zhou Cheng was a brilliant idea that Conway hadn't even considered. The more Xia Xiaolan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. What's wrong with giving some lamb to Zhou Cheng and his team? We should send more so he doesn't seem stingy. Conway quickly stopped his imaginative sister-in-law. The lamb can go in, but the chef from Donglishan definitely can't. You can go in since you're Zhou Cheng's family, but I can only see him at the entrance. Then they could have Donglishan prepare the lamb and deliver to the office entrance. Xia Xiaolan thought that since people at the office came from all over the country, there must be someone who knows how to roast a whole lamb. I'll pay for this myself. I also treated you to the hot pot tonight. Xia Xiaolan had recently made some quick money from a promotion, and her clothing store was doing well. Although she hadn't divided the profits yet, she estimated that she was earning quite a bit. She was generous with her spending.
Conway actually went to say it.
He jokingly suggested that Xia Xiaolan and Zhou Cheng were getting married while enjoying the roasted lamb, and he managed to convince them to agree to deliver the lamb to the office entrance. However, the chef from Donglishan wasn't happy. Roasting a lamb depended on who did it, and the timing was crucial. If it was known that the lamb came from Donglishan, the chef would feel guilty. According to Xia Xiaolan's request, they ordered large lambs. Donglishan used Inner Mongolia lamb, which is great for making lamb spine, but for roasting, a medium-sized lamb is best for tenderness. Xia Xiaolan was worried that the little lambs wouldn't have enough to eat, so she changed her order to bigger sheep. She left a deposit of 200 and would pay the rest when the sheep arrived. Since the sheep wouldn't be slaughtered yet, she didn't know how much they would weigh. Right now, fresh boneless lamb meat costs 1.80 per pound, and Donglishan isn't a slaughterhouse. It's a restaurant, so they have to consider their operating costs. They also need to slaughter the sheep overnight and marinate them. Xia Xiaolan also bought some snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, and fried beans. Buying 4 sheep was a big deal, so these snacks didn't cost much. She packed everything into the trunk of the jeep borrowed from Kong Wei and waved at him. "Drive safely on your way home." Kong Wei laughed as he drove, finding Xia Xiaolan very interesting. Brother Chung has good taste. He acts quickly and decisively. Although Xia Xiaolan's family background isn't as impressive as the high-ranking girls chasing Zhou Cheng, she is much more fun to be around. If Kong Wei had to choose, he would pick Xia Xiaolan. Having a good family background doesn't matter much to him. He isn't looking for an easy life. Those high-ranking girls act superior, like Tong Lily, whom Zhou Yi introduced to Zhou Cheng. She relies on her looks and is quite popular, but Kong Wei now sees her as rather rough compared to Xia Xiaolan. While thinking about Tong Lily, Kong Wei spotted her. What a surprise! Xiao Guangrong was riding a motorcycle, honking loudly, and Tong Lily was sitting in the back with Zhou Yi. Xiao Guangrong is known for being a flirt, and carrying 2 beautiful girls is quite a sight. Reluctantly, Kong Wei stopped the car, thinking Xiao Guangrong was being foolish. He must have been tricked into talking by Zhou Yi and Tong Lily. Xiao Guangrong looked confused under Kong Wei's gaze. "Zhou Yi, long time no see." Out of respect for Zhou Cheng, Kong Wei had to greet them. Tong Lily stepped down from the motorcycle. "Wow, Kong Wei, you must be doing well lately. You don't hang out with us anymore, and now you only greet us if you think we're worth it?" Tong Lily is indeed pretty and knows how to dress well. Most of the time, she goes without makeup, but her lips are shiny with gloss, her eyebrows are perfectly shaped, and her eyes are narrow and charming when she squints. She probably knows her appeal and has practiced her smile and the way she looks at people. Kong Wei wasn't impressed by her act. He wasn't close to Tong Lily and didn't want to be polite to her. "Guangrong, where are you taking them?" Xia Guangrong is older than Kong Wei. They're used to joking around, so sometimes Kong Wei calls him Little Guang and other times Brother Guang, depending on his mood and the situation. "Bringing 2 beautiful ladies to go ice skating. Kong Wei, you smell like lamb. Did you just eat and are now heading back?" Kong Wei and Xia Guangrong exchanged pleasantries, completely ignoring Tong Lily, who is getting angry. Zhou Yi patted her hand. "Kong Wei, Lily and I wanted to ask Guangrong something, and since we ran into you, I'll just ask you. You know about Zhou Cheng's relationship, right? Have you seen his partner? Can you tell us what she looks like?" Kong Wei is tighter-lipped than Xia Guangrong. Even when Guan Huaij urged him to speak, he could withstand the pressure. Zhou Yi is somewhat of a notable person. She is Zhou Cheng's cousin. Xia Xiaolan happens to be in the capital, and they just separated less than 10 minutes ago. Everyone knows Tong Lily is chasing after Zhou Cheng, and Kong Wei is naturally reluctant to share anything that might cause trouble for Xia Xiaolan. "I don't know anything." "Zhou Yi, why don't you just ask Qingzi directly?" "Sorry, ladies, but I have to hurry and return the car to the office. Let's talk later." Xia Guangrong shouted that they should have dinner together tomorrow, but Kong Wei waved his hand. "I'm busy renovating my house these days. Let's meet another time." Even though Kong Wei didn't trust Xia Guangrong, he didn't tell him that Xia Xiaolan was in the capital. There was no need to inform Xia Guangrong. She is Zhou Cheng's partner, not his. Tong Lily stood there, thought for a moment, and then smiled in anger, turning to Zhou Yi. "Kong Wei is running away pretty fast. What is he hiding?" Zhou Yi was also curious. The two of them stared at Xia Guangrong, who raised his hands. "I really don't know. Outstanding people always have many who care about them. Xia Xiaolan has her share of unwanted attention, and even though Zhou Cheng is isolated at work, it doesn't completely stop his luck with relationships. His rival, Lao Feng, has a girlfriend named Gao Fei who has taken an interest in Zhou Cheng. However, she is already dating Lao Feng, so it wouldn't be right to immediately abandon him to pursue Zhou Cheng. Gao Fei came up with a plan to introduce Zhou Cheng to someone. She claimed to have a cousin who would be a good match for Zhou Cheng with decent qualities. If he was interested, she would make the introduction. Her cousin is certainly not as outstanding as Gao Fei. While her family background is good, her education and looks do not compare to Gao Fei's. Gao Fei is using this as a way to get close to Zhou Cheng. How else would she have the chance to interact with him? After the new year, Gao Fei visited the unit 3 times, and even though she wasn't married, she came so often. The unit didn't say anything, considering that it wasn't easy for Captain Fong to find a partner at 30. Captain Fong thought his girlfriend liked him, not realizing he was a bit naive. The morning training had just ended, and Zhou Cheng told his team to take a short break while he rolled up his sleeves to wash his hands. Gao Fei smiled and leaned in. Zhou Cheng, have you thought about what I mentioned last time? My cousin is waiting for your response. If you have time, you should meet her. How can you know if you're a good match without meeting? Zhou Cheng turned off the faucet. He thought Captain Fong's girlfriend was a bit clueless. He had already mentioned he was in a relationship, but Gao Fei seemed not to understand and kept insisting on introducing her cousin to him. Even without his girlfriend, Zhou Cheng didn't want to be related to Captain Fong. He had no interest in that cousin. Sister-in-law, I have a girlfriend, and we have a good relationship. We will get married when the time is right. Gao Fei dismissed him. I've heard from others that you have a girlfriend from another province. Is she as good as my cousin? Zhou Cheng. Marrying someone from a good family can be very helpful. Zhou Cheng found her really annoying. She didn't even know him, and it was clear they weren't in the same circle. If he was looking for someone based on family background, he wouldn't be considering Gao Fei's cousin. He was already unhappy with Guan Hui for not being satisfied with Xia Xiaolan's background. He had to tolerate that because she was his mother. Gao Fei had no connection to him, and Captain Fong often made sarcastic comments. It seemed they were a perfect match. My girlfriend is great, and I like her. Sorry, sister-in-law, but I prefer attractive people. You should find someone else for your cousin. Zhou Cheng was very straightforward. He liked good-looking people. Gao Fei was trying to push her cousin onto a man who was already taken, which made him wonder how unattractive her cousin might be. He wanted to be even more direct and ask Gao Fei if her daughter was having trouble finding a partner. Gao Fei felt wronged. Zhou Cheng's words were too harsh. No matter how pretty she was still from another province. Gao Fei wanted to say more, but Zhou Cheng's assistant rushed in, excited and out of breath, saying, Captain, someone is here to see you. She says she's your girlfriend, and her last name is Xia. Zhou Cheng was stunned by this unexpected news. He usually kept a serious face in front of Gao Fei, but at that moment, he smiled widely, looking even more handsome. Last name Xia? Are you sure? Never mind. I'll go greet her myself. His girlfriend had arrived. Upon receiving the letter, he had been looking forward to this day. When the person really arrived, Zhou Cheng couldn't just stand still. He didn't care about maintaining his image in front of others and hurriedly ran to greet them. Zhou Cheng wasn't a serious or rigid person. He just acted maturely at work. But when it came to love, he showed his true self, radiating happiness. Gao Fei was still in shock. What a coincidence. Just moments ago, they were talking about Zhou Cheng's partner from another province, and now that person was here? The liaison was grinning, acting as if it was his partner who had arrived. Did you see Captain Zhou's partner? The liaison nodded vigorously. What do they look like? The liaison, being young himself, blushed at the question. They are attractive. When Gao Fei tried to ask more, the liaison couldn't describe anything further. Attractive was just attractive. He didn't dare look too closely, knowing it was Captain Zhou's partner. The liaison was overly excited. His earlier announcement was loud enough for Zhou Cheng's team to hear, and they all gathered around. Hey, did you say the captain's partner is here? Is it true? My sister-in-law is here? Is she pretty? Is she pretty? Everyone chimed in with their different accents, leaving Gao Fei with no chance to speak. Old Fong, not seeing Gao Fei, noticed the noisy crowd and pulled her aside. What's going on? I saw Zhou Cheng running to the entrance. Gao Fei snapped back to reality. They say Captain Zhou's partner came to visit him, and he went to the entrance to greet them. Old Fong became curious. Zhou Cheng's partner from another province?
He wanted to compare.
He was very confident in Gao Fei's qualities. She was beautiful, well-educated, and came from a good family. There was no way Zhou Cheng's partner could be better than Gao Fei. Gao Fei felt confident too. Zhou Cheng had just rejected her, and she wanted to see the woman the liaison described as attractive. Everyone was eagerly waiting, but Zhou Cheng didn't bring anyone over. When Zhou Cheng reached the entrance and saw the person he had been longing for, he completely forgot about everyone else. He overlooked Kong Wei, a tall guy, and focused on Xia Xiaolan, who stood there looking charming. Zhou Cheng fought the urge to rub his eyes, doubting whether he was imagining things because he missed Xia Xiaolan so much. Zhou Cheng. Xia Xiaolan waved her hand in front of him, and he grabbed her soft, pale fingers. It felt familiar and slightly cool on that March morning. It was indeed a real touch. Zhou Cheng squeezed her hand, confirming that she was really there. He hugged Xia Xiaolan and said, "Wife, I miss you." His voice didn't sound cool or tough. Instead, it was a bit playful. Xia Xiaolan thought to herself, with a face like that and being 6 feet 1 inch, how could he act so cute? It made her heart race. The guards were stunned. Was this really their familiar Captain Zhou? But Captain Zhou's partner was indeed very beautiful. If they could find someone like her, they would hold on tight too. Kong Wei, still single, felt the sting of watching the loving couple. In the early spring breeze of March, only Zhou Cheng and Xia Xiaolan felt sweet. Everyone else sensed the sourness. This was the entrance of their workplace, so they shouldn't be too close. Xia Xiaolan seemed to understand Zhou Cheng's thoughts and smiled gently. "Are you just going to let me stand here in the cold?" They rushed to see. Is that Captain Zhou's partner? She's incredibly beautiful. Many people saw Xia Xiaolan for the first time, and the first word that came to their minds was beautiful. They couldn't think of any fancy adjectives. There was no debate about her beauty. While current trends might not celebrate such looks, beauty is beauty, simple and direct, leaving no room for argument. At the entrance of Zhou Cheng's workplace, there was a row of willow trees. In March, the willow leaves were delicate, swaying gently in the wind. Xia Xiaolan wore a green coat that reached her knees, with a white sweater underneath and seemingly casual black pants that hugged her long, straight legs perfectly. Most people can't pull off green without looking pale, but it suited Xia Xiaolan perfectly. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was graceful, like the rows of willows that swayed in the breeze, gently touching the heart. Earlier, they had joked about wanting to see sister-in-law, but now that they saw her, they were too shy to speak up. They were a bit rough around the edges and worried they might scare her. Lao Fong and Gao Fei hung back, not saying a word. How could someone be this beautiful? The movie star on the poster looks like this, but Summer Xiaolan stands there looking charming. There's a mix of jealousy and embarrassment. Gao Fei wishes she could hide. With someone like that, it's no wonder Zhou Cheng isn't interested in anyone else. She has to admit that even if she's not as pretty as that cousin, she's still not on the same level as Zhou Cheng's girlfriend. Then she feels a bit angry, thinking, so what if she's pretty? She's just an outsider. Gao Fei looked at her from head to toe, trying to find something unrefined about her. But the more she looked, the more it seemed that Summer Xiaolan was even more fashionable. Gao Fei felt a mix of shame and anger. Maybe her whole family had to live on scraps just to show off today. Thinking this way, Gao Fei regained a bit of her pride. Life is fair. No one can be perfect. Just because someone looks like a charming fox, does that mean they should also have a good family background? Zhou Cheng is still young. If he only cares about looks, how can that be enough? An outsider woman. Look at how proud Zhou Cheng is, Old Fong muttered. People are visual creatures. In a small, closed-off place, someone like Summer Xiaolan might be seen as too flashy. Leaving Daya Village, she wouldn't suddenly look like a serious heroine, but people don't care as much about that anymore. The desire for beauty is instinctual. Having a stunning girlfriend can make Old Fong envious. Gao Fei isn't lacking in worth. If she could switch looks with Zhou Cheng's girlfriend, Old Fong would think life was perfect. What are you all standing there for? Don't you want to greet my girlfriend, Summer Xiaolan? Zhou Cheng broke the silence. His subordinates, trained to react quickly, stood up straight and saluted. Hello, sister-in-law. Welcome, sister-in-law, To review our work. Sister-in-law, I am. Zhou Qing frowned. What were they saying? He just wanted them to greet her, not give detailed introductions. Did they want to steal his girlfriend? He made a mental note of those guys to deal with later. Summer Xiaolin chuckled. Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you. Don't be too formal. I want to thank you all for taking care of Zhou Qing. Huh? Who takes care of Zhou the king? He doesn't need their help. But Summer Xiaolin spoke so nicely, not just with a pleasant voice but also with cheerful words. Polite remarks depend on who says them. Some sound insincere, but Summer Xiaolin was genuinely sincere. Zhou Qing looked at Xia Xiaolin with pride. Xia Xiaolin wasn't one to show off. She always sent plenty of gifts for Zhou Qing to share with his colleagues. It wasn't about the money. Both Zhou Qing and Xia Xiaolin had enough of that. Xia Xiaolin just wanted Zhou Qing to have good relationships at work and to live comfortably, which is why she thought of these details. This is my wife. Zhou Qing's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. But then, an inappropriate person interrupted the moment. Gao Fei, who was overly familiar, asked, Zhou Qing, where is your girlfriend from? I can't hear any accent in her speech. This is. Among a group of men, there was a young woman in casual clothes. Was she a family member from the workplace? Xia Xiaolin waited for Zhou Qing to introduce her. When she focused her gaze on someone, it was especially expressive, almost like she was sparkling with emotion. Zhou Qing, feeling her gaze, forgot his earlier impatience and casually introduced, this is Comrade Feng's girlfriend, Gao Fei. You can call her sister-in-law. Xia Xiaolin was polite in front of others and obediently said, sister-in-law. I'm from southern Henan province. Southern Henan? That's a poor place, Gao Fei thought to herself. Xia Xiaolin's voice was naturally soft and delicate, just like her appearance. People meeting her for the first time might mistake her for being timid, which made Gao Fei feel she could easily bully her. She couldn't help but want to challenge Xia Xiaolin. Southern Henan? I haven't been there. What do you produce? Her question was meant to put Xia Xiaolin on the spot. Even if Southern Henan was poor, it must have some local specialties, right? Coming from Southern Henan, Xia Xiaolin didn't bring anything for others, nor did she mention anything to Zhou Qing. Gao Fei wanted to embarrass Xia Xiaolin in front of everyone, and Zhou Qing felt embarrassed too. This created some tension between the two women, which pleased Gao Fei. It wasn't necessarily malicious. Young women sometimes act thoughtlessly and do things that lack grace. Zhou Qing frowned. What was up with Comrade Feng's girlfriend? She kept pestering his wife with questions and had no sense of decorum. How could she claim to come from a good family? Zhou Qing was starting to forget what good family even meant. Xia Xiaolin seemed completely unaware of Gao Fei's malice. She answered Gao Fei's question honestly. Xinjiang produces red dates. Jiaozuo has iron stick yam, and the Mao foam tea from Xinjiang is quite good. Southern Henan is a major agricultural province with great produce. Gao Fei smiled, looking envious. Just hearing about it makes me crave it, but unfortunately, I've never tried any. Gao Fei's implication was clear. It was a pity Xia Xiaolin hadn't brought anything. Xia Xiaolin came empty-handed, and Zhou Qing hadn't expected her to bring any local specialties from the market. Why would he want his wife to carry heavy things? Gao Fei's malice made everyone under Zhou Qing feel awkward. They called her sister-in-law, not just for food. With 200 to 300 people, if Xia Xiaolin brought food, who would get it? Those who received it would be happy, but what about those who didn't? Xia Xiaolin seemed to finally understand Gao Fei's hidden meaning. She looked apologetically at Zhou Qing and said, I can't take all those agricultural products by myself. They were not far from the entrance when the person from Dong Lai Shun finally arrived with the lamb. Kong Wei had paid in advance and was about to bring the lamb inside when the guard, hesitant to let him through, quickly approached. Leader, someone is delivering lamb at the entrance, saying it was ordered by your sister-in-law. Xia Xiaolin seized the opportunity. I thought I might as well invite everyone to enjoy a whole roasted lamb. A whole roasted lamb. What is this? Gao Fei never expected such a move. No one in the unit had ever sent a whole roasted lamb to their partner. Some might sneak in a bit of meat for a better meal, but this was different. Even Gao Fei, who came from a good family, wouldn't be so generous. A small lamb costs quite a bit. Why should she treat unrelated people? Sister-in-law, there are 200 to 300 people under Captain Zhou. This lamb. It seemed like she was trying to show off, but sending lamb openly would mean everyone would get a taste. It could work. If the lamb was made into soup, everyone in Zhou Cheng's team could have a bowl. Gao Fei thought Xia Xiaolan was spending a little money to win everyone's favor and felt annoyed that she hadn't thought of it first. Could she really not afford a lamb? Just as she was about to complain, she heard Xia Xiaolan say apologetically, "It's not possible for everyone to eat their fill, but let everyone taste it as a gesture from me." Zhou Cheng's team was a bit stunned. They had never encountered a family member sending lamb to the unit. Although they could fill their stomachs, their meals were usually simple and the daily food standard was fixed. During holidays, they celebrated with steamed meat buns, and the whole unit would cheer. The thought of having lamb soup, especially sent by the captain's partner, warmed their hearts even before they could smell it. Sister-in-law is so nice. Captain, your sister-in-law is really generous. Sister-in-law, you are like my real sister-in-law. Lamb soup sounds great. Lamb soup sounds great. As long as it has the taste of lamb, I'm happy. I haven't had lamb in a long time. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaolan is a woman, and with Zhou Cheng guarding her closely, otherwise these rough men would surely rush forward to lift her up and toss her in the air to show their joy. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit shy. Oh, so you all want to drink lamb soup? I ordered a whole roasted lamb yesterday, and it should be ready today, but if you want soup, that's fine too. Well, whatever my sister-in-law says goes. Roasted lamb is delicious, and I must get a piece of bone to taste it later. It doesn't matter how much we eat. What matters is that we enjoy ourselves. Everyone reassured Xia Xiaolan, and they were all very happy. Gao Fei was stunned, thinking these men must not have seen much of the world if they were so easily pleased by just one lamb. While she was thinking this, Xia Xiaolan turned to Zhou Cheng and said, "Why don't we call a couple of people to help? I don't think Kong Wei can lift it by himself."
Wow.
Is it really necessary to make such a big deal over one lamb?
Of course, it wasn't just one lamb.
People from Donglishan were unloading the lambs from the truck. A few people from Zhou Cheng's team came to help, and they brought back not just one but 1, 2, 3. Wait, there are 6? Gao Fei was completely speechless. 6 lambs would cost several $100s, even if you bought them live and slaughtered them yourself. Where would you find the tools to roast them, and who would prepare the seasoning? Not to mention Xia Xiaolan bought them from Donglishan, and while Gao Fei could afford 6 lambs, she wouldn't invite a group of strangers to eat. Gao Fei's cheeks felt a bit hot. Xia Xiaolan, this outsider, was quite different from what she expected. She was very generous. Of the 6 lambs, 4 were marinated for roasting, and the other 2 were fresh ones that Xia Xiaolan had ordered extra from Donglishan that morning. As they were about to arrive, Kong Wei mentioned that Zhou Cheng's position was team leader, and Xia Xiaolan thought about Zhou Cheng's age, such a young leader. She realized she had never asked Zhou Cheng about his position, and he wouldn't brag about it either. Kong Wei said all of this was Zhou Cheng's own achievement. Xia Xiaolan thought about the 200 or 300 people Kong Wei mentioned. They were not just colleagues, but also Zhou Cheng's subordinates. If they were Zhou Cheng's people, then she should treat them well. For roasted lambs were fine, but why not slaughter 2 more live lambs along with the offal? That should be enough for everyone, right? Xia Xiaolan wasn't so generous as to cover the meals for an entire unit, but still, the crowd was left speechless by the surprise. Zhou Cheng felt that his wife was being very generous today. While Xia Xiaolan wasn't stingy, she worked hard for her money. Unlike Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei, who benefited from their family's connections, Xia Xiaolan truly relied on her own efforts. Zhou Cheng's heart raced earlier, but now he felt so touched that it calmed down. This generous gesture was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. He wanted to ask how she decided to organize such a big event and buy so many sheep, wondering if she had enough money. In the end, he couldn't say anything. Instead, Xia Xiaolan pinched Zhou Cheng's waist and said, "I'll settle the score with you later." She could clearly see through the situation. The so-called partner of Old Fong was obviously interested in Zhou Cheng. The thought of Gao Fei trying to gain Zhou Cheng's attention made Xia Xiaolan very upset. Others might have their eyes on Zhou Cheng, but that didn't concern him. However, a woman in love doesn't always think rationally. Xia Xiaolan was giving Zhou Cheng face now, but she would definitely confront him later. Zhou Cheng quickly straightened up and said, "You're my leader. If you want to settle the score, go ahead. You can scold me all you want and I won't retaliate." Xia Xiaolan let out a soft hum. The sheep had certainly made a big impression at work. They were said to be a gift for Team 1, and the other teams were envious. Team 1 was protective of the sheep, fearing someone might take them. Leader Li scolded Zhou Cheng for being reckless, but other leaders laughed, saying, "This is a match made in heaven." However, we must listen to the people's opinions. Let Team 1 enjoy the roasted sheep, but Zhou Cheng should contribute 2 sheep for the others to have some soup. Who wouldn't want to eat meat? The disparity was too great, making the other teams both envious and jealous. In a collective environment, balance was key. Xia Xiaolan had given the sheep, but how to distribute them was up to Zhou Cheng. He decided that everyone should have a bowl of soup, ensuring Team 1 wasn't left out. With 2 sheep for hundreds of people, it would only be a taste. Plus, with the offal from 6 sheep, there would be plenty of ingredients for the soup. The cooking team was excited, washing pots and using several at once to ensure everyone could enjoy the lamb soup by the afternoon. The 4 whole sheep would be roasted slowly over charcoal, and once the lamb was cooked, the soup would be ready. Leader Li envied Zhou Cheng, wondering how he managed to find such a wonderful partner without saying a word. As for Zhou Cheng, he was being questioned by Xia Xiaolan, who was pinching the soft flesh at his waist. "Tell me, if I hadn't suddenly attacked today, would I have seen this scene? I wanted to give you a surprise, but you scared me instead." Xia Xiaolan pouted, and Zhou Cheng thought her jealous expression was incredibly cute. No, he couldn't laugh. If he did, his wife would definitely get upset. "I didn't even look at her. She's Old Fong's girlfriend." "Xiaolan, it's fine to be jealous, but can you not link me with other girls? It hurts my heart." Xia Xiaolan knew she was being unreasonable, but she still felt a surge of anger. "Why are you hurt? If other girls are nice to you, you'd be happy." "I'm not happy. She's not my wife, and she's not as pretty or generous as you. If you send a few sheep to my workplace today, who would dare to steal you away in the future?" Zhou Cheng had it all planned out. If Gao Fei tried to introduce her cousin to him again, he would ask how many sheep she could send and for how many days. He would say that his team had eaten Xia Xiaolan's sheep, so they would protect Zhou Cheng as if she were their sister-in-law. Not to mention, no girl would dare approach Zhou Cheng. The more he thought about it, the cuter Xia Xiaolan seemed. With just the 2 of them in the room, the annoying light bulb wouldn't dare interrupt. Xia Xiaolan's cheeks turned red as she revealed her feelings. Zhou Cheng liked her more and more, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her soft lips. Zhou Cheng's move was so sudden that Xia Xiaolan was taken aback. Was this the taste of his wife? Did he just kiss Xiaolan? Xia Xiaolan was caught off guard. Zhou Cheng was innocent, and she wasn't very experienced either. They stayed close for a while, and Xia Xiaolan felt her ears burning like fire. Zhou Cheng was still savoring the sweet, citrusy taste of her lips. "You." Zhou Cheng was incredibly excited and hugged Xia Xiaolan tightly.
"So, this is what a kiss feels like."
"Xiaolan, I really like you. What should I do?" His sweet, soft wife was someone he wanted to hold on to forever. Zhou Cheng wished that when he opened his eyes tomorrow, he would be of marriage age, so he could take Xia Xiaolan to get their marriage certificate. Then he could kiss and hug her whenever he wanted, and it would be legal and open. Xia Xiaolan initially wanted to push Zhou Cheng away, but they were so close that she could feel his heartbeat, which was so rapid. Zhou Cheng was so young. A young person's affection is always sincere and passionate. This was Zhou Cheng's first kiss. She was Zhou Cheng's first love. The feeling was truly wonderful. Xia Xiaolan felt that this was her first love. Zhou Cheng liked her, and her feelings for him were genuine and not influenced by any other interests. The simple and pure excitement made Xia Xiaolan feel like she was 18 again. She didn't rush to push Zhou Qing away. Why would she? She was enjoying herself. After a kiss, the awkwardness from not seeing each other for a long time disappeared, and their bond grew even stronger than before. When Kang Wei knocked on the door, Zhou Qing was reluctant to let go. However, it was broad daylight, and they were just boyfriend and girlfriend, not married. Staying in the room too long might lead others to think inappropriate thoughts. Zhou Qing didn't care. He didn't want anyone talking badly about Xia Xiaolan behind her back. Despite his reluctance, Zhou Qing opened the door. Kang Wei cautiously said, "Zhou Qing, my sister mentioned something to me on the way here, and I wanted to discuss it with you. Come in and sit down," Zhou Qing replied. Zhou Qing lived alone in a small room with a bed, a chair, and a desk by the window with a small lamp on it. Xia Xiaolan sat on the edge of the bed, while Kang Wei took the chair. What Kang Wei wanted to discuss was Xia Xiaolan's proposal to partner in a renovation and building materials business at the small commodity market in Pengcheng. Kang Wei wanted to hear Zhou Qing's opinion. He wasn't worried about the 50,000 yuan. He could manage that, but Xia Xiaolan needed capital, and Zhou Qing had the money. Zhou Qing needed to give his approval for Kang Wei to feel comfortable following Xia Xiaolan into business. His first thought was that Xia Xiaolan didn't have enough funds. If she wanted to grow the business, she would need to bring in partners. Zhou Qing could easily provide 150,000 or even 200,000 yuan, and if Xia Xiaolan wanted to start a new business, she would need to seek out other investors. However, he realized that Xiaolan was going back to university in the capital, and Pengcheng was quite far away. With holidays passing quickly, someone needed to manage the business regularly. Partnering wasn't just about lacking funds. It was also about needing trustworthy people to help run the business. Zhou Qing didn't answer Kang Wei immediately. Instead, he called for Bai Zhiyong. "Captain, you called for me?" Bai Zhiyong asked. Xia Xiaolan curiously looked at Bai Zhiyong, who resembled his sister Bai Zhenju. The awkward part was that Bai Zhiyong had even fairer skin than his sister. "Zhiyong, I need to talk to you about something." Zhou Qing briefly explained the business partnership involving Xia Xiaolan, Kang Wei, and Bai Zhenju. Bai Zhiyong saluted and said, "My sister has benefited greatly from your help." Zhenju mentioned it in her letter. "Our family is not ungrateful. We will follow your lead." "Zhou Qing, you don't have to be so formal." Xia Xiaolan thought it was strange that starting a business felt like making a military pledge. In business, people come together because they share similar views and interests. If one day their ideas clash and cannot be reconciled, they will naturally go their separate ways. Zhou Qing, however, insisted Zhiyong can make decisions for Bai Jia. He has the final say on this matter. Xia Xiaolan was surprised. Why should Bai Zhiyong make decisions for Bai Zhenju? In this new society, everyone is equal. She couldn't believe Zhou Qing still held onto old-fashioned ideas. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit suspicious and recalled how Zhou Qing had previously taken it upon himself to approach Zhu Fang. Zhou Qing had many strengths that attracted Xia Xiaolan, but when she thought clearly, she felt his strong masculinity was a bit overwhelming. He completely ignored Bai Zhenju's opinions. If he treated a stranger this way, would he do the same to her in the future? Xia Xiaolan rarely visited Zhou Qing, so she brushed off her discomfort. Zhou Qing listened carefully to Xia Xiaolan's business strategies and her predictions for the industry. His admiration for her was genuine. He noticed that she seemed very optimistic about the real estate market. Not only did she encourage him to buy more properties in the capital, but she also wanted to get involved in the related industry. Xia Xiaolan talked a lot, and before they knew it, the delicious smell of lamb filled the air. The lamb soup, which had been simmering for hours, was ready, and the whole roasted lamb had a crispy skin. "Captain, sister-in-law, the lamb is ready." Kang Wei was still savoring the conversation. There were things Xia Xiaolan knew that he didn't. He remembered Zhou Qing saying Xia Xiaolan was impressive. He had looked down on her clothing store, but the way she spoke about the renovation and building materials industry left him in awe. Was this really something an 18-year-old girl from the countryside should know? Was a future college student really this capable? Not even college graduates in the workforce were as impressive as Xia Xiaolan. Take Gong Yang, who designed drawings. His thoughts were written all over his face, and even Kong Wei could see through him. He couldn't compare to Xia Xiaolan's maturity. Her intellectual maturity was astonishing. Kong Wei was captivated by Xia Xiaolan's beauty and felt he could never win over someone so intelligent and attractive. Such a goddess could only be claimed by Zhou Cheng, who said they weren't a perfect match. Kong Wei was determined to put a stop to them.
Let's go eat lamb.
Zhou Cheng confidently took Xia Xiaolan's hand. Lunch was simple for everyone, and now they were all hungry. The aroma of roasted lamb filled the air, making others envious of Zhou Cheng. He certainly knew how to choose a partner. The neighbor, Old Fong, has been quite boastful since his successful blind date, and his girlfriend doesn't seem to care about anyone from Zhou Cheng's side. Some people privately say that Gao Fei doesn't think much of Old Fong either. Every time she visits the workplace, she circles around Zhou Cheng as if everyone is blind to it. Everyone here is happy, and even before it gets dark, the bonfire is already lit. The whole roasted lamb is theirs, and eating it around the fire creates a great atmosphere. When Zhou Cheng sits down with Xia Xiaolan, everyone is laughing. Sister-in-law, thank you. Sister-in-law is the best, haha. Xia Xiaolan is definitely the most popular, even more than Zhou Cheng. While eating the roasted lamb and laughing, others look on with envious eyes. The unit's leaders were also invited, and they were served the tea that Xia Xiaolan sent, which Zhou Cheng also gave to the leaders. He couldn't possibly have any bad feelings towards Xia Xiaolan while enjoying the tea. The leader said one thing. Next time, don't be so high-profile. Don't worry about having too little, but about fairness. This time, I thank you on behalf of everyone. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit embarrassed, saying she wanted to create a family-like atmosphere, but she got carried away showing affection. As long as it's genuine love, both men and women like to spend money on their partners. Zhou Cheng isn't short on money, so Xia Xiaolan spends it in this way. Leader, I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. The leader laughed heartily. I wouldn't dare complain while enjoying the meal you brought. The unit's meals are quite plain, and in front of the leader, Xia Xiaolan promised not to cause any more trouble. She feels for her boyfriend. Zhou Cheng is particular about his food, so she wonders how he can eat the unit's meals regularly. Zhou Cheng can eat just fine, but Xia Xiaolan, as his girlfriend, feels sorry for him and decides to bring him more food in the future. Besides the unit's leaders, Zhou Cheng's colleagues also came. Old Fong feels uncomfortable but forces a smile. Gao Fei didn't come out to eat the lamb, so Old Fong secretly had someone bring a bowl of lamb soup to her room. The creamy lamb soup looks delicious, garnished with chopped green onions, making it very appetizing. As soon as the person delivering the soup leaves, Gao Fei throws the bowl down. After wasting the food, she feels wronged, thinking, does Old Fong really need that piece of lamb? How could he leave her alone in the room? What kind of lamb soup is this? It's clearly an outsider's way of showing off and mocking her. These 6 lambs have made the whole unit happy. Zhou Cheng is happy, and naturally, Xia Xiaolan is happy too, so the lamb wasn't given in vain. However, she still had to return to the city today. At 6 in the afternoon, it was time to part ways, and both of them felt very reluctant. Next month is your birthday. I might not be able to come to the capital, so I want to wish you a happy birthday in advance today. Zhou Cheng held Xia Xiaolan's hand. You should stay in the capital for a few more days. I can take half a day off the day after tomorrow to spend time with you, just the 2 of us without those annoying people. The annoying Kong Wei was not pleased. Was it appropriate to say such things in front of him? Xia Xiaolan nodded. Okay, I'll wait a couple more days. It would be great if you can get the day off the day after tomorrow. If not, it's fine. After I finish my college entrance exams, I'll come to the capital for school and we'll have plenty of chances to meet. Xia Xiaolan coaxed Zhou Cheng like a child until he finally let go. No one laughed at Zhou Cheng. It was not easy for someone from another province to visit their partner at work. Many people thought of their wives back home. They only got to reunite for a few days each year, and if they were away too long, the kids might not even recognize their fathers. Xia Xiaolan walked out the door with calm Wei, while Zhou Cheng stood still. The leader approached Zhou Cheng without him noticing. Next year you'll be of age, right? I'll be the first to approve your marriage report. Just arrange for her to come over. Come over? Zhou Cheng didn't explain much. Just being in the same city was enough for him. If Xia Xiaolan was in college, could he really ask her to drop out and stay with him? Even though Zhou Cheng wanted to see his wife all the time, he knew Xia Xiaolan wasn't the type to willingly be a traditional supportive wife. For others, women could share half the burden, but in Xia Xiaolan's mind, she probably wanted to support herself. This had nothing to do with whether Zhou Cheng could provide for her. It depended on whether Xia Xiaolan was happy. Zhou Cheng felt he couldn't discuss these thoughts with his leader, who was over 10 years older and didn't understand the mindset of young people. With Xia Xiaolan gone, the 6 sheep she brought for her visit would be talked about for years at Zhou Cheng's workplace. Everyone said that Captain Zhou had good taste. His partner was not only beautiful but also came from a good family. Only Zhou Cheng's subordinates secretly doubted. He had helped send things to Xia Xiaolan, and the address was a rural area in southern Hunan. Are people from the countryside really that wealthy now? His sister-in-law's appearance didn't seem to match that either. Could it be that her family raised sheep? The subordinate's imagination ran wild. Even if he told others that Xia Xiaolan was from the countryside, no one would believe him. Fang's partner, Gao Fei, came from a good family, so Xia Xiaolan's family must be even better. Captain Zhou was more impressive. He was better than Captain Fang in every way. The subordinate felt that Captain Fang always picked on Zhou Cheng's flaws and had no generosity as a leader. The girlfriend that Officer Fang found isn't great either. She keeps circling around Captain Zhou, and Captain Fang doesn't seem to care.
What will people say about that?
Reputation at work is very important. Can a sister-in-law be treated like that? Fortunately, Captain Zhou's partner came today, and she is much better than Gao Fei. Gao Fei should just give up. Zhou Cheng's subordinates are also worried. The 2 women are too cunning. In the afternoon, everyone had talked enough. Conway was very interested in doing business in Pengcheng. On the way to drop off Xia Xiaolan at the guest house, they discussed it further. Xia Xiaolan asked him what his job was really like. Conway shrugged, saying, "It's neither good nor bad. I'm just getting by." Xia Xiaolan was impressed. Many people want to work in the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, but Conway is too high up to care about such a laid-back job. While such positions can drain a person's ambition, anyone with a bit of drive could make it worthwhile. Conway's family must have some connections, so he shouldn't worry about not being valued. Xia Xiaolan wasn't sure if Conway was struggling or if he simply wasn't interested in that area, so she didn't say much more. "I want to build a long-term business in Pengcheng, but I need to study in Beijing for the next 4 years. We can't leave everything to Baizhenju. I'll go to Pengcheng during winter and summer breaks, but I need you to keep an eye on things there in the meantime." Xia Xiaolan had been in Beijing for 3 or 4 days and hadn't seen Conway go to work, which showed how relaxed his job was. Since it was easy, he should put in more effort. "Should I transfer my job to Pengcheng? Forget it. It's better for you to keep your job in Beijing. We'll see how things go once the business is up and running." The Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications is quite impressive, and Xia Xiaolan didn't dare to plan Conway's career. If he decides to focus on making a name for himself there in a few years, it would be easy to transfer from Beijing to Pengcheng, but going back might be difficult. Young people in their 20s have many thoughts, their plans for the future, and even their personalities can change frequently. Just as they were approaching the guest house, a motorcycle suddenly swerved in and blocked Conway's parking space.
"Hey."
"With such a wide road, are you blind?" Conway slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car, only to find it was that annoying Xiao Guangrong, grinning foolishly as if he had done it on purpose. Conway really wanted to give Xiao Guangrong a beating. Running into this guy for 2 days in a row. Does Beijing really have such people? "Guangzi, do you want to fight?" Conway was furious, but Xiao Guangrong just kept smiling. "Hold on. Who are you carrying in your car? I knew something was up with you. You've been with the car all day and coming back late."
"Is it?"
Xiao Guangrong stretched his neck to look into the car. Xia Xiaolan simply rolled down the window. "He's giving me a ride." Under the streetlight, Xia Xiaolan's face could chase away the chill of a March evening. "Oh, it's you, sister-in-law." Xiao Guangrong perked up. "Kong Wei, you should have told me your sister-in-law was in the city." Xia Xiaolan got out of the car. "What was there to notify?" "I came here to help with Kong Wei's house renovation. I'll be heading back in a couple of days." Xiao Guangrong asked if Xia Xiaolan had seen Zhou Cheng. He was older than Zhou Cheng but still called him brother out of respect for Zhou Cheng's status, so he naturally called Xia Xiaolan sister-in-law. Xia Xiaolan needed to focus on preparing for the college entrance exam in July, so Xiao Guangrong didn't dare to speak too freely. Zhou Yi and Tong Lily were always bothering him, but as long as he didn't drink, he could control himself. He was worried that if Tong Lily got too excited, she might go find Xia Xiaolan, and he was afraid Zhou Cheng would really get mad. "I just saw him. I came back from his workplace. Sister-in-law, you must let me treat you to a meal. Now that you're in the city, we can't let Kong Wei show off alone, right? I may not be as rich as Kong Wei, but I can definitely afford a meal. Just name the place in the city, and I promise I won't mess it up." Xiao Guangrong insisted on treating Xia Xiaolan to dinner, and she couldn't refuse. "You haven't seen Zhou Cheng in a while, right? If he can get a day off the day after tomorrow, I'll invite you to join us." Xiao Guangrong was quite happy. Talking to Xia Xiaolan was straightforward and easy, without any hidden agendas. "Sister-in-law, it's a deal." Kong Wei seemed to have more to say, but since they were almost at the guest house, Xia Xiaolan decided to walk back on her own. Xiao Guangrong complained, "You went to see Zhou Cheng today, and didn't even let me know. That's not very nice." Kong Wei scoffed, "I've noticed you've been getting close to Tong Lily and the others lately. Why would I dare to tell you? Are you smitten with Tong Lily? She's not even that pretty." To be fair, Tong Lily wasn't unattractive. Xiao Guangrong cleverly replied, "Do you really dislike Tong Lily that much? It wasn't like they had a serious grudge. Last time, you blabbed about sister-in-law, and Zhou Yi ended up revealing her to the Zhou family elders, catching brother Cheng off guard. I was dragged by Aunt Gu to be questioned for ages. Everyone knows Tong Lily likes brother Cheng, and she and Zhou Yi are good friends." Zhou Yi was clearly trying to help Tong Lily. Kong Wei clearly heard in the Zhou family's living room that Guan Hui said it was fine to date, but she firmly opposed Zhou Cheng and Xia Xiaolan getting married. But can Zhou Cheng and Xia Xiaolan really separate? Considering Zhou Cheng's personality, and just looking at it from Kong Wei's perspective, if Xia Xiaolan wants to be with someone, which man would be willing to let her go? Take today, for example, when she sent sheep to Zhou Cheng's workplace. It was a bit showy and a little reckless, but mostly it was generous. Why can Xia Xiaolan be so bold? Can Tong Lily do the same? No, she can't. Everything Tong Lily has is because of her last name, while Xia Xiaolan can freely spend her own money. Their confidence is not the same. Once Kong Wei mentioned this, Xiao Guangrong understood. Asking him for news was one thing, but bringing it up in front of the elders was clearly an attempt to break up Zhou Cheng and Xia Xiaolan, right? Xiao Guangrong knew Zhou Cheng's character well and broke out in a sweat. Zhou Yi speaks nicely and Tong Lily seems quite open, but he didn't expect these two girls to be so cunning. It's not shameful to pursue a man. Many girls like Zhou Cheng, but pursuing someone requires skill. If you openly chase after someone, even if Zhou Cheng has a partner, it won't stop others from pursuing him, right? But using such tactics to try to break up Zhou Cheng and Xia Xiaolan just to take his place? No man would appreciate that. Such behavior is annoying, regardless of gender. Trying to undermine someone through skill is completely different from relying on elders to break up a couple. Darn, those two women. Xiao Guangrong thought about how he had recently been treated like a fool by Zhou Yi and Tong Lily. He was cautious, but these two girls were so sly that someone as pure and honest as him would eventually fall into their trap. Xiao Guangrong looked miserable. "I shouldn't have gotten drunk last time. I said things I shouldn't have. Where should I take my sister-in-law out to eat to make up for it?" Kong Wei laughed, enjoying his misfortune. "You should scrape the meat off your bones and offer the bones in a soup as a sincere apology. I remember you have a small apartment outside. Maybe you should renovate it? You remember your sister-in-law's uncle, right? He specializes in this kind of work. I've already started renovations on my side. While your sister-in-law is still in the capital, let her design something for you too. Xiao Guangrong usually lives at home and changes girlfriends quite often, so he requested a small apartment from work and sometimes stays there. Renovating isn't a problem, but Xiao Guangrong isn't as wealthy as Kong Wei. He spends whatever he has, but his income is limited. He just bought a motorcycle before the new year, and while he wouldn't say his pockets are empty, he really can't pull out a few thousand yuan right now. Kong Wei was embarrassed by him, and Xiao Guangrong also felt ashamed. To regain his lost pride, he put his arm around Kong Wei's shoulder and said, "You cover the cost for now, and I'll pay you back once I sell my motorcycle." Xiao Guangrong didn't care much for anything except cars. Since he couldn't afford to mess with cars, he focused on motorcycles. Whenever he saw a new model, he would sell his old motorcycle, add some money, and buy the new one. The motorcycle he was riding now was a slow one, but it was great for impressing girls. Kong Wei understood it was his prized possession and thought he shouldn't push him too hard, especially since Xiao Guangrong's family relied on his uncle in the city for support. "All right, I'll cover the cost for you. No need to sell the motorcycle. Just pay me back when you can." Xiao Guangrong laughed. "I know you've been making money with Chunge, so I won't be too polite." Xiao Guangrong took advantage of the situation, which made Kong Wei so mad that he ended up giving him a good beating. But they were used to playful fights, and after the scuffle, Xiao Guangrong followed Kong Wei back to check on the house. Kong Wei's family had already torn down the walls that needed to go. It was 8 in the evening and Lu Yong and the others were still working. There were no time limits on renovations at that hour, and if it weren't for the fear of disturbing the neighbors, Lu Yong would have worked through the night. Gong Yang, who was painting, rolled up his sleeves to help. Seeing him work diligently, Lu Yong decided to pay him some wages in addition to the design fee. In the countryside, the wage for a skilled worker was 5 yuan a day, and for an unskilled worker, it was 3 yuan. In the city, it was a bit higher, 7 yuan for skilled and 5 yuan for unskilled workers. The 2 workers Lu Yong brought to the city were paid 10 yuan a day, and they were very happy with their wages. They were provided food and accommodation, and during the first few days, they explored the city without working, which they could brag about for months when they returned home. Lu Yong calculated Gong Yang's pay as that of an unskilled worker, giving him 8 yuan a day. Gong Yang was quite pleased. Working for a week in the city could earn him enough to cover 2 months of living expenses, and 50 or 60 yuan could buy a lot of painting supplies. However, he felt guilty about the design fee since all the renovation ideas came from Xia Xiaolan. He had only stayed up late to create 2 design plans with a total of 7 or 8 renderings. He had also designed posters before, and each poster cost him 10 yuan just to produce. How should he charge for the design fee? Gong Yang thought that covering the cost of the paint and paper would be fair enough. His thoughts were similar to those of the 2 workers. Coming to the city and having meals and lodging provided was a great experience. At least he had seen Tiananmen, and before going back, he could visit the Great Wall to sketch. To let him, a poor student, come to the capital city on his own, he couldn't even afford the round-trip train ticket. Moreover, Kong Wei mentioned that after the renovation, he would ask him to paint a few pieces to hang in his home as decoration. Thinking of this, Gong Yang felt very motivated. Kong Wei brought Xiao Guangrong home and found that the 4 workers had not finished yet. They were cleaning up construction debris, covered in dust, with only their eyes visible behind their masks. The masks were a strict requirement from Xiaolan. They had to wear them whenever there was dust. "Uncle Lu, you haven't finished yet?" "Perfect. I have a new business opportunity to introduce to you," Kong Wei said as he pulled Xiao Guangrong inside. Xiao Guangrong looked around Kong Wei's home, which was in complete disarray. It was hard to tell what it had looked like before. The renovation must have caused quite a stir. Lu Yong took off his mask. "You dragged Xiao Xiao here, didn't you?" Lu Yong had interacted with Xiao Guangrong before, but initially didn't know how to address him. Xiao Guangrong's uncle was a big official in the city, and Lu Yong, being a farmer, had no way to connect with such high-ranking people. He thought he should call him Young Xiao, but since Xiao Guangrong was likely to be the future father-in-law of Zhou Cheng, he didn't have the courage to do so. They had agreed in the city to call him Little Xiao when they met. Little Xiao immediately expressed his loyalty. Uncle, I wanted to come myself. I have a small apartment and live alone, so it's fine. I plan to get married there in the future, so I want to renovate the place. Marriage? That was indeed a serious matter. Lu Yong, unaware that Xiao Guangrong was joking, eagerly suggested ideas. Kong Wei showed Xiao Guangrong the renovation design for his apartment, which Gong Yang had drawn accurately, looking just like a colored photograph. Would this messy room really look like the design after the renovation? Kong Wei chose one design, and Xiao Guangrong pointed to another. Then I'll renovate it like this to spare my sister-in-law from extra work. Kong Wei quickly replied, that won't work. This design is based on my house's layout and size. The renovation plan also needs to consider your budget. Xiao Guangrong didn't have much money, and Kong Wei meant to ask how much he planned to borrow for the renovation. Xiao Guangrong pulled Kong Wei outside and cleared his throat. How much did you spend on your house renovation? Kong Wei pointed to his chosen plan. Excluding appliances, the budget was 31,500 yuan. Xiao Guangrong swallowed hard and took a moment to regain his voice. Did Chunga take you to rob a bank or something? The renovation was something Kong Wei had planned, so he definitely couldn't ask his family for money. Kong Wei's monthly salary is something Xiao Guangrong can estimate. He thought he would only spend a few thousand on renovations, but unexpectedly, Kong Wei spent 30,000 on one apartment. This doesn't even include appliances. If he buys a TV, washing machine, and refrigerator, it could easily reach 40,000. 40,000 is enough to buy a courtyard in the capital. Xiao Guangrong felt dizzy. Did Kong Wei really think money was easy to spend like this? Being generous is one thing, but he can't just give all his money to support Lu Yong's renovation business. Xiao Guangrong couldn't even guess how much Kong Wei had saved. He must have made a lot of money. Kong Wei was so angry he wanted to hit him. Do you still want to borrow money? How much do you need? Xiao Guangrong thought for a moment. Can I borrow 10,000? Kong Wei nodded without hesitation, confirming that he indeed had a solid financial background. Who wouldn't want to be united? Xiao Guangrong knew that Kong Wei was closer to Zhou Cheng. Although Kong Wei was favored at home, his position was awkward due to his father's early passing. Zhou Cheng was the first to help him because of this. Xiao Guangrong didn't feel jealous, just a bit envious. Was this help going too far? He needed money too, even for his own renovations. Do you still need people for your business with Chunga? Xia Xiaolan didn't expect that after running into Xiao Guangrong the night before, he would come to the guest house to find her the next morning. Xiao Guangrong invited her to see an apartment, as he also wanted to renovate. You don't have to do this. Renovations depend on personal needs. Kong Wei has those needs, but you seem to be helping my uncle's business on purpose, right? Xiao Guangrong shook his head vigorously. I'm renovating a wedding house. It has to be done sooner or later before I can get married. Xia Xiaolan was quite happy. Are you getting married? Soon. Xiao Guangrong boasted, but in reality, he had dated many girls, none of whom lasted long. He wasn't serious about marriage. He thought he could enjoy life for another 10 years and only consider marriage in his 30s, thinking that marrying someone would be enough to carry on the Xiao family name. Xia Xiaolan didn't know him well enough to realize he was a playboy. Kong Wei couldn't expose Xiao Guangrong's lies, so he held back his laughter and went to see the apartment with him. Kong Wei has a proper job, and the Xiao family wouldn't let their only child be carefree. Xiao Guangrong only comes out at night because he has to work during the day. His attendance is better than Kong Wei's, and he takes his job more seriously. This single dormitory is something Xiao Guangrong earned through his own efforts. The small apartment has a bathroom and a kitchen, along with a large bedroom, but there is no separate living room or dining area. Of course, Xiao Guangrong rarely cooks at home. He either eats at the cafeteria, goes home, or dines out with friends. Gong Yang took some tools and quickly measured the room's dimensions. The kitchen is 5 square meters, the bathroom is 6 square meters, the bedroom is 21 square meters, and the balcony outside is 4 square meters. Aside from the lack of a living room and dining area, the sizes of the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom actually meet the requirements for living. A single person doesn't need a living room. They just lie down on the bed when they get home. But can a married couple do that? Xia Xiaolan still wants to redesign the layout of the apartment. If Xiao Guangrong doesn't have high cooking requirements, could they make the kitchen semi-open to create more dining space? This would require a good range hood. By 1984, range hoods were definitely available in the country, both domestic and imported. However, Xia Xiaolan still needs to check how effective they are. Xiao Guangrong's budget for the house isn't as high as Kong Wei's, but the area isn't large. Of course, regardless of the size of the house, kitchens and bathrooms are always costly. What style do you like?
Pick one.
Xiao Guangrong didn't even flip through the magazines. He doesn't care about styles as long as it looks good within a budget of 10,000 yuan. Xia Xiaolan knows his budget isn't very sufficient, so they can't choose expensive options like Kong Wei's house. Small apartments require careful planning, and even experienced renovation companies find them challenging. Xiao Guangrong's apartment is a standard small unit, including the balcony. The actual usable area is only 36 square meters. Is 10,000 yuan a lot? In 1984, it was definitely considered a lot, especially since the average salary for urban workers wasn't high, and rising prices didn't start until after 1985. Before 1985, 10,000 yuan was quite a sum. However, in terms of renovations, investing 10,000 yuan wouldn't make a huge impact. Typical renovations involve painting walls, laying tiles, and buying a ready-made wardrobe for just over 100 yuan. If a wardrobe is that cheap, how expensive could a bed be? Xia Xiaolan wants a more modern style of renovation. The main cost comes from various appliances. To satisfy Xiao Guangrong and still allow Lu Yong to make a profit, it depends on how good her proposal is. Xia Xiaolan, with her limited experience, is almost being pushed to become a professional interior designer. She has no choice. Others are even less experienced compared to her. At this time, the closest place to find professionals in this field might be Hong Kong. Can Lu Yong afford a designer from Hong Kong? Only Xia Xiaolan can take the lead for now. Once Lu Yong trains two people to take over, she can step back. Sometimes, Xia Xiaolan even thinks about studying architecture in college. She asked Xiao Guangrong to find out if they could buy a range hood, and only then did she start designing the plan. By coincidence, a domestically developed range hood suitable for Chinese cooking habits was just produced this year, but there were only about 600 units available. Naturally, that wasn't enough to compete for, so Xia Xiaolan gave up on buying the domestic one. The first generation of range hoods wasn't very compact or elegant. Xiao Guangrong's renovation budget had to set aside some money for an imported range hood. Xia Xiaolan also discussed the plan with Gong Yang. Gong Yang remarked, "You really haven't studied art? If you did, you wouldn't need my help at all." Xia Xiaolan didn't have the time to study art. After working hard all day, she presented 2 design drafts to Xiao Guangrong. He seemed a bit stunned. He said he was feeling insecure about the renovation and wanted to contribute to Xia Xiaolan's business. However, once the design came out, he was genuinely intrigued. Is this a cutout in the kitchen for a table? It's a bar counter. Since your cooking requirements are minimal, this bar can serve for everyday meals and provide a place to drink and chat when friends come over. The surface has storage space for wine. Xia Xiaolan didn't plan to enclose the balcony. She would just renovate it and place the washing machine there. Once the kitchen was opened up, the room really felt larger. Xia Xiaolan managed to create a small living area in the original 21 open space. Xiao Guangrong didn't understand much about design. He just knew it looked good. Living in such a house was worth the investment. Can it be done for 10,000 yuan? I'll try my best. Xiao Guangrong wasn't as wealthy as Kong Wei, so Xia Xiaolan aimed to save him money. Both their houses had central heating, so Xia Xiaolan didn't need to invest in that. However, they needed to ensure enough electrical outlets were reserved. Many renovations last for nearly a decade, and appliances like air conditioners would definitely be among the first trendy items for Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong's homes. They couldn't just break walls later to install switches, right? It was best to plan ahead to avoid future hassle. After confirming the price of the range hood, Lu Yong quoted 9,800 yuan. Xia Xiaolan thought it might exceed the budget, but within 2,000 yuan, it wouldn't be a problem for Xiao Guangrong. He inexplicably spent over 10,000 yuan to decorate his single dormitory. The Xiao family would definitely not pay for it. If the house was already half done, and he still needed 2,000 more, how could his family not settle that bill? Xia Xiaolan asked if they should let his girlfriend take a look, since it was going to be their future home. Single Xiao Guangrong laughed. She listens to me. She likes whatever I choose. Anyway, he was very satisfied with the decoration design. Once the house was finished, he planned to move out and live alone. He thought his non-existent girlfriend didn't need to have any opinions. If she didn't like the decoration, he would just find a new girlfriend. There would always be someone with the same taste as him. Xiao Guangrong's project came right after Kong Wei's, and Xia Xiaolan didn't expect that staying in Beijing for a couple more days would lead to a new business opportunity. Lu Yong was also very motivated. Gong Yang was equally puzzled. The two workers Lu Yong brought were happy to hear there was more work for them. It's not every day they have jobs back in Shandong. Lu Yong needed to supervise the electrical work at Kong Wei's place. He couldn't let the two workers mess around without a professional electrician. Could Kong Wei not find a professional electrician? He worked at the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications. Even if it was a low-level job, he was still part of the ministry, so finding an electrician wouldn't be a problem. Zhou Cheng told Xia Xiaolan to wait at the guest house. If he could get time off, he would come back to find her. The whole unit had just eaten the lamb Xia Xiaolan sent, so how could they not approve his leave? Zhou Cheng only asked for half a day off. He had to return to report before lights out. While Xia Xiaolan was studying at the guest house, she heard someone knock on the door and guessed it was Zhou Cheng. When she opened the door, a tall figure cast a shadow. Of course, it was Zhou Cheng. Xia Xiaolan smiled. Did you get time off? Why didn't you ask before opening the door? What if it was a bad person? In the guest house of Kong Wei's workplace, there weren't that many bad people. Xia Xiaolan couldn't explain it, but she just had a feeling that the person knocking was Zhou Cheng. I knew it was you. It couldn't be anyone else. Zhou Cheng closed the door and didn't argue with Xia Xiaolan. Whatever she said was fine. They didn't have much time together anyway, so why waste it on arguments? Being together peacefully was better than anything. Are you studying? Xia Xiaolan's textbook was still sprawled on the desk, and the small lamp was on. She closed the book and rubbed her eyes. Now that you're here, of course, I won't study.
I was waiting for you to take me around Beijing.
Xia Xiaolan had been to Beijing before. In her previous life, she had been on many business trips. But there was a different sense of anticipation between going for work and having her boyfriend accompany her on a tour. The two of them had their first kiss that day in a closed space. The air was stuffy, and with all the hormones in the air, they decided to go out for a walk since there weren't any entertainment options at the inn. As they walked, Xia Xiaolan talked about how Xiao Guangrong was also looking for her uncle to help with renovations. I thought you hadn't seen him in a while, so I suggested we all have dinner together. You still need to thank him for what happened at the police station, right? Of course, they needed to express their gratitude. Zhou Cheng wanted to spend time alone with Xia Xiaolan. He was just as good at socializing as she was. Every relationship needs nurturing, and despite Xiao Guangrong's big mouth, he was a loyal friend. Where are we having dinner? Zhou Cheng asked. At 6 o'clock at the Jingqing restaurant. You can make it back to your unit, right? Zhou Cheng nodded. I have time, don't worry. Meeting at the Jingqing restaurant was quite generous of Xiao Guangrong. He might be trying to make up for his earlier slip of the tongue, but Zhou Cheng didn't go into detail with Xia Xiaolan. He didn't mind Xiao Guangrong's mistake. He didn't think there was anything wrong with others knowing about Xia Xiaolan. He often marveled at Xia Xiaolan's talents and felt proud to be with her, wanting to shout it to the world. If he could put a stamp on her, he would buy the most expensive one without hesitation. What bothered him was Zhou Yi revealing information to their family too soon. This was different from the open and honest introduction he had imagined. Once Zhou Yi mentioned it, Guan Hui had a negative impression of Xia Xiaolan. Could Zhou Cheng share these thoughts with her? There was also Zhu Feng, a small buyer at the restaurant, who liked Xia Xiaolan. His mother opposed him too early, which ruined Zhu Feng's chances of pursuing her. While others made foolish mistakes, Zhou Cheng felt happy. But when it came to his own situation, he felt nervous. When his mother, Guan Hui, said something like, dating is fine, but marriage is not, it upset his girlfriend. Where would he go to win her back? Especially now, with Xia Xiaolan about to take her college entrance exams, he didn't want anything to affect her mood. Zhou Cheng planned to wait until Xia Xiaolan got into college before introducing her to his family. He knew she was exceptional, but others didn't, so he needed some recognition to prove it. Besides, if Xia Xiaolan got into a university in the capital, she would be there for 4 years, making it less likely for her to leave him. Zhou Cheng gently squeezed Xia Xiaolan's hand and said, Xiaolan, you kissed me that day, so you have to take responsibility. Here we go again, with the responsibility talk. Speaking of that kiss, it was just a light touch, yet it made her blush and her heart race. Xia Xiaolan felt her cheeks heat up and didn't want to discuss the topic of responsibility with Zhou Cheng. Their roles had reversed. He seemed like a mischievous person at first, but when it came to love, he was quite clingy. Zhou Cheng took Xia Xiaolan around the capital. They visited Tiananmen Square and even went to an ice skating rink. Zhou Cheng was great at skating, but Xia Xiaolan struggled. He was eager to teach her, saying he would help her learn. Xia Xiaolan put on her skates and quickly realized Zhou Cheng's intentions. She could ski but couldn't skate. Ice skating required balance, and just because someone was smart didn't mean they were coordinated. Those who were coordinated still needed to fall a few times to learn. Xia Xiaolan didn't fall, as Zhou Cheng was quick to catch her every time she wobbled. It looked like he was embracing her willingly, and in public, this skating lesson was quite eye-catching. Xia Xiaolan shot him a glare, but Zhou Cheng showed no signs of guilt. I promise, I'm really teaching. Oh no, I was serious before too. My Xiaolan is the smartest. She'll learn quickly. In the cold weather, Xia Xiaolan was sweating. Her breathless state made her look even more radiant. She lightly tapped Zhou Cheng on his shoulder, and he took her hand, finally starting to teach her seriously. First, extend one foot. Yes, shift your weight down. Zhou Cheng supported her, not wanting her to fall. He was more nervous than she was with every glide she made, but he kept his promise and began to teach earnestly. One taught, one learned. Soon, Xia Xiaolan mastered the technique. After moving away from Zhou Cheng's support, she skated a short distance on her own and realized she had learned a new skill. She was so happy that she hugged Zhou Cheng and even gave him a quick peck on the cheek. When Zhou Cheng finally reacted, he took the lead, and they shared a second kiss. This wasn't at work or anywhere else. It was at the skating rink, one of the 3 popular spots for young couples, along with cinemas and parks. Surrounded by other couples, Zhou Cheng followed his heart and kissed her. Once they kissed, they both took a moment to catch their breath. Xia Xiaolan buried her face in Zhou Cheng's chest, saying, I can't face anyone now. So many people were watching. They must have seen everything. Xia Xiaolan felt shy not about the kiss itself, but because she had lost her self-control in public. Is this love? Like a hurricane, all of Xia Xiaolan's past experiences were swept away. With just one kiss, she felt lifted into the air. Zhou Cheng wrapped Xia Xiaolan in his coat, knowing she was shy. He comforted her like a child, saying, all right, we won't study anymore. It's past 5, let's go eat at the restaurant. There was no one around to mock them. The men were all envious of Zhou Cheng, while the women were busy feeling jealous and keeping a close watch to prevent their partners from looking at Xia Xiaolan. In the corner, 2 young girls were so amazed they could hardly believe their eyes. Is that Zhou Cheng? It had to be Zhou Cheng. With a face that handsome, they couldn't mistake him. He was with a beautiful girl, taking her ice skating and even kissing at the rink. If the young lady from the family found out, she would surely go crazy. Look, they're leaving. Should we follow them? The 2 girls stood up, hastily handing their half-finished drinks to the boys beside them. Hey, where are you going? We have something to do. We'll meet up another day. The young men were furious. They had suggested movies and ice skating, yet hadn't even held hands. One man was getting impatient, but the others held him back, saying, Don't be impulsive. We can meet them another time. Those 2 are different. We can't be too forward. They came from good families, daughters of officials. Getting close to them would definitely save years of effort, but it had to be done carefully. If it weren't for their backgrounds, who would bother to play nice? If you want to impress men, it's still the girl in the green outfit from the rink who catches the eye with her pretty face. Zhou Cheng and Xia Xiaolan changed their shoes and headed to the restaurant. Zhou Cheng had hitchhiked to the guest house. He didn't own a car. He and Xia Xiaolan had spent the afternoon exploring, either taking the bus or walking. The ice skating rink was chosen because it was close to the restaurant and they arrived just in time. They were focused only on each other, and Zhou Cheng was so relaxed that he didn't notice the two followers trailing behind them. If it were two men following, Zhou Cheng would have sensed it, as he subconsciously didn't see women as a threat. As they walked, he casually wiped the sweat from Xia Xiaolan's forehead and fixed her hair, which felt completely natural to him, while the two behind were astonished. Zhou Cheng had never been so gentle with girls before. Fixing a girl's hair? When Zhou Cheng was in middle school, a senior from another school confessed her feelings to him. The senior was quite pretty and looked delicate. Zhou Cheng gently pushed her, and she fell into his arms. At least 100 people were watching, thinking Zhou Cheng would at least help her up. Instead, he stepped aside, and the delicate senior fell flat in front of everyone. It was winter, and the melting snow made her land in mud. Zhou Cheng didn't even help her up. This story spread quickly. Everyone knew Zhou Cheng was good-looking, but his heart was colder than the ice on a winter lake. He didn't care about being gentle with girls at all. Ironically, the more he acted this way, the cooler he seemed to young girls, who found his mischievous smile charming and were drawn to him like moths to a flame. If Zhou Cheng were more present in social circles, many young girls would be restless. They couldn't believe it. Was this really Zhou Cheng? Lily would be heartbroken. Tong Lily liked Zhou Cheng a lot and had witnessed the scene where the senior confessed and was rejected. She was completely infatuated with him. Zhou Cheng was cool and rebellious, and Lily tried to be like him. But it turned out he didn't like girls who were similar to him at all. The girl Zhou Cheng was holding hands with had a small, delicate face and was quite charming. It turned out Zhou Cheng, like most men, preferred a more alluring type. How cliché. Despite this, they decided to inform Tong Lily. They couldn't let her be left in the dark. That would be too unfair. One of them waited outside while the other went to spread the news. Tonight was sure to be lively. Since Zhou Cheng was being affectionate in public, he probably wouldn't mind bringing his girlfriend into the social scene, right? It was strange. They didn't know where she came from. The Jingqing restaurant had a long history, established over 80 years ago in 1900. Xiao Guangrong wasn't trying to show off by inviting everyone there. He had opened a new restaurant called Five People's Cuisine this year, a joint venture specializing in authentic Japanese kaiseki cuisine. Xiao Guangrong thought it would be too much trouble to take Kong Wei to other places like Quanzhou or Donglishan. He didn't want to treat him to something ordinary. Japanese cuisine was well regarded, and those who had tried it said it was perfect for entertaining young ladies. Since it was a newly opened restaurant, Xiao Guangrong hadn't had the chance to eat there yet. The prices are really high. When the menu arrived, Xiao Guangrong's blood pressure shot up. Kong Wei sympathetically patted his shoulder. Do you have enough money? Of course, he had enough. Kong Wei had lent him 10,000 for home renovations, and today he planned to treat everyone, so he stuffed a stack of cash into his pocket. Kong Wei flipped through the menu. Last year, that Maxim restaurant opened on Chongwenmin West Street. The women on the walls were not wearing clothes, and they served French food. A meal for one costs over 200. Who do you think goes there? Xiao Guangrong felt his blood pressure stabilize. If 4 people went to Maxim for a meal, he might have to strip down just to leave the restaurant. Kong Wei wanted to make Xiao Guangrong feel the pinch. After all, he was trying to follow Zhou Cheng to make money. Kong Wei couldn't answer Xiao Guangrong's request. The business belonged to Zhou Cheng, and he couldn't let outsiders get involved. Seeing Kong Wei making money made Xiao Guangrong eager, so Kong Wei told him to talk to Qingzi himself, which led to today's dinner at a Japanese restaurant in the capital. When you need something from someone, you have to perform well. As they were looking at the menu, Zhou Cheng walked in with Xia Xiaolan. Chengge, sister-in-law, please sit down. Xiao Guangrong was overly eager to please. Kang Wei didn't compete with him. He had seen Zhou Qing a few days ago and had already shown his enthusiasm. Xia Xiaolan seemed surprised. What made you think of eating Japanese food? The restaurant was quite upscale. It hosted the first banquet after the founding of the country. If it weren't for treating guests, Kang Wei and Xiao Guangrong, from prominent families, wouldn't usually go to such places. Nowadays, most high-ranking officials' children are quite humble and short on cash. They can't even pretend to be extravagant. Xia Xiaolan thought about it. It was 1984, and with the reforms intensifying, the children of high-ranking officials wouldn't remain humble for long. The more they progressed, the more ways they would find to make money. What Kang Wei and Zhou Cheng were doing with cigarettes was nothing compared to what others would do in the future, making money through connections and acting as brokers. Xia Xiaolan had eaten a lot of Japanese food, and if you wanted to eat well in the country, you had to go to Shanghai. Among the four of them, she had the most experience. With experience comes confidence, so she wasn't nervous at all. When Xiao Guangrong handed her the menu, she started ordering. Japanese cuisine is quite light, and dishes like sashimi might not suit everyone's taste. How much of that would one need to feel full? Knowing it was Xiao Guangrong treating, she didn't order anything expensive and casually picked a few dishes, while the main focus was still on their conversation. The food came out quickly. The restaurant had soft music playing, and the atmosphere was quite private. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Guangrong was about to get to the point when there was a loud noise at the door. A group of young people, both boys and girls, entered and scanned the restaurant, heading straight for them. The leader looked surprised and said, "Zhou Cheng, are you eating here too?" Kang Wei shot a glare at Xiao Guangrong, who looked innocent. This time it really wasn't his fault. He wasn't the one who blabbed. The group included Zhou Yi and Tong Lily, who were greeting each other as if by chance. Xia Xiaolan was waiting for Zhou Qing to introduce her, while all eyes were on her. The most intense gaze came from a young girl in a leather jacket, wearing shiny lip gloss and exuding confidence. By today's standards, she looked very trendy. In Xia Xiaolan's eyes, she thought the girl could use a little help with her eyeliner. She had nice eyes, so why go overboard? The girl's stare felt unfriendly, but Xia Xiaolan remained silent. Zhou Qing stood up and said, "Sister, you're here for a meal too?" Zhou Yi nodded, her gaze fixed on Xia Xiaolan. Zhou Cheng then introduced, "This is my girlfriend Xiaolan. Xiaolan, this is my cousin Zhou Yi." "Hello, sister." Xia Xiaolan greeted Zhou Cheng's cousin politely. As for the others, since Zhou Cheng didn't introduce them, Xia Xiaolan just smiled. She looked flawless standing next to Zhou Cheng, tall and beautiful, and her demeanor didn't suggest she was the rumored country girl. Zhou thought that Tong Lily had acted too impulsively today and might not gain anything from this encounter. Without any weaknesses to exploit, if Tong Lily wanted to insult someone for not being worthy of Zhou Cheng, she needed some solid proof. Tong Lily felt like a jealous woman who had come to confront the pretty girl who had captivated Zhou Cheng, only to find that the girl was indeed stunning, leaving Tong Lily feeling embarrassed. If Xia Xiaolan had dressed poorly, Tong Lily would have taken the chance to humiliate her publicly, claiming she wasn't good enough for Zhou Cheng. But Xia Xiaolan was dressed appropriately and held her own in a fancy restaurant, smiling confidently and even calling Zhou Yi sister. Wasn't she supposed to be a country girl? Why didn't she look out of place? The clothes she wore were probably bought by Zhou Cheng, right? Finally, Tong Lily felt she had found a key point. Tong Lily wanted to speak, but Zhou Yi, afraid her words might be harsh, jumped in first. "Zhou Cheng, since you have taken leave, why not go back and see Grandma and Grandpa? They miss you since you haven't been home for the new year. And since your girlfriend is in the city, you could bring her along to meet them. By the way, has Uncle and Aunt met Xiaolan yet?" Zhou Cheng's cousin's words were hard to argue with, but they felt a bit off. The girl in the leather jacket looked funny, wearing a face as if she was there to catch someone cheating, thinking Xiaolan couldn't see her. A group of people whispered, seemingly pointing at her. Perhaps out of respect for Zhou Cheng, they spoke quietly so Xiaolan couldn't hear clearly. But who wants to be watched like a spectacle? Zhou Cheng held Xiaolan's hand. "I took a temporary leave. If Xiaolan wants to visit my family, I can take her anytime. Ijia, since you are so good with words, why not help me persuade Xiaolan to meet my parents soon and settle our marriage? That would make me feel more at ease. Zhou Cheng's words were so well said. In just a few sentences, he placed Xiaolan on a high pedestal. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Xiaolan home to meet his parents. It was that Xiaolan wasn't ready. If she agreed, Zhou Cheng would be eager for them to marry soon. Zhou Yi was stunned. Was this really her cousin, who didn't understand how to cherish a girl? Zhou Cheng wasn't unkind. It was just that the girls who pursued him before, including Tong Lily, hadn't taught him how to appreciate a girl. Zhou Cheng must really like this country girl. Zhou Yi was in a dilemma. If she continued to help her good friend, she would offend her cousin. Zhou Cheng held a significant position in the Zhou family, young and capable, and the family's future depended on him. She was jealous of Zhou Cheng, knowing she would also rely on him when she married. Zhou Yi hesitated, but Tong Lily didn't care. Zhou Cheng, are you out of your mind? You want to bring her back to the Zhou family? What a joke. The Zhou family would never let you marry a girl from another province. Tong Lily was furious. She had liked Zhou Cheng for years. Believing their families were a good match, she didn't care if it was inappropriate for a girl to pursue a boy. The year before, she asked Zhou Yi to introduce her, but Zhou Cheng had flatly refused. Tong Lily hadn't given up. In the past 2 years, anyone who showed interest in Zhou Cheng was defeated by her persistence. Only she was worthy of being Zhou Cheng's partner. Xiaolan remained silent, waiting to see how Zhou Cheng would handle the situation. What did Zhou Cheng want to do? He wanted to confront the girl. Zhou Yi was his cousin. He could tolerate her meddling this once, but what was Tong Lily to him? He hardly knew her at all. Let's not talk about who the Zhou family wants me to marry. Anyway, I won't marry you. Zhou Cheng, you are being very rude. Zhou Yi still sided with her good friend. In front of so many people, Zhou Cheng's words embarrassed Tong Lily. She covered her face and ran away crying, which wasn't like her at all. Angered, she trembled and pointed at Xiaolan, shouting, "If this fox can marry you, then I'll change my name. If you won't marry me, then no one can." Wow, Tong Lily was quite bold. Her personality clashed with Zhou Cheng's, and even Xiaolan wanted to applaud. The onlookers were all stunned. Xiaolan grabbed Zhou Cheng and couldn't help but speak up. "Tong Lily, do you have an engagement with Zhou Cheng?" Zhou Cheng remembered Xiaolan's question before they confirmed their relationship, feeling like a cat with its tail stepped on. Of course not. I'm not even familiar with her. Zhou Cheng thought if Tong Lily dared to lie, he would have to put her in her place. Tong Lily felt weak under Zhou Cheng's gaze. With so many people around, she couldn't bring herself to lie. The circle was small, who had engagements and who couldn't be hidden. Tong Lily stubbornly glared and softly said, "Humph." Xiaolan smiled, "So that means there isn't one. Let me ask another question. Has Zhou Cheng ever said he likes you?" Zhou Cheng wished he could show everyone that his heart only had one name written in it, Xiaolan. No one else mattered. "Xiaolan, wait a moment, I'm asking Tong Lily." Xiaolan interrupted Zhou Cheng firmly but cheerfully. Everyone in the room felt a mix of emotions. Zhou Yi thought her cousin was really obsessed with this little fox. Zhou Cheng had always been decisive and authoritative, quickly rising in his career. His personality was seen as a strength. When Zhou Cheng spoke, even the family elder listened closely to his opinions. Everyone in the Zhou family valued what Zhou Cheng said. No one would interrupt him while he was speaking, let alone tell him to stop. Yet, Xiaolan did just that, and Zhou Cheng looked wronged, unable to show his anger. Zhou Yi felt like stepping back. Regardless of what happened next, her cousin was deeply infatuated with this little fox. The surroundings fell silent, leaving only Tong Lily's slightly heavy breathing. It must be the heating in the restaurant that is too hot. Tong Lily's face turned red, and her chest heaved as she stubbornly declared, "Zhou Cheng will like me sooner or later. We are a perfect match. Is this a joke? No matter how certain you are that Zhou Cheng will like you in the future, he doesn't like you yet." There is no engagement, and he hasn't confessed his feelings, so why act so arrogantly as if you are the main partner confronting a rival? Xia Xiaolan doesn't seek trouble, but she isn't afraid of it either. If people don't learn what shame means, then her weakness is just creating trouble for society. Xia Xiaolan smiled mockingly, her expression full of disdain. Whether I marry Zhou Cheng is between him and me. If his family has objections, it's not up to Miss Tong to interfere. You have neither the qualifications nor the position to act so arrogantly here. To be honest, Miss Tong, you disappoint me. You are not what I expected from someone of your background. Xia Xiaolan didn't use any harsh words, but it was clear she was criticizing Tong Lily, and the group that came with her to stir up trouble felt embarrassed. Zhou Yi felt the most affected. Xia Xiaolan was clearly saying that none of them had the grace of those from prominent families, which was humiliating. You, Zhou Cheng, your partner has quite a sharp tongue. Hey, can you watch your words? The group felt pricked by her words and began to whisper among themselves, forgetting that Zhou Cheng was present. Zhou Cheng wanted to applaud his wife, thinking she was amazing, but Xia Xiaolan gently pulled her hand away, saying, "Let's end this meal here. I can't eat with so many people watching."
What?
Xiao Guangrong glared fiercely at the uninvited guests. They were halfway through their Japanese meal, and just as he was about to discuss something important, this group of fools interrupted. "Sister-in-law, don't argue with them. Sister-in-law, let's change places."
Xiaolan?
Zhou Cheng felt a bit anxious and tried to hold Xia Xiaolan's hand again, but she gently dodged and walked toward the restaurant door. Zhou Cheng realized the situation was serious. Even though his wife was smiling and appeared perfect, she was clearly upset. "A bunch of fools, I will remember you all." Zhou Cheng ran after them. Tong Lily was so angry she wanted to cry. The others felt a bit guilty. Zhou Cheng wasn't just reckless. He was capable and cunning, and he wouldn't play by any rules when dealing with others. So, why did they come to watch this drama? The fox spirit really captivated Zhou Cheng, making him confused. If the fox spirit doesn't handle them and pushes Zhou Cheng to act, won't they end up in trouble too? Conway, looking serious, sighed, "Sister Zhou Yi, this situation is."
Sigh.
Zhou Yi also felt frustrated. They had planned for a chance encounter to gauge the fox spirit's influence on Zhou Cheng and see her tactics, then privately humiliate and threaten her. They figured out her influence, but Xia Xiaolan didn't give them a chance to do that. Some tricks can only be played under the table. Xia Xiaolan didn't follow the usual rules and flipped the table over. How could they continue? Xia Xiaolan was really angry. Zhou Cheng was also anxious and upset. He was mad that Zhou Yi and Tong Lily made such a scene. Today was supposed to be perfect. He had visited Tiananmen with Xia Xiaolan when ice skating, and the Japanese food was just okay, but it mattered who he was with. This rare moment of reunion was ruined by a bunch of fools, and it was no wonder Zhou Cheng was angry. He hurried out, eager to comfort Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan walked ahead, ignoring him, so Zhou Cheng reached for her hand. She dodged several times, but he finally caught her and wouldn't let go. Xia Xiaolan, feeling helpless against his persistence, said, "All right, let's talk. Xiaolan, I really don't have any feelings for Tong Lily. That woman is not right in the head. Please don't be mad at me, okay? Is Zhou Cheng not smart? He is very clever. But aside from his intelligence and other qualities, he was still under 21. This was his first crush and first relationship. He was a lovesick young man, and when his girlfriend got angry, his intelligence seemed to drop to zero. He was analyzing his feelings, desperately expressing his thoughts to Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan shook her head. "What I want to talk about isn't about Tong Lily." Seeing Gao Fei at Zhou Cheng's workplace and Tong Lily suddenly appearing made Xia Xiaolan unhappy, but it didn't reach this level. Of course, that was only if she knew these women had nothing to do with Zhou Cheng. She could be a bit jealous, but she could control those irrational feelings. What Xia Xiaolan wanted to say was something else, and Zhou Cheng felt a bit nervous. He had already guessed what Xia Xiaolan was going to say. Indeed, Xia Xiaolan looked up at him with a serious expression and said, "Zhou Cheng, I thought dating was a matter for two people. You have been pursuing me quite earnestly, and I don't dislike you. In fact, I like you. So I decided to follow my heart and date you. I suspected your family background was good, and now I realize it might be even better than I thought. Our family backgrounds are completely different. Are we really suited for each other? Her unique life experiences had given Xia Xiaolan confidence and maturity. However, confidence couldn't change her origins. She felt she wasn't as fortunate as Zhou Cheng. Her parents had passed away when she was young, and she was just a girl from the countryside. Xia Xiaolan believed she could improve her living conditions through hard work, but she was just starting out. She wanted to seize the opportunities of reform and opening up to achieve success, which was all part of her plan. Everything was full of uncertainties. No matter how confident she felt, she hadn't achieved her goals yet. She couldn't use her future potential achievements as leverage today. Others saw her and Zhou Cheng as mismatched. Today, it was Zhou Cheng's cousin, and a girl who liked him speaking up. Who knows if others from his family would come to oppose them later. Xia Xiaolan found this situation frustrating. Dating should be about mutual affection, sweetness, and ease, not like a sad drama. She thought it was important to be clear. If they were suited for each other, they should be together. If not, they shouldn't waste each other's time. No matter how high Zhou's family standards were, she wasn't planning to marry him right now. Marriage wasn't part of her immediate plans, and she didn't want to deal with the waves of opposition that might come her way. Xia Xiaolan felt exhausted. Zhou Cheng felt anxious upon hearing this. What did Xiaolan mean? Did she not want to date anymore? He couldn't understand why they weren't suited for each other. From the moment he first saw her, he liked her, and the more they spent time together, the more he was surprised by her. He admired not just Xia Xiaolan's appearance, but also her thoughts, her character, and everything about her. Xia Xiaolan was very clear about her life. She wasn't just drifting through it. She knew what she wanted, and was working hard to achieve it. In contrast, Tom Lily had a good family background but never thought about using it to strive for success. She just wasted her days filled with jealousy. Zhou Cheng didn't think much of girls like that. But was Xia Xiaolan's independence too much? When she questioned their compatibility, Zhou Cheng felt a bit angry. Xiaolan, it's unfair for you to think that way. Is my family background something I can choose? You like me, and I am extremely happy about it, but the person you like, Zhou Cheng, grew up in this kind of family environment. Who is responsible for us? Can a person choose their background?
No.
The type of family you are born into is something you cannot decide. Xia Xiaolan understands this. She feels unreasonable. Zhou Cheng is so outstanding. He is definitely successful in his career. His success comes from his hard work and opportunities, but his family's support has also played a significant role. Intelligence can be inherited, but ability and intelligence are not the same. They can also be developed over time. Zhou Cheng's family must have invested a lot in his upbringing. Zhou Cheng's starting point is different, and Xia Xiaolan is not foolish. Why did it take her 20 years to taste success in her past life? Because her starting point was not as good. Xia Xiaolan is stunned by Zhou Cheng's words. His background is not something he could choose, and the Zhou Cheng she likes cannot be separated from the influence of his family. The Zhou family raised him to be so excellent, yet she wants him without acknowledging his family's role? Xia Xiaolan feels she has no justification. Because she cannot ignore Zhou Cheng's family background, this becomes a reason for her to reconsider their relationship. Just as she clarifies her thoughts, Zhou Cheng continues, I like you, you like me, I think you are amazing, and your family is easy to get along with. I really don't see where we are incompatible. As for Xia's family, she has cut ties with them, and Zhou Cheng is not concerned about that. Regarding her family, her uncle Lu Yong opposes their relationship out of concern for Xiaolan, but Zhou Cheng holds no grudges. Lu Yong's attitude has softened, and both Lu Fun and Aunt Li Feng may like Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng feels relaxed when he is with Xia Xiaolan's family. There may be a gap between the rural people and Zhou Cheng's social circle, but Xia Xiaolan's 3 elders are not the cunning type, and Zhou Cheng believes he has a good sense of character. Just like Xia Xiaolan, who is beautiful and captivating, her eyes are clear and bright. Even if Xia Xiaolan's family were all exceptional, Zhou Cheng likes her, and he cannot let her go just because of family reasons. At most, he may need to put in some effort to handle her family matters, but can he deny Xia Xiaolan herself because of this? Liking someone means you like them. Zhou Cheng sees all the wonderful qualities in Xia Xiaolan, and of course, he likes her even more. Young people care about feelings. Zhou Cheng doesn't understand the mutual attraction of hormones. He thinks that even if Xia Xiaolan has no good qualities, like the rumors say, that she is a frivolous woman who loves vanity and is lazy. What can he do? He just has to accept it. He is wealthy, handsome, and comes from a good family. If Xia Xiaolan loves vanity, that would be even better for him, as he wouldn't have to worry about her not wanting to be with him. At this moment, he really wishes Xia Xiaolan had more of those vain qualities. Xia Xiaolan was left speechless by Zhou Cheng's words. She is usually sharp-tongued but has met her match. Zhou Cheng's words were clear and sincere. He likes Xia Xiaolan, wants to date her, and wants them to be together. Everything else doesn't matter. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit ashamed. She found it troublesome and was wavering about whether to date Zhou Cheng. Facing his sincere affection, she felt her feelings were not as significant as his. Zhou Cheng was very determined, and she seemed a bit too clear-headed. Don't look at me like that. It affects my judgment. Let me be clear, if your family opposes us dating, that's fine. Just come directly to me, but don't go to my family. Xia Xiaolan said this seriously, leaving Zhou Cheng confused. The Zhou family wouldn't be so rude as to bypass Xia Xiaolan and go to her family. Even if his mother opposed it, she would probably just say something like, dating is fine, but marriage is not. Zhou Cheng has always made his own decisions. His family's disagreement wouldn't stop him from being with Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan, with her wild imagination and lack of experience with privileged classes, was projecting drama from movies onto the Zhou family. Forcing young people to break up usually involves making things difficult for the girl's family, right? When Zhou Cheng understood her thoughts, he felt wronged. What kind of thinking is this? I'm not taking you home now because I don't want anyone to say something unpleasant that might affect your mood. After all, you're about to take your college entrance exam and are busy with your business. Once your exams are over, I'll take you home to meet my family, and then we can talk about getting married. The more Zhou Cheng spoke, the happier he became. The first part of what he said seemed normal, but the latter part fell off. Unable to hold back, Xia Xiaolan interrupted him. You're talking about marriage right after my exams? She just wanted to date, liked Zhou Cheng, and had feelings for him, but that didn't mean she wanted to get married, right? They had only known each other for a few months. Xia Xiaolan counted. She and Zhou Cheng had only met a few times, and they might have exchanged about 10 letters. Wasn't their relationship just starting? Even when she moved to the capital for university, they would have more chances to meet and understand each other better, and their relationship would gradually improve. Of course, getting to know someone better could also reveal serious differences that might lead to a breakup. Regardless of the outcome, it didn't seem to relate to marriage, right? Zhou Cheng noticed Xia Xiaolan's surprise and explained naturally, I want to marry you. If we weren't so young, I would take you to get a marriage certificate right now. You have a birthday in July, and after the college entrance exam, you'll be 19. By next summer, we will be old enough to get married. Zhou Cheng saw nothing wrong with his thinking. In his experience, when someone from work went home for a blind date, if they liked each other, they could quickly plan a wedding. A single visit could cover both the dating and marriage processes. It seemed he and Xiaolan would have to wait 2 years to marry because they were both too young. In rural areas, there was a tradition of celebrating weddings without a marriage certificate, but Zhou Cheng believed that having the certificate would make their marriage official. Finally, Xia Xiaolan understood. All the talk about Gao Fei and Tong Lily and the Zhou family's objections didn't matter. The real issue was that she and Zhou Cheng were on completely different pages regarding their relationship. Getting married at 20? She might not fully grasp the dating culture of the 1980s. Passion and attraction led couples to date, but understanding and spending time together would help them move toward marriage. Zhou Cheng, this is a big issue. I like you, but I haven't thought about marriage yet. It's too soon. We're still very young, and there are so many things waiting for us in life. At your age of 22 and my age of 20, Marriage shouldn't be our first concern. Zhou Cheng was so young that Xia Xiaolan questioned whether he was truly ready for marriage. Could being a husband be the same as being a boyfriend? Many things couldn't be based solely on passion. Xia Xiaolan had no problem dating, but if Zhou Cheng wanted to rush into marriage, she wanted to take a step back. At 20, she was just starting her second year of university. After graduation, she would only be 23. Getting married at 23? She still had her career to think about, and she even wanted to continue her studies, possibly even studying abroad. These were all decisions she had yet to make. She felt she had been given a second chance at life and wanted to enjoy her youth. With the experiences from her past life, she was determined to aim higher, not to marry early and get caught up in family chores and relationships. Xia Xiaolan shivered. This was not the life she wanted. Zhou Cheng was confused. Don't you want to marry me? Marriage would make our relationship official. You would be my wife, and you could stay with me at my place. It wouldn't change anything. I would still treat you well, maybe even better. If you're worried about my family opposing it, I will handle everything. You won't have to worry or feel wronged. Isn't dating just a step toward marriage? In marriage, he could openly hold his wife, share affection, share a bed, care for her, help her get dressed, and trust her with his money. Zhou Cheng was really looking forward to marrying Xia Xiaolan, wanting to be together all the time, with their names on a marriage certificate, and to be buried together when they grew old, their names on the tombstone, never to be apart. Xia Xiaolan looked at him closely. He was young and handsome. In terms of their relationship, Zhou Cheng's heart was pure. He only had eyes for Xia Xiaolan, and she filled his thoughts. Did Xia Xiaolan like Zhou Cheng? Yes. But she didn't prioritize romantic feelings. She thought the world was too exciting. She wanted to explore and experience life while she was young. Their views on dating were not wrong, just different. Xia Xiaolan hadn't considered rushing into marriage, especially becoming Zhou Cheng's wife. She wasn't prepared for that role. On this issue, Zhou Cheng found it hard to communicate. It wasn't about who was right or wrong. It was just a difference in perspective. Xia Xiaolan couldn't dismiss Zhou Cheng's thoughts as wrong. After thinking it over, she decided to explain carefully. Zhou Cheng, I might want to apply to the architecture program. If I go to school in Shanghai, I could choose Tongji University. But since you're in Beijing, I would need to pick a university here, and the best option is the architecture program at Huaqing University, which is even harder to get into than Tongji. I'm not completely sure I can make it. But since you're here, I'm willing to give it a try. However, this doesn't mean we should rush into marriage. Dating is one thing, and marriage is another. They shouldn't be mixed up. Right now, I want to finish my university studies first and let our relationship develop naturally. When the time is right, we can think about whether to move from being lovers to being married. Xia Xiaolan is very cautious about marriage. To her, marriage is not just about love. It feels more like a serious agreement made after careful consideration, almost like a pact. Once it's signed, backing out can hurt both parties deeply. This might be the difference between her and Zhou Cheng. The impact of upbringing is deeper than she realizes. Having lost her parents early and living with others, Xia Xiaolan never experienced a warm and healthy family environment. She longs for a family, but also fears rushing into one. Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, comes from a good family and has a strong sense of confidence from his upbringing. For him, marrying someone he likes seems easy. He is not afraid of changes in their relationship or the possibility of failure in marriage because he is confident and can handle the consequences. Thinking this way might seem unfair to Zhou Cheng, but Xia Xiaolan decides to share her true feelings. He clearly did not expect this. He thinks Xia Xiaolan is overcomplicating things. Why make simple matters so complex? Others can marry after just one meeting, and he and Xia Xiaolan are not strangers. They like each other. He has the means to support a wife, and they have feelings for each other, so why not get married? Zhou Cheng knows he can't change Xia Xiaolan's mind right away, and they have a disagreement. He is not happy about it, but they can't argue. That would only make things worse. He believes a man shouldn't argue with a woman. Since Xia Xiaolan hasn't convinced him, he still wants to marry her as soon as possible. Today is not the right time. Zhou Yi and Tong Lily's arrival ruins the lovely evening. Zhou Cheng hugs Xia Xiaolan and says, "I will think about what you said. This is different from what I expected, and you have to give me time to process it, okay? Let's not argue. I need to call Kong Wei to take me back to work. The next time we meet might be after your college entrance exam. How about I take you out for a meal then?" Zhou Cheng is emotionally intelligent and knows what to say in different situations. He is fully aware of this. But he never put much effort into other pursuits until he met Xia Xiaolan. She is the woman he likes, and he enjoys pampering her. Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong stand far away, not approaching. They seemed ready to argue, but the tension has faded. Kong Wei finds the situation uncomfortable. Don't be fooled by Xia Xiaolan's soft-spoken manner. It's just an illusion. Kong Wei instinctively thought the one looking down was Zhou Cheng. After all, for the first 20 years of his life, his brother was impressive, even luckier than himself. But once he met Xia Xiaolan, all his cool and composed demeanor went out the window. Dating can be terrifying. It can completely change a person and make them lose their principles. As Kong Wei was pondering this, he heard the two seem to have ended their argument, and Zhou Cheng raised his voice. "Kong Zi, go get your car." That annoying group was still at the restaurant, so Zhou Cheng decided to take Xia Xiaolan somewhere else for a late-night snack. What they ate wasn't important. He just wanted to spend more time with her. Xiao Guangrong observed the atmosphere and didn't dare to mention his own plans. They had fried liver and spicy tripe. Even though Zhou Cheng kept serving Xia Xiaolan food and she didn't seem upset, the atmosphere still felt a bit strange. They had different thoughts, and even if they didn't mention it, it was still a concern. After finishing their meal, Kong Wei took Zhou Cheng back to the office. Xia Xiaolan had already decided to return to Xanadu the next day. At the office entrance, Zhou Cheng hugged her. "Xiaolan, I like you, and I want to marry you. We can discuss this slowly, but you can't become distant because of it. You can't stop liking me over this. That's unfair to me." Xia Xiaolan's heart softened. Yes, it was unfair to Zhou Cheng. He genuinely liked her and wanted to marry her. Even if their thoughts didn't align, that didn't make his feelings wrong. "I'm not angry. My feelings for you haven't changed. You focus on your work, and I'll focus on my studies. We both need to improve. Let's do our best, Zhou Cheng." Zhou Cheng felt reluctant. Xia Xiaolan also thought their time together was too short. She reflected on herself, realizing that she shouldn't dismiss Zhou Cheng's goodness just because of differing views on relationships. Next time they meet, she would discuss things with him in detail. Being together requires mutual compromise and understanding. On the way back from Zhou Cheng's office to the guest house, Kong Wei cautiously defended him. Like Tong Lily, she just has a one-sided crush on him. There are many frogs wishing to eat swan meat, but Zhou Cheng is only interested in you, sister-in-law. He wouldn't even glance at those other women. Zhou Yi is just a cousin. How could she possibly control Zhou Cheng? Kong Wei compared Tong Lily to a frog to make Xia Xiaolan smile. But everyone knew that Tong Lily was far from being a frog. Xia Xiaolan thought for a moment. The Zhou family standards are high. Can you tell me just how high? These questions were difficult to ask Zhou Cheng, so Xia Xiaolan decided to ask Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong instead. Xiao Guangrong's uncle works in the government of the business city, and he didn't act overly proud in front of Zhou Cheng. Xia Xiaolan guessed that Zhou Cheng's family might be even more impressive than the Xiao family, or at least on the same level. Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong took turns introducing Zhou Cheng's family. Even if Xia Xiaolan had been an executive in a multinational company in her past life, she probably wouldn't meet the standards for a daughter-in-law in the Zhou family. It's no wonder Tong Lily was so arrogant and confident. Even the Tong family might not be quite up to par. As for Xia Xiaolan's family, according to the standards of matching social status, she would have to start over and see if she could be born into a better family. However, Xia Xiaolan didn't care too much about that. After all, she wasn't begging to enter the Zhou family, so she didn't need to worry about their attitude toward her. People tend to overthink when they have something to gain, but Xia Xiaolan hadn't even considered marrying Zhou Cheng, so why should she let future concerns trouble her? Xia Xiaolan was curious about Zhou Cheng's family background and wanted to ask about their family values. If I don't break up with Zhou Cheng, will his family cause trouble for mine? Kong Wei understood Guan Hui's attitude, and he thought the rest of the Zhou family would feel similarly. If they were unhappy with Zhou Cheng's choice, they would likely just ignore Xia Xiaolan or pressure Zhou Cheng to break up. Would they really cause trouble for the girl's family? Kong Wei considered the elders in the Zhou family and felt that it didn't align with their usual way of handling things. Xiao Guangrong assured her sister-in-law, families like ours are more reasonable than unreasonable. Regarding your relationship with Cheng, if the Zhou family isn't satisfied, they would just pressure him to break up with you. It takes two to make a relationship work. What good would it do to make things difficult for you? What good would it do to trouble the girl? With Zhou Cheng's personality, it would only make him rebel more. If the family was unhappy, they should focus on raising their own child well. With both Kong Wei and Xiao Guangrong saying this, Xia Xiaolan felt reassured. As long as they didn't cause trouble for her family, she could date Zhou Cheng without fear. What she feared most was someone like Ding Aijin making trouble, going so far as to set traps because she disliked Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan didn't dwell on this too much. She believed that she and Zhou Cheng just had a difference in their views on their relationship, and as long as they resolved that issue, everything would be fine. Zhou Cheng liked her so much that he was already thinking about bringing her home to meet his parents and discussing marriage next year when they would be of age. Despite having different thoughts from Xia Xiaolan after her initial anxiety, joy slowly surfaced in her heart. Xia Xiaolan had a deep sleep. But tonight, many people, including Zhou Cheng, would have trouble sleeping. Xia Xiaolan felt that she and Zhou Cheng needed to address their differing views on relationships. Many believed she was the one who needed to be fixed. As soon as she left the Five People's Commoners restaurant, Zhou Cheng followed her, and neither Kong Wei nor Xiao Guangrong stayed behind. Zhou Cheng was very protective of Xia Xiaolan and didn't give Tong Lily any consideration, and the others didn't either. Lily, where are we going now?
Lily, don't be sad.
Zhou Cheng is just confused. No matter how beautiful Xia Xiaolan was, this group was closer to Tong Lily. They had grown up together and they wouldn't turn against Tong Lily just because Xia Xiaolan looked good. Besides, Xia Xiaolan didn't give them a chance to choose sides. She didn't try to win them over and didn't seem to care about them, no matter how gentle her voice was. Zhou Cheng was impressive, but they didn't rely on him for their livelihood. Now that Zhou Cheng was supporting Xia Xiaolan, they found it quite uninteresting. Of course, if Zhou Cheng became even more successful, or if Xia Xiaolan became Zhou's daughter-in-law, they wouldn't care about their little discomfort or how close they were to Tong Lily. They would definitely want to befriend Xia Xiaolan. Tong Lily held back and didn't chase after them. She had already embarrassed herself enough today. Why would she go out and wait to be humiliated by Zhou Cheng? So many people were there to support her, and their behavior had already upset the restaurant. When someone asked where to go next, Tong Lily waved her hand. We're not going anywhere. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to try this Japanese food. The restaurant had just opened for less than a month, and Tong Lily hadn't eaten there before. With over a dozen people, even a small portion of Japanese food would add up, and the final bill made Tong Lily's face turn pale. She didn't have that much money. Who carries that much cash? A group of people could eat at Lao Mo's with just 200 yuan, including drinks. But this Japanese food was more expensive, and Tong Lily didn't have enough money. In the end, several people had to chip in. No one said anything, but as Tong Lily left the restaurant, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Tonight was just terrible. Lily Zhou Yi, see you later.
Goodbye, Lily.
Goodbye. Everyone hurry and leave. She didn't want to see anyone right now. Zhou Yi couldn't bear it and waited until everyone left to support Tong Lily. Tong Lily gritted her teeth for a long time and said, Zhou Yi, this place is so expensive for a meal. That woman only appears in Beijing restaurants because of Zhou Cheng. How can a country girl like her eat the same food as us? I bet everything she's wearing is bought by Zhou Cheng. She's just using him. Zhou Yi felt that Tong Lily was right. Without Zhou Cheng, how could a country girl be in the same places as them? But Zhou Yi didn't know how to respond. Regardless of whether she was using Zhou Cheng or not, outsiders would get angry, but Zhou Cheng seemed happy about it. Before Zhou Yi could say anything, Tong Lily suddenly started crying. With just the two of them left, she couldn't hold back anymore. Zhou Yi and Tong Lily weren't just casual friends. Usually, Tong Lily was so confident. Seeing her cry made Zhou Yi feel sorry for her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Stop crying.
I'll help you one more time."
Help one more time? How many times had Zhou Yi helped Tong Lily before? She had tried to create opportunities for Tong Lily to be around Zhou Cheng, but he didn't pay much attention to her. Then she even acted as a matchmaker, trying to introduce Tong Lily to Zhou Cheng, but he wasn't interested and rejected her. During the family reunion on New Year's Eve, Zhou Yi mentioned that Zhou Cheng was dating a girl from the countryside, which was also a roundabout way of helping Tong Lily. Otherwise, why would she bother being a messenger? Helping Tong Lily, again, meant she had to continue being that messenger. She felt a bit uneasy because Zhou Cheng really liked Xia Xiaolan. In front of so many people, she had to protect Xia Xiaolan's reputation first. Zhou Yi was also worried about offending Xia Xiaolan too much. Although the Zhou family was unlikely to accept her, what if Xia Xiaolan really married Zhou Cheng? Then she would be in a tough spot. After thinking it over, since she was already in trouble, she might as well ensure that Xia Xiaolan couldn't marry into the Zhou family. Early in the morning, Guan Hui heard that Grandma Zhou had a bit of a cough and wanted to visit her before going to work. On her way, she ran into Zhou Yi, having completely forgotten about New Year's Eve. Why would she hold a grudge against a younger relative? "Zhou Yi, are you here to see your grandmother too? I heard Grandma has a cough, so I brought her some pear soup." Zhou Yi carried a thermos filled with pear soup, which was good for the lungs and coughs, showing her respect as a younger relative. The Zhou family has their own health doctor, and when they need a bowl of pear soup with Sichuan fritillaria, Zhou Yi is concerned about the elderly lady. Guan Hui is impressed that she is so caring. "You really have a kind heart, so let's go inside together." Guan Hui casually complimented, but Zhou Yi looked hesitant. Guan Hui dislikes this kind of behavior. If you have something to say, just say it openly instead of waiting for someone to ask. Ignoring Zhou Yi, she started to walk into the old house, but Zhou Yi couldn't hold back. "Aunt, I saw Zhou Cheng last night." Zhou Cheng is the focus of Guan Hui's attention, and she was curious. "Isn't Zhou Cheng at work? Where did you see him?" Zhou Cheng took a long vacation last year and hasn't had any time off since. He didn't even come home for the Spring Festival, only returning for a meal on the third day of the new year. The meal was not pleasant due to his relationship with a girl from another province. Guan Hui didn't even touch the yam he brought home. Zhou Yi fidgeted. "I went to a restaurant in the capital with friends last night and ran into Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei." "How did they end up at a restaurant in the capital?" "That boy probably took a day off to eat out with friends, without mentioning he would stop by home." Guan Hui thought to herself, but didn't dwell on it. Young people have their own social circles. Parents can't keep their children as close as when they were younger. But then Zhou Yi dropped a bombshell. "I saw Zhou Cheng with a young girl. He said she was his girlfriend and, in front of a dozen people, said he was just waiting for her to agree to come home with him." "Aunt, it seems like everyone in the capital knows Zhou Cheng is getting married." After saying this, Zhou Yi took the pear soup inside. It felt like a thunderbolt struck Guan Hui, leaving her stunned. What does Zhou Cheng think he's doing? Is he deliberately trying to confront the family? Guan Hui was quite angry. If she wanted to ask more, Zhou Yi had already gone inside with the soup. This kind of thing shouldn't be discussed in front of the elderly, so she held back her curiosity and showed no reaction in front of her in-laws. The elderly lady was coughing from the cold. In March, as spring arrived, the young people had already changed out of their thick winter coats into lighter jackets or sweaters. The elderly lady changed too early. Older people can't compare to the young ones and easily catch a cold. She missed Zhou Cheng. It felt like they hadn't seen each other for years after just one spring festival apart. Can't Zhou Cheng take any time off? Zhou Yi initially wanted to help Tong Lily, but now she felt uneasy. Zhou Cheng has time to spend with his girlfriend. But why doesn't he come home to see his parents? Feeling undervalued, she thought her granddaughter could never compare to her grandson. The one who often showed respect was her, but the grandparents still cared most about Zhou Cheng. Quan Hui felt a jolt of fear, worried that Zhou Yi might mention seeing Zhou Cheng last night in front of the elderly lady. Thankfully, Zhou Yi had the sense not to add to the stress during her grandmother's illness. Although she had the urge to speak up, she held back. The favoritism towards the grandson was understandable, but the main reason was that Zhou Cheng had kept his dangerous work a secret from the family. His rapid promotion was due to his achievements in the field, which came at great risk to his life. At such a young age, with a good family background, he really didn't need to take such risks. Only Zhou Cheng's grandfather was aware of the situation. The rest of the family was kept in the dark. When the truth came out, Zhou Cheng's grandmother developed a sense of suspicion. If Zhou Cheng didn't come home for a while, she would worry he was involved in some dangerous task. Alright, Zhou Cheng's workplace has its own rules. Only those without ambition would keep circling around you. Once the old man spoke, Zhou Cheng's grandmother fell silent. Zhou Yi, holding a bowl of pear soup, nearly cried. Wasn't that implying she was the one without ambition? Ignoring her worries, she wanted to reveal Zhou Cheng's situation, but Quan Hui quickly interrupted her. Zhou Yi, let me take you to work. The doctor said your grandmother needs to rest after taking her medicine, so let's not disturb her. Quan Hui had a job and was doing well. Zhou Yi also had a job because the Zhou family didn't support idleness. Those not in school had to work. When Quan Hui interrupted her, Zhou Yi hesitated to speak. If she insisted on saying something, it would surely upset Quan Hui. They were all part of the Zhou family, but their circumstances and abilities differed. Zhou Cheng's father was the second son, yet he was the most successful in the family. Feeling wronged, Zhou Yi followed Quan Hui out, while Zhou Cheng's grandmother muttered, I think Zhou Yi has something to say. She and the second son's family are quite strange. Zhou Cheng's grandfather replied noncommittally, she has always been indecisive and confused about things. The family had not treated her poorly, so it was unclear how Zhou Yi developed her character. Being a girl was not an excuse for being overlooked, a lack of ability was. Zhou Cheng's grandfather had long realized that Zhou Yi was someone who couldn't be relied upon. If she couldn't be relied upon, why should the Zhou family waste resources on her? Quan Hui urged Zhou Yi to explain what had happened at that time. Zhou Yi didn't exaggerate too much. She only left out the fact that they had intentionally run into each other at the restaurant in the capital. She accurately conveyed what Zhou Cheng, Xia Xiaolan, and Tom Lily had said. She even advised Guan Hui, I think Zhou Cheng's girlfriend is fine. She doesn't seem shy in front of a big crowd. But is she really fine?
Not shy.
The same words can mean very different things depending on who says them and how they say them. Being calm and confident can sometimes sound just like arrogance. Xia Xiaolan naturally takes advantage in conversations. Even when arguing, her pleasant voice and soft tone make it hard for others to get angry. When Zhou Yi relayed this, the meaning changed completely. At least to Guan Hui's ears, Xia Xiaolan didn't sound calm and confident. She sounded arrogant and overconfident. A pretty girl who has captivated her son and has a bold personality had already formed a clear image in Guan Hui's mind through Zhou Yi's description. No, a girl like that would only be a burden for Zhou Cheng, even if they were dating. Guan Hui's mood was not good all day. What was that girl doing in the capital? Didn't she say she was from southern Hunan and still studying? If she came to the capital, she should at least visit the Zhou family to show her respect. Of course, whether the Zhou family would welcome her is another matter. If she did visit, they would likely just be cold to her, but they wouldn't kick her out. Not visiting the Zhou family and making Zhou Cheng sneak away from work was very inconsiderate. Even if Zhou Cheng's grandmother wanted to see her grandson, she never suggested interrupting his work to bring him back. Yet, Zhou Cheng, for the sake of a girl from the countryside, not only took leave from work but also didn't return home. Guan Hui was upset with both the girl's boldness and her son Zhou Cheng's foolishness. As for Zhou Yi's mention of Tom Lily, Guan Hui didn't take it seriously. There were plenty of girls who liked Zhou Cheng, and as his future looked brighter, Guan Hui could easily find a suitable girl from a good family. Not wanting to deal with multiple issues at once, Guan Hui turned to Kong Wei. I heard that someone came to the capital. Bring her out so I can see. The first time, Kong Wei was startled, but the second time he remained calm. Mainly because Guan Hui already knew about Xia Xiaolan's existence and Kong Wei wasn't betraying Zhou Cheng. Last night at the restaurant, many people saw how Zhou Cheng treated Xia Xiaolan, so Kong Wei knew this news would eventually reach the Zhou family. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly, likely thanks to Zhou Yi. Kong Wei thought Zhou Yi was a bit troublesome, not knowing how to separate personal matters from others. It's fine to be friends with Tong Lily, but just because she likes Zhou Cheng, does that mean we should send him to her family? Kong Wei wasn't worried for another reason. Aunt Guan, do you want to meet Qingzi's girlfriend? But she took the train back to Xanadu this morning. Both houses were already designed, so Xia Xiaolan couldn't stay long in Beijing. The clothing business in Xanadu still needed her, and Lu Yong stayed in Beijing to renovate the house. Only 2 women and a child were left in Xanadu, and Xia Xiaolan was concerned. Guan Huaij was caught off guard. She left this morning? They had dinner with Zhou Cheng last night, and now she was gone early in the morning. Was she afraid someone from the Zhou family would look for her? Hearing her act so arrogantly, it turned out she wasn't brave at all. Guan Huaij felt both amused and angry, with a hint of disdain, and she more firmly believed that Zhou Cheng shouldn't continue dating a girl like that. Kong Wei had prepared a lot to say, thinking Guan Huaij would ask questions, but when she heard that Xia Xiaolan returned to Xanadu, she just waved her hand. Then it's fine not to meet. She didn't even ask what Xia Xiaolan came to Beijing for, or why she was going back. Kong Wei thought about how the Zhou family looked down on their future sister-in-law. But what could be done? Seeing how Qingzi was, he was definitely going to marry her. Even before they were married, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was already tense, and Kong Wei didn't know who to support. Should he support Xia Xiaolan? She wasn't someone who would easily back down. Kong Wei now realized that Xia Xiaolan was capable. She didn't necessarily have to cling to Zhou Cheng. If the Zhou family opposed her, she might just kick Zhou Cheng to the curb. After thinking it over, he decided to support Qingzi. Being stuck between 2 women was just too pitiful. Xia Xiaolan didn't know that because she returned to Xanadu so quickly, her score in Zhou Cheng's mother's eyes was now basically negative. Of course, her original score wasn't high either, and now it had dropped further. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Even Kong Wei could see how Xia Xiaolan and Zhou Cheng interacted. A capable woman has confidence. If she wanted to marry up, she had to bend a little. A temporary compromise was to seek greater benefits. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to marry up. She didn't want to be mistreated. She just wanted to stand tall. Fortunately, Xia Xiaolan didn't delay her return to Xanadu. It wasn't that there was a problem with the business. It was that her aunt Lu Fong had found her in Xanadu and had been running back and forth there for the past few days. Lu Fong was eager to find out Xia Xiaolan's whereabouts and had gone to Qijing village several times without success. Later, Lu Fan went back to handle some land matters and left her phone number with Sister Chen. Lu Fong missed her second sister again. She heard that her sister went back to the village and visited the Chen family. Lu Fong, being quite bold, decided to stick around with Sister Chen all day. Just then, the village got a phone installed, and Sister Chen called to ask Lu Fan for her opinion. Li Fomei felt that Lu Fong was acting strangely, suddenly so eager to contact her family frequently, giving money, and wanting to introduce a partner for Xiaolan. She suspected Lu Fong had other plans. Lu Fan, not as cautious as Li Fengmei, still felt a bond since Lu Fong was her younger sister. When they were kids, she would share her food with Lu Fong. Although they were close in age, she didn't treat Lu Fong like a daughter, but she did care for her. After Lu Fong got married, the Liang family was doing very well, while Lu Fan felt mistreated in the Xia family and couldn't help Lu Fong much. Blood ties are strong, and Lu Fong hadn't hurt Lu Fan like Xia Dajuan had, so Lu Fan couldn't let go of her sister. Knowing Lu Fan had a soft heart, Lu Yong and Xiaolan both tried to support her. This time, Lu Yong and Xiaolan went to the capital, leaving no one to interrupt. When Sister Chen called to ask what to do, Lu Fen gave Lu Feng the contact number. Lu Feng finally seized the opportunity and scolded Lu Fen. She complained about how she returned home on the Lantern Festival with things in hand, only to find no one there, making her look foolish in front of the whole village. She was also worried about her family being deceived and not sending any word. She talked on and on until Lu Fen felt quite embarrassed. When Lu Feng asked where she was, Lu Fen gave her the address in Xanadu. By the time Li Fengmei found out, it was too late. There was nothing she could do. Even if her husband Lu Yong didn't like Lu Feng, if Lu Feng faced a real problem, wouldn't he help? He had once sworn at their parents' grave to take care of his two sisters. Now that you've mentioned it, if Lu Feng comes, don't foolishly share business matters with her. Knowing where she lived, it wouldn't be long before she learned about Blue Phoenix. Of course, the proud Mrs. Liang might look down on a small business, and Li Fengmei was worried Lu Feng would get involved in the clothing store's affairs. Blue Phoenix was already well known in Xanadu after just 2 months of opening. Lu Feng's efforts paid off. She didn't run to Qijing village for nothing. She finally found out where her sister and her daughter were staying in Xanadu. She heard they were renting a house, which made Lu Feng feel relieved. I heard that Xia Xiaolan has a partner. She thought Xia Xiaolan was marrying Lu Fen off to someone else. It's good that she isn't married. If it weren't for that marriage proposal, she wouldn't be so eager to associate with her divorced sister and her daughter. It's not true that Lu Feng didn't think about helping her divorced sister, but in Lu Feng's view, introducing Xia Xiaolan to that marriage proposal was indeed helping the mother and daughter. Marrying into a family means not having to worry about food and clothing. A rural girl without a diploma, with divorced parents and a bad reputation, still hopes to find a better match? If she weren't a niece, would such a good opportunity come to Xia Xiaolan? It's good that we found someone. This matter is urgent. We've already waited long enough. A few more days won't make a difference. You should first find out how they're doing in Xanadu, Liang Bingen said seriously to his wife. Lu Yong and Lu Fen went to Xanadu without saying a word because Lu Feng was too anxious. If they start talking nonsense again, Liang Bingen would doubt that things could work out. Despite Lu Yong and Lu Fen being poor, they never asked the Liang family for help. Lu Feng has a decent position in the Liang family. She was attractive when she was young, and Liang Bingen willingly married her. She also gave birth to a son and a daughter, and her family is not troublesome. They may be poor, but they are better than those who are both poor and shameless. Of course, Liang Bingen doesn't dislike the Lu family, but he doesn't have much affection for them either. In-laws should be supportive and help each other. When he was young, he thought he could rely on himself, marrying Lu Feng, who came from a mismatched background, and her family couldn't offer any help. Now that he is middle-aged, he realizes that if his in-laws could assist him, he could go further. The Lu family is just too poor. Not only are they poor themselves, but they are also from another place. Lu Yong married a divorced woman, and the Li family is also made up of farmers. Lu Fen also married a farmer. Lu Feng is already the most successful one in the Lu family. What help can they provide? Thankfully, the previous generation may not have succeeded, but there is hope in the next generation. After seeing Xia Xiaolan, Liang Bingen felt particularly confident. Xia Xiaolan is very attractive, and her looks can easily win a man's affection. For those who appreciate beauty, Xia Xiaolan's appearance is like a sharp weapon that can break through all obstacles and lead to a good marriage. This marriage proposal is beneficial for Liang Bingen. Since he is the one connecting them, the credit belongs to him. Moreover, they won't let Xia Xiaolan marry. The person she likes is Liang Huan, but Liang Bingen is reluctant to let Liang Huan marry, as he values the benefits she can bring but also wants her to have better options in the future. Xia Xiaolan is pretty, but she wasn't born into a good family. She's the daughter of farmer Xia Dajuan, and her current marriage prospect is the best she can get. Liang Bingen is very eager to arrange this marriage and has even mentioned Xia Xiaolan to Lu Feng. He explained everything to her for an entire hour, making sure she understood his point of view. After being together for over a decade, he knows Lu Feng's capabilities well. This matter must be handled by Lu Feng. He, as a man, cannot keep circling around his divorced sister-in-law. It's not appropriate for an uncle to frequently have heart-to-heart talks with his attractive niece. Liang Bingyan explained the family situation. If this marriage doesn't happen, he will be stuck in his current position. Either Liang Huan will drop out of school to get married, or Xia Xiaolan will have to marry. This is how it is. You need to manage your attitude. Being kind can also be annoying. In all my years, I've only encountered someone like you. Lu Feng awkwardly responded to her husband. She knew Liang Bingyan was speaking the truth. Once she learned her second sister's address in Xanadu, Lu Feng wanted to visit. After nearly 2 months of searching, she felt her sister seemed different now. Perhaps she had really made money in Xanadu, or maybe her pride was getting in the way, as she didn't want the 4,000 yuan Lu Feng offered. Since money couldn't sway Lu Feng decided to appeal to her emotions. Liang Huan knew her mother was going to Xanadu, and insisted on going too. Where do you think you're going? You still have school. Liang Huan, listen to me. Other families might spoil you, but you can't slack off in school. If you don't get into college in a couple of years, just wait and see how your dad reacts. Liang Bingyan cared a lot about his reputation. Since Liang Huan didn't get into a vocational school after middle school, he told others she was going to high school to prepare for college. Behind the scenes, he used connections to find a teacher to give Liang Huan extra help, and her grades in high school were quite good. Lu Feng thought her daughter was smart, but getting into college was still challenging. In the county, any child who gets into college is a source of pride. If Liang Huan could become a college student, her future would be bright. She didn't want Liang Huan to go to Xanadu for 2 reasons. First, Liang Huan needed to focus on her studies, and second, Liang Huan could be quite outspoken. What if she ended up arguing with Xia Xiaolan? Lu Feng decided to go to Xanadu herself first to assess the situation. Liang Huan pouted. Every day is just studying. Can't we talk about something else? I can skip it too. I heard from our classmates that there's a clothing store in Xanadu that sells really nice clothes. Mom, please take some extra money and buy me a couple of pretty outfits if you see them. Liang Huan shook Lu Feng's arm, and Lu Feng couldn't resist her daughter's request. Okay, I'll buy them for you. Where is the clothing store? It's right next to the Xanadu department store, called Blue Phoenix. Lu Feng remembered that. Although Lu Feng's family lived in the county, she visited the provincial capital's department store every year. Marrying Liang Bingyan and then Xia Dajuan had led Lu Feng's 2 sisters to very different lives. She urged Liang Huan to drink her milk and do her homework while she thought about what to bring for Lu Feng. After searching the house for a long time, she found some snacks given during the new year that hadn't been touched. They were sent from the capital, packaged nicely, looking elegant and high-end. There were also 2 pieces of clothing she bought but didn't like much. They had only been washed once. However, any of her clothes would be fine for her second sister to wear. The only issue was that her sister-in-law, Li Fengmei, was heavier, so Lu Feng's old clothes might not fit her. Never mind, she decided to just bring 2 pounds of meat to her brother's family. These days, no one would turn away relatives bringing meat. During the New Year reunion dinner, the Lu family's meal was quite good, but Lu Feng always felt her brother was just putting on a show. To maintain appearances in front of the villagers after the New Year, who knows how long they would have to tighten their belts and live frugally. The next day, Lu Feng found Grandma Yu's house using the address, but naturally, Lu Feng was not home, waiting there. Grandma Yu's stern face was very intimidating. When she asked Lu Feng who she was looking for, Lu Feng remembered how Liang Bingyan had first brought her to the Liang family, and Grandma Liang had looked just like that. Lu Feng thought, both sisters from the Lu family are foolish. Fortunately, Grandma Liang passed away early. Otherwise, Lu Feng's life would have been much harder. Grandma Liang strongly opposed Lu Feng joining the family, and even Liang Bingyan had wavered. If Lu Feng hadn't taken a bold gamble, she definitely wouldn't have married him. Seeing Grandma Yu reminded Lu Feng of Grandma Liang. Even after many years, the difficult impression Grandma Liang left on Lu Feng hadn't faded. The moment she saw Grandma Yu, her memories came rushing back. It wasn't that they looked much alike, but they had a similar presence. Without raising their voices or using force, Their eyes could make you feel like a thief, someone who shouldn't be in front of them. Lu Fang was intimidated by Grandma Yu's presence and spoke cautiously. "Aunt, is Lu Fin living here?" "I am her sister. I called yesterday and came to see my sister today." She wore a polite smile and was dressed neatly. How could she not be well-behaved? Of course, Lu Fang was well-behaved, otherwise, she wouldn't have married into the Liang family. However, her good behavior depended on who she was dealing with. Grandma Yu was not fooled by her. From her gaze to her appearance, Grandma Yu could tell what kind of person Lu Fang was. If it weren't for her recent strange relationship with Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan, she would have definitely kept Lu Fang outside. "Your sister has gone to work. You can come in and wait," Grandma Yu said, opening the door with a slightly raised chin, looking quite proud. Lu Fang tiptoed inside. Grandma Yu's yard was different from when Xia Xiaolan first rented the place. Back then, the house was big but lacked life. Grandma Yu had no interest in tidying up the large yard. After Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun lived there for a few months, the yard changed. Lu Fun was not particularly refined, so it was impossible for her to create a beautiful garden. But Lu Fun was very hardworking and skilled at gardening, so it was no surprise that she planted some vegetables in the yard. She didn't make a mess of Grandma Yu's yard. Instead, she planted green onions, ginger, and garlic along the wall, along with a patch of leeks. With the changing seasons, these plants grew quickly, creating a lush green border in the corner. Worried that her daughter was tired from studying every day, Lu Fun bought many orchids for just a few cents each to change her mood. She initially wanted to plant them in the yard, but Grandma Yu couldn't bear to see that and found many old clay pots. With Grandma Yu's touch, the inexpensive orchids suddenly looked high-end, arranged neatly on the windowsill outside Xia Xiaolan's room. The delicate fragrance of the orchids invigorated Lu Fang. Grandma Yu had a strong presence, and Lu Fang couldn't figure out her background, but she knew she had to remain well-behaved. Grandma Yu offered her a stool, and she sat quietly waiting. After a while, her true nature took over. "Aunt, what job does my second sister have?" She never mentioned it. Grandma Yu glanced at her. Since Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan had come to rent the place, this relative was visiting for the first time. Since Lu Fun hadn't mentioned it, why would Grandma Yu say anything? The curiosity was written all over her face. Did she dare to pry for information? Grandma Yu chatted with Lu Fang casually, which ended up revealing more from Lu Fang. She claimed she was worried that her divorced sister and niece might not be doing well in the provincial city, so she came to check on them today. In a roundabout way, she asked Grandma Yu if Xia Xiaolan was dating anyone and where that person was from. She seemed more concerned about her niece's future than her divorced sister's situation. Thinking of Xia Xiaolan's face, Grandma Yu had a good idea. "A partner? I think it's fine. They seem to match well." Actually, Grandma Yu had never met Zhou Cheng, but he looked decent enough. Besides, Xia Xiaolan was clever. Could a man easily trick her? Grandma Yu thought that the partner Xia Xiaolan chose would surely be better than the one her aunt introduced, who seemed a bit shady. However, Lu Fang had other thoughts. Match with Xia Xiaolan? Xia Xiaolan was pretty, but she had a rural background, no education, and no job. Her match would probably just be a good-looking young man, maybe even a slacker without a proper job. Lu Fang felt confident that her introduction was for Xia Xiaolan's own good. Around noon, Lu Fun returned home. She hurried back and was surprised to see her sister chatting pleasantly with Grandma Yu. When did Grandma Yu become so warm and welcoming? Lu Fun felt touched, thinking Grandma Yu was being nice to her. Grandma Yu could guess Lu Fun's thoughts just by looking at her. They were indeed sisters, both a bit foolish in their own ways. One was foolishly honest, which was annoying, while the other was foolishly clever, which was amusing. But after living with Grandma Yu for a few months, it was the honest one who often greeted her with a smile and helped with chores. If she could bully Lu Fun, what would happen if others came to bother her? "I'm glad you're back. I'm going to sweep the street now." Grandma Yu pulled out her broom, and Lu Fang was stunned for a moment, asking her sister, "Sweeping the street?" Lu Fun confirmed it, and Lu Fang was nearly furious. A woman sweeping the street, and she was still trying to flatter her? Grandma Liang's grandmother looked down on her back then because the Liang family was indeed capable, but a street sweeper had no right to act superior in front of her. Lu Fang wanted to say something rude, but remembered her purpose for coming. She looked behind Lu Fun and asked, "Where's Xiaolan?" "She went out and hasn't come back yet." When Lu Fun said went out, she meant to the capital. Lu Fang misunderstood, thinking she meant out for business. Suppressing her impatience, she handed Lu Fun the items she brought. "These snacks are a gift from someone. I couldn't bear to eat them, so I brought them for you and Xiaolan to try. The meat is for my brother and his family. Don't they live here? And this clothing." Lu Fang wanted to say the clothes were for her to wear, but suddenly realized her sister didn't dress as poorly as she had imagined. She wasn't wearing patched-up old clothes, and what she had on was different from what she usually wore during the new year. It might not be very fashionable, but the material and craftsmanship were definitely better than what Lu Fang usually wore. At least it was better than the 2 pieces of clothing she brought. Lu Fang swallowed her words and asked, "I heard from the lady who sweeps the streets that you have a job. Where do you work?" The factory was hiring, and Lu Fang believed that Xiaolan had gotten lucky to get in. But for someone like Lu Fun, a rural woman of her age, with only basic literacy from a past adult education class, what kind of job could she find? If city jobs were that easy to come by, there wouldn't be so many unemployed young people. Lu Fun wasn't good at lying. Li Fengmei had repeatedly told her not to say Blue Phoenix was their own business, but to say they were helping someone else run a store, at least in front of the Liang family. "I help sell clothes, collect money, and move things." Helping sell clothes? Lu Fang suddenly understood. No wonder she was dressed differently. The salespeople in department stores always looked good. If Lu Fun dressed poorly, it would hurt the store's image. Lu Fun, not used to lying, felt anxious and hurried to the kitchen. "Fang, I'll go cook something for you. You've waited so long. You must be hungry." Lu Fang replied impatiently, "Don't cook. I'll treat you to eat out. After dinner, we need to go to that Blue Phoenix to help Liang Huan buy clothes." Lu Fun immediately panicked. She wasn't good at lying, and now Lu Fang wanted to go to Blue Phoenix. If she went, her lie would be exposed. Seeing Lu Fun's strange expression, Lu Fang asked, "What's wrong? Is it not okay for me to treat you to a meal? You don't have to pay. And no, Fang, I actually work at Blue Phoenix." That was unexpected. Lu Fang was quite happy. Second sister, Liang Huan said this store does really well in the provincial city. Even people from our county have heard of it and come here to buy clothes. I didn't expect you to be doing well. How's the salary? How is the salary? The business was a partnership with her brother's family, and her daughter could use whatever money they made. Lu Fun remembered she did have a salary. The store opened on January 24th, and after the new year, on February 24th, Xiaolan said they would get paid. She received 200 yuan. In 1984, a salary of 200 yuan was pretty good. Lu Fun didn't know how to respond, so she nodded vaguely. "The salary is okay." Lu Fang didn't ask for more details. The Xia family is not well off, and her second sister rarely sees money. Even a salary of a few dozen yuan seems good to her. Such a store can only offer a small wage, certainly not comparable to her brother-in-law's income. After Lu Fang married into the Liang family, she really didn't suffer much. When she gave birth to Liang Huan in the 1960s, many people were so hungry they had to eat dirt, yet she could enjoy stewed eggs during her confinement. At that time, she thought the Liang family's life was really good and she would never return to the countryside. The Liang family has never truly experienced poverty, and in recent years, even the lives of rural people have improved, making the Liang family's situation even better. Today, Lu Fang was in a great mood. She took her older sister out, treated her to lamb noodles, and then they went to Blue Phoenix to choose clothes. Lu Fun was sweating with anxiety, but she had no quick wit and could only be dragged along by her sister. Li Fengmei watched from a distance, wondering how Lu Fun brought someone into the store. Did Lu Fun not resist? Lu Fang was even more surprised. There was only Li Fengmei in the store. What kind of boss invites both a sister-in-law and a sister to see the store? One sells and the other collects money. Wouldn't they just empty the store together? Li Fengmei knew she couldn't hide it. Since Lu Feng found Blue Phoenix, it was only a matter of time before she learned who the owner was. The business license was registered in Lu Yong's name, and Li Fengmei straightforwardly admitted, "Oh, Xiao Feng is here. Have you eaten? I wondered why your sister left without lunch." "Sister-in-law, this store." "Oh, I'm just doing a small business with someone else. I didn't want to worry your brother-in-law, so I didn't tell you. Since Afan has nothing to do, I invited her to help in the store." So, Li Fengmei opened the store with someone else. Lu Feng's shock was evident. While they were talking, customers were coming and going, trying on clothes. The store had a steady flow of customers, and Li Fengmei and Lu Fen worked well together. In just half an hour, they sold 4 pieces of clothing. "Are the clothes nice?" Lu Feng thought they were pretty. But even with Lu Feng's spending level, she felt the clothes in the store were not cheap. They were as expensive as those in department stores, and some were even pricier. How much would a store like this need to sell every day? Lu Feng's mind was buzzing. Li Fengmei said she was in partnership with someone, and with 3 storefronts of this size, it clearly wasn't a small stall operation. The people of Kaijingshan village weren't lying. Her brother Lu Yong really had made a fortune in the business world. Lu Feng couldn't describe her feelings. It was hard to believe, and she felt both angry and wronged. She didn't want her family's money, but if she hadn't stumbled upon this today, how long would they have kept it from her? In a moment of anger, she really wanted to turn around and leave. But since Liang Bing'an explained the situation so clearly, if she turned and walked away, what would happen next? Lu Feng stayed in the store feeling wronged, completely forgetting about buying clothes for Liang Huan. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen were still there, and at 4 in the afternoon, Li Fengmei needed to pick up her son from school. She asked Lu Feng if she would be staying at the store tonight. "Look, your sister and I are so busy that we don't have time to go home and cook for you. If you're at the store, just wait until we close and then come eat with us." This sounded familiar. She had just told Lu Fen at noon to go to the store instead of cooking. For someone without money, every penny is planned for something. Could they casually invite someone to dinner like that? The crystal chandelier at Blue Phoenix reflected off the glass, and the store was so upscale that it surprised Lu Feng. She never took Li Fengmei, who remarried Lu Yong, seriously before, but if Li Fengmei owned such a store, she was no longer that simple rural woman. Li Fengmei's clothing and mannerisms had changed. Lu Feng felt a bit nervous. "No, sister-in-law, you all seem busy. I need to hurry home. I'll come another day." What was she nervous about? She was just bringing 2 pounds of meat to her brother's house. Lu Feng had this personality. If her family wasn't as well off, she acted casually and didn't care if her words hurt others. With families of similar status, she was afraid of being rude. With families better off, she was naturally careful to please them. She didn't realize that Li Fengmei's situation was much better now, certainly better than Lu Yong sneaking around as a farmer in the village. Li Fengmei sent Lu Feng away and felt relieved. Then she found it amusing. Why bother arguing with someone like that? She had known Lu Feng's personality for a long time. Lu Feng thought what she did today was foolish. First, she had been overly polite to an old woman sweeping the street. Then, upon learning that Li Fengmei was the owner of Blue Phoenix, she found it hard to accept the difference and lost her composure. Once back in the county, she calmed down and complained to Liang Bing'an, "Look at my sister-in-law's attitude. Isn't it just a store opened with someone else? Maybe they take most of the profits, and she's just a small part of it. Otherwise, why would she be there managing the store?" But Liang Bing'an didn't jump to conclusions. "Tell me more about that store." "No, tell me everything that happened today." The reputation of Blue Phoenix had spread from the provincial city to the county. Fashionable people like Liang Huan had heard of it, but a man like Liang Bing'an wouldn't have the time to pay attention. But this store is located at Urki Square in the provincial capital, right next to the department store. Can just anyone open a shop there? Even a small business in the county requires connections. How deep are the waters in the provincial capital? Even with the Liang family backing, it wouldn't be easy for Lu Feng to open a store there. What connections does the Lu family have to rent 3 shops at Urki Square? Liang Bingyan trusted Li Fengmei's words. The store must be a partnership. Lu Yong doesn't have those connections. The question is, who is he partnering with? Liang Bingyan felt this was the key point. Now he understood why Lu Fun and her daughter wanted to renovate their house and refused Liang family's money. Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan clearly relied on Lu Yong for support. Lu Yong, being so proud, wouldn't let Lu Fun live without a home. He would definitely help Lu Fun with the renovation costs. Lu Fong recounted what happened today, and Liang Bingyan listened carefully. After she finished, he immediately focused on the main point. You said you didn't see your brother or your niece today. I didn't see them. Liang Bingyan asked again, what did that lady sweeping the streets say about Xiaolan's boyfriend? That they are a perfect match? Lu Fong nodded, wondering how the conversation shifted to Xiaolan's boyfriend. A perfect match? What good conditions could he have? She didn't even say what he does. He might just be idle. Lu Fong didn't take it seriously, but Liang Bingyan shook his head. That's hard to say. Your niece is really beautiful. Beauty is a rare resource. Even he needed a beautiful Xiaolan for a marriage alliance. What connections could the Lu family have in the provincial capital? If Xiaolan had indeed caught the attention of some important person, everything would make sense. Liang Bingyan advised Lu Fong not to act rashly and to find out more about Xiaolan's unseen boyfriend before taking any action. Lu Fong was not convinced. What kind of life had she lived these years? What kind of life was her second sister living? She was the most capable in the Lu family, and suddenly her idle brother got rich, while her second sister relied on her daughter to climb up the social ladder. Lu Fong couldn't accept this at all. However, the impact of today was indeed significant. When Liang Huan returned from school, she remembered she had forgotten to buy clothes. Liang Huan was upset, and Lu Fong, lost in thought, casually replied, "Why are you in such a hurry? That Blue Phoenix store is run by your uncle's family. You won't have to worry about not having clothes to wear in the future." Liang Huan couldn't believe it. The Blue Phoenix was opened by her uncle's family? The classmates in her class spoke highly of that store, saying its decoration was like a fancy restaurant, and there wasn't a single cheap piece of clothing inside. They claimed it could even compete with department stores. This store was opened by her uncle, who was a farmer in the countryside, and Liang Huan thought her mom was just talking nonsense. Why would mom lie to you? Your aunt manages the store, and your second aunt collects the money. I saw it with my own eyes. So how could I be wrong? Liang Huan and Lu Yong didn't have much of a relationship. After Lu Fong got married, she had little contact with her family, and Liang Huan had only met her uncle a few times. Deep down, she looked down on her uncle and second aunt for being farmers. Now, while she still looked down on her second aunt, she felt her uncle was more approachable. My uncle really cares about me. What's the big deal about wearing a couple of new clothes? He even gave me a red envelope this year. Liang Huan easily convinced herself. Thinking about all the new clothes she could wear, her heart soared to the city. When she asked Lu Fong to take her to the provincial city, Lu Fong said it was too busy on weekends. Liang Huan was very happy, but Lu Fong couldn't sleep well that night. The next day, following Liang Bingyan's advice, she packed some things and headed to the provincial city. Although the Liang family was well off, not many families had private cars at that time. Liang Bingyan's car belonged to his workplace, so Lu Fong had to take a bus. This time, she didn't just grab some snacks and her old clothes as gifts. Instead, she took a pack of Liang Bingyan cigarettes and 2 cans of milk powder. The cigarettes were for her wealthy brother, 1 can of milk powder was for her nephew Lu Zitao, and the other can was for her second sister's family. Lu Fong wasn't thoughtless. She considered whether the other person was worth her effort. Once she decided to invest her feelings, she would handle things carefully and thoughtfully. When Lu Fong went to the city again, she didn't bother to check the expression of the old lady sweeping the street and headed straight to Blue Phoenix. Li Fome had no idea what this person wanted, but she showed up again. However, Lu Fong greeted her with a smile, making it hard to turn her away. Lu Fa knew better. After closing the store yesterday, Grandma had pulled her aside for a long talk, confidently saying that Lu Fong was there to propose for Xia Xiaolan. The whole matter revolved around Xia Xiaolan, and Lu Fong wouldn't give up until she secured a good deal for her. This had been mentioned during the new year, but she had already declined. Xia Xiaolan clearly had a boyfriend, and Zhou Cheng was serious about her. Their family had accepted many gifts from Zhou Cheng, and Lu Fen didn't judge based on wealth. She accepted them because she saw Zhou Cheng as a future son-in-law. How could she just accept random gifts like ginseng and foreign exchange vouchers for buying imported appliances? Lu Fen thought that if her younger sister brought up the topic of marriage again today, she would have to clarify things. Sister-in-law, second sister, are you still busy? Lu Fong cheerfully put down her things, but Li Fengmei was too busy to respond. It wasn't until almost noon that Lu Fong finally spoke to her second sister. They chatted back and forth until they ended up discussing Xia Xiaolan's boyfriend. Was Grandma you right? Lu Fen had nothing to hide, so she talked about Xia Xiaolan's boyfriend. He's a nice young man who really cares for Xiaolan. What does he do? Well, he's only 21, and he... Lu Fen answered honestly, and Lu Fong laughed when she heard. He's from out of town, and looks quite good. Her family's old Liang was suspicious, but it turned out that the old woman who swept the streets wasn't lying. Xia Xiaolan really is a good match with him. With his background, there's nothing to worry about, even if his job is a bit unusual. If Xia Xiaolan marries that guy, it would be hard to break them apart. But they aren't married yet. Lu Fong handed her sister some milk powder, saying, "This is for your health. You and Xiaolan should drink a cup every day. It will definitely help you." Hey, second sister, why do I feel like you look a lot fairer? Lu Fong wanted to say that milk powder is good for women and can help with skin tone, but she noticed that her sister looked a bit different compared to before the new year. Lu Fen had indeed become fairer. Spring had arrived, and the effects of the good food and care she received for months were showing. Her face looked fuller, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had faded, and her rough skin had become much smoother. Besides proper care, the key to fair skin is sun protection. Lu Fen used to work under the hot sun, and the exposed skin would peel from sunburn year after year, making her skin very dark. In fact, the areas of her body that were not exposed to the sun were quite fair. This summer, after a few months of covering up, how could she not become fairer? Working in a clothing store, she left early and returned late, so she had no chance to get sun exposure. Lu Fen's skin tone had lightened, and her skin quality had improved. Her clothing style, while not overly fashionable, was at least not the outdated style of a rural woman. Her overall condition was changing, and Lu Fong just happened to notice this change while talking about how good the milk powder was for women. She leaned closer to Lu Fen and caught a familiar scent. Was it the snow flower cream? Lu Fong's expression became a bit complicated. Second sister, how much does your sister-in-law earn in a month? Weren't they talking about milk powder? How did it suddenly shift to salary? Their family actually had milk powder too, not just the powdered kind. Xia Xiaolan even arranged for fresh milk to be delivered to Grandma Yu's house every day. But Lu Fen wouldn't mention that. Her sister kindly sent milk powder. Would she really bluntly say she didn't need it because they had plenty at home? Why are you asking about A Fen's salary? It's enough for her. Li Fengmei ran over, so Lu Fong couldn't continue her questioning. When Li Fengmei first married Lu Yong, Lu Fong had argued with her sister-in-law. Lu Fong looked down on Li Fengmei for being a second-time bride, but she also knew that her brother's situation was decent enough to find a second wife. However, times have changed. Back then, Lu Yong had no money, but now he has a business. Lu Fong stopped talking, waiting for her brother Lu Yong to complain about his wife, so she could vent her feelings. Mom, Aunt, I'm back. Xia Xiaolan returned from the train ride from the capital city to the shop and bumped into Lu Fong. Hey, Aunt, you're here too? It was just a trip to the capital. Why did Lu Fong come to Shandong? Xia Xiaolan suspected something was up, but didn't show it. She had brought a porter from the train station because she couldn't carry everything back from the capital by herself. There was too much stuff, so she needed help to bring it to the shop. Sir, please put the items there. Yes, right there. Take a break and have some water. Here's your payment. Xia Xiaolan was quick to settle the porter's payment. The porter didn't want to stay too long in such a clean place. It wasn't meant for someone doing heavy labor. You child. Why did you come back alone? You didn't even say we should pick you up? Li Fengmei teased, and Xia Xiaolan just smiled. At her age, she didn't need someone to pick her up. Besides, there were only 2 adults at home, and the shop was busy, so she called someone to help bring the items back. I'm fine, really. Lu Feng was usually not very talkative, and Xia Xiaolan made a point to turn around a couple of times to show her mom that she hadn't lost any weight from the trip. Lu Feng began to understand. Xiaolan went on a trip? No wonder she hadn't seen Xia Xiaolan yesterday. She had just returned home today. Lu Feng was quite interested. Where did you go? Why didn't you help at home? Look at how busy your mom and aunt are. Used to being in a superior position, she couldn't help but lecture a bit. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to stoop to her level. She didn't need to explain her reasons for going out, but out of courtesy as relatives, she replied, I went to the capital. Aunt, since you're here, take these 2 boxes of snacks home. I brought them back from the capital. What's famous in the capital? It's just the snacks from Daxiankan. Even in 30 years, when tourists come to the capital, they will still bring gifts for relatives and friends, and those gifts will surely include snacks from Daxiankan and roast duck from Quanjude. Xia Xiaolan is no exception. Zhou Qing took the opportunity to give her some foreign exchange coupons, but Xia Xiaolan was too busy to visit the friendship store. If she wanted something special, she would either buy it herself when she went to Guangzhou or ask Baizhenju to keep an eye out. The friendship store didn't attract her much. Roast duck doesn't taste good when it's cold, so Xia Xiaolan had to bring something for Hu Yongcai's family. The snacks from Daxiankan and the roast duck from Quanjude were perfect. She didn't expect Lu Feng to be there, but since she had bought a lot, sharing some with Lu Feng would also save face among relatives. She casually pulled out 2 boxes of snacks from her luggage, but it left Lu Feng a bit speechless. Lu Feng had also brought snacks from Daxiankan yesterday, but hers were in a paper bag, while Xia Xiaolan's were in a metal tin. The metal tin looked more upscale, and Lu Feng remembered what she had said yesterday, feeling a bit embarrassed. That wasn't all. Xia Xiaolan handed Lu Feng 2 boxes of snacks and 2 roast ducks, and Lu Feng noticed the familiar bulging items inside. What do you have in there? Oh, I also brought back 2 cans of goat milk powder. My mom said she had enough cow's milk, so I wanted to change it up for her. Xia Xiaolan didn't mention that she was keeping 1 can for herself and 1 for her cousin Lu Zitao. However, when she said this, Lu Feng shot her a look that seemed to ask what she meant. Lu Feng didn't understand goat milk powder. She thought she heard foreign milk powder, and since she couldn't read the foreign words on the can, she was confused. The goat milk powder was indeed imported, and Lu Feng was left speechless. She wanted to ask Xia Xiaolan what she did in the capital, but just then, someone walked in through the store door. It was Hu Yongcai, who immediately noticed Xia Xiaolan with her bags of goodies. Xiaolan, you're back? Hey, brother Hu, aren't you working today? I just got back too.
Perfect.
She didn't have to make a special trip to Hu Yongcai's house. Xia Xiaolan handed him the snacks and roast duck, and he hesitated for a moment, but then accepted them. Xia Xiaolan was generous with her gifts, but it made Lu Feng quite upset. Xia Xiaolan gave this man the same amount as she gave her aunt. If Lu Feng had known Hu Yongcai's background, she would have shown her displeasure right away. Xia Xiaolan thought that since Lu Feng was her aunt and they weren't as close as the Hu family, she could give them the same amount just to keep up appearances. Otherwise, she would have given more to the Hu family. It turns out Hu Yongcai came to tell them that the television and washing machine had been bought through someone, and they could be delivered to their home whenever they wanted. A 19-inch Panasonic color TV and a fully automatic washing machine with a good capacity. You can even wash a duvet in it. The price was quite high, otherwise Hu Yongcai would have wanted to buy them himself. He didn't mention the cost in front of others. But both Xia Xiaolan and Li Fengmei definitely wanted these items. Li Fengmei was very happy to hear about the TV. You can deliver it to my house anytime. In the village, everyone had black and white TVs, and none were larger than 17 inches. If Li Fengmei was buying, it would be a 19-inch Panasonic color TV. If they were in the village, Lu Feng might suspect they were putting on a show together, but standing on the blue phoenix microcrystalline tiles, when Li Fengmei said the TV was a 19-inch Panasonic, it couldn't possibly be a domestic black and white model. Lu Fong felt uneasy about how quickly her family was getting rich. She needed some time to think. She couldn't shake off the frustration in her chest. She could understand Lu Yong getting rich and Li Fengmei being able to buy a 19-inch imported TV, but how could her divorced sister afford an imported washing machine? A fully automatic washing machine. Lu Fong hadn't even used one. Her family still had a semi-automatic twin tub. Lu Fong's family still had a 14-inch black and white TV. She felt that Lu Yong must have bought the washing machine for Xia Xiaolan's family, even though the Liang family had enough money to buy one. Was her brother being too biased? Her sister used to do all the hard work at the Xia family, but now it seemed her hands were too precious for a fully automatic washing machine. Lu Fong glanced at her sister's hands. No one would doubt that Lu Feng was a city person now. Lu Fong suppressed her discomfort. She wanted to find out more about Xia Xiaolan's partner. Today was the day Xia Xiaolan returned from the capital, and Lu Fong hadn't eaten in the provincial city yesterday, so it wouldn't be right not to treat her to a meal today. Lu Fong also didn't mention going back to the county, as it seemed she wanted to stay in the provincial city. Xia Xiaolan felt particularly apologetic. Annie, the place we rented has very strict rules, and they don't allow outsiders to stay. If you're in the city, I can book a room for you at a guest house. By the way, did you bring a letter of introduction? Grandma Yu had these rules, but now the relationship between Grandma Yu and the mother-daughter pair had improved a lot. If someone really needed to stay, Grandma Yu wouldn't say anything. Lu Fong didn't know this. She remembered that strict, gloomy old lady who was known for sweeping the streets and still felt a bit scared. Looking at Li Fengmei, she saw her smiling without real joy. We only have one bed at my house. Xiaofeng wouldn't be comfortable sleeping there. Xia Xiaolan insisted on going to the guest house, but Lu Fong didn't have an introduction letter with her. Reluctantly, she chose to return to the county. By the way, why haven't I seen my older brother in the 2 days I've been here? Why would my uncle harm you? My uncle went out to work as a mason. Renovation still involves masonry work, and since they are in the capital, Xia Xiaolan felt her point was valid. Even among relatives, they don't share all their business details. Given her aunt's personality, she might misunderstand and think Xia Xiaolan was showing off, and Xia Xiaolan wouldn't create trouble for no reason. Lu Fong found it hard to understand. With such a big store, your uncle still has to work as a mason? He only makes a few dollars a day. Selling just one piece of clothing in the store earns much more than that. The store is run by my aunt, and my uncle has to do his own work. He can't just sit at home all day. What Xia Xiaolan said wasn't a lie, but she was a bit vague on important details. Lu Fong quickly filled in the gaps in her mind, realizing that the store was started by Li Fengmei. It was strange. Li Fengmei's family background wasn't impressive, so how could she open such a store in the provincial capital? If Li Fengmei weren't so ordinary-looking, Lu Fong would definitely suspect that she was involved with someone else. Knowing that Blue Phoenix was related to her sister-in-law and that her brother seemed to have little status, Lu Fong had to set aside her wild thoughts for now. She needed to catch the last bus back to the county. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen closed the store at 4, picked up Lu Zitao, and then went out to eat. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen were not extravagant. They usually closed the store around 8 p.m. Unless they were going home to cook or just grabbing a couple of pancakes from the street, they kept it simple. However, since Lu Fong had been running around for 2 days, they felt it was only right to treat her at a state-run restaurant. Li Fengmei didn't mind spending on herself, but she felt the pinch when it came to treating her annoying sister-in-law. She didn't want to spend too much money, but she had to choose pricier dishes. This wasn't about warmly welcoming Lu Fong. It was about proving a point since Lu Fong had looked down on her family's financial struggles in the past. Li Fengmei wanted Lu Fong to see that she could stand on her own. The Liang family was well off, and Li Fengmei didn't envy them. No matter how poor she was, she wouldn't beg Lu Fong for help. Now, with her own earnings, she felt confident enough to treat others at a state-run restaurant in the provincial capital. She didn't like Lu Fong and didn't want to pretend to have a sisterly bond. It was best if they only saw each other once or twice a year. It would be even better if they didn't see each other for years, but given Lu Fong's personality, Li Fengmei thought that was unlikely. Even during dinner, Lu Fong couldn't stop talking, and finally, she found time to ask Xia Xiaolan. After asking around, it was the same old story. Xia Xiaolan answered in the same way. She had a boyfriend, he was from another city, and he was a junior official. And I really don't need to go on blind dates. I'm doing well with my boyfriend. Zhou Qing treated her well, and Xia Xiaolan wasn't ungrateful. Yes, she and Zhou Qing had some disagreements about their relationship, and his family opposed them being together, which caused some tension between them. But she wouldn't tell her mother, Lu Fun, to avoid worrying her, and she certainly wouldn't mention it to Lu Fong, who wasn't very close to her. Zhou Qing opened his heart to her, and even if they didn't work out in the future, that was a matter for later. Xia Xiaolan had just been sweet with Zhou Qing in the capital, and now she was going on blind dates. She felt ashamed for doing something like that. Lu Fong, however, didn't care. So, what if she had a boyfriend? Couldn't she choose again? People get married and then divorced all the time. A junior official from another city, struggling to get by, couldn't compare to the match she wanted to talk about. You're still young. What do you know? Aunt wouldn't harm you. Lu Fong said this without considering Xia Xiaolan's feelings about her boyfriend. Xia Xiaolan thought to herself that while Lu Fong wouldn't harm her, she might just sell her off. Lu Yong had been aimless for years and wasn't cut out to be a simple farmer. Since the reform and opening up, he had chosen high-risk, high-reward paths. Smuggling didn't mean Lu Yong was a bad person. Those who had suffered from poverty often wanted to earn more money. This line of work was illegal, but Lu Yong wasn't involved in violent crime. Lu Fun was too honest and straightforward. Xia Xiaolan had subtly influenced her over the past 6 months. Her mother was changing, but it was happening slowly. Lu Fong had her own personality. She wasn't outright evil, but she was definitely selfish. If another girl married well, she would secretly help her family. Lu Fong only cared about her own comfort in the Liang family and didn't care if her family was struggling. Xia Xiaolan knew her character well. How could she expect Lu Fong to find her a good match? If there was a good prospect, Lu Fong would surely keep it for her own daughter, Liang Huan, and Xia Xiaolan wouldn't get a chance. So Xia Xiaolan was sure that even if this match seemed good on the surface, it was just for show. When communicating with others, the most frustrating thing is when it feels like talking to a wall. If Aunt Lu Fong came over again, Xia Xiaolan decided to use studying as an excuse to avoid meeting her. Xiao Fong, eat quickly. Sister-in-law is worried you might miss your bus home. Li Fengmei just wanted to send this pest away. Lu Fong really didn't understand a word. Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan had both turned her down about matchmaking, but she kept talking on her own. Xia Xiaolan ignored her and focused on serving her mother. Mom, you should eat more. This sweet and sour pork ribs are really tasty. The fried meatballs are good too.
Tao Dao, you should eat this.
Xia Xiaolan was busy serving food, and Lu Fong felt quite disdainful. She really was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Even after staying in the provincial city for a few months, she still couldn't shake off her small-town mentality, acting as if she had never eaten anything like this before. These dishes were just... Lu Fong wanted to say the food wasn't that great, but hesitated. Li Fengmei's meal was not of low standard. The Liang family was well off in the county, but they couldn't eat like this every day. Eating meat was fine, but dining out every day wasn't practical. Liang Bing'an had never let Lu Fong struggle financially. After all, money didn't grow on trees. Lu Fong looked down on small business owners, but if a business was as successful as Li Fengmei's, wouldn't that mean endless money? Was that still an ordinary small business? Lu Fong thought she needed to discuss the situation with old Liang when she got back. She also felt she couldn't treat her brother's family with the same old attitude. If her family was respectable enough, why shouldn't she let them interact with her in-laws? Other families had relatives visiting, but Lu Fong didn't. She feared her family would embarrass her. Although Lu Fong didn't voice these thoughts, who didn't know? Xia Xiaolan just focused on her own food, and after finishing the meal, she finally sent Lu Fong away. Lu Fun didn't know what was wrong, but it seemed she shouldn't tell Lu Fong the address of the market city. Chen's sister-in-law said your aunt has been there several times this month. I thought something happened to her. Lu Fun's voice got quieter as she spoke. Women are often easy targets in this world, just like how she and her daughter were bullied in the Xia family. Wasn't it her brother who came to help them in time? Lu Fun thought of them as sisters, and if Lu Fong encountered the same situation, how could the older sister ignore it? Now that she thought about it, Lu Fong's personality was completely different from hers. How could she be bullied in the Liang family? Lu Fun felt that if Lu Fong kept running to the market city without stopping until she got what she wanted, it would make everyone uneasy. Mom, it's fine. If my aunt wants to come, let her. She just likes to talk a lot. It's not a big deal. Xia Xiaolan didn't pay much attention to Lu Fong. After all, they were related by blood, and not as extreme as the Xia family. Many people have the flaw of valuing wealth over poverty, and Xia Xiaolan had seen too many people like Lu Fong. She wasn't truly wicked. As long as the bond between Lu Yong and Lu Fun wasn't completely severed, their relationship would never truly end. It was indeed a nuisance, but this was the real world, real life. It couldn't always be about goodness and beauty. After comforting Lu Fun for a bit, Xia Xiaolan started talking about the trip to the capital. She heard that before leaving, Lu Yong had taken on a second job, and Gong Yang from the Fine Arts Department at Xanadu University was staying in the capital to help out. Li Fengmei and Lu Fun were both happy. The two jobs were for acquaintances, and they probably wouldn't earn much, at least not more than the clothing store for now. How much money they could make was one thing, but whether a man has a career is another. If a man's career is going well, he will be full of energy. If he is idle every day, even with good financial conditions at home, it's hard not to be lazy. Lu Yong had a past, and although Li Fengmei felt sorry for him being injured and losing his health, that was months ago, and he should be doing something productive now. However, when Lu Yong got busy, no one was there to take care of Lu Zitao. He didn't need to be picked up after school, but with his store closing at 7 or 8, where could Lu Zitao go during this time? Xia Xiaolan was also thinking about this issue. How about we hire someone for the store? With the current income of Blue Phoenix, paying 100 or so for a staff member wouldn't be a burden. Having an extra salesperson would also allow Li Fengmei and Lu Fun to take turns resting. Hire someone? Are we really going to employ someone to run the store? Recently, after Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong went to the capital, Li Fengmei and Lu Fun felt they needed extra help, but they hadn't considered hiring anyone. Hiring staff seemed like something only big business owners did. They were just running a small business. Well, it wasn't that small. Having 3 storefronts made them the largest private clothing store in Xanadu. True small businesses were still selling on the streets, battling with city management. Now, in the southern towns, it's very common for small private factories to hire workers. Since 1979, I see the reform and opening up policy only getting stronger. The government won't easily stop individual business policies. We are just hiring someone to help in the store, and if our business grows, we can hire even more people. Xia Xiaolan's vision made Li Fengmei and Lu Fun both hopeful and anxious. Especially Lu Fun, who managed the store's cash flow. After the new year, they had been open for over a month without any profit sharing, and she felt like the money in her hands was almost too much to handle. Having 10,000 yuan made someone wealthy. How many 10,000 yuan bills did she have? Earning so much money and selling clothes at a high price, wouldn't the government care? It would be fine if they had to return the money, but Lu Fun worried that having too much money would make the government think they were speculating. Xia Xiaolan didn't mock her mother, but patiently explained the policies to both Lu Fun and Lu Fun. This amount of money isn't much. Some people in the south are already getting rich. For example, the wholesaler I work with always has tens of thousands in cash at home. He isn't even the richest. I know that Kongwei has quite a bit of money, and Zhouqing isn't poor either. These two are just making money by reselling cigarettes from other places, but those big bosses involved in smuggling must be very wealthy now. Take the electronic product wholesalers in Yangqing. Their pockets must be bulging. Xiaolan never thinks too highly of herself. She knows she still has a long way to go compared to those who are truly wealthy. But she doesn't underestimate her own efforts. Steady and solid development is better than risking everything and failing halfway. Like the last time when quick money from radios was so satisfying, If Xiaolan stayed in Pengcheng and did a few more deals, she could have earned a lot more. But she fears getting into trouble and going deeper into risky areas. What if she accidentally crossed the line into something worse? Xiaolan talked about how some individual entrepreneurs in the south gather their hometown friends to start factories, leaving Li Fengmei and Lu Fin stunned. Compared to those people, hiring someone to help run a store doesn't seem like a big deal. They were really overreacting. Li Fengmei asked what kind of person they should hire. Xiaolan didn't expect someone too young and trendy, as those girls usually don't last long in a store. I need someone honest and reliable, who speaks gently and has patience. I don't expect her to bring in much business, but at least she shouldn't be like the salespeople in department stores who offend customers. The department store salespeople work for the government, and their pay isn't usually tied to sales, so they have a steady income. But the staff at Blue Phoenix would be working to help Xiaolan and Li Fengmei make money, so offending customers would be a loss for the bosses. After discussing hiring, Lu Fin pulled out the accounts for this period. Xiaolan, there's too much money in the account. Should we split it? Let me take a look. Xiaolan took the ledger and saw the amount was 52,180 yuan, which was the revenue for Blue Phoenix after the new year. In less than 2 months, they sold over 50,000, averaging more than 1,000 a day. When spring clothing first came in, they only made a few hundred, but after running a promotion for 168 yuan with free stockings, the sales picked up. Then, as the weather warmed, people really needed spring clothes, and the revenue remained stable. In addition to the more than 50,000 already sold, the store still has some inventory from the last shipment before Xiaolan went to the capital. Let's divide it up. We have 22,180 yuan left in the account, so let's take out 30,000 yuan to share the profits. Xiaolan can take 18,000 yuan from the 30,000 yuan, which is 60%. She made some quick money in Yangcheng, and her family's savings increased to over 20,000 yuan. This trip to the capital used some of that, and sending 6 sheep to Zhou Cheng's workplace wasn't cheap either. She also bought a few things in the capital. After buying a bag for her family in Yangcheng and earning an extra 3,000 yuan while working with Bai Jinju, Xiaolan calculated her total savings to be around 40,000 yuan. However, 40,000 yuan isn't secure. She needs to buy a washing machine for Hu Yongkai soon. That's why they say you earn a lot, but spend it quickly. Just last summer, when she was kicked out of the Xia family, she was afraid to miscount even the wild duck eggs sold in the county town. Li Fengmei can take 12,000 yuan. Her family received 8,000 yuan before the new year. Now that her family is making money, they can afford better food, and buying a 19-inch Panasonic color TV will be their biggest expense. In 1984, if a family's monthly income is measured in thousands, then enjoying daily meals with fish and meat is just a small expense. Fish costs only 1 yuan per pound. Pork is 1.5 yuan and boneless lamb is 1.8 yuan. With these prices, fish and meat are quite affordable and common vegetables are priced in cents. It's not that prices are too low. Compared to average income, prices are not cheap at all. It's just that Xiaolan and Li Fengmei's incomes are much higher than the average salary of their time. Li Fengmei is nervous about how to spend the money. Xiaolan, however, reflects on the opportunities at the beginning of the reform and opening up. If missed, they are hard to come by again. Money can be easy to earn, but if you miss the reform era, quickly accumulating personal wealth depends entirely on luck. Xiaolan doesn't have the mindset of a shrewd businessman. And I think we can hold a second event. Let's display the new poster that Gong Yang painted before, and this time we can give away wallets and belts. The belts and small wallets were already purchased in bulk last time. They didn't hold the event immediately because they wanted the Blue Phoenix customers to catch their breath. Even taking advantage of opportunities requires time for the sheep to grow back their wool. For example, with a new month coming, there will surely be new salaries. In the spring of March, don't they want to buy spring clothes? This year's spring clothing has only 1 month left for sales. By early May, Blue Phoenix will need to switch to summer clothing. She hasn't figured out how to promote the summer clothes yet. First, she needs to sell off this batch of spring items. Items that are not selling well can be exchanged for a few new styles. Before summer clothing arrives, Xia Xiaolan has decided not to go to Yangqing to pick up goods herself. She now needs to focus all her efforts on the pre-exam in May. Indeed, the architecture department was quite mysterious in the early 1980s, and many people did not understand it. However, this does not mean that Xia Xiaolan has fewer competitors. Regardless of the department, there will be many applicants for Huqing University. Xia Xiaolan studied the admission scores for Huqing University in the past few years in Yunnan province, and she needs to score at least 570 points. The closer she gets to 600 points, the safer she will be. If she exceeds 600 points, she won't have to worry about being pushed down the list. In the last final exam, Xia Xiaolan only scored 514 points, which is still quite far from 570. Her confidence in getting into Huqing comes from the time she has left to practice questions and from her complete recall of the 1984 math exam paper. Will the exam paper change? Xia Xiaolan is not sure because she went to Yang to look for it but did not find herself, so this world is not unchanging. If the 1984 math exam paper does not change, Xia Xiaolan will undoubtedly excel in math. In the last final exam, she scored 102 points in math, with a maximum score of 120. Even if the exam paper remains the same as she remembers, it only sounds like an increase of 18 points, which is still far from the 570-point line. The reality is that if the 1984 math exam paper does not change, the difficulty that drives students to mental breakdowns could eliminate many of Xia Xiaolan's competitors. This year's overall score line for the college entrance exam will drop due to math. Of course, for top students aiming for prestigious schools, the difficulty of math problems does not significantly affect them, but not every top student excels in all subjects. Those who are slightly weaker in math will still struggle when they receive the math exam paper. As everyone is lowering their scores, if Xia Xiaolan can improve her score by a few points, she will gain a significant advantage. Even if it is not the same paper she remembers, math is still Xia Xiaolan's strong subject. She may not be able to score full marks, but she won't fall behind either. Xia Xiaolan has not yet crammed for memorization subjects. She has decided to tackle those knowledge points after the pre-exam. Human memory has a forgetting cycle, and if she studies now, she will need to keep reviewing or she will forget. The items Xia Xiaolan brought home are mainly for Li Fengmei's family. She gave soft snacks to Grandma Yu because she has diabetes and cannot eat too many of those. For the hiring matter, she wrote a job advertisement for Li Fengmei to post at the shop door, so she didn't have to go to the store and could focus on studying at home. After making a cup of milk and eating 2 pieces of cake, Xia Xiaolan took out her textbooks. At her grandmother Yu's house, the quiet environment was perfect for studying. If she had rented a shared apartment, even a loud noise could be heard by neighbors, and it certainly wouldn't be as peaceful as Yu's house. With its spaciousness and tranquility, Yu's quirky personality was not such an unbearable flaw. Moreover, the relationship between Yu and Xia Xiaolan had improved a lot. Aside from her blunt words, Yu was clear about her feelings and Xia Xiaolan liked dealing with straightforward people. If she was tough, so be it. It was better than dealing with someone who constantly played the victim. Yu didn't pretend to be weak. As a single elderly woman, if she showed any vulnerability, others would take advantage of her. After studying for the morning, Xia Xiaolan stepped outside to clear her mind. She caught Yu secretly watering the orchids on her windowsill. "Grandma Yu, I saw you pacing this morning. Do you have something to say?" Yu tilted her head defiantly. "Who wants to talk to you?" "I'm just waiting to see the day you get sold off." This old lady never spoke nicely, but Xia Xiaolan didn't take it to heart. "Are you talking about my aunt?" "I refused." Yu scoffed. "Some people have thick skin. Just because you refused doesn't mean she'll give up. I see she either wants to marry you off to a fool for a bride price, or to an old widower. If she hasn't gotten what she wants, she won't back down." With a shrewd look, she was actually not very clever, as her thoughts were clear on her face. Yu had lived long enough to see that people like Lu Feng only acted quickly when there was something in it for them. There are naturally people who love to play matchmaker, but you didn't see Lu Feng as genuinely caring. Lu Feng was indeed shrewd, but Lu Feng was more easily swayed. You wasn't worried about Xia Xiaolan being deceived. She was clever enough not to fall for tricks. I'll be careful about what you said. Thank you. She couldn't tell Lu Fen to cut ties with all her relatives, could she? Her mother was easily influenced, so Xia Xiaolan had to worry more. If her mother made more friends, she probably wouldn't care as much about her sister. For now, with a narrow social circle, if Lu Feng wanted to come, let her. Xia Xiaolan didn't mind giving a little benefit to make her mother happy. Although Xia Xiaolan was prepared, she didn't expect her Aunt Lu Feng to be so persistent. Lu Feng shared her experiences from Shandu. She mentioned that the clothing store was opened by Li Fengmei and her older brother was working as a mason. She expressed her frustration, saying, "Doesn't she care about her husband? I think that store makes a lot of money. Why does she need to send my brother to work as a mason?" She believed that a couple should be together, but since Li Fengmei had been married before and had a child with her brother Liu Yong, who knows what she really thinks? Liang Bingen found her talkative and pointed out, if my brother has no complaints, then they must have their own way of discussing things. Is it really your place to say anything as a sister? Lu Feng also claimed that her brother was biased and mentioned how much money he gave to the divorced Lu Fen. She noted that even Xia Xiaolan could go to the capital and buy many things, which was still funded by Liu Yong. Liang Bingen was at a loss for words. The Liang family wasn't lacking in money, so why be jealous? Should he rely on his brother-in-law, who runs a small business, to get by? Liang Bingen couldn't afford to lose face. Besides, Lu Feng had grown distant from her family over the years. After Lu Fen's divorce, she lived with her daughter at her family's home, and they would surely be closer to Xia Xiaolan. The news Lu Feng brought back eased Liang Bingen's worries. It seemed that Liu Yong and Li Fengmei had received help to open a store in the provincial city. Liang Bingen didn't expect his brother-in-law to support him, but also didn't want to offend someone with connections. However, Liu Yong's success and Lu Fen and her daughter were two different matters. Liu Yong might have to support them, but he had his own wife and son. He couldn't let Liu Yong's earnings be freely spent by Lu Fen and Xia Xiaolan. Liang Bingen believed there was still a good chance for Xia Xiaolan to find a match. Your niece will probably help out at the clothing store often. You should go visit Aunt Li tomorrow, invite her to the provincial city for shopping. Once Aunt Li meets her in person, this matter will likely be settled. Aunt Li was the one looking for a daughter-in-law, and no matter how much Lu Feng talked, Lu Fen and her daughter seemed oblivious to this. Xia Xiaolan was just a young girl who didn't want to let go of her boyfriend. Liang Bingen was tired of persuading her and decided to let the Fan family handle it themselves. If the Fan family liked her, it wouldn't be up to Xia Xiaolan to decide whether to marry or not. Right now, she was young and inexperienced, but in the future, she would be grateful to her uncle for his help. Lu Feng and Liang Bingen discussed what to say when they arrived at the Fan family, and Lu Feng pondered over it. Liang Bingen's status as an official only held weight among the villagers, and in Hedong County, the Liang family and the Fan family were still not on equal footing. Hedong is the stronghold of the Fan family. Over the years, they have managed Hedong County like a fortress. Even county officials from other places must pay their respects at the Fan family's dock, otherwise, it would be difficult for them to work in Hedong County. Liang Bingen's career has progressed only moderately over the years, and he often feels that he did not make the best choice when he got married. If he could connect with the Fan family, he would not feel so isolated in his career. Lu Feng and Aunt Li have always kept in touch, and Aunt Li especially likes Liang Huan. If Liang Huan were not so young, Liang Bingen would surely consider marrying her into the Fan family. However, Liang Huan is still young and has a bright future ahead with college on the horizon. Liang Bingen always thinks about maximizing benefits. As for his daughter, he wants her to marry someone even better when the time comes. But her temper needs some improvement, and she still has years to learn at home. Lu Feng was dissatisfied with the gifts she received, feeling they were no different from those given by outsiders. She thought about going to the Fan family and decided to bring 2 boxes of snacks from Daxiankan and a roast duck from Quanjude. The Fan family certainly doesn't lack food, so it wouldn't be right to visit empty-handed. The snacks, in their tin boxes, looked quite fancy, and Lu Fong felt justified in bringing them. Why shouldn't she bring them? The snacks and roast duck were also what she had exchanged for 2 cans of milk powder. Of course, if she could bring 2 cans of imported milk powder to the Fan family, it would be even more impressive. However, since Aunt Lee didn't offer to give her any, Lu Fong wouldn't ask for it. Aunt Lee has an old house in Hedong County, located right on the edge of the county town. Not only does Aunt Lee live there, but some other people do too. However, Aunt Lee's son does not live in the old house. He has been given a place in the county and has long since moved out on his own. The Fan family has been rooted in Hedong County for many years, and the old house has quite a history. Although it is on the edge of the county town, the road in front is very smooth. Every time Lu Fong visits the Fan family, she feels her own house is too small. The Fan family has a large, private yard that is even bigger than many farmers' houses, despite being on the edge of the county town. Their house is different from rural homes. Although they have not built tall buildings due to concerns about appearances, their single-story house is still quite impressive. As soon as you enter the gate, you can see that the yard is well maintained, with a large tree providing shade in the summer. There is also a fish pond in the yard, and seeing the fish made Lu Fong realize that some people keep fish not just for eating. The brightly colored fish swim in the pebble-lined pond, sparkling in the sunlight, making the place look quite luxurious. Her niece, Xia Xiaolan, is about to marry into such a family. Yet, both her sister and niece seem ungrateful, leaving Lu Fong feeling quite frustrated. Xia Xiaolan had such a beautiful face. If she didn't take the chance to marry into a good family, would she settle for an ordinary person? A woman's delicate skin can't handle the sun and wind. No one understands how important it is to marry the right person better than Lu Fong. If she hadn't married Liang Bingen, she would surely be farming in the countryside now. The Fan family not only has a lovely courtyard, but their old brick house also holds many treasures. Lu Fong brought gifts when she visited, and Aunt Lee was very happy, inviting her to chat in the living room. The living room had a modern ceiling, tiled floors, and was furnished with a sofa and a round coffee table. There was a tall table against the wall with a 17-inch color TV on it. The TV was covered with a white lace cloth, as everyone treats valuable appliances this way these days, and the Fan family was no exception. It's essential to cover appliances with lace, otherwise, dust can damage them quickly. The Fan family is influential in Hedong County, but they don't run a business themselves. Their money isn't spent freely, and compared to ordinary families, they have certain privileges. For instance, if Xia Xiaolan marries into the Fan family, her rural middle school education won't matter. She will quickly be given a decent and easy job. These days, no matter how much bride price is offered, having a job arranged is far more valuable. Aunt Lee is in her 60s but looks much younger due to good care. She regularly dyes her hair, has fair skin, and appears quite prosperous. In today's world, it's hard not to be slim, but those who can gain weight, aside from health reasons, surely live without worries. Aunt Lee also wears a green bracelet, and Lu Fong, with her sweet words, often flatters her. When Aunt Lee saw her, she was very pleased. "You come here, and you bring gifts. You should take them back with you. My relatives from the capital sent 2 boxes of pastries. I thought you might like to try them. They aren't worth much, so please don't make me take them back. My husband will scold me for not being helpful." Lu Fong is beautiful and charming in her speech, and Aunt Lee, like many in the Fan family, has a fondness for attractive people. How could Aunt Lee not like someone who is pretty and visits often to flatter her? She likes Lu Fong so much that she even wants to marry Lu Fong's daughter into their family. Huan Huan is also pretty, but she is too young. When Aunt Lee mentioned it to her son, he didn't agree. At just 16, she is indeed quite young. Aunt Lee doesn't mind waiting 2 years. By then, after graduating high school, Huan Huan will be a young lady. When that time comes, she and Lu Fong will be in-laws, and Lu Fong won't call her aunt anymore. They can change how they address each other. However, Lu Fong previously mentioned that Liang Huan is still quite childish and wouldn't be of any help in the Fan family, so she shouldn't embarrass them. She has a niece who is 2 years older than Liang Huan, and she is very beautiful. Although she has a rural household registration, there is nothing wrong with her. Aunt Lee was intrigued. The Fan family is quite well off in Hedong County and is not looking for a marriage alliance. The girl's rural background doesn't matter. Aunt Lee likes obedient and pretty daughters-in-law and isn't picky about their family background. Hearing that the girl is 2 years older than Liang Huan, Aunt Lee was pleased. She would be turning 19 this year, and next year she would be of marriageable age. While others may not care about marriage certificates, Aunt Lee believes her son should definitely get one. It would look bad otherwise. It would be perfect to bring the girl in first, so Aunt Lee can teach her personally. Today, Lu Fong came again, probably to discuss this matter. Sure enough, Lu Fong praised Xia Xiaolan to the skies, only mentioning at the end, "She's just a country girl who hasn't seen much of the world. I can't be too clear about things. I hinted that she and my sister wouldn't dare to pursue such a good match." Aunt Lee twirled the jade bracelet on her wrist. "If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. I'll go see her myself, but don't scare the girl." Aunt Lee heard that Xia Xiaolan was helping out at a clothing store in the provincial city and thought that if she liked her, she would definitely have Lu Fong's niece change jobs immediately. A daughter-in-law from the Fan family shouldn't be doing that kind of work. Lu Fong hadn't been to the provincial city for several days, and when she went to the Blue Phoenix store, she brought Aunt Lee along. Xia Xiaolan had been studying at home for several days, and when the job postings went up, some people came to apply. The previous candidates, Li Fengmei and Lu Fun, didn't impress them, so they called Xia Xiaolan to take a look at a suitable candidate. When Lu Fong brought Aunt Lee to the store, Xia Xiaolan had just agreed on the terms with a girl named Ma Wei. She would work 28 days a month, with a 1-month probation period at a basic salary of 40 yuan. After becoming a regular employee, if she worked the full 28 days, she would receive an additional 20 yuan bonus, and the store would provide 2 meals. After you've worked here for a year, your salary will definitely increase. This was considered a sales position at the clothing store, and Xia Xiaolan didn't offer commissions right away. She needed to see how the person performed. Ma Wei had only graduated from middle school and wasn't particularly attractive, but she had a friendly appearance. Even if she was just there to help, they didn't expect her to sell many clothes. There were plenty of people in the city looking for work, and Ma Wei didn't think Blue Phoenix would actually hire her. For someone like her, with no professional skills, earning 60 yuan a month after becoming a regular employee with bonuses was quite satisfactory. Although the private store does not offer medical and retirement benefits, Ma Wei couldn't find a better job, so she felt excited and grateful. Moreover, she gets 2 meals a day, which helps her save about 10 yuan a month, even if the food is not great. So, the salary for this job, including the 2 meals, is actually 70 yuan a month? Ma Wei's family is just an ordinary one, and they have no connections to help her find work. Her parents' jobs are not impressive either. Her father earns just over 60 yuan a month. "I'll start work tomorrow." Xia Xiaolan saw the girl was almost in tears from excitement and nodded. "You will work from 9 a.m. to around 8 p.m. Go to the street office to get an introduction letter explaining your family situation, including members and address. It would be great if you can come to work tomorrow. An introduction letter is necessary. Everywhere requires it to verify the identity of job applicants." As Aunt Lee and Lu Fong entered the store, they saw Xia Xiaolan talking to Ma Wei. Without needing Lu Fong to introduce her, Aunt Lee recognized the girl they were looking at today. She was very beautiful, more beautiful than anyone Aunt Lee had seen before. When Xia Xiaolan turned around, Aunt Lee felt very satisfied. With looks like that, she didn't need any family background. She was indeed much prettier than Liang Huan. Liang Huan was still young, while Xia Xiaolan was already a graceful young woman. She had curves, and even though she was slim, she was not too thin. Her looks were truly captivating, and marrying into the Fan family, she would have a mother-in-law who wouldn't mind her. Families comparable to the Fan family might have men who liked her, but the elders could be opposed. Aunt Lee was very pleased and believed Lu Fong hadn't deceived her. Lu Fong was naturally proud. Although Xia Xiaolan had the surname Xia, she looked like a member of the Xia family, and only the Lu family could produce someone so beautiful. Lu Fong was about to call Xia Xiaolan over for Aunt Lee to take a closer look. "Is that you again, Xiao Feng?" In front of others, Li Fengmei greeted her annoying sister-in-law normally. Once someone sticks around, it's hard to get rid of them, and Li Fengmei had no way to change that. Aunt Li, this is my sister-in-law. She runs the Lawn Phoenix store. Sister-in-law, I brought Aunt Li to pick out some clothes. Lu Feng joked while still promoting the store, knowing that one should treat others kindly. Li Fengmei had to be polite. Aunt Li wasn't focused on the clothes. Her attention was entirely on Xia Xiaolan. But this is Sister Lu Feng, and that is Aunt Xia Xiaolan. From now on, everyone will be relatives, and Aunt Li is very polite. The store is big, and the clothes are beautiful. It's impressive that you run such a large business. Aunt Li seems nice, and after a few humble words from Li Fengmei, she lets Aunt Li choose for herself. Lu Feng brought people here. Should they offer a discount? The niece says discounts shouldn't be given easily and should only happen at the end of the season. Regardless of how much money they spend, they should give a belt and a small wallet as gifts. Li Fengmei thinks Lu Feng's friends look quite wealthy. They seem to be well off. One finger has a gold ring with a bright green jade in the middle, which looks quite nice. People who can't fill their stomachs wouldn't wear gold and silver. Those who come to buy clothes at Lawn Phoenix are not poor, but wearing both gold rings and jade bracelets. Aunt Li's style is quite rare. I think that young lady's clothes look nice. Can she help me pick out a couple of outfits? Aunt Li is easy to talk to, so Li Fengmei calls out, Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan can't pretend not to see Lu Feng. The customer specifically asked for her help, so she can't act clueless. Aunt, I was so busy talking that I didn't see you. Ma Wei, you can head back now. Xia Xiaolan's acting isn't too bad. After sending Ma Wei away, she approaches. She quickly notices that Aunt Li is not very young. Although she looks in her 50s, it's because many women today don't take care of themselves, making Aunt Li appear particularly well-maintained. Her hair is dyed, and her shoes are made of soft leather. The bracelet on her hand is jade, and it looks quite nice. Xia Xiaolan isn't sure how to address her. Since Lu Feng calls her aunt, does that mean she should call her grandma? What woman wants to be called old? You can just call me Aunt Li, my last name is Li. Aunt Li isn't worried about being called old. If Xia Xiaolan were to become her daughter-in-law, calling her grandma wouldn't be appropriate. Aunt Li, do you want to choose a coat or pants? I can help you look. A knitted sweater is quite suitable now, and Aunt Li's style fits well. Normal people can't think like Lu Feng. Xia Xiaolan didn't expect Lu Feng to bring someone to the store for a look, thinking Lu Feng was just showing off her friends. Xia Xiaolan wants to recommend something expensive, so that Lu Feng feels a pinch when she remembers Lawn Phoenix next time. Xia Xiaolan recommends a cashmere sweater. This item can only be obtained through Chinchiliang. Cashmere is warm and lightweight, making it a popular export item that is hard to find in department stores. However, it is available at the Capital Hotel, which has many display stands where foreign guests can shop as well. It is said that the stands at the Capital Hotel sell thousands of cashmere sweaters each year. Aunt Li knows quality when she sees it. She can tell just by touching the clothes. Is this cashmere? She doesn't mind that the clothes recommended by Xia Xiaolan are expensive. Instead, she appreciates Xia Xiaolan's good taste. She can afford cashmere sweaters. Yes, it's cashmere. This is a mock neck, so it won't choke you, and it's perfect for the current weather. Spring has arrived, but it can still be quite cold in the mornings and evenings. Xia Xiaolan speaks kindly to everyone, especially to customers. Aunt Li thinks she is attractive and has a lovely voice. This daughter-in-law is definitely a catch for the Fan family. Aunt Li finally chose 2 cashmere sweaters, 2 pairs of pants, and also bought 2 men's shirts. Such a generous customer is rare, even at Blue Phoenix. The total came to 523 yuan, but Xia Xiaolan decided to round it down. Since you were introduced by my aunt, let's make it 500. Our store is having a promotion, and you can also choose a belt and wallet. I'll even throw in a small wallet for you. Xia Xiaolan is quite generous. The clothing store has a profit margin of over 50%, so it's reasonable for her to be a bit generous after earning more than 200 yuan. Lu Feng also feels that Xia Xiaolan is especially accommodating today, giving both her and Aunt Li a lot of respect. Aunt Li asks Lu Feng if she wants to pick out some clothes. Don't think about me. I have enough clothes. I can bring Huan over this weekend to choose a couple of things. Lu Fong wants to pay for Aunt Lee but hesitates, worried about what would happen if Aunt Lee wants to pay for her. Aunt Lee looks around the store and shakes her head. All the clothes are beautiful, but Liang Huan is too young for them. Xia Xiaolan glances at Aunt Lee again, realizing she is an older woman who appreciates quality. People today often don't understand how to match clothes, especially for Liang Huan's age. It's hard to find clothes for her. They are either too big for a little girl or too small for a young lady. Clothes for teenage girls are the hardest to find, as those aged 15 or 16 often wear mismatched outfits. Blue Phoenix doesn't have many clothes for young girls. Customers who don't work usually don't have money to spend. Xia Xiaolan decides to focus on the main consumer age group and not try to cater to everyone. Aunt Lee didn't care much about the gifts. The wallet and belt weren't useful to her, so she asked Lu Fong to choose two instead. Before leaving, Aunt Lee looked at Xia Xiaolan and said, "You're Xiaolan, right? You're patient in your words and actions. I'll ask for you next time I come." "Safe travels, Auntie," Xia Xiaolan replied. Xia Xiaolan and Li Fengmei exchanged glances, and Li Fengmei muttered, "Today is really surprising. Your aunt can help with business introductions?" Xia Xiaolan didn't mind. She wasn't always in the shop. If Lu Fong went to Grandma used to talk about introductions, Xia Xiaolan could just leave home and study at the library of Xanadu University instead. The university library is a great place to study. No phones to distract you, and no couples whispering or showing affection. Anyone who gets into Xanadu University is serious about their studies, and if she has questions, she can ask someone for help. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was a good plan, but Gong Yang hadn't returned yet. If he were here, she could borrow an access card from him. Gong Yang was having too much fun in the capital, and Xia Xiaolan worried she might lead a future great artist astray. If he spent too long on design work, would his style become too ordinary? Xia Xiaolan didn't dwell on it too much. She didn't pressure Gong Yang to take on work. Whether he became a great artist was uncertain, but even a future great artist needed to eat. Should she borrow an access card from Zhuogong's sister? While in the shop, she switched with Lu Fun, who went home to cook. When Lu Fun brought the food back, neither Xia Xiaolan nor Li Fengmei mentioned Lu Fong's visit. In the afternoon, Aunt Chung at the public phone booth called out loudly for Xia Xiaolan to answer the phone. "It's from Peng Cheng and hasn't hung up yet. You should pick it up." Hearing Peng Cheng, Xia Xiaolan thought Uncle Tang finally remembered to check on her, but it turned out to be Bai Zhenju calling. "I found the watch you wanted. It costs 1,200 yuan. Do you want to buy it?" 1,200 yuan? Xia Xiaolan was curious about what kind of watch it was. She was looking for a birthday gift for Zhou Cheng. Aunt Lee returned to Hedong County with 6 pieces of clothing. Although she didn't praise anything on the way, Lu Fong could tell from Aunt Lee's expression. Someone drove them to Xanadu, so Lu Fong didn't have to take the bus back. She envied Aunt Lee. They were both using public transport, but who would dare say anything about Aunt Lee? The Liang and Fan families really were quite different. Xia Xiaolan was about to enjoy the same treatment as Aunt Lee, and she truly felt grateful to her aunt. "A Fong, I'm giving you this sweater." The driver took Lu Fong home, and Aunt Lee smiled as she handed Lu Fong a bag. Lu Fong wondered why she was wearing 2 cashmere sweaters, one of which was meant to be a gift for her. "Aunt Lee, I can't accept this."
Take it.
"We're family now, no need to be polite." Still calling her Aunt Lee, but soon she might have to change that. Lu Fong couldn't refuse and accepted the cashmere sweater. It wasn't cheap. Each one cost 128 yuan, and among the 6 items Aunt Lee bought, only 2 pairs of pants were the least expensive. The men's shirts were also the pricier ones, which Lu Fong knew were for Aunt Lee's son. Lu Fong could afford cashmere sweaters, but what excited her was Aunt Lee saying, "We're family now." This meant something significant. If the Fan family wanted to marry, could Xia Xiaolan refuse? When Lu Fong got home, she took out the cashmere sweater and happily posed in front of the mirror, but she also pulled out a belt and a wallet from the bag. If someone else had given her these as gifts, she wouldn't have been pleased, but since they were from Aunt Lee, it felt different. The belt could be for Liang Bingen, and the 2 small wallets, one red and one pink, would be shared between her and her daughter. She put everything away and prepared a nice dinner, determined to celebrate with old Liang that evening. In the afternoon, students finished school and workers ended their day. Smelling the delicious food at home, Liang Huan dropped her backpack. She first noticed the two wallets on the table. The pink one looked nice, and so did the red one. One of them must be hers. Mom, did you steam fish? Liang Huan ran into the kitchen and saw her mom really showing off her cooking skills today. Lu Fong wasn't without her strengths. After years as a housewife, she had learned to please the Liang family when she lived with her parents-in-law, and cooking was her specialty. Hey, why are you grabbing meatballs without washing your hands? Go wash up. Mom, what's the good news today? No matter how Liang Huan asked, Lu Fong wouldn't say. Liang Huan cuddled up to her, and finally, Lu Fong gave in. Okay, but you can't tell anyone. I took Aunt Li to meet your cousin today, and Aunt Li was very pleased. Your cousin is going to marry into the Fan family. I'm telling you, keep your feelings to yourself. It doesn't matter if you like her or not. You can't cause any trouble, especially after she marries into the Fan family. Marrying into the Fan family. Liang Huan knew how powerful the Fan family was. They had a lot of influence in Hadong County. She admired the power of the Fan family, but she refused to marry into it. Although it was clear that Liang Huan did not want to marry, she felt uncomfortable when she heard that Xia Xiaolan could marry in. She blurted out, "How am I supposed to get along with Fan Han now? Is my cousin going to be his stepmother?" Fan Han was Liang Huan's classmate. Wouldn't Fan Han end up calling her aunt? When something good suddenly falls from the sky, it's usually too good to be true. The Fan family in Hadong County was looking for a daughter-in-law based only on looks, without considering family background. Aunt Li's son, Fan Jinchuan, had one flaw: he was older. Fan Jinchuan's son was the same age as Liang Huan, but he was already 39 years old and a divorcee. At 39, Fan Jinchuan was quite powerful in Hadong County. Why wouldn't Liang Bing'an marry his daughter to him? Fan Jinchuan thought marrying his son's classmate would not look good, and Liang Bing'an felt a bit awkward about it too. They were about the same age. Did he really want to be Fan Jinchuan's father-in-law? Fan Jinchuan was 39, and Liang Huan was only 17, a difference of 22 years. Even pairing her with Xia Xiaolan would mean a 20-year gap. Lu Fong and Liang Bing'an thought Xia Xiaolan marrying into the Fan family was a good match, but Xia Xiaolan had no family background, low education, and no decent job. Despite the age difference, the benefits of marrying into the Fan family outweighed that. No matter how you looked at it, Xia Xiaolan was the one gaining. Liang Huan had met Fan Jinchuan twice, and he never seemed to pay much attention to her, which scared her. It didn't matter what Fan Han called her. At least she didn't have to marry Fan Han's father, which relieved her. If Grandma Li liked her cousin, that was fine. It was better than her holding her hand and saying she liked her. The Fan family might be powerful in Hadong County, but Liang Huan thought none of them were normal. Did my cousin agree? During the new year, Xia Xiaolan seemed quite proud, but was she really willing to marry a man 20 years older? Her stepson was only a year younger than her. Lu Fong tossed meatballs into the pot. What's there not to agree to? Will she find a better match than the Fan family in her life? Not everyone is as lucky as you. Who said Xia Xiaolan wasn't lucky? Both were daughters of the Lu family, but being the second sister's daughter meant being a rural girl, while being Lu Fong's daughter meant being the little princess of the Liang family. She and old Liang couldn't bear to marry Liang Huan off to an older man. Liang Huan looked down on her cousin Xia Xiaolan's vanity, but was relieved she didn't have to fill that role herself. Wasn't it just a few visits to the Fan family with Fan Han? Who knew Grandma Li would like her so much and later call her mother over, hinting at a marriage arrangement. At first, her parents thought it was for Fan Han, but they didn't realize Grandma Li wanted someone to take care of Fan Jinchuan. Liang Huan was so scared that she cried loudly. People in Hadong County privately said that Fan Jinchuan had a violent temper, and his previous wife couldn't stand his abusive behavior and ended up taking poison. Her father said it wasn't like that, but Liang Huan didn't believe him. She said if her family agreed to marry her off to Fan Jinchuan, she would jump off a building. Later, Lu Fang mentioned that her cousin hadn't been seen for years, and if things got tough, they could marry her cousin to the Fan family. This way, Liang Huan wouldn't have to marry Fan Jinchuan, and the Liang family could still benefit from the Fan family. When Liang Huan met her cousin Xia Xiaolan, she felt jealous of her beauty. Now, it seemed that being pretty meant marrying an older man. No matter how well off they were, she would have to be a stepmother and might even face abuse. Did Fan Han's father really hit people? What if he saw her cousin Xia Xiaolan and decided not to be violent anymore? Just like her mother said, her cousin would never find a better match than the Fan family. If Grandma Li liked her, she should be secretly happy. After dropping Lu Fang off, Aunt Li didn't return to the old Fan family house. She had the driver take her directly to her son Fan Jinchuan's home. Fan Jinchuan lived in a house assigned by the county, while his son Fan Han usually stayed at school. Only Fan Jinchuan and a nanny were at home. The nanny was a distant relative from the countryside, just in her early 20s, and very attractive. Anyone who saw her wouldn't believe she was just a nanny. The waitress at the Hudong County guest house wasn't even as pretty as this nanny. "Aunt, you're here," the young nanny said as she opened the door, and Aunt Li couldn't hide her disgust. "Where's my son?" A man of average height stepped out. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Fan Jinchuan was in his pajamas during the day. The nanny was also in pajamas. Aunt Li couldn't guess what these two were up to in the house, could she? Being a distant relative with the same surname, Fan Jinchuan didn't hesitate to bring anyone into his bed. Aunt Li's previous daughter-in-law couldn't stand his antics either, and ended up taking poison. Aunt Li wanted to send this nanny away, but Fan Jinchuan was reluctant, which led to Aunt Li wanting to find a match for her son. Didn't he like young and pretty girls? She would specifically look for young and pretty girls to introduce to Fan Jinchuan. As long as it wasn't this nanny, she could accept any other girl. Aunt Li entered with her clothes, and the nanny quickly hid in the room. Fan Jinchuan's relationships with women are complicated, which is why Aunt Li allows her grandson to stay at school and not return to Fan Jinchuan's place. "I bought you 2 shirts, see if you like them." Fan Jinchuan thought his mom was coming to scold him again, but today she was being nice and buying shirts. He wasn't looking for a fight. It was nice to have a calm conversation with his mom. Fan Jinchuan knew his flaw. He was attracted to women. With power in his hands, many people knew about this. In Hudong County, his words carried more weight than the top leaders. Being attracted to women wasn't a problem for him. The women he chose willingly followed him. His previous wife had a breakdown and attempted to take her own life, which embarrassed Fan Jinchuan. The more he faced this, the less he could back down. What others thought didn't affect his life. Behind closed doors, he could sleep with whoever he wanted. "Did you go shopping in the provincial city today? You went with Liang Bing'an's wife, right? Don't think about that matter again. I, Fan Jinchuan, can marry anyone I want." Asking me to marry Fan Han's classmate. Does that make sense? He could be less picky about marrying his son's classmate, as long as he liked her. Liang Huan was pretty, but she acted too childish. Fan Jinchuan liked younger girls, but didn't want to play the dad role. Aunt Li knew the young maid was eavesdropping, and she wanted her to hear. "I went with Lu Fang. Mom found a girl for you, Lu Fang's niece. She's 19 this year. Jinchuan, if you meet her and don't like her, I won't pressure you about marriage anymore." Fan Jinchuan was a bit speechless. Was this related to Liang Bing'an? First, he tried to marry off his daughter. Now he was sending a niece? Fan Jinchuan knew what Liang Bing'an was thinking, but he was confident in his charm. He had dealt with people like Liang Bing'an before. He wasn't very convinced by what his mom said. "Is she prettier than Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu was the young maid hiding inside and listening. Aunt Li scoffed. 10 of her wouldn't compare to Lu Fang's niece. Fan Jinchuan finally showed some interest. "Then bring her to me to see." Aunt Li lightly scoffed. "She's a proper girl. You can't just bring her over because you want to. I think the girl is very pretty, but it's not just about you liking her. She might not like you back." Aunt Li remembered Xia Xiaolan's looks. She was attractive and carried herself well. Fan Jinchuan would surely like her, and she would be a good daughter-in-law for the Fan family. At 20 years old, it's just the right age. Later, When Fan Jinchuan gets older, the woman will be in good shape to take care of her son. Liang Bing'an's wife, Lu Fong, is from the neighboring Anqing County, right? Lu Fong's niece is someone only I, Fan Jinchuan, would consider marrying. It's not about whether she wants to marry me. But young girls need a little effort to win over. Fan Jinchuan plans to find a chance to meet her in person to see if she is as good as his mother says. Aunt Li is on guard against the little babysitter causing trouble and doesn't explain much about Xia Xiaolan's situation. She just throws down 2 shirts and leaves. After a while, the babysitter, Xiaoyu, comes out in her pajamas and leans against Fan Jinchuan. You said you wouldn't marry again, Jinchuan.
Don't leave me.
Fan Jinchuan can't marry Xiaoyu, not because she is his babysitter, but because many people know she is a distant relative. They both share the surname Fan, and if they married, it would be a joke in Hedong County. Fan Jinchuan never considered marrying Xiaoyu. The idea of not marrying was just something he said to comfort her. Men can say all sorts of things in bed, and it would be foolish for a woman to believe them. Getting married won't stop us from seeing each other. Fan Jinchuan gently pats Xiaoyu's cheek. He is not the kind of person to stay for just one woman. He remembers he has a meeting in the afternoon, and since his mother brought him 2 new shirts, he puts on his clothes and leaves. Xiaoyu sits dazed in the chair. What will she do now that Fan Jinchuan is getting married again? She came to work as a babysitter because her family is poor, and out of fear of Fan Jinchuan, they ended up having a relationship. Fan Jinchuan's wife died from anger, and Xiaoyu feels it's not her fault. She is under a lot of psychological pressure, and now that Fan Jinchuan is getting married again, doesn't that make her one of his neglected mistresses? Lu Fong's niece? Xiaoyu has met Lu Fong. Aunt Li wanted to introduce Lu Fong's daughter to Fan Jinchuan as a potential wife. Fan Jinchuan didn't agree, not because Lu Fong's daughter is a classmate of Fan Han, but because he simply isn't interested. Xiaoyu secretly met Liang Huan, who is childish and liked by those students, but Fan Jinchuan, being a well-experienced middle-aged man, would never be interested in such an inexperienced girl. Liang Huan's cousin? Xiaoyu clenches her fists. No, Fan Jinchuan cannot get married. Neither Lu Fong's daughter nor her niece will do. In the end, Xia Xiaolan agrees to buy that watch. Aside from some snacks, she only gives Zhou Cheng 1 gift a year, and 1,200 yuan is a lot. The things Zhou Cheng sends are not worthless junk. In the future, the common idea is that boyfriends give gifts to their girlfriends. However, Xia Xiaolan has always been outside the mainstream. She is capable and doesn't mind spending her own money to buy gifts for Zhou Cheng. The 1,200 yuan watch is a Rolex. Zhou Cheng has a Rolex, and Xia Xiaolan just needs to make sure it's not the same model. A man's watch is like a woman's bag. Having a few different ones to wear is fine. With Ma Wei helping in the store, Li Fengmei and Lu Fin can finally take a break from time to time. Even though the business has been good lately due to a promotion on belts and wallets, they don't let Xia Xiaolan help. Ma Wei may not know much, but she is quite diligent. Xia Xiaolan thought for a moment and decided to return to Anqing County. It had been almost 2 months since the new year, and she hadn't been to school yet. She went on a whim since it was convenient to ride her bike. When Xia Xiaolan arrived at the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, she first noticed the changes at Huang Sa's fast food restaurant. The single shop had expanded into 2. It was around 9 a.m., and the breakfast rush was over, but there were still customers at every table, just not completely full. Xiaolan, have you eaten yet? Huang Sa's mother-in-law spotted Xia Xiaolan first and pulled her into the shop. Huang Sa's family is very grateful to Xia Xiaolan. She suggested ideas and taught Huang Sa how to make gai jiao, a simple dish that became the first of its kind in Anqing County. As business improved, Huang Sa remembered Xia Xiaolan's kindness. There are bad people in the world, but not everyone is ungrateful. Especially since Huang Sa's fast food business is doing well, Xia Xiaolan has not used her help for personal gain, allowing their relationship to remain harmonious. Auntie, I had breakfast before I came out. Even if you ate, have some more. It's early in the morning, and riding your bike takes energy. Let me cook you a bowl of clear soup noodles. Huang Sa started cooking without waiting for a response and tossed the noodles into the pot. Xia Xiaolan has different breakfast preferences. She likes light food, and Huang Sa remembers that, which warms Xia Xiaolan's heart. Yes, she taught the guy Jiao, but it wasn't purely to help. Her main goal was to cause trouble for Zhang Ji. Xia Xiaolan doesn't seek anything in return, and Huang Sa's gratitude still makes her happy. As she sat down, Xia Xiaolan noticed that Zhang Ji's shop was closed across the street. "Auntie, what happened to Zhang Ji?" Before Huang Sa's mother-in-law could respond, Huang Sa brought over a bowl of bone soup noodles topped with an egg. "Eat first, and I'll tell you all about it after you finish." The creamy white soup, perfectly chewy noodles, and a hint of pepper flavor, accompanied by 2 fried eggs with golden, slightly runny yolks. Xia Xiaolan took a few bites, and beneath the noodles lay a surprise, half a tender, stewed pig's trotter. "Auntie, how is this light? Is it considered light just because there are no chili peppers? This is clearly a hearty bowl of noodles. Just eat your food. You students need to nourish yourselves. Studying is hard work." Why do the students from the first high school love to come to Sister Huang's fast food? At first, it was just a trend, but later they found that their portions of rice with toppings seemed to be a bit larger than those of other customers. Sister Huang seemed to serve evenly, but she understood the cafeteria lady style well. For the same price, the students from the first high school got 2 extra pieces of meat on their plates. Some sharp-eyed customers raised objections, but Sister Huang replied that students work hard with their brains, so what's wrong with having a bit more meat? This made the other customers blush. Sister Huang's actions quickly won the support of the first high school students. With bad reviews of Zhang's and Sister Huang being kind, the teachers and students naturally chose her fast food. After Xia Xiaolan finished her bowl of noodles, Sister Huang began to talk about Zhang's. "It turns out your uncle and his wife opened the shop without telling the family. After the new year, their business declined a lot, so they fired that girl who was just hanging around the shop. Then the Xia family found out who the owner of Zhang's was. That woman from the Xia family was quite aggressive, pushing her uncle and his wife to fight. Soon, the Xia family came to cause trouble, and the Zhang family came to help, leading to several fights at Zhang's, destroying everything in the shop. I don't think Zhang's business can survive now." Sister Huang knew everything that happened right under her nose. Zhang Cui was beaten up and returned to the county with a bruised face, relying on her brothers for support, so they would definitely stand up for her. The Zhang family sought revenge on Xia Changzheng, catching him off guard. He thought it was all a coordinated act to stop Grandma Xia from moving to the city. After all, it wasn't him getting beaten. He was taking it for granted. Zhang Cui moved to the city before Xia Changzheng, and she was influenced by Xia Ziyu's ideas all day long. She was no longer the submissive countrywoman she used to be. Why is the status of women not high? In ancient times, feudal ethics restricted women from holding official positions or engaging in business. Now, in this new society, the national discourse emphasizes that women can hold up half the sky. Zhang Cui was able to earn her own money, and Zhang Ji was built entirely by her efforts, from nothing to something. Of course, during high school, Xia Ziyu received monthly living expenses from her family to support her and her mother in the county, which Zhang Cui subconsciously overlooked. She knew that Zhang Ji was her creation. Xia Changzheng came to the county to help, but he spent his days riding a bicycle to pick up supplies from the meat factory and then lounging around like a boss, chatting and drinking with the vendors who delivered ingredients to the store. His presence didn't really affect Zhang Ji at all. Zhang Cui had kept quiet for years out of habit, wanting to give him face. But her personality was completely different from Lu Fen's. When Xia Changzheng took action, Zhang Cui couldn't hold back her anger. She earned the money, so how could Xia Changzheng just decide to act without her consent? Her brother Zhang Manfu and sister-in-law Jiang Lianxiang could only help so much in the store. Could they compare to Xia Hongxia, who spent all day daydreaming about high school boys? If business was good, Zhang Cui wouldn't mind spending a little to support Xia Hongxia, just to silence the Xia family. After the new year, when Zhang Ji's revenue dropped significantly, Zhang Cui and Xia Changzheng couldn't think of a way to turn things around. What could they do if they didn't send the freeloaders back home? When Xia Hongxia returned, the entire Xia family turned against Zhang Cui. Should she dismiss her brothers and invite Xia Hongbing and Wang Jingwa to help in the store? And bring her mother-in-law to live in the county for comfort? Her mother-in-law was a troublemaker, always wearing a sour expression as if everyone owed her money. The last incident outside the school was probably still fresh in Principal Sun's mind, and he avoided her mother-in-law out of fear. Xia Hongbing was not as easy to fool as Xia Dajuan and had developed a gambling habit in the village. Wang Jingwa, being Xia Hongxia's mother, was even lazier and less capable than her daughter. With such people involved, how could they run the store? Zhang Cui felt that business was impossible. If they were trying to take over the shop, then no one would get it. Zhang Manfu took the Zhang family to cause a scene at the Xia family, following his sister's orders to give Xia Changjing a beating. Without the reckless Xia Dajuan around, the Xia family's fighting spirit was greatly weakened. Zhang Cui's family realized that if they didn't intimidate the Xia family, how could Zhang Cui continue to support her own family? It was a serious confrontation. With relatives fighting, how could the people of Dea village help? If the couple fought, it would create awkwardness later if Zhang Cui and Xia Changjing reconciled. The Zhang family had a conflict in Dea village, and the disagreement between Zhang Cui and Xia Changjing grew larger, causing both couples to become very upset with each other. The Zhang family helped out at their shop, but after only a few days, Grandma Xia brought her son Xia Hongbing and his wife to cause trouble. After 2 disturbances, the remaining loyal customers felt discouraged, and business naturally declined. Zhang Cui took a few days off, and the Xia family took the opportunity to take over the shop. However, Xia Hongbing and Wang Jingui didn't know how to cook, and Wang Jingui's poor cooking offended the customers. Zhang Cui was furious and brought her family to smash the shop again. See, it's back and forth. After the last incident, we've been closed for several days. The happiest person about Zhang's closure was Sister Huang. Xia Xiaolan was surprised by how aggressive the Xia family was. She felt conflicted, realizing that some people could be so terrible that they could show an even worse side, which changed her perception of them. They were truly foolish and harmful. Even if one person in the family graduated from college, the others remained foolish and harmful. The foolishness was in cutting off their own future, while the harmfulness was in wanting to prevent others from succeeding as well. With both families taking turns to smash the shop, Xia Xiaolan originally aimed to make Zhang's unable to continue, thinking it would take months, but she didn't expect such a drastic end to their business. If Zhang's can't continue, even if they clean up and reopen, business won't be as good as before. Auntie, if there's no Zhang's, others might want to take on this business, so you should plan ahead. Xia Xiaolan didn't go into too much detail. She still had to go to school. After not being at school for a month or 2, Xia Xiaolan was caught by her Chinese teacher, Mr. Qi. Xia Xiaolan, you first need to complete this test in my office. Mr. Qi handed her a test paper. Once caught by the Chinese teacher, other subject teachers couldn't resist giving Xia Xiaolan papers too. By the time she finished the test and left the office, several hours had passed, and she practically fled. As she ran out, she remembered she had come to ask about the pre-exam matters, and thinking about almost being torn apart by several teachers made her anxious. Xiaolan? A male voice called out. Xia Xiaolan turned and recognized him. Oh, she had seen him during the entrance exam, the one who was overly friendly with Teacher Sunday. What was his last name again? Hello, Teacher Zhao. She remembered his last name was Zhao. Xia Xiaolan didn't come to school often, but she had seen Teacher Zhao walking with Sun Tian. Were they dating? Xia Xiaolan instinctively disliked Teacher Zhao. His gaze was inappropriate, and he seemed distracted when looking at others. However, she had a good impression of Teacher Sunday. Sun Tian was a passionate and just young teacher who stood up for Xia Xiaolan during the recent incident at the school gate. Zhao Gang tried hard to appear gentle. He had no chance to get close to Xia Xiaolan. After the incident on the 4th day of the new year, it was Xia Xiaolan's first time back at school. If it weren't for a few teachers insisting she take an exam, Zhao Gang would have missed her entirely. Xiaolan, you can't slack off in your studies. Just because you have good grades doesn't mean you can skip school. The teachers are all very concerned about you. Zhao Gang rambled on, but Xia Xiaolan had nothing to say to the somewhat greasy teacher, who was not yet middle-aged. Zhao Gang continued talking, using his hands and getting overly excited, seemingly trying to create opportunities for physical contact with Xia Xiaolan. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but when she moved back a little, he stepped closer, his gaze slowly drifting down from her face to her chest, making Xia Xiaolan feel quite uncomfortable. How could Sun Tian like someone like him? But then again, maybe it was because Sun Tian was too shy, while Zhao Gang was clearly very forward. This forwardness was quite inappropriate. Xia Xiaolan was sensitive to it. Zhao Gang's behavior was just too much. He was trying too hard and failing miserably. Xia Xiaolan had grown accustomed to her looks over the past year, thanks to Zhou Cheng's influence. Aside from him, many had shown interest in her, but Zhao Gang was simply unremarkable. She would only notice him if she were blind. Even worse, he was persistently pursuing Sun Tian. Someone as restless as Zhao Gang didn't deserve a teacher like Sun Tian. Xia Xiaolan said coldly, "Teacher Zhao, we don't seem to know each other well. Excuse me, I need to go to Principal Sun's house." Zhao Gang had been showing off for a while, but Xia Xiaolan remained indifferent. This made him uncomfortable. He never expected that a single chance encounter would make Xia Xiaolan fall for him, but her lack of respect hurt him deeply. Zhao Gang feared being looked down upon. Despite his average teaching skills, he wanted recognition at school, and his mindset was becoming increasingly distorted. Sun Tian's presence gave him a glimmer of hope. The reason his relationship with Sun Tian never progressed was simply because he lacked money and power. Teachers earned very little each month, and Zhao Gang was determined not to show weakness in his appearance, even though he was living on a tight budget. Last time, the 500 yuan slipped through the door into his dorm helped ease Zhao Gang's financial troubles. But it wasn't enough. If he could get a larger sum, he would feel more confident discussing marriage with Sun's family. Xia Xiaolan was so ungrateful that he didn't need to be gentle with her. Zhao Gang realized the key point and said with a forced smile, "Xia, if you don't respect your teachers, you will regret it one day." Xia Xiaolan immediately felt a bit wary. Some people are so petty. They can shamelessly cling to you, and if you don't do what they want, they think you look down on them. Well, Xia Xiaolan did look down on Zhao Gang. His gaze had an unsettling quality. He claimed to be a teacher but was bothering female students with irrelevant chatter. What kind of teacher was that? After thinking it over, Xia Xiaolan noted that Zhao Gang held no official position at school and didn't teach the senior class, so he likely couldn't cause her much trouble. However, with less than 4 months until the college entrance exam, she felt she needed to be cautious. She went to Principal Sun's house, but he wasn't home. His wife was there. Xia Xiaolan carried a bag, not filled with books, but with 2 boxes of pastries she brought back from the capital. "Aunt Wu, these are for you and Teacher Sun, nothing too fancy," she said. The tin boxes looked quite nice. Mrs. Sun had no reason to refuse the pastries, thinking Xia Xiaolan might need something in return. However, Xia Xiaolan sat for half an hour and only mentioned when leaving, "All the teachers at our school care about me. Just now, Teacher Zhao stopped me for a long chat." Mrs. Sun was confused. Which teacher named Zhao taught exam candidates? "I saw him walking with Teacher Sun. Maybe he was passing on a message from her." "Teacher Sun is really nice," Xia Xiaolan added, bringing 2 boxes of Daxiankan pastries for Mrs. Sun and Sun Tian. The school thought she was a poor student and allowed her to study at home, so Xia Xiaolan couldn't bring a bunch of gifts to school. After the exams, she planned to tell Old Wang and Teacher Chi the truth and definitely wanted to host a thank-you dinner. Women are very perceptive. Mrs. Sun realized Xia Xiaolan was a smart girl. Even if she spoke a few words with Zhao Gang, she wouldn't mention it unless it was more than just casual talk. Mrs. Sun recalled the rumors at school. Zhao Gang had shown interest in other female teachers before. Since she had never seen him with anyone in a relationship, she didn't take the gossip too seriously. Zhao Gang was indeed attentive to Sun Tian, even if she didn't show much interest. Mrs. Sun previously thought that having one shy person and one enthusiastic person together would be a good match. But what if Zhao Gang became too enthusiastic? Xia Xiaolan is so beautiful. If Zhao Gang, taking advantage of his position as a teacher, said something inappropriate, a regular female student would have no way to defend herself. Mrs. Sun didn't consider that Xia Xiaolan would slander Zhao Gang. Xia Xiaolan rarely came to school, and her classmates were still getting to know her, so why would she specifically target Zhao Gang? Mrs. Sun held back her anger. Sun Tian, being the principal's niece, had called her aunt for many years. If she ended up with an unreliable partner at number 1 high school, it would be embarrassing for her and Mr. Sun to explain to Sun Tian's parents. Mrs. Sun sent Xia Xiaolan off and carefully reminded her, "Focus on your studies and don't worry about other things." The unified pre-exam for the province is on May 9th. I heard from Mr. Sun that the candidates from Anqing County will be randomly assigned to different exam rooms, so you might not be in the number 1 high school exam room. Make sure to pay attention to the time to collect your exam admission ticket. Mrs. Sun handed Xia Xiaolan a bag. When she looked inside, she found several new notebooks and a new pen. She wasn't really in need. Based on family savings, the principal's family wasn't richer than hers. But Mrs. Sun's concern was genuine, so Xia Xiaolan accepted it. This further strengthened Xia Xiaolan's determination. Principal Sun wasn't a bad person, and Teacher Sun could definitely find someone better. Conditions aren't the only measure of a person. Character is. Xia Xiaolan didn't have a good impression of Zhao Gang. Mrs. Sun picked up on Xia Xiaolan's hints and decided to investigate Zhao Gang's character discreetly. Xiaolan, you finally came to school. With a college entrance exam approaching, the atmosphere in the senior class was tense, and students like Qin Qing, who were repeating the year, felt even more pressure. Repeating students had no rights. They woke up at 5 or 6 in the morning to study and returned to their dorms only after the evening study session ended. Could they sleep when they got back? They would continue studying under the covers with a flashlight. Anyone with even a slight hope of getting into college wouldn't give up in the last few months. Every student's eyes showed signs of exhaustion. Chun Qing had been back at school for almost 2 months since the new year and hadn't gone home once. The school had a break once a month, but many, like Qin Qing, chose to stay and work hard. Xia Xiaolan noticed that everyone in class 3 looked pale. Chun Qing did too. Qin Qing, are you not eating? Chun Qing smiled wryly, who had the mood to eat. With only a month left until the pre-exam, everyone was too stressed to enjoy their meals. 3 meals a day are a must, and at home, they even increased Qin Qing's living allowance. But as for the taste of the food, neither Qin Qing nor those worried about not passing the preliminary exam have any idea. Qin Qing's scores should be enough for him to get into a university. However, he is not a top student yet. Good grades in regular tests do not guarantee success in the college entrance exam. If he fails the preliminary exam, all his efforts this year will be wasted, and he won't even qualify to take the college entrance exam, let alone talk about universities or colleges. The preliminary exam is coming. Who in our class, except those who have completely given up on college, isn't nervous? Qin Qing didn't have much chance to talk to Xia Xiaolan. When he noticed her, several classmates surrounded her. They weren't just there to admire her. Qin Qing had shared Xia Xiaolan's study methods, and some didn't quite understand them. Seeing Xia Xiaolan, they wanted to ask her for clarification. Xia Xiaolan was surrounded for the entire class. They asked her not only about English but also about math and other subjects. Everyone knew which subjects she excelled in. Besides English, she was strong, but she didn't think she was better than the math teacher. The classmates asking her questions likely did so out of blind admiration and trust, believing that her methods must be correct since her grades had improved so quickly. Old Wang came to rescue her, bringing her latest test scores. For the difficult paper you all complained about last week, Xia Xiaolan found it easy. She works hard to earn her tuition while studying at home. Old Wang encouraged the students in class 3, and the struggling students looked on eagerly. Come on, Mr. Wang, just tell us. Did Xiaolan's score reach a new high? Yes, it did reach a new high. Xia Xiaolan was caught in the office taking various subject tests. This set of papers was quite difficult, but her strong foundation in science helped her score 531. Compared to her 514 in the final exam, her total score increased by 17 points. While other students found the questions challenging, Xia Xiaolan managed to improve her score, which explained why old Wang nagged the others but looked at her with a kind, grandfatherly gaze. The struggling students were left speechless, knowing that Xia Xiaolan must have lost points in subjects that required memorization. Teacher Qi is going crazy in the office, old Wang said, making Xia Xiaolan break out in a cold sweat. Well, Mr. Wang, I think it's getting late, so I'll head back now. Please tell Teacher Qi not to be upset. I will definitely not let my Chinese score hold me back during the college entrance exam. I also have my own study plan. Old Wang didn't nag. There are differences in intelligence among students, and with his years of teaching experience, old Wang understands this, even if he can't say it out loud. In class, some students can focus and understand quickly, while others may need several explanations. If the latter don't spend extra time to improve, they will inevitably fall behind those who grasp concepts easily. Xia Xiaolan clearly belongs to the group of students with strong learning abilities. She may not have stood out in middle school, which is why she didn't continue her studies after graduation. However, during the years she was out of school, Xia Xiaolan's learning ability has clearly transformed. Old Wang can confirm this from the progress she has shown since joining the school. Her exam results have improved significantly, and she surely has her own study plan. The mock exam is on May 9th, so you need to come to school on the 7th to collect your admission ticket. Teacher Wang, I will remember that. Don't worry. As Xia Xiaolan rode her bike home, Aunt Huang eagerly awaited her return and wasn't going to let her leave easily. Good girl. You have to give me some advice. Zhang's business was struggling, which made Aunt Huang happy. If Yang's shop closed down and someone more stable took over, she worried about losing her customers. Xia Xiaolan laughed. Aunt, you're limiting yourself. If Zhang's shop closes, you could take over the space, change the name, and open a new shop. You could sell a selection of items that you know will do well. If you don't like selling rice bowls, you could serve spicy soup and lamb noodles instead. In the past, Zhang's shop made money, but now customers can choose where to eat, and all the profit could be yours. Who would open 2 different shops? Even if expanding a business, it's usually by enlarging one's own shop or opening a branch elsewhere. But for Xia Xiaolan, having 2 shops across the street from each other is common. The products may differ, and instead of worrying about new competition, it's better to monopolize the business. This is legitimate business, providing customers with more choices. There are also unfair practices, like having 2 shops selling the same items, one for 10 yuan and the other for 8 yuan. Customers might think they're getting a deal, but in reality, other places sell it for 6 yuan and they're just being taken advantage of. Xia Xiaolan didn't plan to teach any shady business tactics. The current small business owners are quite honest, so it's fine for Sister Huang to monopolize the business on this street. At least by the time the Xia family stops fighting and decides to regroup, they will have completely lost their business territory in front of County Number 1 Middle School. Taking over Zhang's shop across the street? Sister Huang never thought of that. Usually, businesses expand sideways. It's rare for the same owner to have 2 shops facing each other competing. But Xia Xiaolan was right. No matter which shop makes money, it all ends up in her pocket. Sister Huang slowly understood, but Xia Xiaolan had already disappeared on her bicycle. This child won't even stay for an extra meal at the shop. Sister Huang wanted to invite Xia Xiaolan for dinner, but Xia Xiaolan was busy heading back to the city and didn't want to stay longer. The school tests do not represent the college entrance exam. Today, Chen Qing, looking unwell, reminded Xia Xiaolan of the importance of the pre-exam. If others don't want her to get into college, they don't need to sabotage her during the college entrance exam. The pre-exam is just as crucial. Without pre-exam scores, she can't participate in the college entrance exam. It's always better to be cautious. The pre-exam is a standardized test for the whole province and lasts 2 days. After finishing on May 10th, it will be time to put out summer clothes in the shop. Xia Xiaolan decided to send a telegram to Yangcheng, preparing for the worst. She didn't need to worry about those schemes because most of them could be resolved with strength. As long as she was strong, Minor schemes wouldn't be a problem. Xia Xiaolan restocked her inventory and opened a package of clothes, discovering a watch wrapped in layers. The watch, bought with help from Bai Jinju, cost 1,200 yuan. If Lu Fen found out, she would definitely be upset. Previously, Lu Fen managed the family savings, but Xia Xiaolan had the freedom to spend money because she often found new business opportunities. For instance, during her last trip to Pingcheng, if she hadn't brought all her money, she wouldn't have been able to buy that batch of radios. Letting Lu Fen manage the savings book gave her a sense of security, but from a financial perspective, it wasn't worth it. Later, Lu Fen decided to return all the money to Xia Xiaolan. She felt that with a 200 yuan monthly income from her clothing store, she wouldn't spend it all. Lu Fen didn't have many expenses. She didn't need to cover all the living costs, and Xia Xiaolan took care of most of the clothing and shoes. Lu Fen only occasionally bought some vegetables and household items, spending at most a few dozen yuan a month. Managing money stressed her out, so after several discussions, Xia Xiaolan took over the family savings book. In addition to her salary from the clothing store, Xia Xiaolan gives her mother 200 yuan each month for living expenses. With a monthly income of 400 yuan, Lu Fen was definitely in the high-income group in 1984. Although Xia Xiaolan doesn't need to ask Lu Fen for permission for every expense, mutual respect among family members is important. Lu Fen knows that Xia Xiaolan plans to spend 20,000 yuan to build a house in the countryside and will start a new business in Pengcheng after the college entrance exam. With Lu Fen's open-mindedness, Xia Xiaolan has no restrictions on spending money. Their relationship is more comfortable this way. Xia Xiaolan has been managing her finances for many years, so it's not easy for her to get used to giving her earnings to her mother. Lu Fen thinks the same way. The money is earned by her daughter, so Xiaolan can use it however she wants. As a mother, there's no need to argue over money. Xia Xiaolan initially let Lu Fen manage the finances to provide her with a sense of security, but for Lu Fen, security comes not from holding on to savings, but from Xia Xiaolan being filial and successful. Business can lead to losses, but exam results cannot be faked. Lu Fen is completely at ease now that Xia Xiaolan has been accepted into college. Can the country let college students go hungry? With government support and job placement, once you get into college, there's nothing to worry about. With no need to ask for permission to spend money, Xia Xiaolan can buy a sheep in Beijing whenever she wants. If she can afford a 1,200 yuan watch, she buys it without hesitation. Money can be earned again, and her relationship with Zhou Cheng is precious, yet she wonders how to send the watch to Beijing. Postal services can be slow, and she worries about missing Zhou Cheng's birthday.